Hello everyone, it's me again. How are you? The story is about a human who reincarnated into the body of a child from the Middle Ages in a world of magic. He was a prince but had to become a holy knight. And the rest of the story? Just watch it. I hope you subscribe and leave a like. Thank you all. This boy was reincarnated into a fantasy world, which wasn't all that surprising anymore. Compared to Earth, that place was stuck in the medieval era. Still, he found himself in a wealthy household. For someone who had died from overworking, without family or home, it was a decent place to start over. His biological mother was incredibly beautiful, and because of that, he was sure he wouldn't have any problems attracting women in the future, since it was obvious he had inherited her beauty. At only 3 years old, he looked out the window and saw the outside world for the first time. The city before his eyes really looked like something from another world. It was incredibly large, especially considering he was just a child, but his adventure didn't last long as the nanny soon appeared in a panic and took him back. That was how he discovered his identity. He was the son of Grand Duke Dragonia from the powerful Kingdom of Lionheart. At the age of 8, he began sword training, as expected from a future knight of the kingdom. He was excited by the idea of wielding swords and learning about aura. His teacher was none other than Sir Gothic, a retired holy knight from the palace. However, by the age of 14, he started to feel like this was more forced labor than training. He was carrying a massive boulder as part of the exercises. To him, a holy knight was basically a monster in human form. It took much more than strength. You had to complete missions, gain experience, prove your honor, be chosen by the Holy Grail, and even drink holy water. On top of that, as the son of Dragonia, he also had to prepare to become a future Grand Duke. And even at that point, Gothic still beat him easily in training. He felt trapped between the weight of being the heir to a noble bloodline and the duty of becoming a holy knight. He began begging any god that might exist in that world to save him. At 16, he started a journey around the world with the goal of being recognized by the goddess. For that, he needed to gain fame and perform good deeds, because only then would she come to him. He thought all of it was nonsense until one day he found his camp being invaded by an army of orcs. It was one of many chances he had to use his sword. He fought them and sliced the enemies in half again and again, since the kingdom was always at war with some kind of threat. At 20 years old, he finally met the goddess. He found out people hadn't lied. She really existed. She gave him a mission to prove his faith and honor. After years of being practically a slave, he finally became a holy knight. From then on, he fought orcs, shredded goblins, and destroyed demonic cults. He was named a war knight, gaining the authority to gather other knights under his command. He massacred about 700,000 orcs, eliminating even their families. He felt that doing this to those green bastards was a form of justice. By the time he turned 35, he witnessed the death of King Argon Lionheart, who fell in battle against an archdemon summoned by the Empire. If orcs and goblins had already been a problem, now there were demons roaming the world. That was why humanity needed to believe in the gods. Amidst the chaos, Leon swore to destroy all the evil mages of the Empire. And at that moment, the goddess descended once more and chose him a second time. He became a sacred symbol of honor and faith. He then received the most honorable yet heaviest position of all. He could not disappoint the people or the kingdom. He transplanted into himself the Lionheart, a sacred treasure of the goddess, and vowed to protect the Holy Grail. Thus, Leon became the new Grand Duke Dragonia and the king of the Kingdom of Lionheart. In the 45 years that followed, many things happened. 3 great wars against the orcs devastated the continent. A goblin evolved until it became an archdemon, and the Empire kept creating increasingly dangerous situations. The Black Mages never stopped being a threat because the Empire accepted their cult. Leon gathered his knights again to wipe out this threat once and for all. After all, that was what happened when human rights were given to creatures that didn't deserve them. He believed he had already defeated all the cursed mages, but a few years later, they managed to complete their plan. They made over 3 million human sacrifices in the name of the Empire. The Emperor, who always said he didn't want to die, performed a mass self-immolation with those 3 million people. The ritual served to summon the Lord of Chaos directly into the heart of the imperial capital. Faced with this, Leon gathered his knights, drew the sacred sword, and marched straight toward the Empire. 121 years after his birth, he fought with all his strength, but the world was being destroyed right before his eyes. He tried to purify the evil with all the holiness of the continent, but he could not prevent that tragic end. He watched the goddess's followers trembling with fear, women comforting their children while holding back tears, youths trying to keep the flame of youth alive, knights planting hope in a land soaked with blood. Even so, he did not give up. He never abandoned his goddess and never turned his back on the kingdom. Leon encouraged his soldiers and knights to embrace all their fury against those demons. He reminded them to fight with honor. Then, he drew his sacred sword and charged into the final final battle, for honor and for the kingdom. That winter, they faced an endless army of demons that covered the land. Dragons flew across the skies over burning kingdoms, the seas were overtaken by monsters, and enslaved barbarians were used as meat shields. Civilian knights, armed with spears and shields, died fighting bravely. And at the center of it all, Leon of Dragonia slaughtered the enemies to the very end. He destroyed countless demon lords and showed the world the power of a true holy knight. 256 years after his birth, he destroyed the last demon portal. There was nowhere left for the demons to run. Leon continued alone, still standing, exterminating the last remnants. He was not the one trapped in hell. The demons were the ones trapped with him. 300 years after his birth, he was still fighting. He killed archdemons with a single strike and continued to inspire the people to resist. When they finally managed to rescue him, he proudly introduced himself. He was the King of Lionheart, the Knight of Knights, the chosen of the goddess, Leon Dragonia. And it was in this 300th year of life that he had his first contact with the Earthlings. A portal appeared where he was. There was always a portal, but this one was different. The rank was pure black, unclassified. The Korean Hunters Association and the World Association requested help from the major guilds, but all of them refused. No one knew the true difficulty level of that portal. In the end, the government ordered the Korean Association to enter first. It was essentially a suicide mission. Inside, they did not find an army, but a naked man standing among the corpses of demons. All the monsters were already dead. Later, Han Hari, the first person to find him, sat exhausted, drinking coffee, trying to process what she had seen. Beside her was her colleague Kim Jin-soo, also from the association. Han Hari said that no one would believe it, and Kim Jin-soo understood. After all, it was a black-ranked portal. Even an archdemon had been inside. Coming back alive, without support from other guilds, was already a miracle. To have all of it resolved thanks to one man was something impossible to accept. And that man was now being interrogated. His name was Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a survivor from another world. There had been reports of a few people who survived the demon realms inside portals. Over the last 30 years, these portals had begun appearing all over the world, and soon a pattern became clear. They all led to worlds in the process of destruction or already completely ruined. From time to time, a survivor would manage to escape to Earth, still retaining the unbelievable powers they had gained in that other world. Because of this, the government began creating support and recruitment programs to accommodate these exceptional individuals. Han Hari was straightforward in saying that they needed that man. He was absurdly strong. Kim Jin-soo immediately agreed. He recalled that even A-rank hunters had to risk their lives to face a high-level demon, and that man had killed an archdemon with a single blow. The creature that terrified even the most skilled hunters had no chance. It trembled in fear before him and was shredded without being able to react. The only concern now was cultural shock. After all, that man was a king. Han Hari said she believed everything would be fine. The moment she heard his voice, she knew he was someone good and kind, but her impression was shaken when Leon shouted, calling the bald interrogator a cursed insect. The shout was so powerful it shattered the glass in the containment room, glass designed to hold even high-ranked monsters. Right after, he demanded to know how anyone dared to stain the glorious name of the Lionheart. Kim Jin-soo began to doubt if he really was a good person, and Han Hari tried to justify it, saying it must have been a culture shock. The conversation, as confusing as it had been, showed that Leon was trying to understand this new world. Even so, he found everything very strange. Despite that, he considered it a blessing. He had been an orphan and died at the age of 20 from exhaustion caused by overwork. Then, he was reborn in another world and became a Night King. After conquering the demon world, he spent 200 years hunting demons. In total, it had been 300 years of battles. Even so, Leon still remembered planet Earth. He was originally from there. However, he decided it would not be advantageous to reveal that. Being known as a Night King with 300 years of history sounded far more impressive than being remembered as a young man who died from overwork. That was why he ordered the bald man to start addressing him as Your Majesty, Commoner. The nervous staffer quickly agreed, replying, "Yes, of course, Your Majesty." Leon was pleased that he had gotten into character. He figured the government was probably trying to be cautious in how they handled survivors like him. The association employee tried to continue the conversation and mentioned that Leon's world had recently come into contact with hunters. He asked if it was true that Leon had really killed all the demons. Leon confirmed that he had indeed eliminated all evil species to protect the honor of the knights. He added that if the bald one pleased him, he might consider granting him the privilege of being registered as a temporary secretary. The staffer could only think that this was an extreme case of culture shock. Leon then wanted to know if that world had no rules of etiquette for dealing with royalty. In truth, he was simply hungry. The staffer got the message and rushed to order food. While they waited, Leon asked to be told more about that world. Yes, he was an Earthling, but he needed to understand what had happened during his absence. The staffer explained that everything had started 30 years ago. Portals began to open across the planet, and from them came monsters and demons. Since then, the world had been in a constant constant state of emergency. Many lives were lost before people realized that each portal had a theme and a mission to complete. When a portal was ignored for too long, a dungeon break occurred and the monsters invaded Earth. Soon after, someone knocked on the door. It was finally the food Leon had been waiting for. Leon remained silent, reflecting on everything he had heard so far. There was something strange about this world. The demons that had invaded his old kingdom had appeared like mold growing on a damp ceiling after heavy rain. But here, the portals had themes and missions, as if they were intentionally designed to train humans through these challenges. It felt artificial, almost as if the world was testing its own inhabitants. When the staffer returned with the food, Leon was surprised by what he saw. There was a bone broth that had simmered for hours, sprinkled with salt and black pepper, and topped with crispy quint flakes. The aroma triggered an old memory. When he was just an ordinary worker on Earth, this dish had been soul food. He knew humans held tightly to familiar flavors. New foods could be good, but they did not bring the same sense of security. Still, Leon forced himself to swallow the saliva building in his mouth and declared that he would not accept it. He liked it, yes, but he said no. The staffer, unaware of the tension, explained that the dish was called Seoleung Tang. He said it was considered the soul food of commoners. Leon was instantly offended. He demanded to know how anyone dared tarnish the name of the Lionheart with such an insult. Serving a commoner's dish to royalty was unthinkable. He was the Night King of another world, representative of the goddess, guardian of the Holy Grail, bearer of the sword and sacred spear that destroyed Malos, the Lord of Chaos, along with 23 archdemons. He was the sworn enemy of all demons, and this was the treatment he was receiving? Deep down, he knew where it came from. In his previous life, he had been a poor Korean worker, an earthling. But now, even having returned to Earth, he was still inside a king. Later that evening, even after refusing well-prepared local dishes like Korean fried chicken, Leon ended the night satisfied, eating a thick steak and savoring a bottle of red wine from 1993. While he was eating, Jinsu informed him that it was Hanhari's turn. She hesitated, asking why. He explained that Leon had praised her courage, so at the very least, she was not at risk of being kicked out. When Hanhari entered the room, she apologized for interrupting his meal. Leon recognized her as the swordswoman who had faced him earlier and invited her to sit. Through the camera, she gave a thumbs up to her colleagues watching from the other side. Hanhari asked if the meat was to his liking. Leon replied that it was. He said he could feel the sincerity and care of the chef in its preparation. He explained that his severity was not because of the simplicity of the dishes, but because of the way they were treating someone of his position. Foreign royalty should be treated with proper respect. He asked if that lack of etiquette was related to the standing of their nation. Hanhari lowered her head and apologized, acknowledging her lack of knowledge about royal protocols. Leon commented that he had already heard a bit about the current state of the world and the demonic threat. He asked if those wicked creatures had appeared there too. Hanhari focused on her mission. She needed to convince Leon to ally with the Korean Hunters Association. At the very least, she had to ensure that he sided with South Korea. Respectfully, she stated that if His Majesty permitted, the Korean government would take full care of him. After all, modern war was about intelligence and survivors. It did not matter how many promises were made. The important thing was to prevent figures like Leon from aligning with other nations. Leon calmly asked if his presence in that world meant he had a duty to go to the battlefield. As an honorable knight, he understood it was fair to fight. However, he also stated that a king could not become a mere soldier for another country. His goal was to found a new order of knights in that world. Hanhari only nodded, too hesitant to say anything else. Later, she asked her companion Kim Jinsu what their superiors had decided. Jinsu answered that the directive was clear. They had to offer Leon all possible support. It was a relief to know that Leon had not yet allied with another country. Hanhari commented with some frustration that it was strange to imagine a government-affiliated association having to bow to someone like him. All of that was the consequence of the major guilds, always flaunting money and influence as if they were untouchable. But before the conversation could continue, a red alarm echoed through the facility. An alert indicated a dungeon break in the Hanam Plains. Kim Jinsu was alarmed. He explained that it was a disaster. If a dungeon broke in an agricultural area, the soil would be corrupted by demonic energy and nothing would grow there anymore. The food supply would collapse. Hanhari asked if that region was not under the responsibility of the Phoenix Guild and the S-rank hunter Yongwan. Could he really handle an orange-level portal? But Jinsu answered gravely. Something was wrong. Those wretches had another plan in mind. They needed to be stopped immediately. Outside the room, Leon had heard everything easily. He understood that they were in serious trouble. He grasped how the modern world worked, where a dungeon break contaminated the ground and destroyed the crops. In response, he quietly summoned a fraction of his divine power to establish spiritual contact with an old ally. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, located in the Hanam Plains, the members of the Phoenix Guild were already gathered, led by their master Yongwan. Seeing the approach of the association's team, he scoffed. With a mocking tone, he said something about the presence presence of General Manager Kim Jin-soo and the rookie Han Hari. Jin-soo remained composed, but inwardly feared the worst. He believed Yongwon had allowed the dungeon to break on purpose. He knew the guild had been trying for months to negotiate massive tax exemptions, despite being one of the most profitable in the country. They were asking for outrageous benefits like a tax reduction worth 1 trillion. It was infuriating. They already received many advantages, yet they still wanted more. Han Hari tried to focus on what mattered. She said they needed to close that portal immediately. Yongwon replied with irony, saying he was aware of that. He added that authority over the portal would soon be auctioned off, so he saw no reason to take risks. He complained that his members were too injured to continue. Upon hearing that, Han Hari asked if he had even a shred of patriotism. She reminded him that he knew the effects of contamination on the Hanum Plains, but he only answered with contempt, asking what that even mattered in the end. That was when Leon appeared. He emerged with firm steps and a majestic presence. He commented that in that world, money and power seemed to be treated as justice, which he considered a shallow and outdated view. Upon noticing his arrival, Yongwon was surprised and asked if it was really Leon. Leon, serious and imposing, warned that the name of a king should not be used so lightly. When Yongwon tried to intimidate him with sharp words, Leon silenced him firmly. He ordered him to shut his mouth and asked how he dared address him in such a manner. Even though he was irritated, Yongwon hesitated, clearly intimidated by the presence of the Night King. Still, he gathered his courage and summoned his flame power, asking if Leon wanted to die right there. But before the situation got out of control, one of the association staff members quickly intervened, asking the hunter to calm down immediately. Leon was a survivor. When he first arrived, Yongwon had apologized, but another man was rude when he introduced himself as the master of the Phoenix Guild, perhaps appearing there because of a gray portal. Leon firmly stated that a king does not repeat himself, and completely ignoring Yongwon's presence, simply asked what the association's problem was with that situation. Some began to wonder whether Leon would help. Han explained that it was a dungeon break. When a dungeon breaks, monsters and demonic elements escape and infect the land. If the land becomes contaminated, crops will no longer grow. The Hanum Plains were one of the country's main farming areas, so the situation was extremely serious. Leon asked what the solution was. Han replied that the only way was to purify the infection and clear the dungeon as fast as possible. He said he understood and asked them to summon his army. He declared that at the exact moment when the time limit for those despicable beings ended, he would take action personally. However, until then, as the king of a foreign nation, he could not carry out any military activity in another territory without official permission. He explained that everything must follow rules and proper procedures. He ordered them to hurry and immediately send that message to the local ruler. Yongwon, watching that posture, thought that man was even worse than himself. In the end, they actually sent a message to the president of Korea. Later, Han had prepared everything according to Leon's plan, but asked what he intended to do with that straw doll. Leon answered that the precious land was contaminated and needed to be purified. She, confused, asked what a straw doll had to do with that. Leon had made two specific requests: one straw doll, and that it must be made exclusively by women who had already given birth. Leon asked to see all the dolls, and so a kind of competition began. When he took the first one, he said it was unacceptable. It could not even be called a doll, just a strange metaphysical body. He destroyed it without hesitation and considered it a failure. The next one looked like a chicken, a disaster. Another was completely disproportionate, with a huge head. After several disastrous attempts, the woman who finally caught Leon's attention was the 9th participant, an elderly lady, married for many years, who had crafted a beautiful and very well-made doll. Leon asked how many children she had. The lady replied that she had given birth to 12. He then declared that she truly represented the origin of life of true patriots. As a respectful knight, he kissed the lady's hand, treating her like a noblewoman. Then, he took the perfect doll and placed it on an altar surrounded by candles, stating that all the conditions were now complete. Then, from a kind of subspace or personal inventory, he retrieved a chalice and began to pray to the mother of fertile earth. He offered the doll as a tribute, and the cup filled with water on its own. The sun began to rise before them, painting the clouds red and announcing a new day. But that sunrise was special, marking a new beginning for the world. The water magically flowed into the doll, and in the next moment, a voice emerged from it, greeting Lionheart, her child. Leon then greeted the great Mother Earth. He had invoked Dimra, the goddess of life and fertility, who now inhabited the doll's body. She recognized Leon and said it had been a long time since she last saw him. She sensed that this world was also being invaded by evil. The land was contaminated. Leon confirmed it. He said there were evil species in that world, and that the real problem was the absence of of a local deity. Because of that, the inferior and vulgar swine of that land could profane everything. Demira, with wisdom, explained that ignorance and greed are not always sins, they are natural traits of mortals. Leon began to explain that although blending in among swordsmen was not difficult, the authority of a conqueror was something divine. He promised to ensure that duty and authority would remain balanced in that land, saying he would guide the ignorant onto the right path until a new pantheon could be established in that world. Demira then asked if he still had one more request. She stated they were ready. The image of Demira herself appeared above Leon, beautiful and imposing. Leon sincerely asked the goddess to watch over the free citizens of that land, who were suffering due to an evil energy, and begged her to purify the soil. Demira responded that he was the leader of her temple, her champion, and explained that although the land of that world was not her body, she could still sow her divinity there. She declared that anything stepping on that soil would become his ally. At the moment, a drop of Demira's light and life touched the earth. A beam of light spread out, making all the surrounding plants bloom again. Leon ordered everyone to watch and learn, for that world had been blessed by a deity. The rice sprouted more golden than ever before. Everyone present was shocked. Leon declared that the fertile land was the proof of an eternal promise. Young Wan, filled with anger, tried to warn the others by saying that crops created through magic were poisonous, and everyone knew that. Leon corrected him firmly, stating that it was not magic but divinity, and questioned how he dared to call it poison. When Yongwan mocked the straw doll used in the ritual, Leon replied that he had only been ignorant once in his life and ordered him not to profane the goddess with that filthy tongue. Yongwan felt intimidated and realized that his plans were being ruined by Leon's presence. Still, he did not back down. He said concrete proof was needed and requested Leon's cooperation for the sake of the people who would consume the food. He announced he would summon an appraiser from his own guild. When the appraiser used system magic, he identified that it was not wheat, but rice. It was blessed rice, classified as a rare rank item with healing properties that could cure third-degree illnesses. The appraiser declared, astonished, that the rice was legendary, with power even capable of curing cancer. Jinsu immediately asked for a pot to be brought. As soon as he tasted the rice, the system informed him that he had received a boost in energy recovery rate and mana recovery, both lasting 8 hours. Jinsu was in disbelief and wondered how simple rice could offer a boost that would normally cost about 3 million per bottle. Han, even more amazed, said that the information was explosive. After swallowing the rice, she confessed that she was so curious, she ended up eating a bug that came with it, and was surprised to receive a buff for eating the insect. Jinsu began to wonder if the blessing had really spread throughout the land. Everyone noticed they were receiving free buffs, and even the living creatures nearby seemed blessed. Excitement spread, and soon many ran after insects, believing they too would be rewarded. Motivation within the association surged explosively. Demira, satisfied, said it seemed her mission there was complete and that it was time to return to her temple. Leon bowed before the goddess and thanked her deeply, promising never to forget the divine love she had granted. She then caressed him one last time and recommended that he eat well. After that, her divine energy left the doll, which fell lifeless onto the altar. Leon looked at Han and asked if that world truly had no gods. He commented that a proper world and a worthy life could only be sustained with divine power, and that the people of Earth should keep that in mind. Now that the soldiers were ready, he stated that it was time to enter the portal. One of the Phoenix Guild members asked his master if everything would be all right, since at that rate, their plan was about to fail. Yongwan, watching the situation with anger, wondered where that bastard had come from. If it were not for his presence, the government would have had no choice but to accept the guild's proposal. Then he realized something. Perhaps he could get rid of that man inside the portal. He stated that the portal had already been entered before, and that now only one ranker was present, Han Hari. He was convinced that the annoying blonde kid was nothing more than a support caster for blessings. He was certain they would die inside, since the portal contained a terrifying monster that could not be defeated by ordinary means. That was when the dungeon break occurred. All living beings inside the portal were now under a time limit. When Leon entered, leading the Hunters Association army, he commented that he understood how most portals functioned. They usually closed when the mission was completed or the boss was defeated. To him, that simply meant a boss battle, and he liked that. However, Hanhari did not have the courage to tell him it would not be a fair duel, but a full-on charge with everyone attacking the boss at once. As they walked, Leon saw skeletons scattered across the ground and decomposing bodies. He remarked that he already knew they had tried to clear that dungeon before, but the current state was far worse than he had expected. Hanhari explained that it was a trait of that dungeon type. Normally, the number of monsters would decrease as they were defeated, but in this case, dealing with skeletons, zombies, and possibly demons, the enemies would regenerate endlessly as long as the boss was alive. Leon found that interesting, since it meant the dungeon would only end with the death of the boss. He concluded it was a classic direction direct confrontation dungeon. Hanhari suggested that it was probably a necromancer controlling the skeletons. At that moment, a system message appeared. The dungeon break had officially begun. All living beings inside the portal now had only 3 hours left. The Knight Commander Dullahan advanced with his troops, mounted on a black armored horse. Everyone immediately felt the magical pressure in the air, the weight of that presence pressing down on their bodies. Jinsu, irritated, commented that Yongwan should have at least warned them if such a high-level threat was inside. Dullahan led an army of skeletons so large it was nearly uncountable. Among them were 30 archers and 2 mages. The archers began a volley of arrows against the hunters. The front line quickly organized with shields to block the attack, but Ju noticed that those skeletons were much stronger than expected. Those orange-ranked portals were definitely on another level. Despite the strength of the enemy soldiers, the hunters were still managing to hold the line. But that only applied to the skeleton soldiers, because the skeletal mages finished casting their spells and launched powerful magic at the group. Fortunately, their expensive equipment held up against the impact. The real problem came right after. Dullahan was already very close. The first to be hit was Jin Su, who even with his shield raised was brutally thrown backward. One of the team's mages looked around, assessed the critical situation, and asked if they should request reinforcements immediately. Hanhari felt there was no time to hesitate. They needed to act now and save their companions. The front line was collapsing. Desperate, she begged Leon for help, calling him by his title. But he replied that a king would never take part in such a small battle. He said those fighters needed to find their own way to build honor. He found it offensive that she had asked him to fight against nothing more than rotten bones. To him, it was far too rude. Hanhari panicked. One of the rear-line mages asked what they were going to do now. Hanhari had no time to respond, realizing Leon had no interest in helping. He was entirely focused on Dullahan. Seeing no other option, Hanhari decided she would face the boss herself. She ordered the others to take care of Jinsu while she dashed forward at full speed, jumping over the skeletons' heads to get close enough to strike Dullahan. She managed to reach the enemy, but he blocked her attack with a massive two-handed sword. Before she could react, Dullahan, holding his own head, threw it at her, blinding her momentarily. In that instant, he landed a punch so powerful that, even with her guard up and defending with her sword, her posture was completely broken. To defend herself, Hanhari used her skills and launched a massive fireball, causing a devastating explosion. She was ready to finish the enemy with her next strike. However, Dullahan simply moved his head out of the way and blocked the attack using the back of his sword. This opened a massive gap in her defense, and she was nearly decapitated on the spot. The battle was interrupted by a new voice. A man praised Dullahan's fighting style, saying that his exotic one-handed technique showed he must have been a noble knight in the past. Then Leon stepped forward and, with solemnity, apologized to the enemy for having mistaken him for a mere undead. He declared that, as King of Lionheart, he would grant Dullahan the right to challenge him. He said there was no further need for death. He would end the battle with a fair duel between 2 knights. Everyone was shocked by the proposal, including the skeletons themselves. No one believed it would work. A dungeon boss would never accept a duel. But surprisingly, Dullahan nodded, accepting the challenge. Immediately, the entire skeleton army stepped back and moved away from their lord. Now, only Dullahan and Leon stood face to face. Leon told his opponent to grip his sword with both hands. It would not be a worthy battle if he fought with just one. Hanhari warned that Dullahan would only die if they succeeded in cutting off his head. Leon, unfazed, replied calmly, asking whether that was really important. Hanhari, confused, wondered how he planned to defeat Dullahan without beheading him. With composure, Leon then asked the enemy to remove his own head from the battlefield and use both hands on the sword. One of the skeletons retrieved Dullahan's head while the 2 warriors prepared for a proper duel. Leon introduced himself as the first knight of the goddess of light and justice, the Grand Duke of Dragonia, King of Lionheart, and formally summoned Dullahan to the duel. The Death Knight accepted. The duel began with a direct attack from Dullahan, who launched a heavy strike with his 2-handed sword. But Leon, with a subtle movement, not only blocked the attack, but also redirected its path. He then tapped his sword against the enemy's shoulder, saying that this had been only the first exchange of blows. Dullahan, now more cautious, retreated and attacked again with the full reach of his weapon. The strike was so wide and brutal that it cut into part of the cave walls. Hanhari watched the duel closely and thought Leon would not be able to block it. But Leon remarked that the opponent's movements were too light. With a simple punch, Leon not only blocked the sword, but also knocked Dullahan down. The other hunters did not even see the move, but Hanhari did. Her eyes were fast enough to follow, and she recognized it was incredible. She realized Leon had shifted the balance of the guard precisely at the moment the strike touched his blade, allowing him to create a perfect crosscut. No other knight would even attempt such a thing. Leon pointed his blade at Dullahan's shoulder and declared that this was the second time. He ordered him to get up. This was a duel between knights, built on honor, speed, and understanding. At that moment, Dullahan's thoughts began to emerge. He reflected that it had been a long time since he had been treated as a true knight. It had been ages since anyone had challenged him with respect. Anyone else would have seen that duel as a trap, but Leon displayed the bearing of a true veteran. Dullahan acknowledged that this man was no ordinary fighter. He was the pinnacle of an honorable knight, the king of knights, and deserved to be challenged and revered. Leon touched his blade once more to the enemy's chest. Dullahan, moved by respect, decided not to use his necromancy powers. He chose to continue the duel as a true knight, with nobility. The battle between the two intensified. Their blades clashed repeatedly, with strength and agility. The fight lasted a long time, with precise and clean strikes, as if they were speaking through their swords. They were two honorable knights, dueling as equals. After many exchanges, Leon disarmed Dullahan. He said that this had been his 10th defeat, but acknowledged that his swordsmanship was becoming more refined. He asked if he was beginning to recall the memories of his past life. Dullahan felt inspired. That honorable knight had brought back the glorious days of his past. When Leon asked if he intended to continue, Dullahan looked at his own head, still being held by one of his subordinates. Holding it with his own hands, he reflected on how much he had fought without honor, how many lives he had taken in senseless massacres, and how long he had been trapped in that curse. With a heavy heart and a firm decision, Dullahan knelt before Leon in reverence. He offered his head as a symbol of surrender. Leon was moved by the sight. That knight had reclaimed his honor. Placing his hand on Dullahan's head, he prayed for his soul. If Dullahan believed in any god, Leon hoped that God would grant him rest. If he did not, Leon prayed to his own goddess to welcome him. He hoped to meet him again someday in the banquet hall of the gods, and that there would be light. Dullahan was finally freed from his cursed body. Before fading away, he gave one last respectful salute to Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Sometime later, the hunters were already outside as the portal had been cleared. Han Hari commented that His Majesty had truly kept his promise. Young Wan, still surprised, admitted that in the end he really had settled everything with a duel, and that his divine power was undoubtedly impressive. Han Hari said he should have used that ability right from the start, to end everything quickly. But Leon, who had heard the remark, replied calmly. He said that if he had done so, that honorable knight would never have reached his true end as a necromancer. He would never have found the path to peace. Leon explained that honor comes from action, and action is born from willpower. Dullahan received what he deserved, not as an enemy, but as a noble knight. In any case, it was time to gather the spoils. Where there is battle, there is reward. Later, Leon examined what was left of Dullahan. Among the items, he found a magical orb. Jinsu commented that the orb had an absurd amount of mana. Han Hari pointed out that Dullahan's cloak was also there, lying nearby. However, Leon stared at the orb with a grim expression. Jinsu, thinking it was a valuable treasure, remarked that it must be worth a fortune. To everyone's shock, Leon simply crushed the orb with a blow, calling it garbage. Everyone was completely stunned by what he did. Leon explained that items like that only serve to create chaos. At the end of the mission, the hunters managed to recover Dullahan's cloak and sword, several mana stones, but the orb was destroyed. The dungeon at the Hanam portal was officially cleared, and that was that. 4 days after Leon's arrival on Earth, Han Hari was exhausted. A lot had happened in a short time. First, they faced a problem with taxes. Leon, irritated, asked how they dared charge tribute from a king of another nation. He said a king does not count coins, that such matters should be handled by those beneath him. To him, discussing money was pointless, as a true king never deals with his own expenses. Despite the conflicts, the association gained new followers. Divine power had been introduced to Earth, and Leon announced that the tithe would be 90% of all harvests. He asked if such generosity was not appropriate. Of course, many were uncomfortable, but Leon declared that as followers of the goddess, they would not need to worry about hunger. He assured them that well-being, cost of living, and food would be provided by his guild. The blessed rice they would now sell would be priced at 150 million for every 80 kilos. With that, no one needed to worry about just 10% profit, as the return would be enormous. The people became so excited they began shouting praises, glory, hallelujah. Some even offered 95% tithes. But the biggest problem was not the rice or the tithe. It was Leon's house. He asked if they had placed him in a battlefield. He complained about the simple structure, the lack of tapestries, the absence of art. He called the place vulgar. Han Hari, desperate, had to search for 5-star hotels until 2 in the morning just to rent a worthy suite. In the end, she even knelt down, begging His Majesty for forgiveness, saying she could not take it anymore. The next morning, Han Hari was bringing him breakfast. Leon asked if she had already eaten and told her she should eat while she could, without skipping meals. Han Hari, exhausted, thought she was skipping meals precisely because of him. Even so, she presented the breakfast with dedication. The meal looked excellent. Leon then asked her to sit with him, but in truth, truth, it was not an invitation. It was to make her taste the food first, as a form of testing. He wanted to check if it was poisoned before touching the king's dishes. He casually commented on what kind of country would allow a king to eat with a commoner. Later, the two of them went together to the Hunters Association. There, it was decided that Leon would receive financial support and housing assistance. It wouldn't be as luxurious as a palace, but he would be comfortable. Leon formally thanked them for their consideration and acknowledged that, as a guest from another nation, he could not demand much. Han was talking about the distribution of the spoils while organizing tasks. Leon replied that this part was her responsibility, not his, but admitted that he liked the cloak and wanted to keep it. Later, they were at Leon's current residence, an apartment located very close to the Hunters Association. The building had a transport point on the rooftop, which made traveling very convenient. As soon as they entered the building, Leon immediately noticed a modern work of art. It was something contemporary, but in his view, extremely ugly. The moment they stepped into the lobby, they realized someone was already waiting for them, which made Han think the situation was very strange. That visit was supposed to be a secret. How had the information leaked? The man introduced himself as Park Jong-chang. He was affiliated with the group of Jong-chang, the director of the Future Food Company under the DN Corporation. Han knew Jong-chang's group was one of the 3 largest monopolistic conglomerates in the nation, and wondered why someone of such high status was waiting for them. In truth, not for them, but for the famous survivor, Leon. Jong-chang extended his hand to greet Leon, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. But Leon replied with irony, asking whether that handshake was truly worthy of a merchant in the presence of a king. Later, they were already at the apartment the association had arranged for Leon. He could live there for a year with everything paid for: rent, utilities, room service, and housekeeping. He didn't need to worry about anything. Han reflected on the situation and felt somewhat relieved. The information about survivors was highly confidential. In a situation where Jong-chang's intentions were unknown, it was fortunate that Leon had completely ignored him. Leon, on the other hand, commented that there was only one thing a merchant like that desired: profit. For him, that was always their aim. Han agreed, saying he was probably after that magnificent rice. The whole situation had been urgent, and that was why information control had failed. A streamer had recorded the entire scene, and even after the association asked him to delete the video, the content resurfaced. The video showed the blessed rice and went viral again. Upon watching it, Jong-chang became furious with the streamer, calling him arrogant. He asked his doctor if he was sure about the rice's effects and wanted to know if it had already been tested on humans, if there was any guarantee of effectiveness. The secretary replied that in search of more data, they had visited the owner of the rice field. There, they found impressive cases, like a dog that was near death and fully recovered. People with chronic diseases and sinus infections reported immediate improvement. Nearly all illnesses in the nearby village had been cured. Even without formal human testing, the effects already seemed clear. Jong-chang concluded that the rice really worked. But for him, the only obstacle was that miserable lowlife he referred to as a mere merchant who was disrupting their plans. The secretary said they needed to get their hands on that rice, as its power seemed limitless. Jong-chang replied that he was already aware of that and furiously questioned whether Release truly had the courage to disregard someone like him. Jong-chang was convinced that Leon was full of himself because of the rice, but believed he had messed with the wrong enemy. To Jong-chang, Leon was just like all the other survivors, fools who thought their world was superior. He intended to defeat him through cultural shock and saw him as a cursed degenerate. Later, it became clear that upon returning to Earth, Leon had established 3 objectives. The first was to spread faith in his deity. Despite the wide variety of gods and religions in the world, the problem was that true divine power was absent. Leon believed that a god should embrace the faith of humans and bless the earth, but instead, people were getting sick and the lands were becoming corrupted. For divine power to be used, a new faith had to be built, and more people had to believe in this new deity. The second objective was to reform the Templar Knights. As guardian of the Holy Grail and King of Lionheart, Leon could be considered a demigod, and the Templar Knights would become his saints. They would be holy warriors capable of wielding divine power to terrify the wicked. The final objective was to eliminate all the evil that thrived in those lands. Leon acknowledged that expecting Templar Knights in a place like that might be asking too much, but he didn't care. His duty was to fulfill the mission. As he reflected, Han appeared to inform him that someone had requested an official meeting. Leon accepted, as the proper formal procedures had been followed. Upon attending the meeting, they saw Jong-chang once again. Despite his polite demeanor, he had no intention of bowing to a man he considered strange. He declared that he had brought a gift, showing a locked briefcase that looked quite suspicious. In truth, Jong-chang had brought a luxurious, high-level item, believing that something so precious would make Leon beg to have him as his manager. Leon responded neutrally that he would accept the gift, since Jong-chang had gone through the trouble of bringing it. Jong-chang felt as though Leon was acting like he was doing him a favor by accepting it, but insisted that Leon Han should take a look, guaranteeing he would like it. Leon asked Han to open the briefcase. Han, obedient as always, opened the briefcase and found a set of elite weapons. Leon could choose whichever he liked. Han was surprised and asked if all of them were unique rank weapons made by the artisan of Zhongcheng's group. He confirmed proudly, saying they were the pinnacle of unique rank items. Han wondered if he truly intended to hand over one of those weapons to Leon, considering that such items were so rare they could not be bought even with money. However, Leon dismissed them with disdain, saying they looked like a set of low-grade weapons. Zhongcheng, shocked, wanted to understand what he meant. Leon explained that a real weapon required star aura or a divine blessing, and that those were only good for hunting ordinary animals. Zhongcheng replied with sarcasm, asking if Leon expected the weapons to be left in the sun and blessed by a priest. Leon answered that he was being dishonest. Merchants should be willing to demonstrate their goods anywhere. Those weapons were only useful for slaughtering cattle, but Leon said he would give them a chance. He then drew his old sword from subspace. Zhongcheng, upon seeing that simple-looking weapon, doubted the comparison, but suggested that assistant manager Han test one of the elite blades. Han looked at Leon, who gave his permission. She picked up the first sword, the Sword of Dawn, crafted by Master Jin Chiol, whom she had admired for 4 years. The blade had absorbed dense solar energy for 10 years and radiated power. She asked if she was really allowed to use it. Leon remarked that she didn't need permission to swing a toy. He positioned his old sword before the Sword of Dawn, and Han channeled all her flame power into the strike. The blade that shattered was Han's, the elite weapon. Without ceremony, Leon stored his old sword and stated that, as he had expected, it had all been a waste of time. He announced that he would shorten the meeting, and they now had exactly 3 minutes remaining. Zhongcheng, stunned, could barely believe that the strongest weapon in his group had been destroyed. Trying to regain control of the situation, he declared that he wanted to patent the rice grains. He assured they would pay a high price and estimated the value at 180 billion won, though he believed they were worth much more. Rice grains capable of curing even cancer would never be worth so little. Zhongcheng knew that, but he was counting on the ignorance of an idiot from another world to take advantage. Leon, however, understood the intention and asked whether he was trying to buy his rice or trying to buy his fool of a merchant. Upon hearing this, Zhongcheng reacted as though he had been insulted by a god. The spiritual pressure that emanated from Leon was so intense that almost everyone in the room felt as if they were about to have a heart attack. The merchant himself felt like he was going to die. Leon called him a fool and said he had just confessed his sins. Weak and broken, Zhongcheng collapsed to the ground, saying he didn't know where he had gone wrong. Leon, with coldness, asked how ignorant someone could be. He explained that the harvest Zhongcheng kept talking about had been grown on the blessed lands of the beloved goddess Demera. She had granted her blessing as a reward for the hard work of the farmers who toiled daily in the fields. It was a gift that could not be bought with money. What was required was a grateful heart and faith, not greed and manipulation like that of a merchant who thought only of profit. Leon then questioned him again. Why would someone who did not believe in divinity want so badly to get their hands on sacred goods? In that moment, Zhongcheng was utterly defeated, with no arguments or strength left to insist. Later, Han asked if it was really okay to let Zhongcheng leave like that. While he might be just a merchant in Leon's eyes, she knew he still held a lot of influence. But Leon replied that it was not something worth worrying about. He was not the kind of person who could affect him. He then asked if what he had requested was ready. Han confirmed that the association had called and asked if he really planned to take the test as well. With him participating, things would definitely become easier. Leon mocked the idea of a king like him having to take a test. Han wanted to know why he wanted to go anyway. He replied that the test was a way to search for useful soldiers. He wanted to carry out the selection himself. Han, surprised, said that would be impossible, sir. But Leon ordered her to make it possible. Soon after, one of the test candidates was preparing. It was Gu Daisung, a rank D hunter hoping for a better evaluation. He was accompanied by his team manager but had no official affiliation yet. He asked the team leader, Kim Do-eun, if he thought he could rank up that year. Kim Do-eun replied that he would do his best. He believed that even people without talent could eventually reach rank C, but he had been stuck at D for 10 years. The team leader tried to encourage him, saying he was a hard worker and he believed he could improve. He said that even though many saw it as mere labor, the mining team wasn't so bad. Gu Daisung agreed, saying it was true. Even after 10 years, he wanted to keep trying. He thought that if it weren't for the money from expeditions, he wouldn't even be able to pay the interest on his debts. But he couldn't give up because of his family. He needed to reach at least rank C to stop being a burden. It was then that they saw an unusual foreigner. It was a blonde man, Leon. Kim Do-eun approached him, trying to be polite, asking who he was and welcoming him. But Leon, with a proud gaze, asked who he thought he was talking to, calling him a commoner, and he said it in English. To Leon's surprise, the man understood Korean. The team leader then commented to Gu Dae-sung that the foreigner seemed to understand the language quite well. But when Gu Dae-sung looked directly at Leon, he felt such a powerful impact that he trembled. He could barely breathe in the presence of that man and thought he must be someone truly remarkable. Soon after, he was called to interview room 2, where he would take his test, and Leon watched him closely. He reflected that he hadn't come there to find people who were already powerful. What he sought were soldiers with potential. However, there was no one there who seemed worthy of being his soldier. It was a real shame. These tests attracted only low-rank or beginner hunters. He knew he couldn't expect much at the beginning. Finally, Leon was called to his own test room. He entered with authority and demanded to be addressed as Majesty. The coordinator, startled, quickly agreed and asked him to place his hand on the measurement device. Leon looked at the device and at his evaluation form with disdain, considering the whole thing utterly stupid. How could a commoner dare to measure the honor of a knight? That was what Leon made clear as he rejected the test. But the coordinator explained that it wasn't quite like that. They were merely running tests with the device, and the result was not about honor, only a technical reading. Even so, Leon declared that only knights, honored ones, and gods could judge the power of a paladin knight like himself. In his view, a mere machine could never measure his honor. He said he was there looking for useful soldiers, but even the judges in that place were disappointing. He hadn't liked anyone, and with contempt, asked what the next test would be. Another coordinator informed them that the next step would be an evaluation inside a portal. Upon hearing that, Leon showed interest. He said that true skills could only be revealed through intense training in real situations. Later, all the participants were taken to the Seoul area, where the portal was located. The site was somewhat isolated, with a forest nearby. Dae-sung, observing the surroundings, thought that normally closed portals would have already been sealed, but a few remained active for cases like this. That was one of them, a portal maintained specifically for evaluation tests. He was accompanied by 2 rookies, including a man over 60. All of them were ranked D or C. Lastly, there was also the foreigner he had seen earlier. Judging by the young man's appearance, Dae-sung assumed he was a beginner and wondered if things would end well. As they approached the portal, the participants began introducing themselves and organizing their positions. Dae-sung identified himself as a warrior. Shin Tae-hoon, who had awakened that same year, introduced himself as a spear and shield user. His sister Nayeon explained that she mainly used daggers, but was also learning to use a bow and arrow. Hearing that made Dae-sung quite worried. They were about to enter a portal with 2 beginners who hadn't even settled on their weapons yet. He asked if they had gone through training at the center, and the 2 confirmed they had trained for 3 months. That was when Dae-sung realized the situation was very risky. Next to introduce himself was the older man. His name was Oh Gang-tae. That year marked his 15th as a hunter. He used gauntlets as his main weapon. He had awakened a long time ago but had recently been laid off. Dae-sung thought that, even with his age, Gang-tae's experience still seemed limited, and using gauntlets in his physical condition didn't help much. Finally, Dae-sung turned to the blonde foreigner and asked if he could speak Korean. The young man named Leon replied that he didn't fight. According to him, one could not use a sword made to slay dragons for something as insignificant as killing a chicken. That left Dae-sung even more confused, wondering how that foreigner could speak Korean so well. Then the evaluators explained the test. They would have to hunt 50 kobolds inside the portal. In some cases, a ginol, a much stronger creature, might appear. If the threat level got too high, the judges would intervene. The objective was only to demonstrate their skills, not to eliminate everything by themselves. Even so, Dae-sung was uneasy. How could someone who said they didn't fight take part in the test? He wondered if the foreigner had even brought a weapon. One of the evaluators jokingly suggested the handsome guy could borrow a trap and asked if he knew how to use a bow and arrow. Leon arrogantly replied by asking if they truly expected him, the king, to use such a weapon. He threw the bow on the ground and declared that a knight would never use long-range weapons like a coward. The rest of the group began wondering who that strange man was. To Dae-sung, if things continued like this, the test would probably end badly for them. He decided to take charge and told the group that he knew a specific location within the portal. Since he had more experience, the others agreed to follow him. Along the way, Shin Tae-hoon mentioned that he had seen a village at the far end of the terrain. However, Dae-sung warned that entering a village would be extremely risky. They could end up surrounded by creatures, and the situation could spiral out of control. They could end up surrounded if they entered that village, and that would be a serious problem. The safest strategy would be to hunt the kobolds that lived in the caves. The plan was to set fire to the grass near the entrance, let the smoke fill the cave, and when the kobolds came out suffocating, eliminate them outside. The rookies found the tactic impressive, an excellent strategy, but Daesung didn't think it was something to be proud of. He only knew how to do that kind of thing because he had studied for a long time, and even so, he was still stuck at rank D. That was the only portal he had ever entered. He felt he needed to be promoted soon because he couldn't stand being stuck at the same level any longer. When the kobolds finally came out of the cave, the rookies were in shock. Realizing they were losing control, Daesung quickly organized the group into formation. Shin Tae-hoon managed to hit the first enemy and noticed that they were running in a straight line, which made it easy to strike them. He commented that they were very dumb. However, Nayeon warned that another one was coming from behind. Tae-hoon couldn't react in time and was knocked down by a kobold. Daesung had to eliminate it with his sword while the creature was still on top of Tae-hoon, warning the others not to let their guard down. Even though they were weak, those monsters were fast. Nayeon managed to take down several using her arrows, and the old man Ogangtae also showed skill with his punches and gauntlets. After they eliminated all the kobolds that came out of the cave, Tae-hoon apologized for his mistake. Daesung said it was fine. After all, it was his first time. Nayeon had also taken down 2 kobolds with her arrows, and the grandpa had done well. Daesung himself felt motivated. Although he had been nervous at first, now he was sure he could pass. He felt that the group wasn't so bad, with the exception of the foreigner, who hadn't even moved the whole time. Daesung asked why Leon hadn't done anything during the fight. The group questioned the coordinator if it was allowed for him to just stand there. The coordinator replied that he would take that into account during the evaluation, which made everyone even more irritated with the foreigner. They continued deeper into the forest and found another cave, much larger. They used the same strategy again. They placed dry grass and straw near the entrance. Leon asked if that was really the best decision. Daesung, irritated, wanted to know why he was saying that, since he was the only one in the group not helping at all. But Leon replied that he had only asked a question and shouldn't be forced to repeat himself. Daesung explained that he had used that method 3 times already and it had worked every time. Leon acknowledged that it was a solid presentation, based on experience, but sarcastically asked whether it was really safe to rely so much on experience with so little real background. Daesung then stated that the real rookie here was the foreigner, and the plan would proceed as intended. He then lit the dry straw on fire. The smoke spread, and as expected, the kobolds came rushing out of the cave through the fire. The group formation was working well. They were taking down the enemies efficiently. Daesung thought that if they managed to defeat a few more there, they could even head to the plains and try to take down some gnolls to earn more points in the test. But then he heard a roar. It was a powerful roar coming from a Captain Guinol, the boss of that portal. It was above rank C, and the sound of its arrival made all the rookies tremble. Daesung wondered why that creature had to show up right then. While everyone panicked, Daesung, who was leading the group, tried to maintain order. He said that he and Tae-hoon would deal with the Captain Guinol while Nayeon and Ogangtae would handle the remaining kobolds from the cave. He divided the groups that way because it was important to have someone experienced in each team. He believed that Tae-hoon, even though a rookie, had talent. But of course, when facing the monster and hearing its roar up close, Tae-hoon became completely paralyzed with fear. Daesung then realized that the boy was being overwhelmed by intimidation. At that rate, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The next blow from the Gnol nearly killed Tae-hoon, but driven by pure desperation, he managed to dodge. It was instinctive. He didn't even think to move. Seeing that, Daesung thought the situation was a complete disaster and shouted for Tae-hoon to pull himself together. However, the boy was in shock, completely frozen. The test evaluator remained still, not moving, as he hadn't yet considered the situation dangerous enough to intervene. Faced with the situation, Daesung himself decided to act. He snatched the shield from Tae-hoon's hands and used it to block the blow that would have killed the boy. With all the strength he had, he redirected the attack from the Gnol, pushing it upward with the small shield and kept blocking the monster. Even so, he wasn't sure how long he could hold out. He thought that, at that rate, they were going to die. That was when Leon appeared, complimenting Daesung's action and saying it wasn't bad at all. Calmly, he stopped the next strike from the Gnol using only 2 well-positioned fingers on the enemy's blade. He told Daesung to try again. Daesung was stunned, trying to process whether Leon had really stopped the attack with just his fingers. Leon repeated himself, telling him to raise the shield and face the monster again. He said that if Daesung had done it once, he could do it again. Still in disbelief, Daesung murmured a confused reaction, but Leon insisted that he get up quickly and block. Even the Gnolls seemed bewildered by the strange situation. Daesung tried to argue, saying they were in danger, but Leon cut him off, calling him an insolent peasant. With pride, Leon declared that this was a moment to witness the glory of the guidance of a true king of Lion Heart. For him, a Templar knight to guide a common soldier was an honor. Therefore, he said Daisung should be grateful for his benevolence and ordered him to raise the shield. Daisung wondered what he was doing wrong, but he knew he had to survive. The Guignol tried to turn its attention to Leon, but was met with scorn. Leon asked if that little dog really wanted to die, and the monster, breaking into a cold sweat, began to tremble all over. Even so, it tried to attack again and struck Daesung's shield. The impact was strong, but he managed to withstand it. Leon, however, criticized him. He said Daesung was a fool for trying to face a stronger enemy using brute force alone. He pointed out that the small shield was not meant for frontal blocking, but for deflecting attacks and finding openings. He said no one won a battle just by blocking. While he spoke, Daesung kept taking blow after blow on the shield. He grew irritated and wondered why Leon didn't just fight the Guignol himself. At that moment, Leon kicked Daesung in the calf and knocked him down. He ordered him not to take his eyes off the enemy and to stay focused. Leon insisted that he should not waste his potential. He told him he could do better. Daesung then began to wonder whether he really had any potential, even though he was just rank D without any special talent or exclusive skill. Still, he believed it wasn't impossible. He knew he couldn't defeat the Guignol alone, but thought maybe he could try. There was no reason not to try. After all, it was just a test. He kept repeating to himself that he could do it. On the next heavy strike from the Guignol, Daesung finally managed to deflect it with the shield, using the correct technique. But in the next moment, he got distracted and took a punch straight to the face. Leon, impatient, asked why he couldn't grasp the bigger picture of the fight. He said Daesung still had a long way to go. At the end of the test, Daesung's result remained at rank D. Later, Leon met with the old man who had participated in the test. From the start, Leon knew that warrior wasn't just a simple mercenary. In fact, the old man was Kang Yuk, the president of the Korean Hunters Association. He revealed that he used to wear a mask to disguise both his body and his appearance, but he declared that nothing escaped the eyes of His Majesty. He commented that Leon had participated in the evaluation and asked whether he had achieved what he wanted. Leon replied that he had in a way. At the very least, he now had a candidate for a soldier. He also told Kang Hyuk not to be so anxious. He had no plans of leaving the continent. Kang Hyuk responded that even so, he knew exactly what Leon was thinking. He admitted he was nervous about the possibility of Leon leaving, because His Majesty was truly remarkable, and Daesung's performance had also caught attention. Even as just a rank D, he had managed to block a portal boss's attack with a shield and face it with courage. After defeating Daesung, the Guignol was killed by Leon with a simple flick. To Kang Hyuk, this only confirmed what he already believed. If Leon wanted to found a guild, both he and the association would be willing to help. However, he warned that Leon should know there was nothing more important than fame when founding an organization, and that, in current times, there were few real ways to become truly famous. That was when Kang Hyuk mentioned a portal that turned red in Cheongju after a failed raid. For an entire year, no one had managed to clear the area, either to destroy it or even explore it. He shared part of the report that had been registered about that dark place. The portal was located in the old sports complex of Cheongju. When the team entered the world on the other side, they quickly realized that this dimension had a modern civilization, perhaps even more advanced than Earth's. One of the members said it was amazing, a portal that led to a future world. Another said that if there were portals to fantasy worlds and Murim-style worlds, it wasn't that strange to have futuristic ones too. A third member thought the place looked like a cyberpunk setting. The team captain warned that in any case, the situation would be complicated and they needed to revise their plans. Another warrior commented that the place looked like a maze. The captain decided they would use a tall building with a partially destroyed dome as a base. From there, they could get a good view of the city and plan their movements. But even from the top, nothing was seen. No monsters, no NPCs, no living creatures. The captain asked about the Yogg Spinner, who was supposed to be the boss of that portal, but another member replied there were no signs of it either. The captain found it all very strange. A city of that size with no inhabitants or enemies seemed suspicious. He even thought it might be lucky they hadn't found any resistance army or evil authoritarian organization. Then he told the guild members to stay alert. Even though they had crossed the portal, they still had no information about the whereabouts of the Yogg Spinner. He ordered them to be cautious and said they would choose a team to begin mapping the area. But before he could continue, the captain's head was blown off by a shot. They were being attacked by a lone machine. The building was bombarded and many people died in the explosions. Even the group's tank, a high-ranked hunter, didn't have time to react and was killed with a single strike. They knew the enemy's location, but there was no way to retaliate. The vice captain shouted for everyone to fall back immediately as the building was about to collapse. As the group's archer managed to run far enough to leave the building, she felt something touch her neck. Seconds later, her head rolled to the ground. Invisible wires were spread all over over the city like silent traps. The vice captain warned that it was possible to cut those wires with swords, but the team was already overwhelmed with tension. While cutting the wires with the team, the vice captain wondered how long that robot had been planning everything. The robot itself soon appeared, moving like a spider through the wires spread across the city. It launched an explosive wire that detonated on all remaining guild members. The only survivor was the vice captain, already missing his right arm, who screamed demanding the enemy to show itself. That was when he came face to face with the robot. Looking at it, he asked if that was the Yogd spinner. A consciousness inside the machine responded that it had only one task. When the vice captain tried to strike back for revenge, he was shredded by the wires of the Yogd spinner, a machine created exclusively to protect that city. The first team sent to the portal never returned. The second and third failed in the same way. The difficulty level of the portal was raised to red, and the operation was suspended indefinitely until the present day. A new team was formed specifically to deal with that place. Two major guilds joined forces with their own teams to face the challenge. The portal located in the Cheongju Sports Complex was then occupied by the guilds Golden Lion and Tower of Magic. Meanwhile, Han Hari of the Korean Hunters Association was serving tea to a special guest. It was Leon. That marked the official beginning of the fourth attempt to invade that portal. At the camp, Han revealed to Leon that she was a little worried. She thought the best possible outcome would be if everything went well without His Majesty needing to intervene. On the other hand, she admitted that if things went that smoothly, Leon wouldn't have the chance to become famous. Leon agreed. He said that would indeed be the best outcome. If the King of Lionheart didn't need to act personally, it would mean the situation wasn't that serious. He asked Han what she thought his duty was in his world as a monarch. She answered that it would be to govern. Leon agreed that this was the obvious answer, but explained that governing was something anyone could do. Unless someone was too arrogant, most rulers would do more or less the same thing. That was when Han finally understood what he meant. Leon was the King of Knights. His duty was to intervene only when the attack could not be contained by anyone else. He explained that his role was to be the last stronghold. The fact that the King of Lionheart needed to act was a shame for the knights, because it showed just how critical the situation was. By coincidence, it seemed that he would have to act once again in place of those pathetic weaklings. Han argued that the operation team included several rank S hunters. Leon responded that the correct term was hunters, not warriors. He admitted that some of them were indeed strong, stronger than ordinary people, but even so they did not know war. He asked whether the city surroundings were safe. Apparently the soldiers seemed confident about that information, even though they had only encountered the enemy 3 times. They called it an assault team, but they didn't even analyze the monster's patterns, which made it all seem laughable. The general knew how to respond according to the situation, but in this case, there was no pattern to follow. According to reports, that so-called Yogd spinner was an extremely talented warlord. Suddenly, a massive explosion hit the entire city. In that moment, Yogd recalled his last memories with his creator. Her final words had been a request, a single favor. Her last command was to eliminate all unidentified beings that invaded the city. Obeying that order, he began targeting all the hunters within his reach. Yogd activated his enhanced vision and was able to detect enemies even behind buildings. He fired a pure energy cannon. The explosion was so powerful that if someone had been at the center of the blast, now just a crater, they would have been completely obliterated. Those who witnessed the scene wondered what kind of monster that was. Yogd calculated that the response rate of the unidentified living beings had dropped by 23%. At that moment, one of the hunters from the Golden Lion Guild approached and struck one of his legs with a hammer, causing serious damage. Yogd then changed his priority. The new main target was that warrior right in front of him, but the hunter had planned for this. He called his partner, who appeared with fists charged with energy, and managed to finish off the robot. With the creature down, the rank S mage continued the offensive. He unleashed several lightning strikes onto Yogd's body. Even damaged, Yogd activated his radar system. Using the cameras scattered throughout the city, he located all his enemies and identified the mage as the greatest threat. He classified the risk as level 3. To escape, Yogd fled the area while firing to prevent being pursued. Despite the shots, the mage raised a magic barrier that protected him completely. In fact, this tool not only blocked the shots, but caused them to change direction. The mage had prepared that specifically to counter Yogd's spinner. However, Yogd quickly recalculated his attack routes, factoring in the deflection, and his next shot pierced the barrier, hitting the heart of a warrior standing beside the mage. The mage was shocked. He began to wonder if the robot had already calculated the exact deflection angle of the bullets. It was as if Yogd was already predicting the behavior of the barrier and adapting his shots accordingly. Because of that, it became even harder for the hunters to dodge. The mage then decided to deactivate the barrier and ordered everyone to run the moment it went down. However, the leader of Golden Lion told everyone to stay still. They quickly realized they were surrounded by cutting wires. Yogd was not just fleeing. While jumping from building to building, he had laid wires along the way, creating lethal traps. Now that everyone was immobilized, Yogg began charging his energy cannon again. The mage panicked. He realized that everyone had gathered there because of the protection of the force field, but now he saw that this had been a mistake. There was no way to dodge in time. At that moment, something unexpected happened. A horse was approaching. Even the hunters were confused, not knowing where it had come from. The animal ran through the wires, tearing them apart with its teeth. Leon appeared shortly after. He said it had been a while, calling the horse his old oath-bound friend. Then he mounted the white horse and asked the warriors to listen closely from that point on. He was ready to face a sea of enemies alone, relying only on his courage and his horse. The King of Lionheart praised the robot and granted it the glory of being received in his presence and the honor of an official duel. With royal permission, he allowed it to fight him as a true warrior. But to everyone's surprise, the king was saying all of this directly to the robot, which made the others furious, wondering if he had gone insane. Yogg, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He simply charged his energy cannon and fired. His system had detected Leon as a level 0 threat, a simple species that should also be eliminated. Even so, Leon charged toward his opponent. Although Yogg was ready to shoot, the knight's horse appeared incredibly confident. And when the blast came, Leon was faster. He struck the projectile with his divine spear, piercing through it and breaking several of Yogg's legs with that single attack. At that moment, Yogg's high-performance calculations were interrupted. The robot could not understand what it was seeing. Leon then acknowledged that the machine was tough. Still, Yogg analyzed the situation. The weapon used was merely an outdated spear, although fast. According to the calculations, there was still a limit to the impact a weapon of that mass could produce. He continued classifying the enemy as a level 0 threat, something not worth his attention. 3 seconds before impact, the cry of the specimen generated a thin barrier with a pattern unlike any previously recorded abnormal phenomenon. 2 seconds before, there was an apparent collision between the cannon blast and the enemy. 1 second before, the shot was deflected, but there was no direct block. The enemy had simply dodged. This was a natural skill for Templar knights, as easy as breathing. It was a miracle belonging to the strongest warriors of humanity, a blessing known as the divine law of the arrow shield. It was with that blessing that Leon struck the robot, launching its body through several buildings in the city. After the violent crash, Yogg was almost completely destroyed. His system updated Leon's threat level to 5. The only available option was to retreat from the battlefield. Later, Leon realized that the boss of that threat had escaped. Yogg returned to the laboratory to fulfill his mission. He recharged his energy, picked up new equipment, and returned stronger. Once again, he remembered his creator and silently thanked her for taking care of the city. With the strategic modulation complete, he resumed his mission to reclaim control of the territory. Meanwhile, the team of hunters was advancing through the ruins, trying to find the boss's hideout. They spotted a piece that looked like one of Yogg's weapons and attempted to ambush him. However, when the team leader looked back, everyone was already dead, sliced to pieces by the invisible wires left by the robot. Not even he saw where the attack had come from. His body was completely destroyed. Yogg confirmed the elimination of 5 unidentified beings. The last remaining specimen was a hunter running in desperation. His threat level was also considered 0. Without thinking, he ran into the cemetery. When Yogg arrived there, he once again remembered his creator. Now with white hair, she had told him that she would soon be buried in that place. Just like everyone else, she would become part of the city forever. And since Yogg would remain there to protect her, he would also protect that place. The robot's decision-making systems reached the same conclusion: total elimination of the invaders. However, Yogg himself intervened in that logic. The reasoning process was silenced. That was because the last hunter was kneeling beside the tombstone of his creator. If the robot killed him, he would also destroy her grave. When the group of mages arrived, the hunter explained that the boss had spared his life. Instead of killing him, it had simply left. Perhaps it knew it would not win that confrontation. The mage commented that he believed even that machine had a limit. However, he also noticed that the cemetery was much cleaner than the rest of the city. Yogg reassessed the enemy forces' expansion. Their chance of victory was calculated at 92%, which was why he had retreated at that moment. His top priority was to protect the citizens, even if they were already dead. Later, back at his base, Yogg identified that the estimated number of enemies was still 49. The level 5 threat remained in good condition, as did the level 3 threats. The probability of eliminating all level 1 threats was only 35%. But then someone invaded his lab. It was Leon, who entered asking whether he had been there the whole time and if he had enjoyed himself playing with the commoners. Leon had always valued honor. It was no exaggeration to say he was the very embodiment of nobility. He hated cowardly ambushes more than anything else and always sought a fair fight. Leon asked if Yogg was prepared, but it quickly became clear the enemy would never fight with fairness. The machine responded with a massive explosion, trying to strike Leon, but he remained unharmed. His values as a knight would not be broken so easily. It was that conviction that made him so powerful. It was what made him the chosen one. Though disappointed, Leon admitted that perhaps he should never have expected honor from a machine. Yagd unleashed everything he had against him, but Leon took no damage. Protected by the blessing of the arrow shield, the machine then altered its strategy, reaching maximum speed and firing from multiple directions at once. Even so, Leon simply stomped on the ground, lifting the cobblestones and using them to shield himself from the shots. Neither the machine nor its artificial intelligence could comprehend such power. A machine built to be cold and logical was now feeling something close to surprise. Leon not only defended against all attacks, but also summoned his horse from underground and prepared to finish off the enemy. Yagd's artificial intelligence reached the conclusion that none of this made sense. His opponent was utterly incomprehensible. Leon told his horse that the enemy wanted to play hide and seek. Yagd, confused, fled. He could not understand what he was up against. It was beyond logic. Leon chased after him at full speed on horseback. The machine still could not accept that any specimen could move at such incredible speed, so it decided to retaliate with a mass attack, trying to use its own speed to turn the tide. But Leon, as fearless as ever, did not back down. He pushed forward even harder, forcing the machine to dodge. He commented, pleased, that it had not been bad at all. And the chase began once more, a knight at full speed riding a stallion, and a machine trying to put enough distance to fire. However, when Leon saw an opening, he made his horse leap onto the floating stones created by the explosions, gaining just enough height for a direct aerial strike. Yagd calculated the path through the air. The enemy would not be able to dodge. He fired everything he had. Even so, the machine found itself powerless before the King of Knights, who was not even scratched. And in the final moment, all Leon shouted was "Glory to Lionheart." The strike from his divine spear completely destroyed the robot, burying what little metallic remains were left. Yagd detected lethal damage. The limit of his operation had been exceeded. However, at the last moment, he once again remembered his master, who had told him that what was sealed in that city should never be released. Because of that, Yagd entered self-destruction mode. He detonated all the explosives scattered throughout the city, creating an explosion so massive that its energy was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Later, it is explained that when he opened his eyes, he was inside a storage container filled with the strong smell of oil. A man had given him an order to protect the city. That was his duty. When that human was killed by one of the invading monsters, Yagd went into action. He used all his power and weaponry to eliminate the enemies. But he was not the only one. There was an entire army of Yagd units, all machines with a single mission: to protect the city. They were recognized. They appeared on the news as heroes, as the guardians of that city. They defeated all enemies and saved thousands of lives. And even though they were machines, they felt happy with the applause. They loved it. They loved protecting the people. The story of the defensive robots that saved the city in times of despair became a sweet memory for the citizens who had been losing hope. The Yagd spinners became symbols of hope, the Knights of Steel. Among them were models like number 10,253 and 1253, which were remodeled and went on to protect the city under the orders of a commander. They protected with all their might, protecting until there was nothing left to defend. When all humans died, when the buildings collapsed one by one, and when the creator of them all was about to die, she made her final request: protect that city. What was sealed there should never be released. The only remaining battle machine, Yagd spinner number 10,253, received that final order. Its mission was to prevent anyone from approaching that object, the evil orb. The machine prepared, watched, protected, and fought for countless years until the present moment. Leon now stood before the rusted carcass of Yagd spinner number 10,253. He commented that, in the end, it was a good thing the robot had fallen there. Then he looked at the large black orb and recognized what it was. What Yagd had been trying to protect all this time was the Jewel of Wisdom, something that should never have existed. When he drew his sword and walked toward the jewel, Yagd reacted. Even damaged, he still tried to fight, wrapping Leon's leg with his wires. Leon then understood. The entire time that machine had protected that place. He asked mentally how long Yagd had fought alone, and he understood, because he too had fought alone. He recognized in Yagd a devoted and loyal knight. Across dimensions, all living beings were in debt to Yagd Spinner. Thanks to his service, the King of Knights, Leon, formally named him Sir Yagd Spinner. He declared that his mission had been fulfilled, and with the divine power he carried, he completely destroyed the Jewel of Wisdom, obliterating it from existence. He said he sincerely hoped Yogg could rest in peace. And in the final moment, within his artificial mind, the machine's last thought was a simple thank you. Later, President Kang learned about the jewel's destruction directly from Leon. To him, it was not a problem. After all, it had been Leon who defeated Yogg's spinner, but Leon himself explained that there was nothing good about that jewel. It was a poison created by the demon of wisdom to tempt humans, a demonic item. At first, it granted wishes. Then it demanded something in return. It fed a hidden beast, ready to devour whoever used it. The demonic power corrupted humans with promises of eternal life, but soon made them lose their humanity, turning them into demons as well. Leon asked if similar items had been found elsewhere and stated that all of them should be destroyed immediately. The president promised to inform the American government as soon as possible. Leon replied that it was for the best, although he feared it might already be too late and that they had already fallen into the demon's temptation. They then arrived at the laboratory where the remains of Yogg's spinner were kept. Leon, as an honorable knight, declared that he would bury him and pray to meet him one day in the banquet hall of the gods. He drew his chalice so that it could be blessed before the burial. Leon wished that the loyal knight could finally rest in peace and poured upon him the blessing of the Holy Grail. But something unexpected happened. Instead of receiving a blessing, Yogg's spinner began to move again. He was alive. Leon realized the machine was not running on batteries or electricity. It moved with pure divine power. The blessing had triggered a miracle. Yogg then removed parts of his destroyed armor, and from within, a smaller version of himself emerged. A new, small body. Seeing this, Leon drew his sword. He said that from that moment on, it would be up to the goddess to decide what to do. He invoked his divine power and created a dimensional slash. From within that portal, the very goddess of that world emerged. All the humans present felt that the woman enveloped in light was no ordinary mortal. Her presence was so imposing and sacred that everyone instinctively kneeled before her. She was an incomparable divine being. Among them, Leon respectfully greeted his goddess, Ariana, who responded calmly, asking how she could assist her first knight. Leon declared that Thor Yogg's spinner was an honorable knight, an example for all to follow, someone who deserved the care of the goddess. However, Ariana replied that he had not yet completed his mission, nor proven his honor or offered his glory to the goddess. Even so, Leon stated with conviction that if not for the existence of the robot, he himself would not be worthy of the Lionheart's glory. To him, Yogg's spinner was a great knight. Faced with these words, Ariana acknowledged that if her first knight spoke with such certainty, there was no reason to doubt. However, she said she still needed to be sure of one thing. Turning to the Steel Knight from another world, she asked if he would worship the light and proclaim justice as her true follower. Yogg's spinner, with his metallic body and programmed soul, responded only with robotic sounds. But to Ariana, that was enough. She perceived that he carried honor and knowledge, but his heart was still like that of a child. So she blessed him with a mission, to help Leon rid the world of the evil that plagued it. He would also become a knight. Leon nodded silently, and Yogg's spinner, visibly excited, responded with even more enthusiastic sounds. No one around understood what was happening until the robot hacked into his own language system, installing a new language module. That way, he managed to speak in a rudimentary way, showing his willingness with a confused but clear phrase in intent. Demo, attack, good plan. Ariana, in the face of that unusual scene, declared that as long as he remained loyal and helped her knight, she would be with him in glory. A pillar of divine light then fell upon Yogg's spinner's body, bathing him in the light of justice. From that moment on, he officially became a Templar knight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in the Magic Tower of the United States, inside Master Reynold Sherman's room, a demonic orb was scolding him. The orb claimed that Reynold had failed in his mission, had not taught wisdom or conveyed the truth. With disappointment, it said he had let it down. Reynold, in despair, begged for forgiveness. He explained that there was nothing else he could do, as the appearance of the survivor Leon had been an unexpected variable. The orb, impatient, said it was all useless excuses, until it suddenly interrupted itself. It demanded to know what Leon was doing there, and ordered that the newspaper be checked immediately. When Reynold turned on the television, he saw Leon presenting himself as the new king of Lionheart. The demonic being inside the orb went into shock at the sight, and, distraught, repeatedly questioned why that bastard was there. Finally, the orb declared it gave up on everything. It swore it would never do that again, and vanished, disappearing from the jewel with all its demonic power. Reynold, now alone, was left in complete despair. Back at the Hunter Association, Leon was finishing a meeting with the president, discussing the registration of Yogg's spinner as a member of his guild. Although they knew this would be a complicated process, Leon made it clear that it did not matter. He left the meeting alongside his new ally. Shortly after, he coughed up blood. Ariana, concerned, asked if her knight was all right. Leon realized realized that naming a Templar knight in a land without divinities had taken too much of a toll on his body. Yogg Spinner showed concern, but Leon stated it was not his fault. To him, no matter the situation, no one could ever blame a divinity. Ariana agreed and said she would always be grateful for the loyalty Leon showed her. But even if it seemed like the fault was the absence of divinity in that land, she acknowledged that the responsibility was hers and the other gods, who took too long to intervene in that world. Leon was a bit shocked by that confession, but Ariana simply asked him to rest, gently ending their communication. Soon after, Ariana was gathered with her celestial brothers and sisters. She stated they needed to help their loyal knight. In the past, on the day King Lionheart turned 121, it was also the day his world ended. Only one knight remained. He had expelled all divinity from his land and concentrated it within himself. The gods, ashamed of that decision, withdrew into the heart of the holy man and began to watch as Lionheart subdued all evil monsters for 180 years. They allowed just one person to carry the burden of an entire world. It was clear to everyone in the Pantheon that they owed Leon a debt that could never be repaid. Demira asked curiously how Ariana's baby was doing. She replied that he was not doing well at all, that he had pushed himself too hard. Demira then asked what they should do. Petos, god of war and fire, wanted to know if recommending that one knight had placed too much pressure on his body. He asked what had become of the former king of Lionheart, the one who once shone with divine glory. Ariana told him to have some dignity, reminding him that Leon had fought for the gods for more than 200 years and still emerged victorious in the end. Petos acknowledged that, saying he was angry with himself for allowing it to happen. Ariana corrected him that it had been 180 years. The time of silence had gone on too long, and she could not allow her knight to suffer any further. Then Hedo, god of steel and blacksmiths, suggested an idea. He said that just like the plains and life itself, they should grant all blessings possible to strengthen faith in human society. They needed to do their missionary work and show miracles to the people. From what they had observed through their faithful one, this world was connected by something called the internet. They could use this internet to their advantage. Hedo also asked why the king himself had not thought of this idea. They remembered that Leon was not originally from this world and had been there since before the internet became widespread. Ariana then mentioned the importance of trial and error, noting that the information Leon had shared took 20 years to take root. But Hedo replied that this was where the new Templar knight would come in. Later, at the Hunter Association, Jinsu received a notification about something surprising on YouTube. A channel called Pantheon TV, which already had 170,000 subscribers, was broadcasting a live stream titled Praying Before and After Every Meal and Respecting the Goddess Demera. In the stream, they showed that just one spoonful of rice blessed by Demera could change a life. The live stream was being translated into several languages. Although many thought it was just another clickbait video, the truth was that the rice really was blessed. Jinsu wondered who could have done such a thing. One of the others, nicknamed Baldy, suggested maybe it had been His Majesty Leon, but he denied it, saying a man like that would never be on YouTube. He also ruled out Han, knowing very well that she was terrible with computers. The problem was that the videos were not fake. They were real miracles. He began to wonder what exactly Leon was doing, and feeling uneasy went out to call him. Meanwhile, in the penthouse where they lived, Yogg Spinner was using the computer. He was finishing another subtitle and preparing it for translation into another language. Han asked if Mr. Yogg had finished using the laptop and wanted to know what exactly he was doing. Yogg Spinner replied that Phase 1 of the noise marketing plan had been completed and that he was beginning Phase 2, hacking networks in progress. Han, however, did not suspect anything. She thought he was just playing on her laptop, since she really did not understand anything about computers. Later, in the plains of Naju, at the temporary branch of the Pantheon of Gods Guild, Jinsu appeared saying to His Majesty that the video had to be taken down. The room fell silent at that statement. Even the cat in the room stopped licking itself. Han offered him a bit of barley tea, which he sipped before insisting that the video needed to be removed. He wanted to know who had posted it. Then, calmly, Leon replied that it had been Sir Spinner. Jinsu asked if that killer machine had really made the video, and in fact, she was still using the notebook. Jinsu tried to explain that, as everyone there knew, the rice grains from the Naju plains were completely different from those cultivated in that world. Just consuming them was enough to make someone healthy, cure illnesses, and restore the body, like something out of a fairy tale. If the world discovered the existence of that rice field, everyone would come after it. The plains would soon be full of thieves, and not just ordinary thieves, but dangerous groups. Jinsu warned that as soon as the Food Association approved the planting, they themselves would provide all the support they could. He asked everyone to please wait until then. Leon, however, answered calmly, saying he knew that each group had its own system and laws, but that such worry was unnecessary. The goddess's crop could not be stolen by anyone. Jinsu wondered why he was so confident. That very night, a squad of thieves appeared on the plains with the objective of raiding and stealing the rice. They noticed there was no apparent security. It was just an open, quiet rice field with no protection. Their plan was not only to steal, but also to burn the place down. They were members of the Viper Squad, a group specialized in contract killings. The group advanced quickly toward the plantation, but soon encountered a figure standing between the rows of rice. At first glance, it was just a scarecrow. One of the criminals commented that it looked like it was moving, but another replied that it must have been just the wind. Even so, the scarecrow was extremely ugly and creepy. As they glanced around, they noticed there were many other scarecrows, a full army. One of the men began to feel uneasy, but the leader told him to stop talking nonsense. He told them to feel the direction of the wind and act fast. They needed to burn as much area as possible in the shortest time. They began pouring gasoline over the rice field. The leader asked where the rest of the team was, as they were supposed to be right behind them. One of the men said they were, but when they turned around, they saw the scarecrows were now much closer than before, surrounding them. It was then that they realized the scarecrows were actually moving. The captain was in shock. These were not ordinary scarecrows, they were monsters. Each held a different tool: rakes, sickles, hammers, brooms, anything that could strike or cut. The Viper Squad, seized with terror, tried to fight back, but was completely unprepared. They were beaten badly. It made no sense. Monsters only appeared when there was a dungeon break, and there was none here. The group's captain realized he had lost several subordinates just on the way in. From the start, the mission felt strange. The contractor had been anonymous. His suspicions grew stronger when one of the assassins found the farm's grain silo. He thought that if the story about the rice was true, they might be facing something that could make them rich. He ordered them to load as much rice as possible into the cars. The monsters only seemed to attack those who entered the field. However, the moment the captain stepped onto the path to the silo, there was an explosion. He barely had time to react before being thrown to the ground. He screamed, asking why there was a minefield there. Chaos broke out. The men from the Viper Squad ran in panic, but they were surrounded. Then, Sir Jogged Spinner emerged from the mist with a single command: exterminate the invaders. The next morning, the members of the Viper Squad were completely battered and tied up in a corner of the farm, right next to a sign listing the rules and doctrines of life and fertility. It read clearly: Rule number 1, the harvest must be shaped in the image of the goddess and offered as tribute. Rule number 2, urinating in the fields is prohibited, even in the fertilizer. Rule number 3, all scarecrows must be dressed with appropriate hats and clothing. Rule number 4, singing during the harvest is required. Rule number 5, no meals may be skipped, even on busy days. At the end of the sign, there was a note in smaller letters: more important thieves must die. The report also recorded that the Viper Squad had been captured and successfully imprisoned. With that, the value of the Pantheon and the blessed rice increased insanely. Leon went from city to city spreading the word about the Pantheon, all in the name of circulating the divine rice. There was a small incident along the way, but that was already in the past. He ended up insulting a reporter by calling him a commoner, and that sparked controversy. In the end, the entire internet started talking about the Pantheon, making the name known throughout the world. After all that, Leon reflected and wondered if that had been the gods' plan from the beginning. They seemed to have adapted to modern society better than he did. Han appeared with news. The result of the evaluation had finally come out, and she informed him that each sack of blessed rice was worth 230 million. Leon thought the price was too high. He said it needed to be cheaper. Although the market set the prices, if the cost per grain was so absurd, how could commoners afford it? The gift of the gods should be distributed equally to all. He also had a conversation with the president of Korea, stating that they needed to teach farmers about the blessings of the deities. But the president replied that the government maintained a policy of religious neutrality. Even so, Leon knew he needed to find another way to gather enough faith. That power would be essential to summon the strength of the Lionheart. Han asked if everything was really okay. She had already requested the yellow portal, as ordered by His Majesty, but clearing that place with the people he mentioned was simply impossible. Leon only replied that it was something they would see in practice. Later, Daesung was meeting again with his former manager. Many people had shown up because of a summons from the association's presidency, which had gathered unemployed hunters. Daesung looked around and thought that, at most, everyone there was a rank D or maybe C hunter. The surprise was even greater when Han Hari appeared in person. Behind her was His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Daesung was surprised. He wondered if that man was really the same survivor from before. He already knew Leon was not an ordinary person, but now he realized that Leon came from a completely different world. Leon stepped onto the platform with a large image of the Pantheon behind him. He explained that the reason for gathering everyone there was because he was looking for soldiers to form his own guild. He said those selected would be the ones who proved proved themselves qualified, those who endured the training and held out until the end. If they did all that, perhaps they would be worthy of the honor of joining his army. Daesung, upon hearing that, wondered if it was just a normal guild, but the bald man soon explained how the entry test would work. The first mission was to clear the yellow portal located at Samjeon Station. The hunters started murmuring. Many were frightened by the information. A yellow portal? To them, that was practically a death sentence. That was no test. This reaction was expected. The portal classification system was well known. The most dangerous of all was black, followed by red, then orange. Yellow came next, still above the green and blue portals. Considering that the portal from Daesung's previous test had been blue, suitable for rank C or D hunters, facing a yellow portal was practically a death sentence. Yellow portals were generally recommended only for rank B hunters and above. Naturally, a wave of complaints followed. Many hunters quit right then and left. Very few decided to stay. Leon then pointed at a young man with curly hair and asked why he had decided to stay. The boy replied that he felt there was some meaning behind all of this. Another hunter said he only stayed because his friend stayed. Another couldn't even explain why. Then Leon directly asked Daesung why he was still there. He thought it was a rare opportunity, a guild created by someone who seemed to be rank S. So he replied that he believed Leon wouldn't send anyone to die. That was why he stayed. Leon liked the attitude, saying the man had energy and determination. With that, he explained that he was there to gather soldiers, and that the duty of a soldier was to obey. Everyone there would have to accept orders from a knight without questioning them. They needed to trust in the honor and power of a knight. That was all they were required to do. In other words, they should listen. Then he ordered them to go in immediately, grab their gear, and get ready. Later, they were all prepared in front of the yellow portal at Samjeon Station. They wore heavy armor, and Daesung's companion commented that, although uncomfortable, those armors were of extremely high quality, classified as rare equipment. Rank C or D hunters would never be able to afford something of that level. Even so, he noticed that the king wore no armor at all. Daman, curious, asked Han why His Majesty did not use protection. Han replied that his skin was harder than any armor, so he had no need for it. Daesung thought that if he really was that powerful, maybe nothing could hurt him at all. And indeed, moments later, the king himself was on the battlefield, taking down all the monsters with brutal force. He declared that he could no longer hear any of them. He said they were not honorable warriors, that they would crawl and die like insects. That was his justice. Ruthless. Rewinding a bit, it was important to understand the mission. All the soldiers had been sent as mercenaries to a foreign land. There was an ongoing war between two tribes on a vast plain. They had to choose one side and help them win. The mission was to support one of the local peoples, almost as if they were dealing with NPCs from a game. Daesung's friend commented that the issue was figuring out which side would be easier to support. On the way, the group was surprised by a herd of orcs riding boars charging toward them. The commander asked who they were, since they were entering the territory of the Battle Axe tribe. Han looked at His Majesty, who did not seem even slightly amused, and asked whether they should proceed with the mission. Leon, serious and impassive, replied that they should do as they pleased. It was a contract. They were there as mercenaries, to fight in exchange for reward. The tribe's commander concluded they must be the outsiders mentioned by the chieftain. Shortly after, the group was taken to Karak, leader of the Battle Axe tribe, who asked for help to win the war and die with honor. But Leon showed no respect whatsoever. He seemed deeply irritated. He said he could no longer stand hearing that word. He questioned how they dared to speak of honor, being savages incapable of deserving something so noble. Karak, offended, reacted, but before he could finish any protest, Leon had already sliced off his head with a single blow. He declared that they were not honorable warriors, that they would crawl and die like insects. Daesung, observing it all, realized that Leon held a deep hatred for orcs. In fact, he was known as the greatest orc slayer in history, responsible for 8,769,653 deaths of that race. His name was a bloody legend. With Karak's death, all members of the Battle Axe tribe realized they no longer had any allies there. Consumed by rage, they rushed forward to attack with everything they had. Of course, everyone was stunned by what had just happened. Leon's order came out of nowhere. He told everyone to raise their shields and form a defensive circle to block the orc attack. Most were terrified. After all, they were just rank D hunters. But to their surprise, when the orcs struck the shields, no one felt a thing. They were protected by the aura of Lionheart. Their entire bodies had been enhanced. They gained resistance against heavy attacks, physical fortification, large-scale reinforcement, increased bravery, lighter armor, hardened skin, final attack bonuses, magic amplification, spell resistance, more effective ranged attacks, and other effects. Additionally, they received the passive bonus from the title Orc Slayer, which granted a 50% chance to apply status effects such as terror, panic, or despair against orcs, and also increased their natural resentment toward them. The group thought it was all too good to be true. Leon ordered them to wait for the right moment to strike. Everyone had shields and was in position, and when they attacked, they started winning. The orcs were disorganized, and the hunters, even though inexperienced, were easily pushing through the enemy lines. But Leon seemed increasingly irritated with the orcs. The original mission had been to help them, but he was mercilessly slaughtering them. He even summoned his horse to trample the wounded orcs. At one point, he drew 2 swords at once and began cutting down each one with savagery. In the end, the orc camp was completely destroyed. Leon then declared it an honorable victory and told everyone to celebrate, but no one seemed particularly enthusiastic about that idea. The victory had been brutal. Han approached and asked why he had done that. Leon asked if he needed a reason to kill orcs. Han insisted that the mission had been to help the tribe, but he answered that he would rather throw himself into fire than help creatures like those. He said the orcs were savages who did not deserve respect, that their very existence was inherently evil. According to him, they were nothing more than violent and disgusting beasts, and should not be treated like humans. Han thought he was being extremely prejudiced. She tried to argue that maybe there was at least one good orc in the world. Leon responded firmly. He told them to listen closely. A good orc is a dead orc. He reminded them that when the gates opened on Earth, many surviving orcs settled there. Humans even tried to welcome them, but they did not adapt. They ended up killing the humans. They had always been a problem, and always would be. Meanwhile, Yogg Spinner approached a stream flowing through the portal. He assessed the environment and commented that if the task were carried out correctly, the extermination would be extremely efficient. Leon authorized him to handle it. For some reason, both he and Han had their hair covered because of the color, though no one there really understood why. Spinner then initiated the overload of his core, using 99.9% of his own energy. This accelerated the deterioration of the internal fuel rods. Few knew exactly what that meant, but the result was visible. He launched a dark sphere into the water. It looked like a small, dense, strange object, almost like a metallic turd. Hanhari approached, suspicious, and asked if that was really right. Throwing radioactive material into the river just to kill orcs, did that not go against the honor of a knight? But Leon replied coldly. He asked everyone to pay attention. He said that fighting those green beasts was not a war nor a mission. It was pest control. He was not acting as a knight. He was acting as a hunter. At that moment, in another part of the region, a new battle was happening between 2 tribes. One of them was dominating the other with brutality. But the moment they raised their cups in a toast to victory, one of the orcs took a sip of water and said the taste was very strange. It must have been from the blood he drank earlier. However, later on, that orc started feeling ill. When they called the healer, they realized that all the other orcs were also dying. Not even the healer could cure the sickness. That was when Leon appeared to finish off the orcs, and he even ordered his troops to attack as well, because it was free experience. The soldiers rushed in and began annihilating the orcs without mercy. The entire tribe was completely wiped out, and now the entire orc species had become their enemy. After that, they still had to deal with the orcs that were in the hidden mission region. Han reported that the mission had changed, and Leon replied that they finally had a worthy mission. He declared to the soldiers of Lionheart that it was time to protect justice. However, the orc mage was still alive and accused the humans of cursing the river water. He called them wretches, evil, and cowards, saying they were not worthy of calling themselves warriors. Leon dismissed his words, stating that it was all nonsense and that he was nothing more than an inferior creature. Even if he ripped his eyes out right there, it would still be a sin. That was why he gave him the chance to take his own life, calling him a filthy beast. Faced with this, the mage summoned all his power to try and destroy the arrogant man, but Leon only scoffed that even that insect knew how to use magic. Without hesitation, he threw his spear, which pierced through the mage. However, it was already too late. The mage had succeeded in invoking the power of Gokrok. Leon realized that it was an offering. As expected from beasts, they were not civilized at all. That was when the hidden quest began. What appeared was the eye and the arm of the great Gokrok, the orc god of sorcery. Now, the knights had the task of eliminating this entity. Gokrok himself declared that the knight could not be forgiven and must die. He fired a magical laser directly at his majesty. When he saw that Leon was unharmed, Gokrok asked which god was protecting him. He assumed it must be an existence similar to himself. Leon, irritated, asked how he dared compare himself to a true god. He was so furious that when he drew his sword, he tore part of his own clothing. He declared that he, the King of Lionheart, could not and would not tolerate the cursed existence of that creature. The Sorcerer King tried to strike Leon with his arm, but with a single blow, Leon cut off the creature's hand. He questioned why it was feeling pain if that attack had not even hit its original body. The mage who had performed the summoning was also confused. That was when Gokrok recognized that it was the sword's fault, the Holy Sword of Light. He realized who Leon was, the executioner of orcs, the slayer of demons, the sole survivor of the world of nightmares. That was why he decided to retreat for now and abandon the mage who had summoned him. Leon approached, showing contempt for the creature's actions and saying that this was the best one could expect from a so-called god. This was what he expected from filthy beasts like them. The mage still tried to avenge his companions, but ended up being decapitated by Leon. Leon commented that at least the orc mage had tried, but did not deserve to live. After the battle, all group members completed their missions and, as a reward, received 2 titles: Orc Hunters and Soldiers of the Night of War. The Orc Hunter title increased damage against orcs by 30%, while the Soldier of the Night of War title granted 20% physical resistance when fighting side by side with another soldier holding the same title. Daesung noticed he had gained resistance to physical attacks, something usually exclusive to tanks, and the group was surprised by this benefit. Leon ordered everyone to collect the loot quickly and prioritize items from higher-level monsters. When Han approached, he asked what they would do with that giant hand. The item was still there, the severed hand of the sorcerer Gokrok. At that moment, Spinner revealed he had received a message relayed by Ito, the god of steel and forging. According to him, there was a large concentration of mana in the severed hand, and he ordered them to use the Holy Grail to absorb it. In return, the energy would be converted into divine power. Leon agreed with the idea and, upon using the Holy Grail, absorbed the hand's power directly into the pantheon of gods. Leon felt energy similar to divine energy, but could not sympathize with that entity, since the orcs worship no other creation besides that evil force, which in his view should be completely destroyed. Soon after, Ariana appeared to establish contact with Leon. He commented that it was an honor to hear the goddess's voice even without preparing his ritual. He asked if she had made an effort to make that possible. Ariana replied that the beast's mana influence made the contact possible and said she needed him to make an important decision. She believed that Leon could recover the power of a sacred item. Pitos suggested choosing the Holy Sword and insisted that Leon take it. However, the goddess asked him to remain silent and assured she would respect any choice Leon made. The king then reflected on his 4 sacred items: the Holy Spear, the Holy Sword, the Holy Grail, and the Lion's Heart. At that moment, he felt the power of the Holy Sword was too much, so he decided to recover the power of the Holy Grail. When he did, his appearance became even more impressive. Leon thought that was great. Han approached once more to give a warning, as Spinner, for some reason, was restraining one of the knights with his threads and seemed about to destroy him. One of the soldiers complained that the robot was attacking him, but Leon told him to watch his words unless he wanted his tongue cut out. The king then asked Sir Spinner what had happened. Spinner explained that the knight was a loot thief. The accused denied it, saying it was a misunderstanding. Leon decided to investigate and ordered the soldier's belongings to be searched. Han prepared to perform the search and indeed found the heart of the great orc warrior, the most valuable item from that portal. Leon asked why he would do something like that, as he knew that stealing loot was a grave sin. Even with the knight's denial, Leon punished him by cutting off his hand, just as was done to thieves in his original world. He explained that he knew the laws of this new world were different, but now the army of Lionheart followed only his laws. He asked if anyone disagreed and told them to raise their hand if they were against it. The new law was clear: whoever steals loses a hand. That was the law of the Kingdom of Lionheart. Although it was hard for people from modern Earth to accept such harsh rules, the buffs and rewards were so good that no one objected. They accepted the new reality without resistance. Even so, Daesung knelt before his king and asked for permission for the thief to have his arm restored. Leon asked if he really wanted the hand to be returned, and Daesung answered yes, respectfully calling him Your Majesty. But Leon replied that the request defeated the purpose of the punishment. It went against the reason the penalty was applied. Still, Daesung said he understood, but reminded him that everyone there lived under different ideals than His Majesty. And since the law had only been explained at that moment, perhaps it was fair to give the soldier another chance. After all, he did not know the rules beforehand. Leon admitted that was true. He acknowledged that Daesung was very wise to point that out. He then approached the soldier who had lost his arm and said he should be grateful to have a companion like that. With the newly awakened power of the Holy Grail, he poured the divine liquid over the wound, completely regenerating his hand. Daesung thought that not even S-rank healers could do something like that. At best, they could reattach a limb. To him, Leon not only had absurdly high combat power, but he also surpassed legendary healers, and he wondered how anyone could have so much power. Soon after, Leon told the soldier to stop making that ugly face and leave. He said he would forgive him just this once, out of respect for the laws of that world, but that the man had lost his rights. The soldier thanked him on his knees and asked for forgiveness. Then, the King of Lionheart addressed everyone and declared that anyone who wanted to remain in the army army could stay, but those who did not accept the rules could take their share of the loot and leave. Most chose to stay. They wanted to take advantage of that opportunity. Seeing this, Leon announced that training would begin immediately because he believed they were perfectly capable of handling it. He ordered them to collect all the loot because they would be departing soon. The knights, very excited, began gathering the rewards. Meanwhile, Han asked what the next training would be. Leon replied that it would be physical training. Later, already in a gymnasium, everyone was wearing workout clothes. Daesung met his friend again and warned him not to overdo it, reminding him that resting was also important sometimes. It was Han who made the announcement at that moment, saying that His Majesty and the Templar Sir Jagd of Spinner were entering. Leon congratulated everyone for passing the first simple test. He said they were still too weak to be part of his army, but that could be worked on. As he watched them training, he noticed some issues, especially related to their bodies. So he decided to begin physical training. From that moment on, everyone would go through the strict regime described in the training manual of the Royal Army of Lionheart. Many began to wonder if it was some kind of strength training. Leon explained that yes, it was muscle training. The goal was to push the body to its limits. This method was created by a legendary Templar knight, the famous Sir Gratus, known as the Giant Slayer. He believed that humans became stronger as they were beaten, and Leon said he had never heard wiser words. The troop was confused by that logic, but Leon continued, saying that a soldier who protects a kingdom should train even harder than a farmer. To achieve greater efficiency, Sir Gratus had also said that the bodies of soldiers should be beaten and broken, and only then healed. According to him, this would increase not only muscle resistance, but also visual perception. No one could believe what they were hearing. Leon, however, stated that they should crush each other until all their muscles tore and their fists broke. He even said it would be better if their bones broke as well. That was when Daesung, stunned, commented that it was pure madness. Technically, Daesung was not wrong in saying it was madness. If they really went through with that kind of training, the soldiers' bodies would not be able to endure it. But Leon simply responded with indifference, asking, so what? He possessed the Holy Grail, and just by exuding its aura, all of Daesung's wounds had been healed. Leon explained that any warrior near the Holy Grail would be healed automatically. However, without drinking holy water, the healing was limited to regenerating damaged muscles and repositioning broken bones. From that moment on, they were to fight each other for 5 continuous hours. There were no allies. No one was allowed to block or dodge. It was all about taking hits and striking back without hesitation. Leon said that if anyone was still standing after 5 hours, he would personally take care of beating that person himself. He then left the rest of the training in the hands of Sir Jagd of Spinner. Tension quickly rose among the soldiers, who began staring at each other in panic. Spinner then detected suspicious behavior and, without hesitation, lashed the first person he saw. He firmly warned that if they did not start fighting, he would have to use near-lethal force. Not fully understanding, the soldiers finally began attacking each other. Kicks to the face, punches to the ribs, blows to the stomach, to the chest, everywhere. Daesung muttered that it was madness, that everyone had lost their minds. But soon after, he too took a punch to the face. And so, at 9 in the morning, began the feared training of the Gratis Army, known as the Steel Skin Project. In other words, a brawl festival. At noon, the meal was served, only water with salt and sugar. Han asked if that was correct, and Leon confirmed it. That was lunch. The soldiers were outraged, not understanding why that nonsense mixture had been served. But it was a rule of the military manual. Soldiers were to be given only the bare minimum needed to survive. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, tactical training began. Now wearing armor, the soldiers were divided into groups of 5 to try to stop Leon, who charged at them mounted on his horse. They were trampled repeatedly for several hours. At 8 in the evening, everyone slept in the same warehouse. There were no beds, only a sheet and a simple pillow. They survived that day of hellish training thanks to Han, who prepared some late-night snacks. But even that had not been by chance. It was also part of Leon's plan, although the hunters did not know it. The next day, before sunset, Daesung was already training alone. He swung his sword and shield, feeling how the equipment was much heavier than it looked. He was following a kind of tutorial he had seen on the internet. Leon appeared and said he was doing everything wrong, but told him to keep going. He asked him to correct his posture and try thrusting again. Daesung made the move with force, but without precision. Leon explained that he was making the mistake of lowering his shield every time he thrust with his sword. He said that even when visibility was limited, the shield should not be moved. A shield out of position opened a dangerous gap for the enemy. Daesung then asked if that tactic was meant for shield-bearing soldiers to halt the enemy's advance, while the knights took advantage of the opening to strike. Leon Leon confirmed firmly. That was the ideal combat style for the Lionheart army. The technique, called hammer and anvil, was considered the correct approach, but Daesung commented that the opponents were not another army, but monsters. He questioned whether it would really work against such enemies. Leon did not like the suggestion and asked if he was trying to teach him how to fight demons. Daesung respectfully denied it, making it clear that was not his intention. Even so, His Majesty gave a faint smile and explained that the monsters seen in the portals of this world were nothing compared to what he had faced in his homeland. He said he had fought giants over 20 meters tall, trolls with infinite regeneration, giant spiders mounted by goblins, and dragons capable of destroying entire mountains. To fight creatures like that, many combat methods were needed, and one essential skill: adaptation. According to him, that could only be gained through real experience. With decades of battles in service to a goddess, he believed that the most important thing for a knight was to be well balanced. He taught the soldiers that, to increase their chances of survival, it was enough to master a single talent to its fullest. However, Daesung said he wanted more than that. Then Leon asked if he dreamed of becoming a knight. Daesung hesitated, questioning how someone like him, a mere commoner, could be a knight, since that was something exclusive to nobles. But His Majesty replied firmly that he should not see his kingdom through the limited logic of this world. To him, being a knight was not about title or noble birth. A true knight was someone who chose, of their own will, to follow a difficult path out of duty. Someone who protected the people and defended good with courage. Origin did not matter. If someone had enough courage to take on that duty, they already deserved his respect as a knight. Daesung then realized he had misinterpreted His Majesty's words, but now he felt motivated. He too wanted to become a knight. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower in the United States branch, that mysterious entity reappeared before Reinald. With arrogance, it ordered the mage to bow, calling him an idiot, for it would teach him truth and knowledge. Reinald quickly noticed that the entity's voice sounded different. It gave direct instructions. First, he should channel spatial transfer magic into a crystal, so it could explode in space in case of emergency. Reinald asked why exactly he had to prepare the crystal since he thought it would be used to descend to Earth. The entity replied with disdain, saying it would never set foot on a planet where that monster existed. They had to eliminate that plague once and for all. It made clear that Reinald should enter the same portal as him, and with coldness, it concluded by saying that, hopefully, Leon would die this time. After much intense training, the day of the graduation ceremony for the army of the Pantheon Guild had arrived. The soldiers were about to enter yet another yellow portal. Jinsu asked if they would be taking part in that mission only with rookie soldiers. Aham replied yes, especially since neither she nor Sir Spinner would be going along. Jinsu joked that he would have to do all the work alone then. Later, Leon gave a speech to his soldiers. He said that everyone had proven their worth during the last 4 weeks of training. He would not speak much. Now was the time to put everything into practice. They would enter the portal and complete it on their own. Although this kind of mission was usually not allowed for beginners only, Leon explained that once they were inside, they would all understand the true meaning of being a soldier of the King of Lionheart. The soldiers would stand before the divinities they were meant to serve, and Leon ordered them to finish the mission swiftly. Pantheon had to show its strength. The army was made up of 49 hunters, with an average rank of D. They entered the portal together, accompanied by the association's hunter Jinsu and by Leon Lionheart. Han reassured Sir Spinner, telling him not to worry because they were at His Majesty's side, so nothing bad would happen. However, Spinner noticed something strange. He reported, Majesty Leon, soldiers, 49, observer 1. Total 51, but his sensor had detected 52 presences entering the portal. He immediately located the last person and rushed toward them with a headbutt, entering the portal along with them. Han tried to follow, but when she touched the portal, she was repelled as if she had hit a solid wall. Everyone around noticed that the amount of mana was changing. The portal flickered, and its color shifted from yellow to red. Han wondered if it had been a floating portal all along without them realizing it. Inside the portal, a brutal war was underway, with demons fighting against humanity. The soldiers looked around confused, wondering why they were inside a demonic portal. Not even Leon fully understood the situation, but he immediately gave the order for everyone to raise their shields and form a magic square in a defensive formation. Meanwhile, the only one who could not keep up was Jinsu, as all the other knights moved in perfect sync. The formation was completed in just 1 second, and Leon ordered the soldiers to advance. Jinsu was stunned. Were they really moving forward inside a demonic portal? He thought they should be retreating, but the soldiers were braver than usual. When he noticed the buff they had received, he understood the source of their courage. The small demons that rushed toward the shields were immediately crushed by the formation. Jinsu found it unbelievable. Even a rank B hunter would struggle to face one of those demon hounds, but the rank D soldiers were defeating them with ease. He wondered what had happened in the past 4 weeks to change them so much. Meanwhile, Leon continued to lead with confidence. His army wiped out the hounds with precision and kept advancing across the battlefield. That was when Jinsu spotted a demonic troll and felt true fear. Even the knights hesitated, thinking they could not block an attack from that monster. But Daesung, captain of the 3rd Squad, stepped forward without hesitation. He blocked the strike on his own, stating that compared to His Majesty's blows, that one was light. The troll became even more enraged, but at that moment Sir Spinner seized the opening and struck the enemy hard. The soldiers were surprised to see Spinner there, but Leon merely praised Daesung's block and finished the troll with a series of precise blows, cutting through its body with exact precision. The death of the demonic troll caused panic among the other demons. They were so terrified that they immediately fled the battlefield. At last, the human soldiers could breathe a sigh of relief. The soldiers cried with joy, deeply thanking Leon for everything. One of them stepped forward and expressed gratitude to all the brave warriors. Shortly afterward, the system announced that the Kingdom of Sparrow was under attack by demons. Their mission was to protect the kingdom from an invasion by a demon king, and the remaining time to do so was only 1 week. The knights were astonished because they believed they were in a yellow portal. One of the soldiers warned His Majesty that there was even worse news. The portal through which they were supposed to exit had vanished. They were trapped there with no way to return. Leon asked the soldiers to stay calm, went to the site to check the situation, and Spinner reported that there had been an unforeseen incident involving the entrance of an unauthorized outsider into the portal. Leon understood that this was why Spinner had decided to join them and asked someone to explain the situation more clearly. Daesung raised his hand and explained that this was a floating portal, a rare phenomenon in which the portal's difficulty increases drastically without warning, and no one can leave until it is fully completed. Leon thought about it and found it hard to believe it was just a coincidence, but he declared that there would be no change of plans. They would complete the portal regardless. Daesung asked if he was sure, since there was a chance that archdemons might appear. Leon answered firmly that he was the king of Lionheart, someone who had already defeated 2 demon kings and more than 30 archdemons. The soldiers became excited, remembering that he possessed numerous traits related to demons. Leon, however, thought to himself that all of that had been back when he still had a great deal of divine power in his world. Now he could not guarantee victory against a demon king, but he chose not to reveal that to the soldiers. He needed to appear strong and trustworthy so they could keep believing in him. Meanwhile, Reinald was hiding behind some mountains. The entity inside the evil orb mocked him, saying that the king of Lionheart had become weak. Reinald asked if he could begin the ritual for the entity to descend, but it replied that it was not yet foolish enough to do so. It explained that a creature had been prepared by the demons of lust for 100 years, and once awakened, it would surely kill Leon. The entity said this with complete confidence. The setting of the Kingdom of Sparrow was revealed. It was a peaceful kingdom, proud of its 1,000-year history. But now, it was facing a critical situation. Demons were invading the cities without end. Only the palace remained standing. The last survivors clung to what little hope remained and kept fighting with everything they had. Daesung explained all this to His Majesty, who remarked that he had almost forgotten that every portal had its own setting. Daesung added that this portal was different because it had a time limit. Normally, a dungeon break occurs when monsters are neglected, but in this specific case, the mission was timed. The portal would close as soon as its conditions were fulfilled. Leon then called Jinsu from the Hunter Association. He said he knew Jinsu had not planned to intervene, but given the urgency, it would be a problem if he said he would not fight alongside Sir Spinner. Jinsu replied that everything was fine, as the president of the association had already considered that possibility. The soldiers began wondering if they would be promoted after that mission. The anticipation was growing. Leon then said there was one more thing, and asked what everyone thought about hidden quests. Daesung was surprised, and Jinsu asked what exactly His Majesty was thinking. Leon answered confidently that he was thinking about personally killing the Demon King. Later, Leon was at an inn near the palace of the Kingdom of Sparrow, reflecting that the demonic energy extracted from the troll had not yielded the expected results. That amount would only be enough to ensure a brief connection with the Pantheon. Still, that was what he did. During the connection, he asked how his dear Ariana was doing, and she responded by asking if he had also felt that presence. Leon confirmed that he had. It took him a while to notice, but he had sensed an energy of a different nature in that portal. Ariana explained that the energy had infiltrated this world very naturally, with such subtlety that even she had been unable to detect it beforehand. Leon suspected it might be a demon, at least at the level of a lord, but Ariana disagreed. According to her, if it were such a powerful existence, the energy should have been more evident. She then mentioned that another deity also wanted wanted to speak with him. Ariane informed him that Plu wished to investigate that world. Leon replied that in that case they would need to gather enough energy for Plu to descend, and he mentioned that he knew a different method to accomplish that. Later, Leon and his servants attended a formal meeting in the Kingdom of Sparrow. The head butler, who introduced himself as Farco, guided them through the palace halls. Leon commented that the owner of the place seemed to have a great artistic sense. Farco agreed, and explained that the palace was a true testament to the kingdom's long history, from the first queen, Fiora, to the current one, Beatrice. The structure had served many generations of queens, and the soldiers soon realized that it was a matriarchal society. However, Leon turned and scolded the soldiers for commenting about royalty, despite being mere commoners. The soldiers quickly apologized, but Farco tried to smooth things over by saying that such talk was quite common. Finally, they arrived at the audience chamber. Her Majesty, Queen Beatrice, awaited them with her entourage of nobles. The Chancellor of the Kingdom, Duke Archeum, announced that he had decided to grant Leon the position of knight in recognition of his achievements in the recent battle. With honor, the Queen asked Leon to say a few words. However, Leon ignored the Chancellor and declared that before any speech, he would like to greet the Queen directly. He climbed onto the platform, walked among the people, and was stopped by one of the royal guards. Duke Archeum scolded his behavior, saying that despite his accomplishments, such conduct was outdated. Leon's servants watched in silence, thinking he would not be bothered by it. But they were wrong. Leon was clearly furious and spoke directly to the Queen. He declared that he was the sovereign of the Kingdom of Lionheart, revealing his full name as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and affirmed that he would fulfill his duty even if it seemed rude in the eyes of the court. Duke Archeum, offended, stated that Leon had overstepped and ordered the guards to arrest him. Without the slightest delicacy, Leon grabbed the Chancellor's neck and snapped it with his bare hands, shocking everyone present. The soldiers were confused, not understanding what he was doing, while the room filled with tension. Leon then stated that the Chancellor was nothing more than a fool and asked how long he planned to keep hiding his true identity. He said it was absurd that he had managed to deceive the eyes of King Leon and ordered him to reveal his true form, calling him a filthy demon. Even with his neck broken, the Chancellor smiled, stood up, and revealed his true appearance. He was a disguised demon, and he was not alone. Other nobles also began to show their demonic forms, spreading chaos throughout the chamber. Leon, staying calm, commanded the soldiers to advance against the enemies. The first demon, insect-like in appearance, tried to attack Leon, but he intercepted the strike with his fingers, tore off the creature's arms, and immediately afterward, its head. The veteran knights could hardly believe such beings had been hiding inside the castle. When the demons attempted to attack the innocent, Leon personally intervened and eliminated them. He then gave a clear order. All demons in that kingdom were to be exterminated, without exception. When the massacre was over, Leon noticed that the queen had barely reacted to the entire situation. As he approached her, he was stopped by a commander knight. Leon stated that he understood the man's loyalty, but questioned the fact that he had not prioritized the protection of the royal family during the crisis. The commander replied that his loyalty was devoted only to the queen. Leon calmly flicked away the sword at his neck and declared that, at that moment, he was the king, the one responsible for asking questions and making decisions. He said this applied even to the queen herself, and that everyone present should recognize their place. The commander replied that the queen was not in a condition to judge anything, and that, with the Chancellor's death, authority now fell to him. Leon explained that the demon's corrupted energy was infecting the castle, turning others into similar creatures. Therefore, they needed to be eliminated before it was too late. The commander asked if he was sure of what he said, and Leon answered with conviction, stating that a king never lies. Upon hearing the response, the commander yielded and asked what Leon wished to do. Leon declared that he wanted to take command of the soldiers and have full authority to deal with the demons. He then bowed before the queen and promised that he would resolve the crisis, since she was powerless to act. Later, in the main square, and before all the people, Leon declared that he had received full authority from Her Majesty the Queen and introduced himself as the sovereign of the Kingdom of Lionheart, announcing his full name as Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He explained that among the people of that place, there were many individuals possessed by demons, and all of them would be eliminated. He also said that there was no need for panic, because he knew a perfect method to distinguish the innocent from the corrupted. The people were doubtful at first, but Leon stated that he would show proof. Without hesitation, he grabbed two random individuals from the crowd and explained that, from that moment onward, anyone who is not a demon should walk into the sacred flames to prove their innocence. He then threw one of the men straight into the fire and ordered everyone to watch closely. The entire square was overtaken overtaken by fear, unable to understand what he was doing. Soon after, the woman was also thrown into the flames. The man screamed in agony as he was burned alive. Meanwhile, the woman passed through the fire unharmed. The man's body, consumed by the flames, revealed his true demonic form. Leon explained that those were sacred flames that only burned evil creatures, and he said the people should be grateful such a method existed. He then ordered everyone to pass through the corridor of fire, warning that anyone who refused would be killed by his sword. The fear the people felt toward Leon was greater than their fear of the fire, and so they began to walk through the flames. All who refused were eventually exposed as true demons. Leon, sensing the stench of demonic corruption in the air, ordered them to be cut into pieces, judging them unworthy of remaining in that kingdom. One of the demons, consumed by arrogance, declared that Leon did not know his place and would die right there. Leon, enraged, raised his voice, and the sheer power of his shout was enough to rupture the eardrums of the little devils around him. He declared that those worms dared to profane the humans of that land and now tried to undermine his authority. Even the demons themselves realized that Leon was furious beyond any imaginable limit. Reynald, watching the scene, simply stated to the evil entity that the infiltration plan had completely failed. After defeating all the demons and leaving one of them tied up as an example, Leon assured the people of Sparrow that there was no longer any reason to fear. As long as he was there, those demonic creatures would have no chance of threatening them again. He explained that these evil beings implanted negative emotions in people's minds, causing fear, sadness, and anger without reason. The demon who was tied up even tried to provoke the population, attempting to scare them with threats. But Leon reacted immediately and slapped him so hard that the creature's skull caved in. He then pointed to the demon and said that it was because of creatures like that people gave in to temptation, felt fear, and were seduced into evil. It was their fault that many families lost harmony, that some people went hungry, got sick, lost their belongings to gambling, or failed to get married. The citizens listened attentively as Leon continued to snap off the demon's horns with a simple flick. Leon's words began to take effect. The people started blaming that creature for all the problems in their lives, and Leon reinforced the idea that because of such beings, they were turning away from true faith. But he also said there was no reason to fear, because the deity of war and fire, Pitos, had granted divine flames to protect them. At that moment, Leon called over a little boy standing among the crowd. The boy was holding a piece of wood with the divine flame on it, yet he was not being burned. He seemed calm, as if the fire did not affect him. Leon then ordered the boy to punish the demon until he paid for all his sins. The boy hesitated and asked how he was supposed to do that. Leon asked if he was feeling sorry for the creature. The boy replied no, because his father had died because of the demons. With that, the boy timidly approached, while the demon threatened him, saying that if he touched him with that fire, he would be hunted all the way to hell. Before he could finish his sentence, Leon had already punched him in the face, followed by a strong blow with the flaming wood. The demon screamed and called everyone there psychopaths, claiming they would be cursed by corruption. But before he could go on, Leon silenced him with another punch, saying he should shut his mouth. Meanwhile, in a distant prison there was Balters, one of the demons associated with pleasure and corruption. He had been living as a demon for 34 years, during which he had tortured and corrupted countless humans. But now he was reduced to that pathetic state. Spinner approached and asked Baltars to provide information. When the demon refused to cooperate, Spinner informed the soldiers that prisoner number 14 was not cooperating. The troops approached, and Baltar said they could torture him all they wanted. They could even kill him, because he would return anyway. But the soldiers did not kill him. Instead, they brought a bucket of water mixed with 15% holy water. Spinner wanted to verify some information and said the water would know the answers. Then he grabbed the wires connected to the demon's body and dunked his head into the holy water, causing intense burns. Even with the screams, the interrogation continued. When the demon refused to talk, Spinner repeated the process and submerged his head again. The procedure was brutal, and even the soldiers began to feel sorry for the demon, who cried out for help. In desperation, Balters asked what he needed to say, claiming he didn't know anything. Still, he was dunked again. After a few minutes, Spinner had already collected 30,000 characters of information, about 9,000 less than the average recorded among the other 13 prisoners. This indicated the demon could still provide more. Confused, Balters asked how he knew how many characters the others had given, and Spinner explained that he needed to justify keeping the prisoner alive if he was not cooperating properly. Faced with this, Balters finally gave in and asked where he should start. Soon after, Spinner went to Leon to deliver the full report of the information gathered from the 32 creatures. The responses showed 89% similarity, indicating a high degree of consistency. Leon praised Spinner's work and asked what had been done with the demons afterward. Spinner replied that they had all been eliminated, with an average of of 14 seconds and a peak volume of 127 decibels. Leon said that was excellent, the sound of justice. Meanwhile, all the demons were being burned at the stake. Suddenly, Leon felt a deep pain pierce through his chest. At the same time, Spinner recorded a sudden spike in the king's heart rate. Leon stood up, overcome by a feeling of disgust, saying he could not accept what was happening. He could not stand the fact that such evil beings were still alive, breathing the same air as him, walking on the same ground. Outraged, he asked what they should do about it. Spinner replied that they needed to eliminate them as soon as possible. Leon agreed, stating that it was necessary to end the root of all evil. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the window. After all, the King of Lionheart was a demigod. Exhaustion did not exist for him, and that absence of fatigue also applied to machines. With all his strength and speed, Leon launched himself into what seemed like a night patrol, determined to take action. Meanwhile, Reinald was exactly where the demons were gathering. He was visibly nervous about the situation, and asked his master if everything would be all right. The evil entity accompanying him warned him not to stare too long at those inferior creatures. It said that such contact could easily corrupt him. Soon after, the great demon of that region appeared. He questioned how Reinald dared to step into his territory, which was a place of amusement for demons. Reinald was completely shocked, but his entity warned him again not to act arrogantly. The demon in question was Androgen, the demon of pleasure and corruption. Androgen recognized the entity accompanying Reinald. It was an archdemon known for having no common sense or character, a goblin who had enjoyed sudden success. The entity, however, claimed it had an irresistible offer to make. Androgen replied with contempt, telling the goblin to know his place. Most of his demons had been killed, so how could he still think he was on the same level? But the entity replied that his own people had also been destroyed. It was not only his lord who had died 180 years ago, Shaman, his former master, was also dead, and he knew very well what horrors had occurred back then. 180 years ago, the 5 archdemons had joined forces to try to conquer the world. It was the first time they advanced together, but the result was catastrophic. 3 demon lords died and over 10 million demons were annihilated by a single man. The entity claimed to be one of the few survivors of that cursed place. Androgen questioned if he really knew what had happened there. The goblin affirmed that he did. Even so, he had made an irresistible proposal, but Androgen said he would personally throw that bastard into the deepest hole in existence. The goblin replied that he had heard Androgen was taking orders from a distinguished archdemon. Androgen confirmed it. He said he was close to completing the mission. Even if she was just a mere mortal, the end was near. After that, Reinald, his pocket entity, and the goblin discussed their chances of victory. The goblin stated that the probability of success was 7-3. Reinald asked if they could intervene. After all, he was a rank S mage, but the goblin refused completely. He said he would not leave that place even if someone paid him. Reinald then thought he was just a big coward. The goblin explained that the next step would be to go to the corpse collectors, who were in an area near the forest. These miserable and insane beings were known for their unusual offensive strength. Still suspicious, Reinald asked if what they were seeing was one of them. Walking awkwardly, like an undead, there was one of the collectors. It was a strange demon with a deformed appearance and unstable behavior. Something about it felt deeply wrong. Before they could understand what was happening, the goblin shouted for Reinald to duck. He obeyed just in time and saw several wires rise from the ground, violently pulling the collector's legs, who began to scream for help. The one responsible for exterminating those collectors was Leon Spinner, who emerged from the darkness of the forest. At that moment, Reinald used an invisibility spell to avoid being located, but even so, he was amazed when Leon approached the area where he was, without making any sound of arrival. Reinald wondered how Leon had gotten so close without him even noticing his presence. The goblin explained that it was the result of the divine law of silence from the Templars, a sacred spell that blocked even the sound of galloping horses. With this ability, Leon had silently wiped out all the demons in the forest. Even while invisible, Leon stared directly toward the place where Reinald was hiding. He commented that there was something strange there, and that he could feel an unpleasant energy in that spot. He moved even closer, stopping only a few steps away, and said he thought it was around there. Before the tension could escalate, Spinner warned him that one of the basic satellites had detected a new target. With that, Leon turned around and walked away, leaving Reinald behind. Finally alone, Reinald could sit on the ground, trembling with nerves. Leon had already identified the type of demon present in that area: pleasure and corruption. They were essentially perverts, twisted beings driven by distorted and deep cravings. This still left him intrigued. He wondered why so many demons of that kind were still residing in that portal, including elite and high-ranking creatures. It was clear to him that there was an archdemon involved, but it was still strange to see so many of them alive and active. At that moment, Leon was surprised by a woman who entered his room. He immediately sensed her presence. It was the queen herself, who commented that he was exuding the scent of demonic blood. She said he must be tired and offered to comfort him. As she approached, Leon could not deny that she was truly beautiful, but at the same time he thought that a woman with such beauty was the very symbol of destruction. She represented ruin, and any ordinary person would probably not even realize they were already doomed by getting close to her. She introduced herself as Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow, the queen of that kingdom. With perfect manners, Leon kissed her hand and introduced himself as well, but he thought to himself that he had not noticed that strange energy in her before. Beatrice said she had only come to greet the man who saved her kingdom, but Leon believed it was not an appropriate hour for a royal lady to make visits. Even so, she insisted, saying she felt vulnerable, that she felt watched. She revealed that the general and his knights were spying on her and keeping her imprisoned inside her own castle. Leon found that statement strange. He did not see the general as someone capable of such disloyalty, but Beatrice said she had no time to waste. She wanted to ask the king for a favor. Leon said he would only decide whether to accept it after hearing the full request. Then the queen surprised him by asking him to kill the general and the knights who accompanied him. She promised that if he did that, she would give him full control of the kingdom. She then leaned closer to whisper. She said the general was hiding something in the underground levels of the castle, and that Leon needed to investigate it personally. At that moment, the general himself appeared, knocking loudly on Leon's door, saying he would enter regardless of what the king was doing inside. When he opened the door, he saw no one but the king. Leon then coldly asked if he intended to invade a king's room in the middle of the night. He called it a great impertinence. The general firmly replied that he knew the queen had been there, but that the situation was urgent. Leon confirmed that he had spoken with the queen and asked if the general was not concerned that the sovereign was walking around the castle alone at night. The general responded that she had always behaved like that, but Leon, without hiding his suspicion, asked if the general had really allowed the queen to walk alone in the castle, while demons crawled through the shadows of the kingdom. The general confidently stated that demons did not attack at night, but Leon said that was utter nonsense. He knew demons well. They did not care about the time of day. That was basic knowledge, and a general should know that. He considered it absurd that someone so unprepared had reached that position. The general apologized immediately and said he would leave, but Leon insisted, saying that the queen had told him she was being kept prisoner. He wanted to know if that was true. The general replied that such matters were none of a foreigner's business and slammed the door on his way out. Leon found that reaction very suspicious. It was clear that there was something in that place he had not discovered yet, and if he wanted to understand the truth, he might really need to investigate the underground. Then he called his loyal squire, Spinner, and asked him to perform a special task, to take a look at a certain hidden place. The next morning, the demons were advancing again with their army, now under the direct command of Androgen. They were prepared to contaminate humans with the power of pleasure, but before they could do anything, a divine spear was thrown with brutal force, shattering their formation without giving them any chance to defend. The goblins who tried to flee were captured in an even crueler way. Their souls were absorbed by the Holy Grail, which declared that technically they were still living beings unaware of death. With that, Leon, as King of Lionheart, stood before them to teach them the value of life. After all, their worst nightmare had just arrived. Meanwhile, General Ricardo was in the underground chambers of the castle. Some knights had noticed his absence from the battlefield and asked why he was there. The general replied naturally that the outsider was already taking care of the surface. The real issue was the seal. He wanted to make sure it was still functioning properly. Spinner was watching everything from afar, closely following the general's movements. The general then declared that the 100 years of resentment were almost complete. He then revealed the hidden seal beneath the castle. After the massacre, some demons had been taken as prisoners. One of them, who collapsed along the way, appeared to be a very beautiful woman. But as Dae-sung approached, he noticed something strange. She tried to seduce him, begging to be freed. However, the resistance to divine corruption was triggered. The supposed woman revealed herself to be a horrid, deformed demon and received a hard slap from Dae-sung. The demon, confused, asked how a regular human like him had resisted her seduction. Dae-sung was shocked too. He had nearly fallen into the trap. Just then, Leon approached on horseback and asked who was causing trouble. Both the demon and Dae-sung tensed up. The soldier pointed directly and said it was that bastard. Leon asked if the demon had really tried to seduce his soldier with that disgusting body. The enemy apologized, but was immediately trampled by Leon, leaving everyone around thinking that this man was more demonic than the demons themselves. Back at the palace, Jinsu commented that something strange was happening. They had returned victorious with demons imprisoned, but the population was strangely apathetic. Leon explained that even low-level demons had the power to corrupt and seduce humans easily. That was why the war against demons was eternal. Only a few elites could truly understand the value of victory. Then he ordered that the citizens themselves be responsible for hanging the captured demons, so that everyone could witness the corrupted souls dissipating before their eyes. Jinsu accepted the order. Leon acknowledged that yes, they had won, but there was no one there to welcome them, and Leon understood the reason perfectly. Later, Spinner personally went to the staircase leading to the underground chamber of the castle. The guards who tried to stop him at the entrance were kicked aside and thrown far away. Descending the stairs with determination, Jinsu asked if it was okay to invade like that. One of the soldiers nearby suggested ignoring formalities in that situation. Then Daesung spotted something surprising and immediately called the others. They had reached the true underground of the castle, where they found a massive cavern with a solitary bed at its center. Leon immediately suspected that this was the secret the queen had mentioned. It was clear that something was being hidden there. As he got closer, he discovered the presence of none other than the queen herself, Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow. Everyone present felt an intense charm coming from her. Her beauty was hypnotic. Some soldiers began to approach impulsively, as if losing control. But Leon shouted immediately for his men to resist. He ordered them not to be tempted by the dark energy of the demons. This time, Leon's aura was not enough. Even so, the other men kept running toward the queen and ended up being knocked out one by Leon, except for Daesung, who managed to resist the temptation. To stay in control, he even wounded himself with his own knife. Leon recognized his willpower and proudly used the power of the Holy Grail to heal both the body and mind of Daesung. Soon after, the general himself appeared, stating that it was impressive that Daesung had not been seduced by the presence of the Majesty. Leon then said that now everything made sense to him. None of those men had been tempted by mere ordinary power. The general tried to justify it by saying they had all grown used to it. However, Leon rejected that claim, explaining that the spell present in the queen was not something one could simply get used to. Leon revealed that he had seen this type of influence before. It was similar to the power of the Lady of Pleasure, a curse of coquetry that tempts and seduces all living beings with such deep demonic pleasure that it leads anyone to complete depravity. That is why he felt more disgust toward demons than any other creature. However, despite the similarity, he did not feel the same energy coming from the queen, and he began to question why the general and the knights were not showing any surprise at what was happening. Using the power of the Holy Grail, Leon summoned the deity of dreams and death. His guardian called out for a blessing, and the goddess answered the call, materializing before them. She was Plu, goddess of dreams and death. Leon greeted her with respect and made it clear that he knew exactly why he had summoned her. Plu confirmed that she could sense the malicious spell hovering in the air. She also said that within that endless dream, demons of corruption were creating a twisted consciousness. According to her, dreams are something one must eventually wake from. With that, she ordered all beings to reveal themselves. Her black flame lantern cast a blackout over the entire kingdom. When the darkness lifted, all the demons were exposed. The general, who had seemed human until then, revealed his true form, a death knight, an undead warrior. Leon finally understood why he had not sensed it earlier. Not just him, but all the undead soldiers were there to guard the queen's rest. Facing the situation, Leon drew his sword, realizing that if this dream had started with the queen, then greeting her directly would be enough to end the illusion. However, the Death Knight stood in his way, preventing him from moving forward. Soon, their swords clashed, and it was not just him. Other undead soldiers attacked at the same time. Leon questioned whether the knight would allow outsiders to interfere in a duel, and asked where his honor was. The Death Knight replied that he had betrayed his honor long ago, then ordered his entire army to block Leon's advance. Without hesitation, Leon responded. With a single swing of his sword, he launched one of the skeletons through the air like a baseball. Another was grabbed and crushed with brutal strength, but the general himself, that demonic knight, was different. He was strong enough to fight Leon on equal footing. Even so, Leon made it clear that with such distorted honor and corrupted pride, they would never win this battle. Leon channeled divine power into the cracks in the ground, triggering an explosion that wiped out all the undead soldiers, except for the Death Knight, who was shocked that a single attack had done so much damage. Leon placed his sword at the knight's throat and commanded him to wake from that dream, warning that if he could not, he would live in that absurd fantasy for eternity. Before finishing off the Death Knight, Leon sensed something strange. Everyone had turned unfaithful to the queen, except for a few, and he began to wonder why the queen had asked for their deaths. He started to consider the possibility that the queen might be the villain, so he ordered the general to tell the whole truth. The Death Knight explained that nothing had been done against the queen. She had made a deal with a demon. Years earlier, her kingdom had been invaded, everyone had been killed, and the queen was the sole survivor. The demon, impressed by her bravery, offered her a deal. She was to host the essence of corruption and relive the collapse of her kingdom for 100 years. If she could endure without being corrupted, she would save herself and her people. The kingdom, already on the verge of ruin, could not refuse, even knowing it was a trap set by the demon. 5 years later, the cycle repeated. The people went mad and slaughtered each other, but the queen remained firm, refusing to give in to madness. The first years were relatively easy, but as time passed, the queen herself began to lose her mind, bitterly regretting her decision. The demon's trap was cunning and cruel, leaving no loopholes. She watched her kingdom slowly fall apart while the essence of corruption within her constantly tried to seduce her. 50 years later, the queen's most loyal knight could no longer resist the desires growing in his heart and entered her chamber. To protect her, General Ricardo had to kill him. He also made a drastic decision. Everyone who was still alive would eventually fall to temptation. So the general killed all the others, and then himself, turning them into spirits and undead. That way, they could protect the queen even after death. The Death Knight explained that this transformation made the servants immune to the queen's seduction, and that they sealed her body, keeping the seal active for 80 years. All they managed to do was make her sleep for half a day. Leon was impressed by their loyalty and realized that, in truth, the queen had asked to be killed to spare them from that dreadful task. Plu then asked if he had felt anything, and Leon confirmed that he had sensed the approach of a demon army, specifically Androgen's army. He ordered his soldiers to rise again, including those knocked out by himself, and sent everyone back to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Plu stayed underground with the Death Knight to continue their conversation. When Leon returned, the soldiers reported that the demons had breached the castle walls and that they were many. However, the King of Knights showed no concern. Daesung also remained calm. He stepped forward, placed his helmet on, and ordered the soldiers to raise their shields, ready to stop the enemy charge. Leon and Spinner joined the soldiers, and even though they were few, they were enough, determined and resolute. The demons went into a frenzy, charging like mad beasts, and Spinner unleashed his weapons to exterminate them all. Leon's first action was to summon his horse Stallion, but still the number of enemies was overwhelming. Thousands of demons attacked Leon at once, and the soldiers began to think that all was lost. However, Leon stood firm thanks to the power of the Lionhearts. He noticed that the demon of pleasure was particularly dangerous, not because of its combat skills, but because of the sheer numbers and the buffs that made them annoyingly persistent. Stallion, his horse, was already weakened, and Leon wondered if he could really defeat them all with the power he currently had. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself, knowing he could not afford to doubt himself and that he was not alone in his resolve to win. The Death Knights arrived with reinforcements, and the general himself bowed to the King of Lionheart. Leon saw that the general had awakened from his dream, but even so, his loyalty to the queen remained unwavering. He replied that yes, that was how it should be. The general explained that they had already suffered too many losses, but that if Leon, the outsider, could bring change, they would do everything to help. Proud, Leon smiled and promised he would live up to their expectations. Then, the symbol of hope, using the Holy Grail, invoked the power of the deity of fire and war, igniting his own body and asking for strength to defeat the enemies. A blazing explosion engulfed the battlefield, and Petus manifested, reminding him that he kept sacrificing himself, but without him, that fire would fade. Leon replied that he would remain standing before them until they could all stand on their own. He was not fighting alone. Using the power of Petus, the deity of fire and war, he blessed all his knights and called upon the flames to punish the evil residing in that kingdom. Another pillar of fire cut through the skies, this time summoning a sun chariot. Leon told Stallion to rest for a while and thanked him for his service, then switched his sword for the divine spear and promised to lead everyone to victory. As the chariot advanced, the general warned about the danger of charging alone, but Leon moved forward without hesitation. The demons, however, did not retreat and rushed toward him. Leon shouted, questioning the audacity of those inferior beings who did not even understand knighthood, and charged with his spear and sword, trampling, piercing, and destroying the demons approaching. Neither the general nor Androgen's army expected such a fierce assault, and Leon, filled with rage and determination, devastated the entire enemy force with relentless power. Androgen asked in disbelief why he could not stop Leon for even a second and ordered the use of magic cannons to destroy him. The little devils fired the cannons, but Leon declared that there was no honor in long-range attacks and shielded himself with the divine shield of arrows, advancing mercilessly like a madman. He applied every reinforcement and blessing he could on himself and the entire army, until Androgen decided to confront him directly. The attack with his twin swords managed to stop Leon for a moment, but the goats kept headbutting Androgen's knee, making him completely lose sight of Leon and unable to sense his energy anymore. That was because the King of Lionheart attacked from above, aiming not at the enemy's flesh, but at the chains that bound Androgen's arms. Leon asked the Death Knights to to hold out for just 1 minute. Androgen wondered why he was struggling to defeat a single man and realized that the Queen's knights, from that ruined nation, were far stronger than he expected. He asked if Leon was the king of Lionheart, the one responsible for killing Daughterdon. Leon answered yes, referring to that sick devil with the huge belly who had been slain and cut to pieces, and promised Androgen would face the same fate, though with more limbs to slice. Androgen launched several cleavers imbued with demonic power, but Leon warned that such filthy power held no true strength, for they were all weak without him. Leon countered by throwing his spear, shattering the cleavers along the way and severing one of Androgen's arms. He had already warned that he would cut off all the enemy's limbs, and in the blink of an eye, he was within range again, this time wielding the divine sword. The demon retaliated using the Crown of Desire, a power that made targets succumb to their primal urges. The Death Knights warned of the danger, but Leon was unaffected. Even though no one should be able to resist the ability, he stood firm. Androgen wondered how Leon had escaped his illusion, and after losing another arm, Leon said that not even the Lady of Pleasure had managed to tempt him, let alone a grotesque demon like him. Androgen realized something was wrong, for all living beings were supposed to surrender to desire, and he ordered his demons to stop Leon. However, Leon was suddenly struck by one of the goats and noticed Androgen's rear guard was unprotected. When he stepped on the demon's chest, a divine presence interfered in the fight, reminding him that knights should be just. Leon agreed, saying there was no honor in a duel against demons because that was not a duel, it was an extermination. Leon's blow was so powerful that it destroyed part of the castle, and Androgen, the demon of pleasure and corruption, was killed. It was explained that the kingdom had once prospered, and the people lived in abundance and peace. Everyone believed the tranquility would last forever, and the queen herself shared in that hope, until the demon invasion began. The Mage Queen knew that those spirits and lesser beings would eventually reach her kingdom. She used all her power to try to stop them, and at first achieved many victories. That gave the people hope. However, it did not last, as she soon realized that the demonic beings returned even after being killed. The queen understood that the war had been lost from the start, because no matter how many they defeated, all of them would return, and that was utterly unfair. Destruction approached the kingdom, and she could not prevent it. When one of the demons appeared offering a deal, it asked her to harbor the essence of corruption and allow the collapse of the kingdom to repeat every 100 years. If she managed to resist and avoid corruption, they would end the invasion and return everything to normal. The queen could not resist the temptation. Even knowing it was a trap, she accepted the deal because it was the only way to protect those she loved. The demon who made that pact with her was Androgen. From that point on, the fall of the Kingdom of Sparrow began to alternate between pleasure and corruption. The brilliant citizens, the loyal knights, and the proud queen herself quickly drowned in evil. Those who felt the corruption and chose that path never returned to normal. In the end, one knight failed to control his desires and invaded the queen's chamber. At that moment, the general made his final decision, sealing the queen in the underground catacombs. Then he took his own life along with his entire unit, so they could be reborn as undead dedicated to serving her. The undead did not fall to lust, pleasure, or temptation. A decade of regret and devastation fell upon the queen. It was an inevitable fate that repeated itself, even though she was fully aware of her end. Deep inside, all she wished for was for the nightmare to end. Later, Leon examined the crown and the weapon the demon had used. Spinner showed an interest in the first weapon, a strong and useful metallic material, but Leon explained that the item was corrupted by evil. Spinner claimed he might be able to cleanse the corruption, and Leon entrusted the object to him. When it came to the crown, Plu appeared once more and asked to see it. Leon admitted he feared the corrupted item might offend the eyes of the goddess, but Plu assured him there was no problem. Upon analyzing the crown, she explained that Leon might not remember, but it was the symbol shared by all archdemons of pleasure, the ones who lured the young into meaningless illusions. That was what the crown did. Plu remarked that perhaps something useful could be extracted from it. Leon, however, stated that it was a corrupted item and he would dispose of it anyway. If she wished, she could accept it as an offering. Plu deeply thanked him for the offering and said the Pantheon was happy and honored by the glory Leon had brought. He replied that he had only done what he must, but the goddess insisted that War himself should offer him thanks. Pedos then appeared, embarrassed and hesitant, acknowledging that Leon had done a good job. Even so, Leon had a request for the dear Dream and War. He asked them to carry the souls of the knights loyal to the queen. Pedos asked if Leon truly wanted the souls of undead to be brought to the paradise of souls, reminding him they were excluded from the cycle of life and death. Plu found that a harsh statement, pointing out that the cycle belonged to her, not to him, and that it was not the god's role to interfere in such matters. Still, Petos questioned what kind of divinity would allow undead to enter paradise. There was a moment of reflection between them until Plu explained that those who escaped capital punishment also escaped the natural cycle. At that moment, the queen, still weak, rose and asked for forgiveness on behalf of her knights. The general urged her to take care of herself, and the queen apologized for her arrogance, asking them to reconsider. Plu then declared that no god of the pantheon would accept those souls into their paradises. However, she said that good deeds outweighed evil. The loyalty of the knights had touched the gods, and the king of Lionheart had asked that she care for their souls personally, which was the greatest approval possible. They would not be sent to paradise, but they would be allowed to restart the cycle. The goddess would purify their souls and give them a new chance. When she stood before the queen, Plu explained that there was only one path for the knights to rest. The queen would need to become a saint, helping the king of Lionheart to spread his faith. Once all was complete, she and her knights could reincarnate. Queen Beatrice accepted the proposal. Later, outside the castle, Daesung approached and reported the damage to his majesty. Most of the wounded were being healed thanks to the Holy Grail, but 6 knights had fallen in battle, leaving everyone deeply shaken. Leon reflected that, considering the sea of demons, such losses were minimal, yet he still prayed for them. He prayed to the dear Warren Fire, saying those warriors had met honorable deaths and asking for their souls to be guided. He begged that, if any sins remained, they be burned away and that the courage of the fallen be celebrated. He prepared a pyre to burn the bodies and send them directly to the paradise of war, declaring that the pantheon would never forget their sacrifice. At that moment, the gates of the gods' paradise opened. The Hunter Association had gathered all available hunters to respond to an unprecedented floating portal. 1 week later, all returned alive. The portal was cleared, and Leon came back bringing the queen with him. The president of the association, Kang Hyuk, registered Beatrice as a survivor and expressed condolences for the deaths that had occurred. Leon commented that he suspected the president had seen the videos Spinner had recorded. Kang Hyuk confirmed this, explaining that the red floating portal with a bow and demonic energy was nothing short of a miracle for not having caused even greater losses. Leon stated that he intended to visit the families of the fallen as they were his soldiers, and it was the least he could do. The president warned that he might hear unpleasant things. Leon replied that he understood the pain of the families, but believed they would find some comfort hearing the truth directly from him. He also requested that the videos be shared and that more hunters be gathered, because the demons would soon attempt to invade this world. Soldiers and knights needed to be prepared. Kang Hyuk agreed and said he would set up a plan and a schedule for that. Later, on the plains of Naju, at the Pantheon Mansion, Leon noticed that the movements of the demons were becoming increasingly suspicious. He felt that urgent help was needed, and this time he would need to intervene himself. Connecting to his divine energy, Leon teleported to another location, where he stood before a great kingdom. His humble servants bowed to him as their king, the guardian of the Holy Grail and of Anjak, the great saint who was the first to receive him. Leon asked how they were feeling in that paradise, and Anjak replied that everything was wonderful thanks to the protection he offered. Leon mentioned that he had brought knights with him, who also seemed to be in good condition. At that moment, the acting king appeared. It was Argan Majesty Lionheart, who was greeted with respect. Leon apologized for disturbing his rest, but Argan responded casually. Leon then commented that there should be some new souls there, and Argan confirmed. He said it had been 180 years since new souls had arrived and assured that they were being well treated. These souls were knights who had died in battle. Argan remarked that he doubted Leon had come just for a visit, and he was right. Leon revealed that he wanted to greet the gods of the Pantheon and hold a meeting with them because the situation was urgent and he needed their wisdom. Argan agreed and suggested they go to the forest. Later, mounted on Pegasi, they headed to a clearing in the middle of the forest, where divine energy was already manifesting. Leon addressed the wise ones of the forest respectfully, asking forgiveness for entering their territory. But the wise ones, who manifested through the trees, said that all living beings of that place were indebted to him, including the gods themselves. The forest would welcome him with open arms. The descendant of the great dragon slayer, successor to the king of Lionheart, was then asked what brought him to the paradise of the dead. Leon explained that he wished to greet the youngest among them, his friend Gunrar. The wise ones then called the youngest, Gunrar, who appeared and asked the reason for the visit. Leon said he needed a sapling from Gunrar, since if he remembered correctly, Gunrar had joined the Paradise Army without planting one. Gunrar asked if he was really in such a hurry, and Leon confirmed, saying that his world, Earth, was under attack by demons. After a recent expedition, it became clear that the enemies were there, and already beginning to carry out their plans. He also believed that a demon was infiltrated among the humans. Gunrar remarked that it reminded him of what happened in the Empire, which had been corrupted from within. Even so, He said that Leon was the only one authorized to take something from that realm and handed him the sapling, saying he trusted Leon to take good care of it. He also said it was good to see him after so long and asked him not to be in a hurry to leave. Before he departed, Leon was approached by Sir Gratis, Andak, and the acting king Argon, who had important gifts. They gave him the reins of a renowned monster tamer, something extremely useful for the times ahead. These reins had been buried with the body of the former tamer. In addition, Sir Gratis handed him a large book titled How to Use Servants to Kill Giants, a legendary training manual, saying he knew Leon had been training his army from the most basic lessons and that it must have been quite frustrating. Anjak also had a special gift, a necklace with a sacred symbol, a valuable relic. Leon tried to refuse, saying it was too grand of a gift, but she insisted. She said that no one would question an agent of the Pantheon and that the necklace would protect him while the sacred sword had not yet been reborn. Leon thanked everyone deeply for the gifts and promised he would make good use of them. Later, he went to visit his new saint. When she opened the door, she smiled and asked if he did not plan on coming in. Leon replied that she had not given him permission, but even so, Beatrice said he was being too serious and kindly asked him to come in. Once inside, Leon apologized for not having prepared a better place for the saint. Beatrice said that was unnecessary for a queen of a ruined nation and hoped he would also forgive her for any rudeness. Leon thought that she probably did not yet have full control over her queenly aura. He said that the divinity within her was pressing against the essence of corruption, but it had not yet been fully purified. The balance would have to be maintained for a while longer. Beatrice then offered him a drink in honor of the knights, saying it was all she could do at that moment. Leon asked how her adaptation was going after 2 days on planet Earth, and Beatrice admitted she would need more time, as everything was completely different from her world. Leon assured her that she did not need to adjust completely because she already showed determination and followed her own laws. He said a king must bring his rules and virtues wherever he went, and that criminals in any world should only follow the king's path. Beatrice commented that such thinking was typical of an invader, but Leon replied that he was no different. For him, threatening the world out of desire was a selfish ambition, while helping people and teaching them was the true enlightenment of the King of Lionheart. Beatrice reflected that perhaps this was what happened to a man who had been fighting demons for over 100 years. She said it seemed like his enemy was no longer just the demons themselves. Leon confirmed it. He said he needed to resist everything because his mission was divine. For that reason, he wanted to invite her to join him in this mission. He called her Queen of Espero and expressed his desire for her to accompany him. Beatrice acknowledged that she owed him and wondered how not to repay someone who had saved her kingdom. However, there was one thing that still troubled her, the demon of pleasure. She wanted to know how to eliminate that terrible creature. Leon replied that if it was about killing disgusting things, he could teach her any method needed. He said it made his heart race. Every time he showed demons how he destroyed their souls with the feared divine laws, he felt better and better. He asked why Beatrice did not hammer nails under the claws of demons, as that would make them scream loudly. Beatrice found the idea interesting and commented that she had already skinned their flesh and made them roll over nails. Leon praised her, saying it was very creative. They then raised a toast in the name of the demon's suffering. Later, Han came running, responding to a direct request from the king, and promptly served tea to both of them. It was the first thing she did, bringing the tea in her small thermos. Leon said that for now she would work for Beatrice and noted that he did not mind that, but mentioned that her outfit was a little inappropriate in the presence of the queen. Beatrice stated that such formality was unnecessary. Soon after, Beatrice asked if that young woman named Han had a strong fiery energy within her. She wanted to know if she could take a look. Han then asked if the queen had detected her exclusive ability. Leon replied that she could demonstrate it using her sword. He said that Han had served faithfully for so long that she already deserved a reward and asked her to show her sword technique. Han considered it an honor and took one of the swords that Leon pulled from his inventory. Then she used her flaming sword technique, displaying her strikes. Leon acknowledged that it was powerful, but pointed out that the movements were too wide. Leon took the sword back and explained that when wielding a weapon, it should not only be powerful but also fast. In the blink of an eye, he executed a strike so strong it cracked the ground. He said that should be very easy and instructed her to practice that move 10,000 times a day. Han, surprised, reacted with astonishment, but Leon preferred to ask Beatrice what she thought. The queen commented that Han still struggled to control fire. Instead of merely imbuing the sword with flaming mana, she should concentrate that mana directly into the blade to use it more effectively. Han followed the advice and channeled the flaming energy into the sword, making her aura denser and more controlled. Beatrice explained that a concentrated flame does not dissipate easily and that her strikes were now clean, although they still did not show visible flames. The blades only turned reddish, like embers. However, she also explained that at any moment she could release that stored energy in a devastating attack. Demonstrating it, she fired a massive pillar of concentrated light and fire. Han was completely impressed by the result, but Beatrice asked if she thought that was easy. Han could only think that there was no way that was easy. That night, Han was overwhelmed with many tasks. She needed to write reports for the section chief, send communications to the president, buy sweet potatoes, purchase regular potatoes for the soldiers in training, arrange new weapons and equipment, and still handle tax-related issues. It was then that Spinner appeared to help with the accounting. He asked if he could assist in maximizing work efficiency. Han thought that with the help of a robot, everything would be easier and kindly asked him to teach her. But Spinner began explaining many technical concepts all at once, and Han understood absolutely nothing. Her brain felt like it was boiling until smoke came out. Changing the subject, Han commented that she also needed proper clothes for when she was working as a servant, maybe even a maid uniform. Spinner explained that in the Kingdom of Lionheart, similar to European kingdoms of the Middle Ages, that type of outfit was common. Han thought it was a great idea since she was afraid of looking like a cosplayer. Spinner then asked if he could use a large database as a reference. Han agreed, thinking that would be great, but she had no idea what kind of data he would analyze. Spinner ended up accessing some rather questionable files, clearly not suitable for minors. Either way, he acquired a base model. The next morning, new students were arriving at the Hunter Academy. Among them were two high-ranking individuals, Suho and Kim Jae-hyuk. A few days earlier, Leon had visited the academy. He explained that he was not looking for ordinary soldiers, but for future knights. He said that there, he would teach swordsmanship, spearmanship, heroism, and theology. One of the students mentioned that they also specialized in archery, but Leon replied that for that reason he would be disqualified. Leon stated that this was the kind of attitude expected from a soldier, not a knight. At first, all the students at the academy complained about him, as expected. They thought his stance was too arrogant and bold, but Leon said that if they were there to learn theology, he could at least teach them some basic divine laws. Then he summoned divine flames in front of everyone and demonstrated his immense power. The impact was so strong that the students were completely convinced by the overwhelming force they had witnessed. Kim Jae-hyuk commented that the day had been a real surprise. Suho added that Leon allowed anyone to use magic, didn't he? But another student, Cheon Soyeon, disagreed. She said that what Leon used couldn't be called magic. Jae-hyuk asked if she was also participating in Leon's training, reminding her that she had gotten angry when someone called her a commoner. Suho added that she was the granddaughter of the guild leader and that she possessed a divine sword. Soyeon was speechless at first, but soon responded, saying that after everything that had happened, there was no way she could stay out of it. Then she showed the Pantheon TV channel, which had already reached 530,000 subscribers. She said there was a video explaining the divine laws and floating portals. Suho recognized someone in the video and asked if that wasn't Han Hari. Everyone there began to comment that Han had been training hard and putting in more effort every day. She was working for the Pantheon and seemed to be evolving under Leon's direct influence. Suho said he had already imagined that she was giving it her all. However, when Han put on the outfit Spinner had bought for her, she immediately regretted letting him choose. The outfit was a bit short and had a strange look. Even so, it was the top-rated product he had found. Han felt uncomfortable, too exposed, and asked if Spinner was really sure about that choice. He, always confident, replied that data and statistics don't lie. That was the highest-rated outfit on the internet. Han protested, saying the outfit was far too short. But before she could change clothes, the students began arriving at the Pantheon Guild headquarters for Leon's training. She heard the movement and, upon hearing the knocks on the door, panicked. She had completely forgotten that there would be visitors that day, and now couldn't welcome them dressed like that. But it was too late. Spinner opened the door without hesitation, believing it was necessary to formally receive the guests. When everyone entered, Han was completely embarrassed. She tried to play it off and said that the guests must have had a long journey, trying to maintain her composure. Suho, confused, asked what exactly she was wearing. Han felt even more humiliated, not knowing where to hide her face. Spinner, ignoring the situation, asked if they were questioning his data. That was when Leon appeared and, upon seeing her, asked sternly what the hell she was wearing. He said that was an impure outfit and ordered her to change immediately. Han, completely flustered, replied with a respectful "Yes, Your Majesty," and blamed Spinner for everything. Even though he was a robot, Spinner was visibly nervous in Leon's presence. Trying to escape responsibility, he claimed he needed to go out to buy food for the interns and simply left, leaving Han alone with her shame and the visitors in disbelief. Leon ordered her to change clothes at once. The students realized that this reunion with their respected older sister had been the worst one yet. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, where there was a red portal, a powerful team of hunters was already stationed to deal with the situation. The Golden Lion Guild was trying to make up for their poor performance during the last mission. The leader of Golden Lion, Hwang Gum-chul, met with the man who had disappeared after the blackmail incident involving the government. That man was none other than Jungun, also known as Yongwan, the leader of the Phoenix Guild. During their conversation, Yongwan commented that at least he hadn't had to witness the death of any of his guild members, provoking Huang Gyumchil. The two glared at each other with anger. One of them asked if the payment would still be split 50-50. Yongwan replied sarcastically, saying it was obvious the other wouldn't do the job properly. The other shot back, asking if he wasn't the infamous traitor hunter. While they argued, a female hunter interrupted, complaining about their immaturity and questioning whether they were just children. Shortly after, another woman approached, agreeing that the scene was pathetic. She was also from the Phoenix Guild, and her name was Hayuri, a Class S hunter. Her sudden presence startled another woman nearby. Hayuri remarked that at least everyone was now gathered. There were 3 S-rank hunters and 1 almost S-rank. According to her, that should be enough for the mission. At first, everyone thought the same. However, after some time fighting inside the portal, many hunters were already dead. The enemy appeared and asked how they dared to try and save those insects. Standing before them was Geovric, an honorable Templar knight from the Lionheart Order, who vowed to deliver divine punishment to all. The mission inside the portal was to rescue the defeated soldiers. The condition was clear: defeat Geovric the Magnificent. When he saw the hunters, he called them outsiders and asked why they had attacked the royal army. One of the huntresses responded, confused, saying she didn't understand what he was talking about. Yongwan tried to clarify, saying there must have been a misunderstanding because the knight attacked them first, and they had only defended themselves. Geovric became furious and called Yongwan a lowly mercenary, refusing to accept that explanation. The superior commander, also named Geovric, scolded his subordinate knight, Delion, saying his impatience could lead to ruin. He asked how Delion dared to invoke the goddess's name while acting so recklessly. Embarrassed, the knight asked for forgiveness, and Geovric apologized for his ally's behavior. Yongwan, watching everything, thought it was all going much more smoothly than expected. Up to that point, everything seemed under control. However, Geovric then declared that because 6 royal knights had died, he would execute 60 enemy soldiers as punishment. He then drew his massive hammer to carry out the sentence. Later, Han was already wearing her regular clothes, and Jaehyuk noticed they were in a rural area where the Pantheon was located. There were no modern facilities or medical rooms. People there only drank salted water, which he found extremely strange. Han presented the soldiers' training grounds. At that moment, an intense fight was taking place between knights, who had to battle almost to the death. Jaehyuk asked what that was, and Han explained it was part of official training. The students, shocked, questioned whether that could truly be considered training. Han replied that behind that kind of exercise was a very deep meaning, and they should consider themselves lucky for not having to go through such preparation. Just when the students thought it was time to get out of there, Leon announced that they had finally arrived. That day, students would visit the location to decide whether they wanted to join his army. He ordered all the knights to stop training and sit down. Once the audience had formed, Leon announced that Han would be responsible for the students. She needed to begin preparing them to become mission knights. As Han stepped away, Leon began his speech. He explained that he would choose the most talented among them to become his disciples. The selected ones would be personally trained by him, just like the other knights had been. Meanwhile, Han gently tapped Suho, asking him not to be rude to his majesty. She said that because deep down she cared about Leon, even though she tried to hide it. Suho asked why she was talking like that, curious about her reaction. Leon then said he would take a look at the students' abilities. Just by being present, his aura was already pressuring everyone on the training grounds. The students immediately felt fear. He told them to draw their swords and attack him. The trial would last until the last one fell. Since Leon possessed a holy grail, he assured them there would be no serious injuries. Within seconds, Leon was already among all the students. He remarked that there were 40 academy students and said he would be happy if at least one managed to land a hit. Han encouraged the group to go all out, explaining that Leon would not leave any openings. The first student who tried was knocked out by a simple flick and fell unconscious. The others panicked, but still drew their swords. Leon ordered everyone to charge at once. Later, they were all lying on the ground with huge lumps on their heads, the result of the flicks delivered by the King of Lionheart. Leon looked at the students and said they still had a long way to go. He had expected them to be at least at the level of a wandering knight, but that was clearly not the case. Suho commented, surprised, that no one hesitated, yet they were all defeated. Jaehyuk explained that he was hesitant at first, but then gave it everything he had. Even so, he ended up completely defeated. Even Han took part in the training and got beaten as well. She said it felt like fighting a boss battle. She remembered the moment clearly, as Leon hadn't left a single opening. Everyone attacked at once, but he grabbed swords, dodged blows, and took down all of them simultaneously. Han even used her flame power, but Leon blocked the explosion with his bare hands. The only one who managed to land a decent hit was Soyeon, who struck from behind. Leon praised her move, saying it wasn't bad at all. With the group on the ground, Leon observed that everyone seemed to have recovered enough. He continued his explanation. Training for a soldier was simple, push the body to its limits, non-stop. But for a knight, it was different. Group 1, who endured until the end, would need to reach the level of a royal knight. The others would have to improve at least one rank to continue. Soyeon said she didn't quite understand those ranking standards. Leon then explained that in his kingdom, knights are divided into 5 levels. The first is the Wandering Knight, one who has not yet received an official title. Next come the Kingdom Knights, who have received a name and proven themselves worthy. Above them are the War Knights, who command the other knights. The next level is the Mission Knights, those who abandon everything to seek out sacred missions, following the signs of the goddess and traveling for decades. Leon said that he too had embarked on such a journey. He had received and completed a mission from the goddess Ariana. That was how he attained the title of Templar Knight, the highest among the 5 levels. However, there was still one level above that, the Grail Guardian, a title granted only to the Templar Knight who succeeds the King of Lionheart. Anyone who tries to claim that title would be directly challenging the royal line and would be killed immediately. According to him, this would be the only time they could challenge him, as his powers were currently weakened. At the moment, he was only at the level of an ordinary Templar Knight. The students were confused. How could that be considered weakened? Jae-hyuk asked what could possibly be stronger than a Templar Knight. Leon replied that the strength of a Templar was something beyond their understanding. He then revealed that the Templar Knight Geovric had single-handedly defeated both the Phoenix Guild and the Golden Lion Guild. Meanwhile, the sister of the Golden Lion Guild leader was waking up with a terrible headache. She was confused and wondered why she had been unconscious for so long. She could barely remember what had happened. Soon a woman appeared and introduced herself as a member of the Lumberjack tribe. She said the heroine had finally awakened. The young woman, surprised, asked what she meant by heroine. The woman, named Hildir, explained that she had protected the tribe against the ruthless royal troops. Huang then appeared to speak with his sister. He remarked that apparently they were still alive. His sister asked what was going on as she could barely remember anything. She said she only remembered the destroyed ground and them escaping somehow. Huang explained that she had lost a full day of memory, which made sense. After their magic failed, they used a smoke grenade to escape. Since the enemy soldiers were on foot, they couldn't keep up easily. However, Geovric, the frenzied Templar Knight, pursued them relentlessly. That was when the Lumberjack tribe appeared and helped them. Huang said that she had been struck on the head by Geovric's hammer, which explained why she had been unconscious for so long. He told her she should be grateful because she had been on the brink of death. It was the tribe's shaman who saved her. She had been unconscious for 2 days and asked where the healers were during that time. Huang answered that, for some reason, they had not been able to recover. That was when Hildir explained that Geovric, as a Templar Knight, had the ability to curse his enemies, preventing them from healing properly. He used his healing and regeneration powers in a reversed way. Still, it was revealed that the huntress carried a mark on her back. Hildir had carved into her a special magic that accelerated the body's natural recovery, an ability unique to the Lumberjack tribe. Each mark had a specific effect, and thanks to this one, she was able to stand up at that moment. Huang then reminded everyone that there was a scheduled meeting, and later they were all gathered, including Beldi, the chief of the Lumberjack tribe. During the meeting, Beldi explained that for years, the royal army had been massacring members of the tribe, calling them heretics. He said this in front of the 2 guilds present and told how his companions had been skinned and executed in horrific ways. Still, they resisted as much as they could until 3 of the tribes were completely wiped out. With no options left, they prayed to the gods for help. In response, the heroes came to answer the call. Huang remarked that the man was incredibly strong, and Yuri stated that even with 3 S-rank hunters in a team of 150 members, they had been defeated. Hildir explained that Geovric's armor was nearly indestructible, and that his regenerative abilities allowed him to heal even from charred flesh wounds. Furthermore, as long as he remained alive, the army around him also gained similar regenerative abilities. Yongguan mentioned that the only thing that seemed effective against him was Yonha's armband. She confirmed and explained that the item had been created specifically to pierce armor. She then asked if it was possible to obtain more items with the same effect. Ashar added that the molar marking of their tribe had a similar property. Meyer's mark granted a 35% boost in armor penetration and a 20% increase in physical strength and durability. Yon was impressed by this and declared that now they had a real chance against that monster. Beldi then looked at the heroes and said that the preparation seemed complete and asked them please to help save his tribe. He promised to do everything in his power in return. Later, Leon took the academy students to Juni Ranch, located on Jeju Island. After testing and training them, Jae-hyuk commented that it was the first time he had ever seen a horse. The ranch's stable master appeared, announcing that His Majesty had finally arrived. Leon responded by praising the horses and thanked them for the warm welcome. He said the stable master had probably heard that he was looking for a war horse. The man confirmed, saying it was an honor to serve him, and explained that the ranch's breeding stock was top tier, containing several famous bloodlines of racehorses. Leon said he would take a good look and told the academy students to do the same. He explained that, for a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion, and it was essential that they form a bond with the animals and learn to ride as if they were one. The students became excited and began approaching the horses, trying to connect with the ones they liked the most. Beatrice arrived with her maid Han and commented that there were many beautiful horses there. Leon greeted her with courtesy, sincerely grateful for her presence, especially considering how little notice she had. Beatrice said she could not refuse the invitation. Leon then asked if he could have the honor of assisting her, treating her as the noble lady she was. Meanwhile, Han was feeling uncomfortable for having to play the third wheel in the situation. Later, at the center of the ranch, Beatrice was admiring some horses when Leon asked if she wanted help choosing one. He recommended a black steed that looked excellent and also asked Han to choose a horse. She had taken a liking to a white one, but Leon suggested she choose the yellow horse instead. It looked strong and muscular, and someone commented that it actually looked quite adorable up close. But Leon paid no attention to that. He simply ignored the remark and asked the person to move aside, especially the woman standing in his way, because he wanted to court Beatrice, the young queen. The woman, feeling completely disregarded, was heartbroken. Leon then helped Beatrice mount the horse with the utmost courtesy. Meanwhile, the yellow horse nearby began chewing on Han's hair, the queen's maid. At that moment, Jin-Soo approached urgently, saying that President Kang-hyuk wished to speak with Leon. Leon replied that he understood and asked for the call to be answered. Kang-hyuk, the president of the association, appeared on the call and said he would like to request His Majesty's assistance. He explained that a dungeon break seemed likely to occur. However, Leon stated that helping in such situations was not his responsibility. He made it clear that he was not there to clean up anyone's mess. Even so, Kang-hyuk insisted, explaining that he had called because he believed the matter might interest Leon. He revealed that the knight responsible for that portal claimed to serve the goddess of life and abundance. Later, Leon, Queen Beatrice, Han, and the Academy's top 3 students, Suho, Jaehyuk, and Soyeon, departed together for the location of the incident. As soon as they entered the portal, they encountered a terrifying scene. People impaled on stakes, left to have their bodies devoured by creatures. Leon then recalled the conversation he had with President Kang-hyuk, which led him to one of the few survivors of the portal, which at that point was still sealed. Leon asked Beatrice to use the power of the mark left on her by the goddess Plo. Using that mark, Beatrice created a dream space, a cycle within the survivor's dream, thus managing to access his memories. She saw a knight wielding a warhammer, who claimed to be blessed by the goddess of life and fertility. When Leon asked if she could remember his name, Beatrice replied that it was Giovric. In the present, the queen commented that it had been a long time since the extermination camps had been created. Leon agreed and said that judging by the appearance of the victims, they were not hunters who had been sent to that place. They were knights who simply killed and burned everything in their path. They clearly had no intention of leaving any trace of life in that land, not even a seed. Leon recognized that well, for he had committed the same type of massacre against the orcs in the past. Even though the massacre had taken place some time ago, Leon stated that if they followed the tracks left by the knights, they could still find them. After a long period of silent riding, Beatrice finally asked what was happening, since Leon was in a hurry. He did not even wait for the troops or for the arrival of Sir Spinner. Leon remarked that he felt disregarded because, as he had explained before, incomplete powers were dangerous. That made sense now, since there was a Templar knight inside that portal. He explained that Giovric was the favorite of the goddess Demira, a Templar knight who had lived 3 generations before his own. His martial arts had been passed down to the next generation and were recorded in history. Around 800 years ago, he had been described as someone who ascended to the heavens while preparing to exterminate an entire tribe. Beatrice asked what ascend to the heavens meant, and Leon explained that it was just a way of saying that he had died. Leon continued by saying that, however, Giovric had not ascended to paradise. A Templar knight is a saint who by nature receives a god's love, but his soul had not been accepted. Leon even tried to trace the energy of Giovric's sacred item, but could not find the knight or his troops anywhere. He presented 3 theories. The first said that Giovric might have been alive this entire time. The second claimed he had lost his soul on the path to death. And the third, the most dangerous, stated that he might have switched sides and begun serving the demons. That would involve a Templar knight with sacred powers, and if a battle occurred, it would not take place in the realm of mortals. Therefore, as they moved deeper into the portal, they needed to uncover everything. As they continued forward, they passed through another village, destroyed in the same way as the previous ones. Everything was burned, and many people were tied to poles and burned alive. Leon observed the scene and was filled with indignation. He considered it an unforgivable atrocity and said that those filthy criminals deserved to die. Han silently agreed, thinking that he truly did seem enraged. Although strange at times, Leon was still a just person. He asked the soldiers to pay close attention. He said that no matter what happened, they should follow him without hesitation. He told them not to trust trust their own eyes or minds. The group agreed and moved forward, for Leon felt they were approaching the enemy. Further ahead, they found several bloodthirsty knights, massacring members of the lumberjack tribe out of sheer cruelty. As soon as he saw the scene, Leon was consumed by rage and charged with his divine spear. Han thought that, at the very least, he was angry for the right reasons, as he definitely did not tolerate murderers. His fury was so great that they could barely keep up with him. He was just as enraged as he had been when he witnessed the orcs being massacred. But then Han noticed something strange. Leon did not charge toward the bloodthirsty knights. He charged toward the lumberjack tribe itself. With his spear and with the glory of the Lionheart bloodline, he began to slaughter everyone from the tribe without mercy. Han was horrified and tried to understand what he was doing. He was killing the victims of the war as if they were enemies. Leon, completely overtaken by fury, called them disgusting insects and said he did not need to hear their voices. He killed them like a merciless murderer, almost like a psychopath. The group around him wondered if he had gone insane. Han feared he was on the side of the soldiers who had attacked the tribe. She tried to approach him, but Beatrice stopped her and asked her to wait. She believed Leon must have had his reasons. However, when they all saw him laughing while killing innocent people, they realized something was deeply wrong. Han asked Beatrice if she was sure Leon was not acting out of resentment. The queen said he was probably only too excited about the fight. The students agreed that there was no way they could stop him anyway. The truth, however, was that none of them intervened because they knew that those people inside the portal were not real humans. They were NPCs, constructions created from fragmented memories of a world that once existed and was later destroyed. Only a few survivors were real. Creatures and NPCs inside portals were only memory remnants. Therefore, even if they were massacred or hanged, it would not be considered a sin. Thus, Leon exterminated all those beings as if he were eliminating cursed insects. After finishing off all members of the lumberjack tribe, Geovric's soldiers appeared and knelt before him, revering a Templar knight. Leon ordered the knights to stand up, since they were still in the middle of a battlefield. The first to introduce himself was Toscada Vendelik, who said he was the brother of Lord Vendelik. Leon asked if his brother was truly the lord in question, and Toscada confirmed it. He said that his brother had been the only one whose talent as a knight had been recognized, which was why he left on a pilgrimage. Leon reflected that he did not remember the name Toscada Vendelik. If he had become a Templar knight, his soul would certainly have been found in paradise. This meant he failed his mission or died before that conflict. None of the faces present looked familiar to Leon, which indicated that perhaps all of them had failed even in leaving their names in history. He then introduced himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, Duke of Dragonia and Regent of Lionheart, appointed by the goddess of justice and light. The knights were shocked and even questioned if this was some kind of joke. Leon replied by asking what kind of knight would pretend to be the king of Lionheart. Han began to understand the situation better. She thought that in the time of those knights, the king of Lionheart must have been someone else, which explained their confusion. Toscada then said he would trust Leon. Leon informed the knights that, according to his knowledge, they were there to attack the barbarian tribe. He also asked if it was correct to say that the war knight assigned to that mission was the Templar of Life and Fertility, Geovric. Toscada confirmed respectfully. Leon said he urgently needed to meet Geovric, since the reports about the brutal methods he had been using, such as skinning people alive, were alarming. The knights explained that Geovric was currently on his way to the battlefield against the barbarians. Leon concluded that this moment represented Geovric's final battle, the same one recorded in history and now being reenacted by that portal. Since he had not ascended to paradise, this was a fragment of his incomplete path. Meanwhile, in the main village of the lumberjack tribe, the last remaining members of the Phoenix Guild and the Golden Lion Guild were gathered. It was at that moment that Geovric arrived riding a Pegasus, leading his army. She asked if they were sure that was really a red portal, because the difficulty felt like that of a black portal. Yuri replied that it was still possible to complete the challenge. All the tribes had gathered, and they had superior numbers compared to the enemy. Furthermore, they possessed several tribal marks and seals that granted powerful blessings, which made everyone much more confident. Geovric questioned whether those were the same mercenaries who had survived the last time. He said he had only spared them out of mercy and wanted to know what they were doing there again. Yongwan replied that they were preparing to defeat him, since the condition to close that portal was precisely to defeat Geovric. In response, Geovric declared he would give them only one more chance. He commanded them to drop their weapons and disappear, claiming that they had committed no great sins. Yongwan mocked his words, recalling that Geovric was known for skinning people alive and executing them. He said Geovric had done nothing right and had nothing to be proud of. He believed all of his actions were just and that now he had prepared his own divine punishment. Yongwan then ordered everyone to use their defensive arts. However, what appeared on the horizon was terrifying. All the knights who had sworn to protect the kingdom with their unshakable faith had offered their powers to Lord Geovric, who, before the glory of all the gods, commanded them to to kneel and struck with all his might. The entire earth trembled and even collapsed under the impact. Those chosen by the gods possessed the power of transcended knights. Just as saints receive the power of the goddess of light and justice, Templar knights can use divine punishment, a sacred technique whose strength depends on the god the knight serves. For Templars of life and fertility, for example, this power is capable of devastating the land itself. The divine punishment attack created a massive crater. Huang remarked that the strike had evaporated about 3,000 warriors from the tribes, who were simply obliterated. Faced with such destruction, many began to say that winning was impossible. It seemed like an unachievable task. Jovrik then called upon his goddess, asking her to protect those sacred lands and allow them to become a base for the righteous to move forward. On the other hand, he wished for those who had strayed from the path to be eliminated. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jock's knights advanced. Now that the tribes were outnumbered, it was the perfect opportunity. Even though they noticed the mercenaries had grown stronger due to the pagan marks, they were still no match for the knights. These knights remained honorable heroes, and the mercenaries had forgotten that. These knights had traveled across the continent trying to prove their worth. They were former imperial knights, legendary warriors who had wielded their swords for decades. A knight proud of his achievements likely had over 100 years of experience. Many of them had massacred green beasts and cursed pagans, becoming symbols of honor and strength. They had already faced all kinds of enemies and beasts, and at that moment they all shouted in unison, exalting the glory of the pantheon of gods. Huang said they would be completely destroyed there. He said that if they wanted any chance at all, they had to run immediately. There was nothing they could do against that group of knights, let alone against their leader. Yan commented that perhaps they could hold on with help from one of the top 10 ranked guilds, but the problem was that the dungeon break would occur before that. Huang then suggested there might be a way to end it more smoothly. He mentioned the names Ariana and Demera, and Yangwan said he was not interested in religion. However, Gol asked if he had never seen the channel of the King of Lionheart. He believed that this portal was that man's own kingdom. The moment he saw Geovric, he immediately thought of that. Yangwan reflected on that and said that if they were really the same men, then perhaps the best choice was to retreat. That was when Hildir asked if they were truly going to be abandoned in the middle of that war. Yan replied that they would go seek help, but first they needed to fall back. They had to leave the portal to bring in the other guilds. Hildir then said that in that case, the monsters would once again go undefeated. Never once had their kind managed to close that portal. He called the creatures disgusting and, although angry, said it was fine. He would try one more time. He was just a bit frustrated, but he blamed the others for not being good enough. With a snap of his fingers, Hildir summoned the power of dark magic. All the barbarians who were marked were filled with demonic power. They claimed to be blessed by the great beast god as their bodies transformed into demonic creatures. The hunters from the guilds were also affected, as they too had been marked by the tribe's power. Hildir stated there was no point in resisting, as the mark was still relatively new, but it was only a matter of time before they would all be overtaken by it. He then ordered them to kill all the knights. The hunters, already consumed, obeyed. He remarked that they had traveled through many worlds, but until that moment, no one had managed to kill them. Geovric did not expect the sudden assault by the hunters. He realized they were much stronger, but also noticed they were completely consumed by the mark of the pagans. He ordered his soldiers to attack the area where the mark was most concentrated, as that was their weakness. Still, he was caught off guard by an attack from behind, carried out by two huntresses. He was thrown into the air and struck by an explosive arrow fired by Yangwan. Severely wounded, Geovric understood that the situation was far from under control. He needed to make sure the survivors returned to the Empire, even if it cost him his life. At the moment, he was surrounded and attacked by everyone at once. Someone intervened in the battle. It was a man who introduced himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Alongside him appeared Beatrice, riding her Pegasus. She was using the reins of the former king, a gift from Arden Lionheart, capable of taming even the wildest of beasts. She praised Leon's stance, saying it was exactly what she expected from His Majesty, and asked if the Pegasus was named Stallion, thanking him for allowing her to put the reins on him. Earlier, on the way to that battlefield, Leon had made a cruel comparison. He said they were like rats. Even if they kept getting exterminated to reduce their numbers, somehow they always multiplied. Han disagreed with the idea of killing even children and the elderly, finding it strange. But Leon explained that the kingdom and the knights were not fools. The reason they skinned them was because of the marks, symbols of their alliance with the beast god. Upon receiving those marks and using their powers, their souls slowly began to be corrupted by demonic power. He asked everyone to keep that in mind. He said that in war, peaceful mindsets and naive ideals about human rights were useless. What truly mattered were truth and justice. Beatrice also fulfilled her duties, using Plu's powers to strike down the flying creatures that hovered over the battlefield. Meanwhile, Leon watched the situation closely and noticed that the enemy's marks were already taking effect, which indicated that something was wrong with the application of the divine law used by Geovric. In light of that, Leon turned to the Templar Knight of Demira and said they needed to overcome that difficulty. Geovric agreed, but asked why Leon was even there. Leon responded that they should leave the conversation for later. First, they had to sever the connection between those followers of the beast god and the deity itself. Geovric was even more impressed when Leon summoned the Holy Grail and, using the great divine law, brought forth a brilliant light that illuminated the entire battlefield. That light not only dissipated the demonic power, but also healed all the soldiers and removed the marks from the hunters' bodies. That was the true divine miracle. In the face of that display of power, Demira herself appeared before Geovric. She declared that her dear lost knight should now support the other knights and join the King of Knights. From that moment on, Geovric had no more doubts or questions, only obedience. Leon expressed satisfaction with that, stating that they now stood side by side on the battlefield. One was the guardian of Demira's power, and the other the guardian of the Holy Grail. Meanwhile, Hildir used his power to gather all the dead beasts in one place. This provoked a furious reaction from the dark entity, which became enraged upon seeing that Leon now had two great allies by his side. In response, it summoned the Great Iron Bear, sacrificing several of its own slaves to feed it. Numerous beasts emerged alongside it, vowing to chew through the bones of the Lionhearts until nothing was left. But Beatrice did not allow the threat to advance. Using the power of Plu, she cleared a path for her allies by invoking the Great Prophecy in the Eye of Death, a beam of pure annihilation that wiped out all the demons in their way. Only the Great Iron Bear remained standing. Leon, walking across the burning battlefield, addressed his allies. He asked his brothers and sisters to hear him. He called out to the glorious knights and loyal soldiers, declaring that the time had come to punish the cursed pagans. Sometime later, Hildir was running through the forests, trying to escape the Templar Knights. In his thoughts, he reflected on how miserable and complicated it already was to deal with Geovric. But now, things had gotten worse with the arrival of that King of Lionheart, whom he considered completely psychopathic. Then someone approached him, asking where he was going in such a rush. Before he could react, Beatrice appeared and bound his body with the ribbons of Plu. Observing one of the items Hildir was carrying, Beatrice asked if it was a mana stone. She concluded that it was a new resource with concentrated mana obtainable through hunts in portals. These stones seemed to be spreading everywhere, as if there were hundreds of thousands of them. Hildir then asked what her connection to all of this was, since to him none of it made sense. Beatrice, on the other hand, questioned whether that portal was also trapped in a cycle, just as hers had been. Even if it did not look like a demon, it was acting like one. With that thought, she approached Hildir to ask a few questions. But Hildir began to suspect that perhaps she was not even a real person, but simply an NPC of that world. Beatrice stated that she did not like to use certain powers, but disliked missing important opportunities even more. For that reason, she decided to activate the seductive power of lust that existed within her. When Hildir was overwhelmed by the enchantment, the demonic beast showed great disappointment in her, saying she was not even capable of recognizing her true master. At that moment, Beatrice approached from behind, wrapped Hildir in a tight embrace, and declared that from now on, she would be her slave. The demonic creatures identified Beatrice as belonging to the cursed race of pleasure, and without hesitation, completely abandoned Hildir. Hildir then warned that if all the beast gods left that place, the portal would collapse. Beatrice realized how serious the situation was. As the portal began to crumble slowly, the hunters from the guilds and the soldiers were being treated at the nearby war camp. Meanwhile, Leon was speaking with Geovric and mentioned that the 11th King of Lionheart used to speak a lot about him. Geovric asked if Leon had known him. Leon replied that he had, and that the former king was now in the paradise of the gods. Geovric wanted to know if he remembered anything, but Leon explained that he did not, only that they were there to eliminate the barbarians. However, he also declared that neither he nor the other knights could leave the portal because they were all just characters restricted to that place. In order to close the portal, they would have to be killed. Upon hearing this, Geovric let out a loud laugh and commented that he had never lost a battle in his entire life. Leon agreed, saying that if they had lost, they would never have been found. The skies of the portal cracked even more, and the beast gods emerged in fury, promising to devour the members of the Lionheart bloodline. Leon asked if there was any way to stop this, but Deer answered no. The portal was already doomed, and the beast gods would now use all their power to destroy that place. Faced with this, Leon stated that they had to fight, for they could not simply abandon the knights. knights. However, Beatrice said it might not be wise to face them. Even so, Leon responded that there was no other choice. Then Geovric made a drastic decision. He plunged his fist into his own chest and tore out the mana stone that was within him, revealing that the condition for closing the portal was the death of him and his companions. He asked everyone to withdraw and use their divine powers, for there was no point in continuing a fight inside a portal that was about to vanish. With calm resolve, he asked his brothers and sisters to take over the final battle. He declared that the King of Lionheart, representative of glory, was with them, and that now the dead must sacrifice themselves for the future of those still alive. All the honorable knights obeyed the order and also tore the mana crystals from their own chests. Leon, deeply moved, confessed he felt ashamed as a king for placing such a heavy burden on the shoulders of his knights. Geovric then said he had one more request. He prayed to the great goddess Demira and asked that, through his hammer, he could transmit all of his power. Then he absorbed all the mana crystals, including his own, channeled all divine power into the hammer, and handed it to Leon. Leon said he did not know if anyone could wield that hammer as well as Geovric, but as he held it, he heard from the knight himself that it had been an honor and a glory to fight by his side. Leon, as the King of Knights, said he would never forget him. Once the farewell was sealed, Geovric remained with his cavalry to protect the king until the last of them fell. It was an honorable life, and may the blessings of the gods fall upon them all. It was an honorable life, and may the blessing of the gods fall upon them all. Leon, head lowered, simply asked everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, Geovric stayed behind to face the terrible demonic beasts emerging from the portal. With resolve, he declared that he had already defeated 5 million enemies and defended his lands against 300,000 orcs. Demira had protected them in the past and would continue to protect them until the end. And that day they would also give glory to Pitos, the god of war. Without hesitation, they charged toward the wicked beasts descending from the skies of that portal, fighting for the glory of the Kingdom of Lionheart. When they reached the portal's entrance, they noticed that no one had left yet. In fact, everyone there wanted to witness that battle until the end, and Leon allowed them to stay. Meanwhile, Geovric was fighting with everything he had, giving even his last drop of blood to eliminate the demons. As he made the beasts scream in pain, Leon could feel their suffering too. He could feel the blood of the knights being spilled, and that awakened a deep fury inside him. He swore that those beasts and demons would pay dearly for all of it, and would one day die in the most painful way possible. Moved by that feeling, he decided to leave the portal. The Templar Knights demonstrated results through divine laws, and the words of the Guardian of the Holy Grail marked that moment. Later, during solitary training, Leon could not stop thinking about the painful memories of his past. Perhaps in that present moment, he was truly tired. He had not grown weary during the 180 years he spent massacring demons, but now something was different. Gathering people around him disturbed him. He was afraid of losing everything he held dear once more. He feared a future where he would have to fight alone again, but this was a burden he would carry alone, without placing it on anyone else's shoulders. It was then that Han appeared, and Leon found her presence strange at that moment. Normally, she would be resting, but Han explained that recently she had felt the need to train a bit more. She said it was nothing serious. Leon, curious about her motivation, said he wanted to see how she was doing. He asked her to draw her sword. Han felt honored by her lord's request. At the beginning of the training, he asked her to raise her sword and block his first strike. The movement was so fast that she did not even notice when he was already behind her. By sheer reflex, she managed to block, and at that moment she thought about how incredibly strong he was. As they exchanged rapid blows, Leon commented that her arms should be slightly above the line of the navel. Below that, she would become 0.22 seconds slower, and if she kept it even lower, her speed would drop drastically. Han was under extreme pressure and could barely respond to the attacks, but when she blocked one more powerful blow, Leon explained that she should not rely only on the strength of her arms or her sword. He asked her to take a step back to avoid being pushed by the blade. When she did, her block became much firmer and more effective. But then, during the training, Leon slapped Han across the face, explaining that her movements were too wide. He had already told her many times that strikes must be quick and precise, without creating openings for the enemy. Han replied that she also needed to use her abilities, but Leon grew irritated at that topic once again. He said that winning was not about using powers all the time. Victory should come from the sword. Powers were for moments of true necessity, when there was no other choice. Han questioned if it was really him saying that. Leon, surprised, asked her to repeat it, wanting to know what she had said. She only commented that she thought he was the type of person who would say to sacrifice one's life for honor or glory. He did not like the tone of her response and struck her on the head with the flat of his sword, calling her an idiot. Leon then said that she did not even have anyone to dedicate that honor or glory to. After that, he smiled and said that she could rest for the day. Han also felt that Leon was not doing well. Later, while talking to Spinner, she mentioned that he seemed low on energy. Spinner explained that it was an unusual biological reaction, the result of some kind of internal pressure. He said that His Majesty needed to relieve stress. Han then asked if he knew what Leon liked to do to relax. Spinner, relying on his data, said that biological entities usually enjoy games, and that playful activities can improve mood during rest. He suggested that video games might be perfect to help Leon de-stress. Han said she couldn't imagine what kind of game he would enjoy. Spinner replied that games optimized to increase dopamine in organic beings were not part of his database. Even so, Han had an idea. She believed she knew exactly what Leon might like. After explaining her plan to Spinner, he did not disagree. In fact, the proposals seemed to make sense. However, Han recognized that no matter how much she tried, she would never reach Spinner's level of calculation, and he even made a sarcastic comment about it. She just replied ironically, telling him to keep dreaming. Meanwhile, Leon was alone, praying for a conversation with his goddess. Ariana appeared to answer him and said that although his efforts brought joy to the gods, she was worried. Leon had fought for almost 200 years without rest, and now he should enjoy some kind of entertainment. He replied that he couldn't even remember the last time he heard that word. Ariana said that in this era, there seemed to be many different forms of entertainment, but she was unsure if any of them would be enough to cheer the heart of her knight. Then she said the best kind of entertainment is the one that transcends time, and that, according to her, would be sleeping with a woman. Leon was embarrassed, and Ariana continued, saying that in her view both the queen and the redhead would be good companions. Leon asked her, embarrassed, to stop with that, but Ariana insisted, explaining that both were adults, beautiful and human, and that humans often relieve stress through love. She also mentioned that maybe he should rebuild the royal family. Before Leon could respond, still flustered, Han came running, calling His Majesty while knocking on the church door. Leon scolded her, asking her to be more polite, but she insisted that he needed to hear what she had to say. In the middle of her run, she tripped and fell face first to the ground. Leon commented that even with her transcendental physical abilities, she still acted like a fish out of water. After getting up, Han said she had prepared something special for His Majesty. She had received help and advice from the knight Spinner. However, Leon, visibly nervous, said that if she showed up in front of him one more time wearing that indecent outfit, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Han, very embarrassed, said it wasn't like that at all. She felt as embarrassed as the last time. Later, they received a new mission. They were now facing a green-level portal, and the next stage of the journey was about to begin. Jinsu explained that the association had gathered to help assistant manager Han with a special event she had planned. Leon thought it was natural, especially since even Spinner helped organize it, and Han had personally asked him to enter the portal. She assured him he would like it, and since she was clearly excited, Leon decided to give it a chance. Inside the portal was a beautiful and peaceful forest. Han explained that the place was called Suri. It was an area inhabited by various animals and monsters. Then, she presented a score table. Small animals were worth 1 point, medium ones were worth 3, and orcs were worth 10 points, since they were rarer. Leon asked if it was some kind of hunting game, and Han confirmed. She thought that, in the place he came from, hunting might be a common activity. With a smile, she said she had prepared that environment for him to relieve stress. It was a kind gesture from her. Indeed, it had been a long time since Leon last hunted. Later, he was clearly having fun. He was hitting orcs in the head with precise arrows, saying that hunting, rather than fighting, was much more enjoyable. He brought them down with accurate shots right in the center of the forehead, while mercilessly ordering them to die. Han, observing, thought that maybe this really was effective for stress relief. Leon then started pulling at least one tooth from every orc he had taken down. He explained that when hunting, it is necessary to bring back a souvenir, because that's how it's done. Han praised his archery skills, since she didn't expect that from him. She thought he didn't like long-range weapons. Leon explained that just because he was a knight, it didn't mean he didn't know how to use other types of weapons. For him, hunting was both a hobby and a noble virtue, especially for wandering or mission knights, who often had to secure their own food wherever they were. He also said that knights had no choice but to become masters of the hunt. In the past, he had been known as the strongest champion of all time, and also as the second best hunter of his era. Han became curious, and asked who the first was. Leon explained that it was not even a Templar knight. It was a woman blessed by the goddess of the moon in the hunt, more of a hunter than a warrior. She was the head of the moon temple, a priestess whose arrows were like meteors. When using all her power, she could pierce through a mountain with a single shot. In the end, Han asked why he had hunted only orcs when he could have chosen animals as well. Leon replied that he was sorry, but to win first place in that competition, he had to focus on the targets worth the most points. Han thought that was true, since Leon really treated the orcs as if they were prisoners. Leon said he had finally obtained something strange, as it seemed to be a cursed item. Han confirmed that was exactly what it was, a cursed totem, and even a somewhat rare one. Leon then suggested they sell the item and give the money to the poor. Han asked if he was sure since it was worth about 10 million, but Leon said he was certain that was a fair decision, especially since everyone had been working non-stop even on their day off. After that, they decided to keep hunting the other orcs, since those creatures were still alive and polluting the forest. Even if they were fake, Leon said he would keep eliminating them. He asked Han to accompany him, saying he would show her how to shoot an arrow. Han was happy to see he was feeling better and called him Your Majesty. Leon thought it had been a long time since someone had been kind to him without wanting anything in return. Right after, he asked Han to use the techniques he had taught and to kill at least 3 orcs. Otherwise, he would be very upset with her. Later, at the Pantheon Guild, inside the training facility, Han was carrying some equipment, feeling excited because His Majesty was doing better. Jinsu was also there to meet with him, saying that a tractor had broken down and he had to pass through the supply room. In front of the supply room, Jinsu asked if Geovric's hammer was there. Han replied yes and wished him to reach Nirvana. Jinsu asked if the hammer had been there the whole time, and Han confirmed. No one had been able to use it so far, so she had decided to keep it stored. However, when they got to the place, they realized the hammer had disappeared, and Han went into a panic. A few days later, some hunters approached a very popular and crowded event, where they were welcomed by the former Jagd Spinner, now simply called Sir Spinner, who asked if they were there to challenge the hammer, and gave them a warm welcome. However, they were not allowed to enter and ended up getting whipped on their feet. Spinner explained that there was an entry fee, clearly shown on a small sign, 5 million for hunters and 500,000 for civilians. One of the hunters complained about the price, asking why civilians paid so little. Spinner explained that civilians only watched while hunters faced the challenge, and the fee helped maintain the relics. Even though they thought it was unfair, the hunters paid. During the event, they met the official mascot, Han, who was dressed as a little lion and feeling humiliated about it. All that confusion had started a week earlier, on the day the hammer disappeared. Leon found the hammer in the training center, where some knights were trying to lift it without success. It had been there since the previous day, and no one knew who had placed it there. Leon managed to lift it easily and tried to put it back in place, but the hammer, as if it had a will of its own, dropped to the ground by itself. Beatrice commented that the hammer was quite expressive, and Leon agreed, saying it seemed to want something. Han asked if the hammer could have a consciousness, and Leon replied yes. If it were a sacred relic, especially one that had belonged to a priest or a divine being for a long time, it was possible for it to develop a will of its own, making it difficult to handle. However, upon touching the hammer, Leon said he did not feel a living consciousness, but rather the will of Geovric. He then asked the hammer if it wanted him to find a new owner. He told Han to inform the association that whoever could lift the hammer would be allowed to keep it. Han was surprised and said she would send someone to assess the item's value. Later, the appraiser confirmed that the hammer was an epic item. He explained that hunters use special equipment to fight monsters, and for convenience, those items were classified into 4 categories: normal, rare, unique, and legendary. Unique items were usually made by common blacksmiths and represented the beginning of the luxury line. Legendary items required insane effort, involving lots of money, skilled labor, and advanced technology. However, in the last 30 years, a few rare items had appeared that were classified as epic, surpassing even the legendary ones. Geovric's hammer was one of them. There had been legendary items that marked entire eras, such as the heaven-shattering sword of the celestial demon, the 12-ringed Kakara, the heart of the Ice Queen, the sword of the wandering demon, and now Geovric's hammer. All were items with such immense power and influence that they could guarantee victory even in the most impossible situations. The appraiser then asked if Leon was really going to let anyone keep that hammer, as long as they could lift it. Leon firmly confirmed yes, anyone who could lift the hammer would become its rightful owner. The appraiser, shocked, said the value of that item was simply unbelievable. The hammer's info sheet showed it was a divine relic, blessed with Geovric's soul, receiving power directly from the goddess Demera herself. The item granted perfect vitality, preventing fatigue for the wielder. Additionally, with both feet on the ground, the user would receive a 400% increase in defense and a 300% boost in healing power. It also granted a 200% increase in the strength of subordinates and a 150% increase in their healing healing. To top it off, it enhanced the ability to wield divine law. Upon seeing all that information, Han was completely astonished. She found it unbelievable and said it felt like a miracle. But Leon reaffirmed that his decision remained unchanged. Even with all that, he would not take it back. The appraiser then made an urgent call to the president of the association. When the president heard the news, he nearly fainted from the shock. That was the reason so many challengers began gathering at the Pantheon Guild. Back in the present, a hunter asked where the hammer was and said he wanted to see it. Han asked him to be more careful with his words, explaining that the hammer was none other than Lord Geovric himself. Even so, many still thought it was just a regular item. Still, they respectfully requested the chance to challenge Lord Geovric's hammer. Han then led them to the place where the hammer was kept. As they approached, everyone could feel the intense aura it emitted and were stunned. The first hunter tried to lift it, but as soon as he touched it, he was electrocuted and thrown to the ground. When he managed to get up, he asked if a hammer was really capable of doing that. Han explained that the hammer rejects those it deems unworthy. It chooses on its own, and even they were not entirely sure what criteria it used. Right after that, Spinner appeared and asked the visitors if they were willing to pay the tithe. The hunters complained, saying they had already paid the entry fee, but then they understood tithe, sacred relic, it made sense. One of the hunters decided to offer 10 million more as a tithe and tried again. This time, he managed to grip the hammer and almost lifted it, leaving everyone around him in awe. The news quickly spread among the challengers, and everyone began to believe that paying the tithe actually helped. This caused a crowd to start donating large amounts of money in hopes of also being accepted by the hammer. As everyone continued paying to try lifting the hammer, Spinner went back to talk with Han, asking if she was doubting his fundraising method. He said they just needed to stick to the plan, but Han felt that all of it was cruel. Spinner, on the other hand, declared that the hammer was money. It was clear that he had been consumed by the spirit of capitalism. Later, Han mentioned that the Starbucks chain had reached out to ask whether they could open a coffee shop on Pantheon's land. Spinner, however, asked her to first report the data regarding the tithe. It was then explained that the Pantheon Guild had recently become extremely popular. Hunters were coming to try lifting the hammer, but they were not the only ones. The healing effects that appeared just by being near the guild were improving the health of many people, which ended up attracting tourism to the area as well. Taking advantage of the situation, Spinner began to collect money and goods obsessively. All of this was to secure funds for the guild, while also spreading its fame and increasing its influence. According to him, he did everything for the good of the facility. Later, Han was inside the headquarters of Pantheon, which now looked like an immense high-tech fortress. Spinner explained that it was a high-intensity forging facility, equipped with various types of cutting-edge technology. It was the highest level of forging he had managed to reproduce using Earth's limited metallurgy resources. Han commented that the place looked amazing. Spinner replied that it was because her brain was made of organic matter. She found the comment mean-spirited, especially coming from a robot, but asked if he was not the Templar Knight of the divinity of steel and forging. If so, then he should be able to forge a sword for her too. Spinner, feeling a bit sorry, said it was not because he didn't want to, but because the facility was still incomplete. To work with adamantine, he would need to build an additional module. So before he could make swords for her, or anyone else, he still needed to raise more money. Soon after, Spinner ran off with his little sword to his personal office, where he had several computer screens. There, he declared that on that day, he would return to being a righteous thief. It was then explained that the global stock market was facing a massive disaster. A mysterious entity, resembling a ghost, had started interfering with price manipulation schemes and messing up sale timing, always seizing profits for itself and then vanishing. Of course, it didn't need to be said that this entity was Spinner himself. The asset he had been watching recently was food. In the 20th century, humanity's food situation had become very fragile. Many lands had been corrupted by demonic power and could no longer be cultivated. During the early days of the Great Shift, the most powerful nations of East and West Asia responded efficiently. However, dungeon breaks continued to occur frequently in poorer countries, especially those already facing other conflicts, such as regions in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. It was in those regions that Spinner decided to act. He bought all the corrupted lands, considered worthless. His first target was the grain industry in the Heilongjiang region. After the Shanghai disaster that occurred 20 years ago, the level of corruption in the land of that region became quite severe. Thinking about that, Spinner bought part of the grain industry and began to spread the faith in Demera, the goddess of life, with the goal of purifying the soil. Even though he couldn't do the same as Leon, he believed that soon the land would be ready to produce blessed rice, similar to Leon's. With this plan underway, Spinner commented that this way, the Pantheon Guild world could monopolize food resources. The real problem, however, was the possibility of an invasion. He had gathered a large amount of data showing how global politics and wars were causing an absurd waste of national resources. Furthermore, the portals appearing all over the world were raising the general threat level. For him, a rational human leader should not get involved in the impulsive and irrational use of military force. Later, the news announced that a coup had taken place in Jilin and a new war had broken out. Spinner was somewhat shocked by this. He then shared something more privately with Han. He said he had a private fund, a method of asset management that had been growing recently. He asked if Han would like to sign up so he could manage her funds too. Han, surprised, asked if he was suggesting she invest in him and was impressed to learn he also operated in the stock market. But Spinner said that, considering her modest financial state, it would be better to have a professional helping manage her money. Han replied that she had already saved quite a bit, considering her age. However, Spinner analyzed and said she had only saved 15% compared to the average of other hunters. He also commented that she donated a large portion of her salary to charity. Han replied that it was a good thing because she sent all the money she did not need to the orphanage where she had grown up. Spinner, however, insisted that proper financial management could allow her to make even bigger donations. When she refused the offer, he lightly whipped her, saying that neglecting financial education was the same as giving up on life and that she should be grateful for the opportunity. Han, a bit suspicious, said she would invest only $2 million, but Spinner stated it would be 20, coming directly from her apartment. Han thought that, since it was Spinner, it probably was not anything shady and ended up agreeing. Then he declared that she was now a silver member, which was an upgrade from the bronze level. Han, confused, asked what that meant. Spinner explained that bronze members had a 100% guaranteed return and that silver members had even greater benefits. Han, who was only 20 years old, was naive enough to believe it. She became excited about the idea of leveling up even further. Spinner said that if she registered 5 more people, she would become a gold member. Han was shocked and asked if that was true. She did not realize she was getting involved in a classic pyramid scheme, typical of multi-level marketing. The problem was that, trusting in her good intentions, other people joined as well. This way, Spinner's scheme began to grow rapidly. Later, agents from the judicial district appeared at the guild to confiscate some assets, and Leon was confused, trying to understand what was going on. Spinner got nervous and did not know what to do. In the end, he himself ended up being confiscated. The lion had devoured another one, as they said. Soon after, everyone was gathered in Leon's office because he had demanded a detailed explanation about the whole situation. It all began when Spinner failed to repay the loans he had taken out under the name of the Pantheon Guild. Because of this, most of the guild's staff ended up in debt, and the private fund hit rock bottom. Han said that was everything she had, having even sold her apartment. Jinsu was also affected by the situation. Daesung said he had invested 5 years' worth of savings. Even the poorest farmers had been harmed. Faced with all that, Leon asked how much money Spinner had lost. He replied that the total was 87 billion won, which represented approximately 72% of all the money. Everyone was in shock at the revelation. And in the middle of the despair, some even tried to attack Spinner. Han was powerless, just crying, devastated by the situation. Even students from the academy had been hit by the financial damage. Leon was furious and declared that the chaos had to stop. He told Spinner that he trusted in his intelligence to solve the problem and asked how much time he needed. Spinner replied that he would fix everything in a single day. So Leon stated that he would act as guarantor, ensuring no one would be left in debt, and ordered everyone to get back to work. The staff obeyed His Majesty, but many wondered if that would really be possible in just one day. Spinner then returned to his platform and initiated an emergency protocol. He activated the MK1 exoskeleton armor with the mission code called Fund Recovery. Meanwhile, in East Asia, specifically in the province of Heilongjiang, Corporal Ruyo of the Jilin Republican Army was approached by his subordinates, who complained about being bored. They said the weak humans there did not understand the true meaning of honor. But Ruyo replied that what really mattered to him was having enough food. He said he would wait a bit longer before invading neighboring regions. His soldiers were excited by the prospect of conflict and eager to fight. Ruyo then declared he would handle everything there, but suddenly saw something coming from the sky. It looked like a missile. Alarmed, he asked what that was. In fact, it was a meteor that fell and completely destroyed the area. On the other side of the world, in the United States, Minister Julius from the Department of Defense received news that a missile had been hacked. He was stunned, since only 3 people had the security code. One of the staff members explained that the security key updated every minute, with hundreds of thousands of possible combinations. Even the best supercomputer in the world would take about 13 years to crack the code. Julius asked who could have done that. He ordered the attack to stop immediately, but the analyst said it was impossible. The security system had been reinforced, and now there were more than 10 billion possible combinations. It was not just one weapon weapon that had been activated. Several were in operation, and their targets included the Republic of Jilin. To make matters worse, Julius received a notification about a press conference. It was a video of himself, in which he claimed that the Republic of Jilin had violated the peace of the United States. The Russian minister publicly declared that Russia would not tolerate provocations from other nations and would work together with the United States. However, that was just a deepfake. Right after that, the entire United States security system was completely hacked. At that moment, Spinner sent a direct message as chaos spread. The situation in the Republic of Jilin was desperate. A bomb had fallen and destroyed everything. One of the commanders ordered them to grab what was left of the money and flee as quickly as possible, seeking refuge in the plains to try to increase the population there. But before they could escape, Spinner's armor appeared on the battlefield. He crushed the first orc he encountered, identifying them as non-human species. He declared they were orcs and that the next order was complete extermination unless they returned the money they had taken. Commander Kazak replied that he did not know who that man was, but admitted that he was brave. Then he had to dodge a quick coordinated attack. Spinner activated assassin mode, and his shots turned the orcs into sieves. The commander managed to defend himself, but the soldier who tried to confront Spinner turned to dust. Spinner had made a special modification to his arsenal, a set of 12-gauge weapons with ultra-heavy mass. All weapons were authorized for immediate use, and he unloaded everything against the enemies. After wiping out all the surrounding orcs, he ceased fire, and only the commander remained standing. The commander said that the orcs who had died were about to be promoted to generals. Upon hearing that, Spinner resumed the attack, but the commander deflected the bullets with his axe and landed a blow so strong that it tore off several parts of Spinner's armor. That was when Spinner realized that the axe was made of adamantite. He admitted that not even a dragon would survive that. While taking multiple hits, he recognized that Kazak's rank was S rank. With not enough ammunition, Spinner tried a point-blank attack aimed directly at the enemy's head. But even so, the orc survived, saying that the effort was not bad, but a piece of metal like Spinner would never defeat him. The next blow from the axe nearly killed Spinner, but he managed to block it using his wires. That was when the real Spinner emerged from inside the armor, activating the Divine Tactical Law, which allowed him to slice Commander Kazak into pieces. He then collected the adamantite axe, eliminated all witnesses, and successfully completed the assassination. The next morning, the news reported that the coup in the Republic of Jilin had been resolved. The newly formed government apologized for the chaos. Moreover, blessed crops had been found in the rice fields, bringing hope to everyone. The war had come to an end and citizens received an unexpected 200% return on their funds. That meant everyone had doubled their money. With the problem solved, Leon was calmer and dedicated his time to analyzing the records of the academy students who had stayed with him. He noticed that Suho's performance had improved significantly and thought that, in the future, he might be connected to one of the gods, but for that, he would first need to prove his faith. Since the gods had allowed a simplified evaluation process, Leon decided to speed things up. While reviewing Soyeon's file, he discovered that she was the granddaughter of the leader of the Divine Sword Guild, one of the 10 largest existing guilds. He suspected that such a wealthy child would only have enrolled in the academy because of divine laws. That reminded Leon of a certain person from the past. At that moment, Leon felt something strange. The hammer moved on its own and he wondered who could have done that. Later, during training, he confirmed his suspicion. The one who had lifted the hammer was Dae-sung. Later, in the open fields near the Nadu Plains, Leon gathered his personal students and informed them that they would be receiving a new companion. Jae-hyuk commented that the other students had probably already joined a guild. Leon then declared that from that day on, he would be training together with them and would also pursue the title of knight. Shortly after, Dae-sung arrived riding in a rush and visibly nervous. He introduced himself as one of the first-generation students of Leon's armed men. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, urgent news arrived from the Eastern Naval Fleet. The president was alarmed by the confirmation that the Dragon Palace was real. There was now an active portal in the middle of the ocean, officially called the Dragon Palace. It had been discovered in Tokyo Bay 20 years ago. At that time, it was believed that portals could only appear on solid ground, and there were no satellites equipped to detect portals in the ocean. Because of that, the portal in Tokyo Bay had been neglected until a rupture occurred. This resulted in the complete destruction of Tokyo, with the region's beaches being corrupted and marine creatures turning into monsters. That event became one of the biggest portal disasters in history. From then on, nations began to cooperate with each other to combat portals. It was also reported that the Nabi Foundation, which had been sailing toward the Pacific Ocean, had changed course toward Oolong Island. Meteorologists warned that a major hurricane was forming, with the potential to be the worst of the year. The president ordered immediate contact with His Majesty Leon. Half an hour later, the Phoenix Guild also arrived at the scene. The president commented that Yongwan had changed, as he used to ignore his calls. Yongwan asked why his guild was still only a candidate in in the preliminaries, claiming there were better ones. The president replied that it was hard to find a guild as good as Phoenix. Yongwon explained that they were still suffering from the aftermath of the incident on Jeju Island, but he suspected that the old man was just trying to assert authority because Leon was present. He wondered if his ace had already been revealed. The president stated that His Majesty was not someone who could be judged so simply. Meanwhile, Yongwon walked away dissatisfied, saying things really were not working out for him. Yuri commented that he was just reaping what he had sown. At that moment, Yongwon recalled the last moments in Geovric's portal, when knights gave up their horses so others could escape and wished for the god's blessing before staying behind to fight. Once again, Yongwon did not feel well, and it was exact that moment that His Majesty Leon arrived. The president, nervous, straightened his tie, sprayed mint in his mouth, and went to receive him with all the reverence and politeness possible. Leon said he had an excellent reason to be there. During a private meeting, the president explained to Leon all the details about the Dragon Palace. He informed him that the United States and Japan would also be cooperating with the operation. The other guilds would remain on standby in case reinforcements were needed, but for now, only as a precaution. The president emphasized that this would be a perfect opportunity to further elevate the honor of the King of Lionheart, and respectfully asked him to lend the grandeur of his skills to the mission. Leon responded by saying he acknowledged the president's talent with words. He stated that indeed, the worth of a king is immense, but reminded him that it was not his role to count coins. That task would be left to Sir Spinner, who would handle the financial matters. When Leon left the meeting, the president reflected on the situation and thought the king may have left behind only an empty promise. He concluded that Leon was someone difficult to deal with. Soon after, Leon asked Han to begin writing down the names of those who would join the attack team for the Dragon Palace. The first name mentioned was Spinner, followed by the students Suho, Jaehyuk, and Daesung, as well as several soldiers. While he spoke, Han noticed a strange pattern and asked why there were no female names on the list. She reflected that although Leon had always treated ladies with distinction, he had never shown any gender bias when it came to missions. But Leon replied directly, saying that, in his experience, having women on board always ended up causing problems. On the day of the special operation, everyone was gathered at the 1st South Korean Fleet. The base commander personally welcomed Leon and said it was an honor to meet him. He mentioned that his granddaughter had been healed thanks to the harvest of the goddess Demira and asked Leon to convey his gratitude to the deity. Leon replied that if it was to thank the goddess for her blessings, then they could already consider themselves brothers. The commander reaffirmed that it truly was a great honor. Before starting the official meeting, he expressed a desire to introduce Leon to everyone at the base. They began by visiting the Allied forces. The first to arrive were the representatives from the United States. While speaking with the commander, Yongwon noticed the presence of a very famous figure, Reinald Sherman, the master of the American Magic Tower. They wondered why someone so important was there. Reinald himself thought his fame had already reached Korea. He introduced himself as the master of the Magic Tower and said he had been specially invited to take part in the attack. However, as soon as he spotted Leon in the distance, he became alarmed and thought all was lost, since the holy entity was also present. Reinald mentally asked the entity what they should do, given that Leon was right in front of them. The entity told him to remain calm, reminding him that if Leon had already noticed its presence, Reinald would be dead. They had not been discovered yet. The entity insisted that he trust the power of the ring it had created for him. Reinald believed the ring could completely conceal his demonic mana and was certain they would not be detected. However, the ring began to crack. The entity then explained that Leon's divine power was wearing down the ring's protection and ordered him to move away immediately. Even so, Reinald thought leaving now would seem very suspicious. When Leon approached, he kept his composure and said it was a pleasure to meet him, addressing him as Your Majesty. He said Leon was very famous even in distant lands, and that he had always wanted to meet him in person. But internally, he was thinking he could not shake his hand, as that would reveal his demonic power. When Leon walked past him, he commented that Reinald seemed to know very well where his place was. Reinald felt that Leon seemed displeased and quickly concluded he needed to leave as soon as possible. However, the entity insisted that he must not. It was vital to carry out that infiltration, and Reinald had no choice but to enter the portal. Later, Han was visibly upset because Leon did not allow women aboard the ship. While passing through the Navy base, Han noticed that Daesung was helping with the transport of equipment. He bought a soda for the young man and asked why he was doing that kind of work, since the association should be in charge of it. Daesung replied that no one had told him to, but that he had volunteered to help. Han, overhearing that, commented that now he was a new knight, and she was sure that Leon, as king, would never make him perform such menial tasks. Daesung replied that it was no big deal. He thought he was already being treated too well just for having lifted the hammer. But Han argued that it was no ordinary hammer, as she herself had not been able to move that sacred weapon even an inch. According to her, he had been chosen by a goddess. Daesung humbly denied it, but Han insisted that His Majesty would probably say something like, "How dare you, mere commoner, question the decision of a king? How dare you undermine the judgment of a goddess?" Daesung tried to interrupt her to warn that Leon was right behind her, but Han continued imitating the king in an exaggerated tone. She said everyone was asking so many questions because they were not training enough, since back in her day, they trained even without sleeping. Daesung once again tried to alert her, until Han asked if Leon really was behind her. Before she could react, Leon grabbed her by the hair. He said her behavior was outrageously insolent, and asked how she dared to imitate the conduct of a king in such a way. He nearly burned her hair, but then said it was fine. Then, surprising everyone, Leon declared it was ridiculous that someone like Han had been blessed by the deity of the sea and the waves. In fact, he revealed that Poma had decided to turn her into a saint. From now on, she would also participate in the attack alongside them. Han thought it was all very strange. The king was making an expression she could not understand. Later, she ended up tied up to serve as bait. At that moment, she thought she was not being treated like a saint and wondered why they were doing that to her. Youngwon nearly had a heart attack when he saw Miss Han being carried, tied to a wooden post. Leon explained that the presence of women on board brought bad luck, but said there was a way to undo the bad omen. He was talking about using a figurehead. Han, shocked, thought that was completely wrong. The ones carrying her were students from the academy, who also felt uncomfortable with the situation but simply apologized for following orders. Han begged for someone to come to their senses, especially because even Soyeon, who was also a woman, was helping to carry her. Later, she was positioned right at the front of the ship, just like a living figurehead, similar to a mermaid. The fleet commander did absolutely nothing to stop it. The ship set sail with her tied to the bow while she screamed for help. With the arrival of a maritime storm, massive waves began crashing against the hull of the ship, hitting poor Han harder and harder as she remained tied to the post. She screamed desperately for help, but Leon simply ordered her to shut up, saying she was scaring the fish. Han was outraged and asked how that made any sense, since he was trying to fish in the middle of a storm. Leon replied that it seemed all the fish had fled, but then he actually caught a huge one. He asked the lieutenant to prepare what he had requested earlier, an altar. They set up the altar right there on the deck, and he sacrificed the fish as an offering. He then said a prayer, asking the graceful mistress of the sea to appear before those who had dared to step into her territory. The prayer worked. A pillar of blue light rose into the sky, and on the horizon appeared a giant wave that almost swallowed the ship. But instead of destroying the vessel, the water pulled back and flowed in another direction. That was when Poma, the deity of the sea and waves, appeared in the form of a giant shark. She commented that the sea there was very sensitive and said that, as Plu had mentioned before, she could not feel her divinity in that world. She complained that the ship did not even have sails. Leon explained that there was nothing to be done, as that world had not yet received the teachings of the sea. He pleaded for mercy, asking the goddess to have pity on them. Poma stated she would not care for someone who had no faith in her, so Leon asked why she had chosen Han to be her saint. Poma replied that it had been hard enough to convince Pedos, but in the end, it was worth it. She said Han was a good vessel, although not as good as Leon, who could carry all the deities within himself. Leon mentioned that he had heard Han's destiny was full of misfortune, and it seemed to be true. Poma, on the other hand, said it was a blessing, not a curse. Leon observed that the attention of the gods could sometimes feel like poison to humans who lacked faith, but Poma trusted that he would handle it. Then the great deity in the form of a shark turned directly to Han and said that from now on she would be her new saint and would receive the authority over the waves and the blessing of water. She asked Han to accept this calling with joy and to spread her teachings. Han, still tied up, asked if they could untie her now. There was an awkward silence. Poma responded that with the saint serving as a sacrifice, no wave would hit the ship. She said bye and disappeared, leaving only the storm behind. Soon after, it was reported that a hurricane was approaching, and everyone ran inside the ship. Han, however, was left alone outside, still tied to the post. Leon remained beside her and said she still lacked faith. Even so, he noted that Poma seemed to like her and was ignoring her lack of belief. Han replied that she did not need forgiveness, she just wanted to be untied. Leon then asked her to calm down, saying it was necessary to surrender to the hands of nature. He assured her that the blessing of the sea would protect her. Finally, he asked if she she did not find it strange that even with a hurricane forming, not a single wave was coming their way. When Han stopped to think, she noticed something strange. The boat was not even rocking. It was as if it was repelling the waves by itself. Leon explained that Poma was using Han as a saint to pacify the sea, acting as a mediator between the ship and the waters. That was when Han realized that maybe she had not been tied up just out of misogyny. At the moment the rope came loose and she was freed, the blessing vanished, and the ship was violently tossed. Frightened by the effect, Han tied herself back to the post, declaring that she would remain there. Shortly after, Leon reinforced the rope around her. Meanwhile, the other ship, coming from the United States, was approaching the same portal, following right behind the Korean vessel. Reinald, watching everything, thought their ship was definitely going to capsize. The evil entity accompanying him complained that that wretched man had used the authority of the sea and the waves, and that a ship blessed by Poma could never be sunk by any storm. Reinald thought that, in the end, his entity was useless. Soon, the captain brought more bad news. A Murasame-class ship that had departed had overturned due to the hurricane and was being rescued. Reinald remarked that they had already lost a third of their forces before even reaching the portal, but the entity replied that all he needed was to reach the destination. Nothing else mattered. The Korean ship continued with the mission and sent boats with the assault team. The Pantheon Guild boarded the boats, still carrying Han tied up. However, upon crossing the portal, they found themselves still in the ocean, being drawn into a massive whirlpool. The boats began to fly, thrown around by the magical currents. Later, Han woke up on a beach, coughing up salt water and trying to remember everything that had happened. She also saw several unconscious knights around her, including Soho. When she woke them up, they also had headaches and could barely remember what had happened. Han wondered if this was all that remained, as she could not see Leon or Spinner. That was when a voice told her to calm down, assuring her that everyone was safe. Han looked around, trying to understand where the voice was coming from, until she saw a small turtle at her feet. It was a divine creature sent by Poma, who explained that she had sent that form of messenger to assist her. Suho, surprised, remarked how tiny the turtle was, but Poma, speaking through it, demanded respect, saying that even small creatures could carry divinities. Han remembered that divine creatures were indeed frightening. She asked if everyone was really safe, and if they knew what had happened. The deity explained that she had used her authority over the waves to bring them to that safe island, but had not been able to prevent their separation from Leon and the others. Poma, still speaking through the turtle, complained that the body was inconvenient to move in, and asked Han to lend her shoulder. Han, a bit confused, just wondered what they would do next. But suddenly they heard a strange sound. A monster was approaching. It was a group of giant crabs advancing toward them. Everyone prepared to fight, including Han, who summoned her flame powers. But Poma used the ocean water to extinguish Han's flames, scolding her for using fire while being a saint blessed by the ocean. Han, frustrated, asked if she could no longer use her fire powers, and if Poma no longer wanted her to be her saint. That would make the battle much harder. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, Reinald was facing a whole horde of crabs by himself. His entity remarked that things had gotten out of control at first, but now they were far from that monster, and the situation was under control. The entity suggested leaving the rest to the American hunters, who should begin building a shelter since there was much work to be done. Reinald then used his necromancy power to revive one of the crabs and ordered it to guide him to a stone statue. When he reached the location, he found himself before an ancient structure resembling a totem, glowing with the presence of a red crystal. Just as Reinald was about to awaken his demonic power, Yongwan and the members of the Phoenix Guild approached and asked if he knew what that was. Reinald responded calmly, saying he was relieved to see them safe, though inside he was surprised at how quickly they had arrived. The entity noted that at least it was not that monster. It also said that Yongwan had surely received the same mission. The system said that the statues must be destroyed. The mission was to investigate the island and destroy the 3 statues of Hakshar. Yongwan then remembered the portal on Jeju Island, where the objective of the red portal had been to defeat Geovric, but something else had been hidden within that mission. In other words, the system's missions could be unpredictable. Yongwan said he did not believe they had enough information to complete that task. If the statue was a trap, no one would know. It was necessary to first find out who this Hakshar really was. Reinald thought it all made a lot of sense, and was impressed by Yongwan's wisdom. He agreed with the idea, and suggested they return to the beach first. Meanwhile, the group on the beach had already defeated all the crabs. Daesung commented that he could no longer feel the aura of his majesty. Han became worried, saying that was terrible since Leon's buffs were extremely useful. Daesung explained that the problem was even bigger. They had tested the range of the king's aura and knew that the buff from the demonic resentment spread over 30 kilometers. However, none of them were under its effect now. Han concluded that this meant Leon was more than 30 kilometers away. Dawn added that Leon probably was not on any of the nearby islands. Pama, speaking through the turtle, said that the connection had been severed. Han regretted the situation and mentioned that they still had to find the rest of the group. She wondered where Leon could have gone. Meanwhile, Leon was shipwrecked at the bottom of the ocean, facing a massive demon that was preparing to devour him. Elsewhere, Spinner was also waking up. As he opened his eyes, he saw that the crabs were surrounding him and worshipping him as if he were a god. He had no idea what was happening, but the crabs obeyed his commands with reverence. Back on the beach, the group organized search efforts to find the missing people, but found no one. Still, they kept their spirits high. They believed everyone was still alive. At that moment, they received help from the Maverick Guild. The captain of the group introduced himself as Mistral. When Han heard the name, it sounded familiar, and she asked if he was Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter in 6th place from the Maverick Guild. Mistral replied sarcastically, saying there was no point in having a code name if people used his real name. Han apologized and said she would only use his code name from now on. She also mentioned that she did not know he was part of the invasion team. Mistral explained that everything had been decided at the last minute and that they had departed in a hurry. He said they had been separated from the guildmaster and asked if the current objective was to find the missing people. Han responded that it was fine since they had been blessed by the sea goddess. If His Majesty wanted to find them, he would have done it already. Suho added that the king also had his Pegasus, which confused Mistral, who had no idea what they were talking about. Suddenly, the system issued a new warning. The first wave was beginning. Han asked if a horde of monsters was coming. Mistral said they would continue the conversation later. The first wave emerged from the sea. They were all high-ranking monsters, including bipedal sea creatures and even krakens. The soldiers of the Pantheon Guild organized themselves into a defensive formation. But now, without Leon's buffs, the situation was much harder. The front line was broken with ease. Han had to fight only with her sword, since she could not use her firepower. During the battle, Han asked Poma if she should not be receiving some kind of strong water ability. The goddess replied ironically, saying that was something out of anime. Han complained, saying that the one who seemed like an anime character was actually the other girl. Meanwhile, Mistral continued doing most of the work, effortlessly defeating the creatures. In fact, he and his team had already wiped out all the monsters in their area. Suro commented that the guy was actually quite strong, and Mistral said he would take care of the remaining monsters since there were not many left. Shortly after, the third wave of attacks ended. 36 hours had passed since Spinner had been rescued by the crab monsters. With their help, he had been able to contain the waves of monsters. He also realized that these waves were coming in regular intervals of 12 hours, and that the crabs were growing and multiplying rapidly. Like any living beings, they needed time and nutrients to expand their bodies. But even so, they were evolving at an impressive rate. That was when Jae-hyuk appeared, explaining that a system window had been created. He also confirmed that none of Hakshar's statues had been destroyed so far. It became clear that Jae-hyuk had been rescued by Spinner on the first day. He asked if the other survivors could not see the system window, and Spinner explained that it was true, since the information needed to be shared among them. Jae-hyuk stated that, according to the mission, they were supposed to destroy the statues. Spinner presented his theory that the monsters behind the waves had been at war with the crabs for a long time. They were probably the same ones who wanted to destroy the statues. However, Jae-hyuk disagreed and said he did not believe they wanted to destroy the statues, but rather reach them. Spinner agreed, saying that made sense. Jae-hyuk mentioned that several crab creatures had died there and asked if they really thought just the two of them could stop all the waves on their own. Spinner replied that it was impossible. The difficulty was increasing rapidly, and if it continued that way, they would probably die in the fifth wave. They needed weapons. Jae-hyuk joked, wondering if they would give knives to the crabs, but soon after called Spinner to show him something interesting. Later, he took him to a waterfall where there was a hidden cave behind it. This path led to a vast abandoned civilization. It was like a metropolis from Earth, but completely empty. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the ocean, Leon reflected that the situation was becoming complicated. That was not just the sea floor. There were signs of a fallen civilization, something similar to what had happened in his world because of the demons. When the boat capsized, Poma's authority had been interrupted. Leon assumed the goddess's powers were being weakened due to the influence of another being. This indicated that, if it was not another deity, then it was probably an evil god. That was when he ordered the enemy to reveal itself. A demon approached with a laugh, mocking the situation. He said Leon was known as Lionheart, the Hound of the Gods, the one with the heart of a lion, heir to the dragon slayers, the one who had killed more demons than anyone else. He called him the Warrior of Warriors, King of Kings, and Guardian of the Radiant Kingdom. Yet now he stood before him, weaker than ever. Leon asked if he knew him, and the creature replied that there was no demon who did not know the King of Lionheart. He said Leon was the most renowned hero of all, and that many other heroes had tried to reach that place, but none were strong enough to defeat him. Then he asked if Leon would finally be the one to make a difference. Leon, outraged, questioned how such a despicable creature dared to challenge his worth. The demon only laughed even more and summoned his power, saying he was grateful to the king, for it was he who defeated Malos, giving him a great opportunity. Now, he said, it was time to end 5 centuries of waiting. Later, after the 4th wave of attacks, Han was in the water, having fun, splashing water everywhere. Pama scolded her, saying that if she wanted to play in the water, she might as well do it without clothes. The way she was acting would not be enough. Han replied, saying she had heard that, with the goddess Ariana, one needed to act with justice or honor to get close to her. With Demira, it was necessary to plant and give thanks to the earth. For Pedus, having faith meant being determined in battle. But Han believed that since Poma was the goddess of the sea and waves, then she should do something related to the ocean. However, Poma replied that she did not believe playing on the beach fit that purpose. Han asked what she should do since she wanted to save her majesty. Poma explained that, in fact, she did not believe Leon was on land, but rather submerged. Han insisted that if that were the case, then they needed to hurry so she could awaken and find the king. Poma agreed with her and said that it was easy to learn the creed of the sea and waves, for the sea was like an infinite source of life, and that simple gratitude toward it would already increase her faith. However, she emphasized that being a believer was not the same as being a saint. Just as a soldier's knowledge cannot be compared to a knight's, the two roles could not be confused. Han reflected that she needed to try harder. At that moment, Suho approached and informed them that the Maverick Guild had found one of the statues. Meanwhile, Reynald was worried because the members of the Phoenix Guild were still guarding the other statue with great firmness and determination. He began to suspect that they were doubting the system's mission and considered the possibility that they might destroy the statue in secret during the night. The entity accompanying them said that it was still uncertain whether a clear reason to destroy them would appear. Then the rank S hunter, Minuteman from the Maverick Guild, appeared saying they needed to destroy the statues. Yuri commented to her leader that it seemed there was no other choice, and Jae-hyuk replied that it was all right. They would destroy it. So Minuteman himself used his powerful punch and destroyed the statue. Now only one remained. Yongwon remarked that, from the looks of it, everything would work out. Yuri warned that they also needed to prepare for a new wave of monsters. However, even after the statue was destroyed, nothing happened. The new wave did not come. Han felt relieved and commented that it was good news. Reynald then asked for a summary of the situation and gathered everyone together. He assumed there were 3 statues scattered around the island and that they should search for the others. With greater numbers, it would be easier to find them. Yongwon agreed with the plan. They concluded that there were 3 islands in total, likely with 1 statue on each. So they decided to split up, with each team going to a different island. Moving between the islands would not be difficult since there were already boats docked at the beaches. Minuteman declared it was time to finish this mission once and for all. But when they arrived at the next island, they found a battlefield. The place looked like it had recently seen war, with mechanical parts and gears scattered everywhere. Yongwon found it all too strange and suggested they return immediately. That was when they realized they were surrounded. Crab robots began approaching, and Jae-hyuk thought they looked like the creatures they had encountered before. Yongwon fired a flaming arrow, but it caused no damage. More and more crabs kept appearing. Yongwon had the feeling they would not get out of that situation easily. But Jae-hyuk knelt before them, asking everyone to do the same because they were in the presence of the great crab emperor, Lord Spinner. Spinner ordered all mortals to surrender. The members of the Phoenix Guild wondered if it was really him. 2 statues still remained. The Phoenix Guild was on the same island as Spinner, while the Maverick Guild was with Reynald and Han. That was when Reynald noticed another strange situation. Han was protecting the statue that belonged to the Maverick Guild, saying she had a vision of the future. Mistral respected her decision, since she had a prophecy ability. Han confirmed it. She wondered why no one else could see what she saw. A horrible demonic aura emanated from the statue, and she believed destroying it would be far too dangerous. Even so, Reynald cast his dark magic at the statue, explaining that the mission's goal was to close the portal. That meant the statues needed to be destroyed, as the system commanded. With that, an overwhelming demonic power was released. Something sinister emerged from the depths. The great beast rose from the sea, its chains broken. It was the demon of chaos, despair, and misery. The archdemon Rakshar had awakened. His presence oppressed all living beings around him. The aura of chaos triggered a series of immediate effects: weakness, panic, fear, muscle stiffness, despair, terror, disorder, hopelessness, necrosis, mental disturbances, and soul possession. Rock commented that he could smell something foul, probably due to the presence of divine power. He knew he had to act and told the others to make the most of that brief moment of hope. Right after that, he returned to the depths, likely going after Leon. The area left behind was completely contaminated by chaos. All living beings in the region began attacking one another. Han was one of the few who was not affected. She tried to defend herself when an Estral came straight at her. Those who were being corrupted carried the blessing of the archdemon Hakshar, which enhanced their bodies. Mistral, stronger than Han, began to overpower her. However, Minute Man suddenly appeared and punched Mistral. Han believed for a moment that he had regained his consciousness, but she was wrong. His next blow was aimed at her. Han was struck in the stomach and thrown, falling into the ocean without strength. As she sank, she wondered if she would really die there. She remembered the day she received the news of her parents' death. They had died saving the world. They were heroes and had hoped she would also become a heroine. They had asked her to be honorable, to grow into a great person. Even so, she slightly regretted following that path. She thought about what being a hunter had truly brought into her life. She questioned the value of justice, the weight of being a saint. She did not feel as powerful as Geovric, not even close to the strength of her majesty. At least Geovric had died with honor, sacrificing himself for something meaningful. At that moment, Poma appeared, saying one should not try to understand the ocean. No matter how close it may seem, all that anyone can hold is a handful of water. Instead of trying to comprehend it, she should fill her heart with faith and trust. Poma told Han she needed to recognize the greatness within herself and commanded her to listen to the ocean. She told her to feel embraced by it, to listen to the flow of the tides, the whisper of the reefs, and the symphony of the waves. Poma explained that attaining immortal powers was not a matter of grasping them by force, but of allowing the infinite to surround her. Then Han found herself immersed in that vastness of power. She finally understood. She calmed down. She was able to breathe underwater. With this new power, she clearly sensed where Leon was, and with a simple movement of her hand, she invoked the divine law of the division of the seas. The sunken ruined city was revealed, opening a path so that Leon could summon Stallion. Later, Han woke up in Leon's arms while they were mounted on the Pegasus. She looked around, confused, and asked if they were still underwater. Leon replied sarcastically, saying he was glad she had not witnessed the Saint of the Sea drowning to death. Still dizzy, Han warned him that the archdemon had resurrected and that everyone was going insane and trying to kill one another. Leon said he was already aware. He explained that an ordinary person could not remain sane in the presence of an archdemon, but his soldiers had not succumbed to the demonic influence. Then Leon used the Holy Grail, invoking the aura of the King of Lionheart, allowing all the allies in the region to resist the abnormality. Daesung expressed relief upon seeing that His Majesty was well. Leon praised everyone, saying they had done very well even without him. However, Daesung reminded him that there were still missing soldiers and volunteers, though he had heard that they were alive thanks to Poma. Leon assured him that he could sense them too, and said that everyone needed to leave that portal. Mistral asked what they would do about the others, and whether they would leave them behind. Leon replied that they would try to rescue as many survivors as possible, and buy time for the others to escape. Meanwhile, Rakshar visited the island where Spinner was. He said he had waited a long time for that moment, and demanded that everyone submit to him. He was then surprised by a divine attack, and recognized that Spinner was a Templar knight. Shocked, Rakshar said he should be dead. Spinner, however, showed no interest in the demon's words. He ordered his army of crabs to fire at the enemy. The projectiles seemed to contain some kind of divine artifact, but Rakshar mocked them, saying they were nothing to him. With his tentacles, he created a gigantic wave, similar to a tsunami. Spinner recognized they would not be able to stop that disaster, but at that moment, someone appeared manipulating the waves. The one responsible was Han, who used her blessing to reverse the tsunami and throw it back at the demon himself. Rakshar was then compressed inside a gigantic sphere of water. Meanwhile, Leon, completely indifferent to the enemy's presence, warned Spinner that they needed to close the portal immediately and evacuate the area. Spinner informed him that the enemy was severely wounded and that a gradual retreat was possible. Leon declared that it was no longer necessary to destroy the remaining statues and that the focus should now be on closing the portal. He admitted that he still could not kill Rakshar without recovering the sacred sword. Therefore, the most sensible choice at the moment was to save the survivors. Spinner also suggested taking the island natives, since the crab tribe had been protecting the demon's seal for generations. They were not mere NPCs. Leon questioned whether they had enough time, and Spinner affirmed they did. He had used the crab's last resort to guarantee that interval. Later, Han led the evacuation with the blessing of the Saint of the Sea and the Waves, granting everyone a 35% advantage in any movement underwater. The waves favored their movements, allowing them even to walk on water. While she guided the survivors out of the portal, Leon approached Rakshar, who was still restrained by Poma's power. The demon himself acknowledged that this was the kind of power expected from Leon, the enemy of demons, but mocked him by saying he had failed. Rakshar broke free from the sphere and declared that Leon would not escape. Leon then wielded his sacred spear and charged forward with his steed. Even as Rakshar fired beams of malignant energy, Leon managed to evade them. He ran across the structures created by the demon's tentacles, cutting several of them along the way. But Rakshar did not stop. He continued firing his attacks, calling Leon a flying insect. Leon, unfazed, did not answer the provocations. He simply activated the punishment of evil, a power so intense and radiant that it resembled a second sun. With the power of Petus imbued in his spear, he declared that it was the same fire that had burned the Lord of Chaos. He could still hear with pleasure Malos's screams whenever he remembered that moment. Enraged, Rakshar promised that he would kill him before the attack was completed. But before he could react, Rakshar realized his tentacles were being restrained by giant crabs from the crab tribe, the island's guardians. This interference gave Leon enough time to unleash the flames of war, calling for glory in the name of Lionheart. The strike from his spear was so powerful that it not only killed the Archduke demon, but also lit up the horizon. That was divine power, the true power of hope. As everyone admired the scene, Leon descended riding his Pegasus and warned that there was no more time. He ordered everyone to leave the portal immediately and asked Spinner how the evacuation was progressing. Spinner replied that it was 80% complete, with the main records and supplies secured. However, he mentioned that the crabs would likely resist, as they were determined and full of energy after having remained dormant for 5 centuries. He also explained that the tribe's language system was called Cruciateria, and Leon said it was an honorable name, worthy of a knightly order. Then he declared that it was time to retreat, as the portal would soon close. That was when Rakshar spoke up, asking if he really intended to flee. He said he thought the King of Lionheart was someone who never gave up, someone who fought to the end and would not run like a coward. Leon, remaining calm, asked why he should honor his knightly virtues in front of such an inferior being. According to him, green beasts and wicked species did not deserve respect. Enraged, Rakshar swore that he would kill him. However, the portal closed before he could act. Soon after, it was reported that the world had entered a state of turmoil. The first appearance of an Archduke-level demon caused great losses to humanity. The news of Rakshar's existence spread like a harbinger of disaster. But not all news was bad. Some people had managed to resist mental corruption, something even S-rank hunters had failed to do, which caused widespread astonishment. The achievements of the Pantheon Guild also drew attention and impressed everyone. Later, Leon thanked the president of Korea for his support. The president was surprised to see that more than 10,000 survivors had made it, and he arranged for the creation of an autonomous residential zone specifically dedicated to Cruciateria, allowing the crabs to live in peace. Leon commented that they were honorable beings who had fought against the demon for a long time. However, the president became uneasy when he saw enormous statues being erected by them. The statues represented the heroes who had sacrificed themselves to face the Archduke demon, a way to honor them. The president was shocked by this, as he was Protestant, and as is known, Protestants do not worship images. Nevertheless, at that moment, the crabs were finishing the final statue. Leon explained that this statue was of the president of Korea himself. The Cruciateria wished to bow before him as a gesture of gratitude for the land granted to them. Desperate, the president begged for the statue to be destroyed, addressing Leon as Your Majesty. Leon, however, responded that there was no need to feel embarrassed. After all, he was the leader of a nation, and they would talk again later. The president, stunned, felt as if his life expectancy had just dropped by 10 years. Suddenly, one of the staff members appeared with urgent information from national intelligence. It was about North Korea. The president asked what had happened since the country had abandoned its nuclear weapons. The messenger responded that all contact with North Korea had been completely lost the night before. Furthermore, all satellite imagery of the territory had also been blocked. It was as if the entire country had been cut off from the rest of the world. Meanwhile, in North Korea, where Pyongyang used to be, a man was saying that 30 years ago dimensional rifts began to open. Since then, all they had managed to do was rely on help from the damned South Koreans. After kicking one of the many corpses thrown into a mass grave, he declared that soon they would become the most powerful nation on the planet. Their plan was to use the demons in their favor. At that moment, they received contact from Reinald Sherman, who informed the president of North Korea that the preparations were complete. Then the dark mages were summoned to begin the ritual. In front of all the corpses piled in the pit, a strong demonic power emerged. The demon chosen for summoning was Rakshar himself. However, when he appeared, he was covered in wounds. The president asked if this was really the right choice, and Reinald replied that the situation was bad, as Rakshar's injuries were deeper than expected. Still, he said it was fine, because there was plenty of food there. Then Rakshar devoured the very mages who had summoned him. Meanwhile, Hildir was still imprisoned, being interrogated by Beatrice, the queen. She claimed she no longer knew anything. Beatrice, in turn, reflected on something interesting. Demons could enter any portal they wanted, which also meant they could go anywhere they wished. Later, in the Cruciateria area, Han was worried about the crab monsters and how they would adapt to the new environment. Spinner explained that there was no problem, as their tribe could live anywhere, as long as there was a nest and a hunting area nearby. Han commented that there were many crabs and that it must be very difficult to feed everyone. Spinner replied that they were all working together on the city's beaches and that they were also registered in the Pantheon's Guarantee Service, which would help with their integration into society. He explained that the Pantheon Guild provided all kinds of services, including legal labor. Han then asked if she could participate too, and Spinner revealed that she was already registered in the system and had even been receiving benefits since the previous month. Curious, she asked how much was being paid for that. Spinner replied that the amount was 19 trillion. Upon hearing that, she became outraged and started twisting Spinner's robot arm. At that moment, Leon appeared to restore order, saying they needed to return to the guild immediately. He asked Han to get on the steed, but she hesitated, wondering if she could really ride the royal horse. Leon explained that the steed was reserved only for the king and his knights. Then he dismounted and calmly extended his hand to help her onto his Pegasus. Han was suspicious and asked why he was acting that way. Leon simply told her to take what he was giving. It was a property rights document. He stated that it was a king's duty to grant land to a knight. According to him, even if Han's faith was not evident, the gods had chosen her. From that moment on, she would be treated as a saint and a knight of the kingdom. For that reason, she needed to be aware of her position and spread her faith. He said he did not expect her to act like a noble, but she did not need to belittle herself either. Han thanked His Majesty and he pulled her up onto the Pegasus. Before they departed, Han wanted to confirm if she had truly become a noble. Leon replied that she had. From now on, she would be ranked only below the Queen and Spinner. Han then turned to Spinner and demanded that he stop treating her harshly, since she was now a noble too. Spinner, trying to maintain control, threatened with his whip, saying that she should not let the organism get to her head. Later, in Beatrice's workshop inside the Pantheon, she showed Leon the results of experiments involving a demonic crown. The data confirmed what Leon suspected. The demons were indeed using the portals as he had predicted. Ever since the case of the Jeju Island portal, he had realized that the mission seemed like a righteous act, but in reality, it was a trap to force hunters to eliminate barbarians who had sold their souls to demons and who, deep down, were being forced to kill an honorable Templar knight. Leon stated that the system and the missions were corrupted, manipulated by demons who wanted to control the awakened. He commented that Earth had been dominated by mana stones of demonic origin. Even if some people realized that the missions were suspicious, they would still not give up on them due to financial needs. He then asked Beatrice if the demons were really acting through those portals and said he had heard that she also had access to them. Beatrice explained that she could create false kingdoms, but that required a vessel. If the portal was infested with demons or housed survivors, she could manipulate it. For that reason, she was trying to use the demonic crown as a catalyst, since that kind of object was quite useful for that purpose. However, she questioned why Leon did not try using one of his own sacred relics as a vessel. Leon thought it was worth trying and asked what was needed. Beatrice replied that the fuel to create a portal was an enormous quantity of mana stones. Leon said the problem was finding that amount of stones. Beatrice replied that it was simple, as there were several places where they could be obtained. Then Leon ordered everyone to prepare. From that moment on, they would begin closing all the existing portals in South Korea. The Pantheon Guild quickly mobilized. Its soldiers, knights, and military men totaled 1,000 fighters. In addition, 2,000 warriors from the Crab tribe also joined the mission, forming a true army. Spinner was sent to the south of the country. Queen Beatrice took responsibility for the east, and the Crabists marched to the north. The Pantheon Guild divided its 3,000 soldiers into 20 teams and began the mission to close all portals within the nation. The speed at which they worked was impressive. While an average guild could carry out about 2 raids per month, the Pantheon Guild closed 20 portals in just 4 days. With that, all portals in South Korea came under the control of a single guild. The rewards were abundant. They acquired 3 unique rank items, 89 rare rank ones, another 500 of various ranks, and a large number of mana stones. According to Spinner's calculations, the total was 3.83 tons, with an estimated value of 38 billion won. Leon commented that it would be enough to keep them comfortable even after opening a new portal. Beatrice confirmed that the amount was more than sufficient. Leon then declared that the next attack would be carried out by a small elite force and that all mission details would be kept secret. Han and Jisoo were also to maintain total confidentiality, even from the association itself. Both seemed suspicious, and Han asked if he was planning to do anything dangerous to the nation. Leon replied confidently that, of course, he would never do that. At that moment, the preparations were already complete. Beatrice drew the magic circle using the power of the mana stones, entered the coordinates, and, to everyone's surprise, summoned a portal. Few knew it was possible to create an artificial portal. Beatrice confirmed that everything was ready. Leon then informed his squad that they were about to begin. The group was teleported to a completely destroyed battlefield. Leon immediately realized something was wrong with the portal, as they had been separated once again. He had been sent along with only 2 academy boys. They were quickly attacked by orcs. An unknown knight appeared and intercepted the enemy with ease, stating that knights should not just stand there watching. He then recognized Leon and introduced himself himself as Babel, company commander and orc slayer of Valteric. Leon ordered everyone to get up and asked exactly where they were, as they had not yet located the rest of the squad. Babel informed them that they were in the center of the Riam Valley, transporting the sacred relic of the Templar knight, Sir Zaria. Upon hearing that, Leon thought it had really happened. He remembered Zaria of the Dusk, the Templar knight of dreams and death. That had been his last mission, and in the end, they had all died there. Leon reflected that if he had known they were going to that place, he would have gathered more information in the afterlife. However, he knew it had already happened. He just needed to better understand the situation. Babel led his majesty to Sir Zaria, who was manifesting his fantasy domain. He had created an area composed of dreams and death, a space capable of killing orcs just by entering it. He said they would retreat a few steps to recover, and Leon noticed that the orcs did not seem well in that environment. At that moment, Zaria asked what His Majesty was doing there. Everyone kneeled at once, recognizing him as the agent of the divinity and first knight of the goddess Ariana. Leon then remembered how the transformation ritual of the Templar Knights worked, where they drank the holy water of the Grail to awaken and strengthen their bodies to the maximum. He had been an unusual case, becoming a Templar Knight at a very young age, while Zaria had achieved this feat at an older age. That explained why his current appearance represented the peak of his strength as the most senior missionary knight and the most experienced Templar. Leon said he would explain why he was there, but wanted them to also explain their situation. Zaria said they had obtained the sacred relics according to plan and were on their way to the borders of the Empire when they were ambushed by orcs and pagan followers of the beast gods. As a strategy, they left the infantry and some knights behind to delay the enemies, while the rest split into 5 groups to transport the relic. Leon acknowledged that it was a good tactic, but asked where the group with the real relic was. Zaria replied that it was Group 5, located in the southeast, led by his past self. With him was Daesung, who was nearly attacked by a bear. The past Zaria killed the animal and asked if Daesung had really been about to throw himself at it. At that moment, Han appeared, asking if he was okay, and regretted that they had been separated once again. Zaria, surprised by the newcomer's presence, commented that he did not imagine there were other wandering knights as crazy as him. The system then issued a new mission: assist the Templar knight Zaria of the Dusk in transporting the sacred relics to the borders of Lionheart Hort. He also joked, saying that Daesung seemed a bit out of the loop. Donan thanked him for the understanding and addressed Zaria using his full title, but Zaria replied that it was still a title he would only earn in the future, because in the present he was merely a missionary knight. Zaria Bertan explained that he had not received missions from the deities for a long time. Since he was 15, he had wandered the world. He spent 10 years as a kingdom knight and another 15 wandering, waiting for a divine mission. He was an excellent knight, but he did not have the power of a superhuman capable of changing the outcome of a battle. Those who received missions from the gods and left their names in history were those superhumans. Despite that, he never gave up. People admired him at first, then mocked him, and finally despised him, until one day a woman he had never seen appeared in his dreams. She was the goddess Plu. The pantheon had acknowledged his efforts and asked him to return to the kingdom to fulfill his duty. Zaria told his saint that she could blame him for his lack of talent, but she should not deny the honorable path he had walked. Trying was the only thing he could do. Zaria kept trying, even when poets and singers mocked his persistence. He never gave up, and, after a life of effort, became a Templar knight at the age of 100, the oldest to ever receive that sacred title. Meanwhile, the real Zaria, alongside Leon, was facing a massive army of orcs and pagans. The enemies crashed against the knights' shields, who retaliated with precision. The formation was complete, with well-coordinated defense and attack. Suro realized this was not just about physical strength. The combat level of that army was on a whole different tier, so high that even top-tier hunters would be easily outmatched. Zaria spotted an armored troll ahead. Leon instructed his students to observe carefully, because what they were about to witness should become their new life goal. Then Zaria charged forward with his army. Some questioned if it was not dangerous to advance along that narrow path, since they might trample their own allies. But Zaria did not stop. Suddenly, he leaped through the air and everyone followed him. In fact, they were running along the canyon walls, leaving even the orcs confused by the strategy. With his sacred flames, Zaria pierced through multiple orcs at once. The students were thrilled by the scene, but Leon warned them that the real fight was yet to come. Jae-hyuk asked if they truly had no other task, since the mission only required transporting the sacred relic. Leon thought Stalin could easily run ahead to the transport squad, but decided to stay and assist Sir Zaria, because this time he wanted to watch the old knight until the end. He then asked if the students had completed the previous task. Jaehak replied that they had searched the bodies of the orcs as instructed, but found no mana stones. Leon concluded that this mission was not manipulated. The previous portals had been tainted with demonic intent, but this one appeared to be free from corruption. He recalled that portals were by nature neutral, but they could be manipulated to direct missions. This time, at least, they had more reliable information. Leon then asked the students to check if there were any other knights nearby. At that exact moment, a spear pierced the skies and nearly struck Leon in the head, but he caught it at the last second. The attack had been launched by an orc riding a Pegasus. Outraged, Leon questioned how such a filthy creature dared to use long-range weapons. He activated his special buff against ranged attackers, snapped the spear in half, and demanded that Zarya bring him the head of that enemy. Zarya responded affirmatively and, drawing his sword from subspace, leapt into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he plunged the blade into the orc's head. Zarya declared that a creature bound to the ground should not invade the sky, for that was the domain of kings. Even while wounded, the orc mocked them, saying he still had an army and would make Leon regret coming there. Zarya acknowledged that he had indeed been surprised by the number of beasts brought forth, but made it clear that all those creatures were nothing but worms. The orc commander began to feel that something was wrong. A bad premonition overcame him. That was when Zarya invoked the power of the deity of dreams and death. The commander ordered the orcs to retreat immediately. At that moment, Sarah, the saint, declared that her knight had completed his mission. She prayed for the destruction of the infidels, asking that death reach them and cast them into nightmares from which they would never awaken. The power of the deity caused time to stop, sealing the fate of all enemies. Meanwhile, in the past, the younger Zarya was helping Daesung defend himself against the beasts and acknowledged that the young man was indeed very loyal. Han commented that being near the forest was a good thing, but they were still not safe. Zarya then said there was a caravan nearby and suggested they head in that direction. As he began to carry the chests, one of the female knights offered to help, saying that since he was a noble, he should not be doing physical labor. But Zarya calmly replied to his dear Stella that, at the moment, he was only a missionary knight. So they departed quietly, walking to a cave. There, Zarya used some divine tricks from Demira to conceal the entrance with leaves and vines. Since the night would be long, they set up camp. At the camp, Daesung, Han, Zarya, and Stella were resting. She asked if she could be in charge of watching over the sacred relic. Zarya said that Stella did not need to ask, as she had the authority to command. She was a knight of the kingdom and, therefore, held more authority than he did, as he was only a missionary knight. Even so, Stella replied that he had been chosen by the deity of dreams and death, and for that reason it was more fitting for him to take that responsibility. Zarya then said he felt ashamed to be treated as someone he had not yet become. The person she was speaking to at that moment was not yet a Templar knight. Daesung, a bit confused, apologized for the interruption and asked what that meant. Whether it was about the future or the past, Zarya acknowledged that it could indeed be confusing for someone who had just started their journey. He explained that the goddess had granted him an undeserved favor, and that after countless attempts, he became the Templar Knight of Dreams and Death, known as Zarya of the Dusk. As a reward for his journey, he received a special power. Victory in infinite dreams allowed him to summon a copy of his past self. The Zarya, who was there with them, was 86 years old, the same age at which he received the mission from the gods. He explained that he was merely a copy of his past self and was not using the powers of his current self. Even so, he said he was nothing compared to the Templar Knight he would become in the future. Suddenly, they heard a monster approaching the cave. A demonic beast pierced the ceiling and fell directly onto Zarya, who, even injured, faced the creature. He warned that its venom was lethal and told everyone to retreat. Han then noticed that Daesung had also been poisoned by the demonic venom. Later, while tending to his wounds, she asked him not to move because of the poison. She felt guilty for not preventing it and asked him to stay put, as she would handle the situation. Han left determined. She used the power of her flames along with that of the waters. On the way back, she remembered that she had received her powers during that very mission. Leon had told her he was sure that she too had been chosen by the deity of war and fire. However, she knew that petty rules could not be applied to divine powers. The divine flame was not merely fire, it was like a wave, with a flow similar to that of a sea current, and it moved according to her will. That was why she could use both the power of water and the power of flame. Divine law altered natural rules, and her slash split the demonic creature in half. Later, they tried to treat the poison. Zarya explained that it was a bodily poison, typical of a chimera created by a dark mage from the Empire. Fortunately, they managed to produce an antidote. Stella mentioned that there was only enough for one person. Han apologized because she had accidentally burned Daesung with her flames while trying to help him. Zarya reassured her, saying that accidents happen in combat. Then, he personally handed the antidote to Daesung, stating that, as a knight, he could still do much more than an old man like him. Daesung thanked him and took the medicine. Finally, Zarya informed them that he had hidden the cave entrance even better this time. No matter how good the beast's sense of smell was, they would not be able to track them. Even so, Zarya fell to his knees, very weak from the poison still circulating in his body. Daesung asked if there was no other way to treat him, but Zarya told them not to worry. He said that even if he died, it was only a clone. Still, Daesung replied that there was only one Zarya there at that moment. Zarya explained that his clone had been blessed by the Lady of Death, and because of that, his death would be more comfortable than the others. He asked them not to be sad, as someone was after the sacred relic. To obtain the relic of the King of Lionheart, it would be necessary to treat his other self with a consumable item. Even understanding that, everyone remained saddened by his death. Before disappearing, Zarya invoked the name of the Lady of Death one last time and wished glory to the Kingdom of Lionheart. Meanwhile, the real Zarya had already defeated all enemies and gave credit for his glory to the deity of death and to the King of Lionheart. Despite the victory, the plan to lure out the enemy leader had not worked. Leon commented that, for green beasts, those orcs were unusually patient. If they did not react even to a direct provocation, then their leader must be someone very charismatic. Zarya wondered if the great chief was really present on that battlefield. Leon thought the enemies seemed too organized and suspected they might be facing a champion orc. These orcs rarely appeared, but when chosen by the orc god, they led hordes and started great wars. Back then he had not seen the great chief, but acknowledged that maybe it was too early to judge. Leon then said he needed to speak privately with Zarya. Later, inside one of the tents in the camp, Zarya listened to everything Leon had to say. He asked if he had died and was in paradise, and if he had fought alone against demons for 200 years. He could not understand how he endured so long in that endless battle. He asked for forgiveness for having been such a disloyal knight. Leon replied that there was no reason to apologize. Zarya reflected that if he had been killed by an orc, then surely a great chief would appear. Leon agreed, saying that the champion chosen by the orc god would indeed appear on that battlefield, although he had never seen him back then. Zarya then asked what exactly Leon was trying to do in that portal. Leon explained that everything was an experiment. The rewards would just be consequences. The real goal was to discover something important, and above all, he wanted to be by his friend's side until the very end. That same night in the orc camp, it was revealed that their lives followed a simple routine, as if they were preparing for something much greater. The orcs lived simply. They had breakfast, fought, had lunch, fought again, had dinner, fought once more, and only then went to sleep. Although they were strong, this routine made them vulnerable to nighttime ambushes. That was why Leon decided to set their camp on fire while they slept. He took pleasure in that smell of burning beasts. Zarya, at his side, agreed with His Majesty's opinion and reflected that, with the king there, even the story of death itself had changed. If that portal could really copy the Kingdom of Lionheart, then a certain man would certainly appear. A man on the same level as the king, the most powerful Templar knight of all. It was then explained, Templar knights are those who received a mission directly from a god and drank holy water, becoming their agents. The main power of these knights is divine power. The gods maintain their celestial level through the faith of their followers, and in return, bless their Templar knights with that same power. Unlike common knights, who are limited by the amount of power they possess, Templars can convert pure faith into divine energy. For this reason, they function as true living reservoirs of faith, which makes them practically tireless. Meanwhile, in the camp of the pagans and orcs, the chief was desperate, trying to understand how they could be attacked for 3 days in a row. One of the pagans remarked that it was already the 300th ambush. The leader, irritated, argued that they had tens of thousands of warriors and were still being attacked every night by only 2 people who never died. One of the soldiers commented that the enemies must be Templar knights, and the captain replied that the situation could not continue that way. They needed to act urgently. Suddenly, the body of an iron bear was thrown into the tent. An orc entered shortly after and said that it was weak. The leader asked what that meant, and then Champion Hellcan appeared. He grabbed the leader by the neck and complained that they had not made the opening he had ordered the day before. One of the men, impressed by the strength of that orc, began to suspect he might even be stronger than a Templar. Champion Hellcan ordered everyone to prepare for an attack the next day. One of the soldiers protested, saying there were 2 Templar knights on the other side, but the champion stated that a great warrior would assist them. He then ordered all forces to be gathered. One of the barbarians reflected that he usually only read about champion orcs in history books, but now there were 2 of them in the same camp. Maybe they really had a chance to win the war. However, another ambush by the Templars happened before they could act. This time, the enemies delivered a letter. It was a message from the King of Lionheart, who had returned for another one of his annual rounds. The barbarian was furious when he realized it was a duel challenge. He tore the letter in half, angry, but the champion asked them to accept the challenge. The leader asked if he would be the one to fight, as he believed the champion had a great chance of victory. The champion replied that he would, and promised to bring the Templar knight's body as a trophy. Meanwhile, Beatrice had finally met up up with another group that included lost apprentices of the King of Lionheart. They thanked her deeply for saving everyone, and then Soyeonhan asked if by any chance she had seen those two idiots, even while pretending not to care about Juk and Suho. Beatrice teased her, saying it was cute to see her worried, and then asked if the mission they had received was really to help Zarea. If His Majesty was not around, it was probably because he was with the transport squad. She explained that she had used a tracking spell on all of them in case they got separated, and said that soon they would all reunite. Now was the time for each one to fulfill their role. Later, while walking with the transport team, Beatrice thought that Suho and Jae-hyuk were probably with His Majesty. The problem was with the last three companions. From what Beatrice could sense, Daesung and Han seemed to be with a different squad, and Spinner was completely outside the range of her perception. In fact, Spinner was literally outside the planet's orbit. He had calculated the gravitational effect and managed to establish a stable connection with the world inside the portal. The satellite launch was also successful. While observing the planet, he realized that it really seemed to be a celestial body, but it was impossible to see beyond the valleys, so he adjusted the amplification to get a more detailed view and managed to detect an entity with a high concentration of energy. It seemed to be another Templar knight, and he stared directly at Spinner, even with the latter being in space. Spinner thought it was impossible, but the knight removed his helmet and told him to disappear from there. Later, both armies were face to face. No one had attacked yet, as they were all waiting for the day of the duel. Jae-hyuk expressed concern and asked if His Majesty was sure about what he was doing, because he felt that the enemy might attack at any moment. Leon explained that there was no need to attack yet, as he needed to analyze the enemy forces to understand the real situation. If they could keep the enemy army stuck in that place, the team responsible for transport would have no trouble completing their mission. Moreover, he recalled that in the past, the transport mission had been a failure, but now they had Spinner and Beatrice, and he was confident they could handle it. Meanwhile, Zarea was finalizing the preparations and advancing to the front line. The orcs began to raise their swords and roar in unison, chanting their war cry. They said that the god Helkin was watching and cried out for death to their enemies. The knights, on the other hand, commented that the orcs were just as loud as always. The champion of the orcs then stepped forward and asked if the man ahead was the strongest among the humans. He said the rules of the duel would be simple. Whoever died would lose. He introduced himself as the champion of Helkan, named Balbazar, and asked who among them was honorable enough to face him. Leon responded without hesitation, questioning how such an arrogant beast dared to boast about honor. He then ordered Zarea of the Twilight to bring him the head of that cursed creature. Zarea stepped forward, stating that he would be the opponent, but refused to say his name to someone like Balbazar, declaring that the orc would die right there. Balbazar mocked his words, calling them absurd but amusing, and said he would love to prove him wrong. The first strike came from Balbazar, with an axe so powerful and fast that at first glance it looked like he had sliced Zarea in half with ease. He then declared his victory. For a moment, everyone was in shock until they realized that Balbazar was standing still, caught in some kind of hypnotic trance. Zarea then revealed that a beast was nothing more than a beast. Suho observed that Zarea was using an illusion through divine law, projecting a fantasy domain. Since Balbazar had been caught dreaming, Zarea took the opportunity to activate his execution aura and delivered a direct blow to the champion's chest. However, at the last moment, Balbazar managed to react, grabbing Zarea's sword and counterattacking with a deep slash to his chest. Balbazar admitted that Zarea was fast, but Zarea quickly realized that the orc was using the power granted by Helkan. Balbazar stated that he was the hand of Helkan and had been given the authority to destroy anything. He also claimed that illusions did not work on him. His blows were so devastating that they began to tear apart sections of the battlefield. Zarea realized that dealing with the scattered stone fragments would be troublesome, but even so, he moved in again, exchanging rapid blows with the orc. Both were injured in the clash, until Balbazar managed to grab Zarea, throw him to the ground, and attempted to finish him off. Zarea, however, dodged, thinking the attempt was pathetic and disgraceful. He felt it was not even enough to offer a worthy victory to His Majesty. Despite the situation, Zarea acknowledged that Balbazar had an unusual determination for a creature like him. He charged again with speed, but Balbazar's next strike was brutal, slicing Zarea in half. At that moment, Zarea remembered a moment before Leon's coronation as King of Lionheart, back when he was just a knight. At the time, Zarea had introduced himself as the eldest son of Baron Bertel, a member of the Twilight Knights Order. Leon said he had heard of him, recalling it had been 15 years since he had become a royal knight. He also commented that the war was against a champion orc, something far too dangerous. But Zarea replied to the Templar Knight of Light and Justice that he wanted the lowest possible position. He did not mind fighting among commoners or even carrying the banner. Leon asked why he wanted to participate so badly, since there were other ways to bring glory to the kingdom. Zarya answered that honor and glory were not everything. He just wanted to preserve his way of life. Back in the present, even after taking an axe blow to the shoulder, he resisted Balbazar's strength, remembering Leon's words and realizing that the rumors about him were unreliable. Leon knew Zarya was a trustworthy knight and had asked for his help in that battle. Zarya then pulled the axe out of his shoulder and invoked the power of the deity who observes the final moments of life. He asked her to bless her knight, the one who had already defied death countless times. With that power, he drove his sword into the heart of Balbazar, activating the divine law of resistance to death. In the end, he managed to defeat the champion orc. The victory was his. The army of orcs and pagans was utterly disappointed. Shortly after, the next champion presented himself. He was an orc sorcerer. He approached and asked Zarya one last question, who now seemed on the brink of death. He wanted to know if Zarya would still fight until the end. Zarya thought he had lost too much blood, and that when the effect of the resistance to death wore off, he might actually die. He almost fell unconscious, but Leon caught him and declared that it had been a great battle. He asked his knight to rest, for he would witness his end and personally bless him. Leon then walked to the center of the battlefield and declared that he would offer the enemy a single chance at victory. He drew his spear, his vine-covered sword, and the Holy Grail. He said that they could all come at him at once. Meanwhile, Spinner was still in space, monitoring what was happening below. He detected intense movements along the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Apparently, there was a fragile alliance between the two sides. The transport of the relic was proceeding without issues. Although the other two teams had been killed, the members of the Pantheon remained safe. The number of orcs had increased considerably. However, at that moment, Spinner noticed something strange. With no time to hesitate, he had to jump from the satellite as it was destroyed. The slash that cut the satellite in half had come directly from the ground. It was Leon's strike, a devastating attack that left everyone in silence. With that single move, he had annihilated the enemy armies, obliterating everything in his path. Leon declared that he now possessed the power of the Holy Grail, and, if necessary, could follow Zarya to the ends of the world. However, Zarya responded, telling him not to look back or waste time with him. He had already demonstrated his greatness and benevolence and could not wish for anything more. Leon then said he would perform the ascension ritual at that moment and asked Zarya to accept this blessing. But Zarya respectfully declined, asking him to save the divine power for when it was truly needed. Leon stated that the pagans and the orcs would retreat. He was fully confident that Zarya would not need to fight anymore. Then he began the ascension ritual, proclaiming the full name of his knight, Zarya Berton, eldest son of Zoldek Bertham, the first knight to serve the deities of dreams and death, member of the Order of the Twilight. He asked Zarya to pray to his goddess. Zarya then called one last time upon the goddess Plu, fairy lady of the world's depths, the lady who watches over the final moments of life, saying that her vassal was ending his long journey. He declared that he had stayed away from lies and falsehoods, that he never coveted gold, and that he had always protected and fed the people. He asked for the deity's blessing upon his accomplishments. Leon also knelt and prayed to her, saying that his first knight was now departing on his final journey and would be remembered by the living, that his glory would not be forgotten, that he would drink wine in the banquet halls of the gods, and that his name would echo through all ages. Leon, the 15th king of Lionheart, promised they would be together in the Hall of the Gods. With that, he bid farewell to his old friend and wished for glory to the name of Lionheart. At that moment, Zarya was taken to the other world. Meanwhile, the orc chief appeared, apologizing for the behavior of his disciple. Despite that, he made it clear that his true interest was the king of Lionheart, stating that, if fate so willed, perhaps they would have to fight someday. In parallel, Zarya's true transport group from the past continued onward through a clearing apparently free of monsters. During the walk, Han asked if he remembered what had happened before all of this. Zarya asked about the clone that accompanied them on that mission. To be precise, that clone inherited the memories of the original, but unfortunately he did not remember much. At that moment in time, Zarya was an 87-year-old missionary knight. Leon, back then, was both a Templar knight and a war knight. Han then asked if Zarya had met Leon, and Stella said she wanted to hear those stories too. Zarya replied that His Majesty had made a great impression from the beginning. He had been the youngest Templar knight of all time. He was also excellent as a missionary knight. In fact, he became a missionary at just 16. It was tradition for a knight to devote himself to charity in the name of the kingdom. But Leon was also the heir to the house of the Duke of Dragonia. Leon had skipped a few steps in his training due to his status, but that did not mean he had been favored. He truly stood out. He managed to defeat an entire village of orcs on his own and eliminated several pagans during a ritual. His adventures became true stories of glory. Poets and singers began to immortalize his journey in songs and legends. At the age of 20, he was chosen by the goddess of light and justice, and at 27, he became the youngest Templar knight in history. He was radiant with his achievement and believed that perhaps there would never be someone as talented as him again. Later, he asked Han to stay by his side and take good care of His Majesty, learning as much as she could from him. He said she was very talented as well. Han replied that she would do her best, and Daesung, feeling inspired, was also motivated by those words. That same night, everyone was asleep except for Daesung, who remained awake, training with his sword. Zarea, watching from a distance, commented that it looked like the birth of the kingdom's sword technique. Daesung asked if he had woken the elder, but Zarea replied that he had not, as at his age he no longer slept so well. He considered standing guard, but upon seeing the young man training, decided to offer help and asked if he could assist him. Daesung replied that it would be an honor. Zarea then warned that he would attack and asked Daesung to try and stop him. When he struck, the blow was so fast it nearly hit Daesung's neck. He then repeated the same instructions Leon had previously given to Han. He explained that the hand should always be above the navel, as it is the quickest position for defense. The sword must be held in a way that allows reaction against most attacks. Daesung felt extremely pressured. He thought that Zarea's swordsmanship was so fast and precise it resembled the strike of a machine, and he could barely react. In the end, he was disarmed. He admitted defeat. Zarea, however, explained that in training, it does not matter who wins or loses. He said Daesung had already mastered the basics, that his reaction speed was not bad, and that he had trained well. Daesung then compared himself to Han and asked how he could ever match her. Zarea explained that there was a great difference between the two. She was immensely talented and loved by the gods, and because of that, her growth would be very fast. Daesung replied that he already knew that, and that, to be honest, no matter how much he tried, he would never be as good as her. Zarea said that he reminded him of his younger self. Daesung noted that Zarea had become a Templar knight. Zarea confirmed and said that was also Daesung's future, and that this was a remarkable feat. He explained that his family, his friends, even His Majesty and the goddess had told him to give up, but he did not because he did not care about other people's opinions. He said that just because something seems impossible does not mean it should not be attempted. Then he asked Daesung if he knew what courage, bravery, love, and hope meant. He explained that a knight should be able to handle all those feelings. He said that a true knight must have overwhelming courage, unshakable hope, and pure love, because the ideal knight represents the peak of these three values. Then he asked if Daesung thought a Templar knight was all of those things. The young man replied that yes, but also no. Zarea then explained that no one is born with those qualities. They are not things someone possesses, receives, or conquers. They are feelings that manifest in the heart. He said that when someone prays to become a person who holds these virtues, the gods do not grant them directly. Instead, they offer opportunities for them to be manifested. Later, the group finally arrived at the Empire's border. Zarea commented that if they managed to cross that point, they could take a shortcut straight to the king's borders. Daesung thought the mission was near its end, but quickly realized it was not over yet. The transport had been practically completed, and the group announced their identity and what they were carrying. Those who came to receive them were the headmaster of the School of Light Magic, the Imperial Commander Bulfhart, and the Celestial Observer Startooth. Zarea then asked if the members of the 13 electors were present, but the Mage of Light quickly realized that this Zarea was not the real one. He was just a clone. Before anyone could react, enemies surrounded the group. They were orcs and pagans. Zarea tried to ask something, but was interrupted by a direct shot to his chest. The Mage of Light welcomed them to the Empire as Zarea collapsed to the ground, nearly dead. He then said there was no reason to worry, because that man was not a Templar knight. Stella reacted immediately, summoning her flames and launching a fireball. The Light Mage, however, dismantled the spell with ease. Stella was shocked and asked if he had undone a divine law. The mage replied that after many years of study, they had discovered that divine laws were not so perfect as to be above all rules. Stella became furious and questioned how he dared to study the miracles of divinity that way, but he replied with disdain. He said that because of people like them, clinging to old traditions and obsessed with deities, humanity had failed to evolve. Dyson then accused the Empire of siding with the orcs from the very beginning, making it clear they were after the sacred relic. The mage agreed and declared that the relic would be extremely useful for analyzing the gods and bringing humanity closer to modernization. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, aiming at the group, but Beatrice appeared to protect them. Using a noble magic of maximum-grade elemental dismantling, she completely nullified the attack. Everyone was surprised that she had canceled such a powerful spell. Beatrice explained that she had rushed there because she sensed something dangerous was happening. She even brought sodas and snacks to ease the tense mood. The mage became suspicious of her power and asked if she possessed divine abilities. Upon analyzing her more deeply, he used a combination of psychological interference, nullification, and mental reinforcement within a magic barrier. He discovered that Beatrice was using seduction magic. He accused her of having no honor as a mage, but she simply apologized and explained that she was born with that power. The mage then questioned where so much corrupted energy came from and insinuated that the goddess of pleasure and corruption favored her. Startooth, the celestial observer, identified her divine power as that of a follower of the goddess of dreams and death. They had not expected a saint to be among the Templars, but even so, the light mage continued his attack. He created a sphere of surrounding flames and lightning, combining raw power and refined magic. Beatrice, with an ironic tone, asked what he intended to do with that cute little thing, but the mage did not stop. With enhanced speed and magical manifestation, he conjured a spear of pure energy. Beatrice blocked the attack with her hexagonal shield, as if it were nothing. Even after being struck by an extremely powerful bolt of lightning, she remained unharmed. Everyone realized she possessed an absurd amount of mana. Then, Beatrice counterattacked using her noble magic, the Eye of Death, firing explosive projectiles at the Imperial Castle. The enemies quickly noticed that she was drawing mana directly from the atmosphere and that her magical power was nearly limitless. She declared that the spell was beautiful, especially in comparison to the divine law of His Majesty. She commented that magic in that world was not so different from what existed in her own, and did not understand why they were using something so noble in such a vulgar way. Then, Beatrice replicated exactly the same spell the light mage had used, showing that they were so obsessed with the mission that they had forgotten to consider the consequences of their own actions. Upon seeing this, the enemies asked how she had stolen that magic. Beatrice then decided to release the noble magic, transforming it into the splendor of celestial punishment. While all this was happening, Zarya was finally beginning to awaken. In truth, that too was just another clone. Zarya awakened and asked himself if waking up there meant the Empire had extracted him. Beatrice, using telepathy, confirmed the situation to everyone and asked Han and the others to call for reinforcements immediately. Although she was winning the battle so far, she knew it was only a matter of time before the enemies resorted to a hidden power. At that moment, Spinner fell from the sky like a meteor toward Earth. He had been attacked by another unknown Templar, who grabbed him and demanded to know where he had come from and why his body emanated divine power. Meanwhile, the transport squad was retreating quickly, still carrying the relic and trying to call for reinforcements. The Imperial commander, Bulfhart, was chasing them at terrifying speed. Han tried to use her flames to slow him down, but Bulfhart sliced through the fire with ease, invoking his divine law and shouting for the dogs of the gods to die. When the blades clashed, Han was thrown off her horse. Bulfhart jumped and declared that he would finish everyone right there. He used the advent of the demonic power known as the Canoe of Ruthless Destruction, increasing his strength and speed to superhuman levels. Even on foot, he was faster than the horses. He ignored Daesung and anyone who stood in his way, for his only focus was to reach the relic. The knights tried to block him, but they were all defeated with a single blow. Stella then used her divine law, the slash of the sacred sword, managing to delay him for a brief moment. She was even grabbed by the face, with them saying it was time for her to die. However, Bulfhart was surprised by Zarya of the Twilight himself, who attacked him from behind. Even so, the commander mocked him, saying he was just a weak copy and that, to kill him, one would need to be at least a Templar knight. Zarya replied that the Empire had become too arrogant and asked since when Bulfhart had the qualifications to judge a true Templar knight. That was when the commander realized the sacred relic had vanished. Zarya remarked that he thought Bulfhart was not old enough to start forgetting things already. Daesung was the one carrying the relic. He was running with all his strength to take it away and fulfill the mission. Stella, even wounded, ordered all the knights to stay behind and stop the commander's advance, even if it meant dying that day. The commander shouted that they were nothing but fanatics, dogs of the gods, and then released an absurd amount of demonic power from within his own body. His steps shattered the ground as he moved forward. He accused the knights of being creatures who had abandoned free will. And even worse than that, the blow he struck against Lord Zarya was so brutal it sent him flying, dragged by his own sword. Then he was crushed beneath Bulfhart's foot, who continued to wipe out the knights one by one, calling them weaklings. But Zarya reappeared, this time much younger. He realized that his rebirth speed had increased and concluded that the Empire was indeed extracting him. Stella, surprised, asked how many lives he still had. Zarya answered that he would keep coming back until the goddess finally took him. At the end of the battle, Stella lay on the ground. Bulfhart approached and stated that this seemed to be the end. Before him stood only a child who had not even awakened his divine foolishness, and yet continued to fight. According to him, Zarya's current body would never be enough to defeat him. But Zarya watched in awe and wondered why the goddess had chosen someone so inferior as a knight. Bulfhart asked what Zarya could do, calling him a boy. But Zarya answered that Templar knights, those who devote their entire existence to fulfilling the missions given by the gods, have beautiful lives, like flowers that bloom upon unshakable faith. He said that this dazzling and radiant honor had always been his dream and his goal. For that reason, he made a silent plea to the Lady of all things, the one who governs the dead and the sinners, the one who guides mortals even in the darkest and lowest places. Zaria remembered how people used to say that this was a divine message to give up, but he had always faced the impossible until the very end. In his mission, he never needed anyone's approval and never believed his goal was impossible to achieve. On the contrary, he made the impossible possible. He conquered death itself, and the goddess of death interceded for him with kindness. The lady commanded her knight to do the impossible. Zaria declared that he would not die, for he fought among the mountains of death. His destiny was to face mortality and overcome it. After a long time, the Imperial commander was still there, gravely wounded. Bolfart was muttering, calling the knights cursed heretics. He thought he had been defeated by a wandering knight. He might have actually died if he were not in his demonic form. Some of his soldiers approached, saying it was not too late. It would take about 12 hours to reach the borders of Lionheart, and they could still track the group. Bolfart agreed. He said they had to do it, that they had to recover the relic. But Stella was still alive. Even buried, she stood up in the name of Lionheart's glory. However, everything was interrupted by a brutal impact. A meteor fell from the sky, destroying part of the Imperial army. In truth, it was not a meteor. It was the decapitating knight, the knight of war and destruction. It was Kanos Volcanis, the most powerful of the Templar knights, who arrived roaring louder than a raging beast. Volcanis advanced and asked what Bolfart's final words would be before being turned into ashes and thus forgiven by death. The commander replied that he was still as arrogant as ever, and that this arrogance would be his downfall. But in just 1 second, Volcanis brought down his heavy sword upon the enemy, asking if he knew why the Empire even existed. He said it was only because the kingdom had allowed it. The Empire's request for independence had only succeeded because the kingdom tolerated it. His final strike was so powerful, it broke Bolfart's sword in half. Bolfart thought Volcanis was truly unbeatable. His power and mana seemed infinite. Even so, the desperate commander used the demonic power of Manhwa. He offered his own body as a sacrifice and underwent complete demonification, transforming into a horrid creature. His body now resembled that of a grotesque giant goat with a misshapen beard and monstrous appearance. But Volcanis was unfazed. He summoned a flaming sword at least 30 meters long. Without hesitation, he brought the blazing blade down directly upon the commander's head, completely obliterating him. Meanwhile, at the Empire's watch post, the mages were still in combat against Beatrice, trying to stop her advance. The light mage stated that it was only a matter of time before Beatrice was defeated. At that moment, Leon himself appeared, saying he already knew the Empire was involved in that situation. Beatrice commented that he had arrived at just the right time. Leon replied that he had just said goodbye to an old friend and asked if he could help her in battle. She answered that, of course, she had no intention of monopolizing the glory or the honor. Leon added that they would talk about that later. The light mage insisted that nothing had changed and that he would defeat them both just the same. But suddenly, he wondered if someone had summoned a meteor. That was when Leon remarked that they no longer needed to do anything, because the one who had arrived never showed mercy when it came to demons. Indeed, it was Volcanis, who appeared like a true meteor, blowing everything around him apart with the divine punishment of the flames of war. Later, Volcanis was kneeling before his king. Leon commented that it had been a long time since he had last seen Sir Volcanis, and he replied with respect, calling him Majesty and asking how he was doing. Beatrice then reminded them that they needed to gather everyone before the portal closed. Leon said he had something urgent to tell Volcanis, who immediately replied that he would never dare interrupt His Majesty and asked him to speak freely. Leon asked if Volcanis could give him something that symbolized him. Without hesitation, Volcanis pulled out a red dagger from his subspace. They said their goodbyes, and Leon remarked that they would meet again. Both knew well that Volcanis was not in the god's paradise, meaning he was still alive. Later, everyone was gathered at the portal's entrance. Leon arrived riding his Pegasus, carrying Beatrice. Seeing Spinner's condition, he asked if he was all right. Spinner responded positively, and then Daesung personally handed the sacred relic to His Majesty. Leon stated that everyone had done an excellent job protecting the object. When he opened the box, a bright and powerful light illuminated everything around them. Leon confirmed that this was the lost relic and said it was now time to depart. When they returned to the Pantheon Guild, an appraiser went to the headquarters to do her work. However, she also noticed that the Naju Plains near the Pantheon had turned into a major tourist city. It was impossible to resist the offer of an epic item. As soon as she saw Spinner, she recognized him immediately as the one responsible. Spinner commented that he had information on every member of the association, which surprised the appraiser, as she believed such data was supposed to be confidential. Spinner contacted Leon and asked her to wait inside the guild. However, the appraiser also wanted to take a look at the hammer but was shocked by the entrance fee. Spinner explained that the fee was now adjusted according to income tax, and in her case, she would only pay $500,000. The appraiser got excited about the discount but was soon alarmed when she realized he knew how much she paid in taxes. Spinner said it was through divination. After that, she even lost the will to challenge the hammer, feeling intimidated. Upon entering the building, the appraiser came across Han, who was dressed in a little lion costume, and burst out laughing, saying she looked like she was doing well at her job. Han confirmed that she was there to assess an item and offered to show the way. Along the way, they encountered several people, all smiling and greeting them with "Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening." The appraiser, observing everything, thought it was wonderful to see that Han was truly enjoying working there and was so well liked by everyone. In the end, they went straight to the meeting between Leon and the Queen, where the two royals were peacefully having tea in a beautiful and noble manner. As soon as the appraiser introduced herself, Leon guided her to the artifact. She was impressed by the arsenal the guild possessed. Among the items were an axe belonging to an orc champion, a dagger used in a Volcanis ritual, and even a legendary class item. Then Han brought out the true relic that needed to be appraised. Just by looking at it, the appraiser recognized that it was an epic ranked item, the sheath of Richard Lionheart. Leon then drew his divine sword, and everyone noticed that the sheath was the perfect match. On its own, the sheath rose and welcomed the sword. Leon read the inscriptions engraved on it, which said, "Through suffering and to the stars, do good with bravery, rise with justice, even if the heavens fall. Love brightly like the shining stars and bring light to your destiny." These were the words left by the founding king of Leonheart to his descendants. After that moment, Leon asked to be alone with the sword. Later, he went to a semi-public courtyard and declared in a firm voice that he was Leon Dragonia Leonheart, 15th king of Leonheart, rightful successor. As an agent of the gods, he claimed the right to wield that relic. A divine light so intense appeared that it illuminated the entire city. Leon had regained the power of his sword, as in the days of his prime. Then he told Beatrice that it was time to conduct the great ritual, now possible thanks to the sheath. The queen asked if he was referring to what he had mentioned earlier. Leon confirmed, saying that he would first form his order of knights. The preparations to name a Templar knight were already complete, and through the great ritual, he would summon a star. Meanwhile, Soyeon was no longer training with Leon. She was on a personal journey. Everything she had used up to that point had not been enough. To defeat that man, she believed she needed a divine law. She was told he was last seen in Vietnam, still wielding the demonic sword. At the Pantheon Guild, Leon was overseeing another training session between the soldiers and the knights. The students were doing well until Suho was pulled off his horse, thrown to the ground, and trampled almost to death. Everyone was shocked by the scene. He was badly injured, broken, covered in dirt and fluids. Leon, with coldness, declared the defenders the winners and called the next group. Suho was fully healed as if nothing had happened, but he was visibly shaken and commented that for a moment he thought he had died. Han, outraged, promised revenge. She then used the divine law flowing wave and defeated all the opponents. The student team emerged victorious, and the morning training came to an end. Leon explained that if they failed as attackers, they should retreat and rethink their tactics. Foot soldiers are slower than mounted knights, so they must use mobility to their advantage. The students agreed. That was when Petus noticed that Soyeon seemed distant and downcast. Later in the cafeteria, no one had the strength to eat, even though they were starving. Han arrived bringing sweet potatoes, and everyone perked up at the sight of the food. They were far better than the basic mixture of water with salt and sugar. Han mentioned that the introduction ceremony to Anamana would begin soon. Jaehyuk asked if that meant they would connect with the gods. Han confirmed, explaining that whenever there was free time, everyone had been studying the gods. To become royal knights, it was necessary to master at least one divine law. In her case, the deities Poma and Petus had chosen her. With the ritual approaching, the students were instructed to choose the gods they believed in most. Sohu reflected silently, observing the others. He analyzed the possibilities carefully. Ariana was the goddess of light and justice. Petus represented war and fire. His Majesty commented that most knights devoted their faith to those two. But he mentioned that Spinner was a Templar knight connected to steel in the forge. According to him, Spinner's ability might be making money. Then Spinner appeared on television, as he sometimes did, to communicate remotely. He denied that his ability was related to making money. Instead, he had a special message for Jaehyuk, saying that his guardian was visiting him. Jaehyuk was bothered by this, but hid his reaction. He maintained a cheerful and polite expression, although Han noticed that he walked away looking upset. Later, she tried to talk to Suho about it, but he said he had no right to comment, and asked her to just let it be. At the entrance of the Pantheon Guild, Jae-hyuk met his mother. Surprised, he asked what she was doing there. She answered that she did not need a reason to visit her own son. Still, Jae-hyuk insisted coldly, as if he already knew the answer. She said he was just like his father, and asked if he had really requested to remove the guild from the family. He confirmed it, saying he would handle everything alone, and that it was none of her business. She said she was still his mother, but Jae-hyuk was determined not to return, no matter what. During this argument, the guild receptionist listened silently, tense from the atmosphere. Shortly after, members of the Hook band commented that she had not only betrayed her son, but had also allied with the pagans, sending Jae-hyuk back to them. Meanwhile, during a training session with the soldiers, Leon posed an important question. What was the difference between the gods of the Pantheon and the gods of the cults? The students reflected in silence. Beatrice asked whether the gods of the Pantheon truly existed. Leon replied that the gods of the cults might exist too. Suho commented that the gods of the Pantheon performed miracles, while the others did not. Leon then asked if a god stopped being a god just because they did not perform miracles. Jae-hyuk remarked that, for him, the difference lay in the fact that some had already manifested themselves. For example, some time ago, the goddess Demira had appeared to them personally. However, Leon reminded them that many gods of the Pantheon had not yet revealed themselves. That did not mean the others did not exist. He asked if Leon had seen all of these gods. Leon replied by asking how anyone could guarantee that he had not been lying from the beginning. That was when Soyeon raised her hand. She stated that the gods of the Pantheon truly helped, unlike the gods of the cults. According to her, they answered prayers, performed miracles, and demonstrated their existence. Leon then asked Soyeon directly if, even while serving the deities of war, fire, justice, and light, she had ever received a response. She answered no. She believed she did not have enough faith yet. Leon said she was not wrong, but there was something everyone seemed to be missing. At that moment, he invoked his power. A storm broke over the entire city except in one spot. Right above his head and the heads of the students, not a single drop of rain fell. Leon then asked if that was enough proof of the existence of the gods. They existed to turn sincere desires and prayers into reality. Leon had prayed for the rain to fall, but he did not ask to be spared from it. Even so, none of them were getting wet. That meant the gods were protecting them. They did not want Leon to be struck by that storm. It was clear proof that there was no need to bargain with the gods as if they were genies in a lamp. Faith was not based on exchanges or rewards. Leon explained that everyone had the freedom to choose which gods they would believe in, whether they were from the Pantheon or not. Even if some gods might not exist, their teachings were still valuable. However, it was necessary to be careful with hypocritical followers, those who preached promises of rewards in exchange for faith. True faith should not be used as a bargaining chip. Later, Leon took the students to a temple where there were various totems and statues of the gods of the Pantheon. Ariana appeared and said it was good to see so many candidates gathered there. Petus, on the other hand, warned that they should not be too excited, as they would face wars against volatile and dangerous spirits. The presence of the gods greatly encouraged the students. Leon reflected, knowing that only 3 Templar knights were alive at that moment, including himself. There was still a long way to go. It was necessary to gather new warriors and form a new battalion of Templars. He believed that Han had the greatest chance of becoming a Templar, but he also noticed that Suho and Lat had very similar attitudes, which was promising. However, Leon was concerned about Jae-hyuk and Soyeon. Both were showing great interest in the strongest and most dangerous god of the Pantheon. That kind of devotion made him alert, since the power of a god also came with consequences. A few days later, at the Pantheon Guild branch located in the plains of Naju, an extremist group called Splendor appeared in front of the building. They carried speakers, microphones, and began shouting messages about the dragon god, saying that anyone who did not trust him would be condemned to hell. They preached that only the mercy of the dragon god could save people's souls, while causing great disturbance to the neighborhood. They shouted that the dragon god was coming, and that all heretics would die. Spinner, annoyed by the noise and disturbance, tried to intervene. He asked what they were doing, and said the level of nonsense was too high, asking them to speak more quietly. But the leader of Splendor completely ignored him, continuing to preach loudly. Spinner warned once again that they did not have permission to do that there, and that it was their final warning. The speaker then declared that the cold machine, referring to Spinner himself, had been possessed by a demon in the name of their god. Out of patience for more insults, Spinner activated his tactical divine law, called inescapable net formation, and trapped them all with his ability. After silencing the group and neutralizing the disturbance, he ordered them to leave the area immediately. Later, Spinner forced the members of the Splendor Guild to hold signs apologizing. He then expelled them with whip strikes in front of the public, who watched everything in shock. They ran away in despair, but it was all a staged performance. They had recorded themselves on purpose. The video turned out excellent, showing the members of Splendor being taken down by Spinner while the people around screamed that the robot was trying to kill them. The leader of Splendor said it would be great to show the population the strength of Korean law. After the video was published, they accessed news websites expecting to find criticism against the Pantheon Guild, but to their surprise, all the attacks were directed at Splendor. Suddenly, the guild server was completely cut off by Spinner himself. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk was on his way to visit his family. He said he had gone at the request of others, but also for a personal reason. He had contacted one of the most powerful gods of the Pantheon, and this god gave him a task, a challenge. When he arrived at his mother's house, he was warmly received. However, the moment he saw her, the god told him he should punish them, all of them. Jae-hyuk's mother had prepared a simple and loving meal. She said she had already eaten, but he knew it was a lie. The god ordered him to punish that pagan. Even so, when she asked if the food was good, Jae-hyuk said yes, without the courage to do anything else. Later, he was devastated, reflecting on the situation. While the god insisted that all of them belonged to a false cult, a lying religion that should be destroyed. The god said there were more important things than blood, and that following a false god was an unforgivable sin. For that reason, Jae-hyuk should punish that heretic. Jae-hyuk questioned why the god was saying that if he was the god of the sky and thunder himself. He asked how he could destroy the cult alone, especially since even his mother was part of it. At that moment, Leon appeared and asked if that was the place where Jae-hyuk had been born. The boy was in shock, bowed to his king, and asked what brought him there. Leon said he already knew about the entire situation, especially after the commotion caused at the guild's reception. Jae-hyuk apologized, but Leon was direct. He communicated with the god of thunder himself and asked why he had placed such a heavy burden on such a young child. The god replied that he was the sky, and it was up to him to decide what was too much or too little for his servants. Leon then stated that if the goal was to punish the cult, he would take care of it himself, but the god refused. He said he wanted the child to carry out the task, to prove his true resolve. Leon asked why they had not been clear with him from the beginning. Jae-hyuk commented that he already suspected everything would end that way. Leon agreed that there was a group trying to destroy his reputation. Spinner gave them a lesson. But even so, they decided to declare war on the Pantheon and the gods, even if it was a one-sided war. Jae-hyuk tried to explain that his mother was not involved, but Leon interrupted, saying he was not crazy enough to go around killing people at random. He was there only to teach a lesson. He then asked Jae-hyuk to take him to the base of those responsible. Park Yong-shin, the master of the Splendor Guild, was born in 1990 and witnessed the Great Cataclysm at the age of 12. At that time, the academy had already been destroyed, and everyone learned through experience, without any kind of formal training. Park Yong-shin became a famous rank A hunter and, in the winter of 2014, claimed to have met a god during an incident in the floating portal of Samcheok. That day, he lost all the members of his group due to a sudden increase in dungeon difficulty. When he was about to die, the system asked if he wished to be saved. Upon answering, he heard a voice that blessed him. From that moment, the 7th rank S hunter of South Korea was born, and Park Yong-shin, founder of Splendor, began preaching about the god who had granted him that blessing. He said that this god truly existed and proved it every day. All Splendor warriors were blessed by him, and the cult grew rapidly. During a meeting, one of the warriors shared his testimony. He explained that he had entered an apparently normal portal, where the mission was simply to defeat the boss and mine mana stones. However, the system behaved strangely, guiding him to a treasure chest that completely changed his life. For them, that was a direct blessing from the dragon god, and the hunters of Splendor began experiencing similar events frequently. Even the association acknowledged that these events were not random and seemed to be connected in some way to the guild. Because of that, Splendor rapidly expanded its influence, ceasing to be only a guild and becoming a cult as well. Everyone worshipped the dragon god, and Park Yong-shin was proud of it. Park told the story of a hunter who explored portals to treat his sick mother and received a herb capable of curing anything 2 days after proving his faith through monetary offerings. For Yong-shin, that was another divine sign. And again, he encouraged everyone to show faith to the dragon god. While preaching, Yong-shin looked at the audience and noticed the presence of the Pantheon members, Leon, Beatrice, and Spinner. Leon was clearly irritated, thinking that the cult was dangerous, made of parasites who exploited people's poverty to teach false beliefs. Yong-shin then commented that there were important guests there that day and hinted that perhaps they had come to receive the baptism of the dragon god. Leon considered it bold to invite a king to such a place, but he stepped onto the stage anyway. He withdrew a huge amount of money from his bag and scattered it across the floor, asking them to show a miracle. According to what Yong-shin himself preached, a miracle could happen if there was a donation. So Leon questioned why he could not negotiate with that god in the same way the cult encouraged. Yongshin said it was rude to test the miracles of the dragon god, but Leon continued asking if it was not possible to enter the paradise of that god only with loyalty and devotion. He also asked who decided who would be saved. Yongshin answered that the believer must submit to the pastor because that was the rule of the gospel. Leon then questioned how a servant of God could place himself on the same level as the god himself and asked who had given him such a right. For him, that faith was vulgar and shameful. Yongshin reacted indignantly, saying that Leon was no different from other non-believers. He then declared to all Splendor members that the king was an evil invader trying to desecrate the sacred dwelling of the dragon god. He ordered them to expel that impure being from the temple. People began to shout and act aggressively toward Leon. Among the crowd, Jae-hyuk, who was disguised, watched everything with concern and wondered if His Majesty would be safe in the middle of that enraged crowd. Yongshin called Leon a disgusting non-believer, and someone in the crowd even called him a demon. That was enough to change the atmosphere. Even Beatrice, Jae-hyuk, and Spinner were visibly irritated. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, as the king of the Kingdom of Lionheart, could endure many things, but there were 3 offenses he would never tolerate. The first was when someone insulted his parents, because it was a direct offense to his family. The second was when someone disrespected the gods. And the third, perhaps the most serious one, was being compared to a demon. Because of that, Leon was furious. He refused to accept that despicable cultists dared to compare him, a king blessed by the heavens, to a demon. He declared that he would punish everyone present for that false and vulgar faith. He then took one of his sacred artifacts and announced that he would use the divine star to purify everything. At that same moment, in the space station, the astronauts observed something gigantic approaching Earth. It looked like a meteor with such absurd proportions that even the dinosaurs would have said it was humanity's turn. Leon declared that he had summoned the divine relic of the Holy Angel, which would guide the star to destroy all evil present there. The Splendor members understood nothing, but Beatrice warned Spinner to prepare and used her magic to pierce the temple roof so everyone could see the open sky. Yongshin mockingly asked what Leon was doing, and Leon answered that he had summoned a star. Yongshin laughed and said it was complete nonsense. However, a few seconds later, he himself saw the star falling from the sky. A meteor with an estimated mass of 68 billion tons was heading toward that location. Leon asked Beatrice if she was ready. She activated her divine magic. Spinner loaded his property change ammunition, and the meteor continued its descent. Yongshin, in panic, exclaimed that it could not be real. Even the dragon god he worshipped reacted in shock, asking what kind of madness that was. Yongshin himself, upon seeing the desperation of the deity he adored, froze. The star then fell directly toward the headquarters of Splendor, but at the last moment stopped. Leon said that was enough. He then turned to the foolish Yongshin and asked if he knew what his sins were. He questioned how long he thought he could hide in the shadows. He then called Jae-hyuk to the center of the temple, and the boy finally revealed himself, leaving Yongshin completely stunned. Leon told Jae-hyuk that he could now see with his own eyes the kind of evil that had taken hold of everyone there. Using his divine power, he revealed that there was a demon clinging to Yongshin's shoulders, pulling him back and consuming his soul. According to Leon, it was a malicious parasite, an entity that fed on the human mind, waiting for the right moment to infiltrate. At that moment, Jae-hyuk's mother also appeared, completely shocked by the situation. With the same divine power, Leon showed that there was another parasite attached to her. He stated that this was the real evil that the god of thunder wanted Jae-hyuk to destroy. That was his mission. Jae-hyuk then asked what would happen to his mother. Leon told him to trust in his god, to let divine power flow, and to believe that everything would end the right way. He asked him to have faith and hope. Beatrice nodded in agreement, confirming that he was not alone. At first, Jae-hyuk raised his hand only as a symbolic gesture, driven by a sincere desire. He asked the god of thunder to purify the evil and, if possible, spare the innocent. Then, a bolt of lightning struck his mother, but in the end, she was completely unharmed. The only being destroyed was the parasite that had possessed her. Jae-hyuk ran to her and the two embraced, emotional. They asked each other for forgiveness. She confessed that she had not been thinking clearly and called him my little boy, with tears in her eyes. Leon, watching the scene, said that Jae-hyuk had done an excellent job and that he had finally been chosen by the true god of the skies and thunder. At last, only Yongshin, the leader of Splendor, remained. Now it would be his turn to face judgment, but the thunder that awaited him was not as merciful as Jae-hyuk's. Leon began defeating all the enemies who had been struck by thunder. One by one, they fell unconscious. The last parasite still tried to escape, but Leon stepped firmly on its head. He declared that the creature was an evil that devoured others, a true demon of selfishness and greed. He thought these beings infiltrated society in the same way as the sins of pleasure, corruption, and curiosity. However, he realized that at least the souls of the victims were still intact. With that in mind, Leon drew his divine sword. He wanted to test it to see if, with his new power, he could now save those corrupted souls. He considered that filthy creature too vile to be allowed to continue existing. After the battle, the organization known as Splendor completely collapsed. Over the past 20 years, they had converted about 1.8 million people and established platforms of influence in politics, economics, and the hunter world. The incident involving the meteor that struck Splendor's building drew worldwide attention. In light of all this, Yongshin made an official announcement. He declared that from that moment on, Splendor would merge with the Pantheon Guild. All financial resources would be handed over to the Guildmaster and Divine Human, His Majesty Leon Lionheart. Furthermore, the former Splendor assault teams would become soldiers of the Pantheon. The news caused a major shock. Even now on the right side, Yongshin maintained his fanaticism. He believed he was the true savior and messenger of the gods. He said he would find true faith within the Pantheon and that Leon was the savior of the world. Leon then noticed the noise around him. It was expected, since Earth had never witnessed anything like that before. The situation was so extraordinary that not even science could explain it. That was because the meteor was still hovering over the Splendor building, intact. Curious about what could be done next, Leon asked Spinner when he could start working. Spinner replied that they still needed to build all the facilities. Leon then ordered the immediate production of 50 sets of armor and swords. He said that the spears and horse armor were not a priority at the moment. Upon hearing this, Spinner asked about Leon's own armor, respectfully calling him Your Majesty. Leon answered that yes, he would need armor for himself as well. But Spinner reminded him there were still many other tasks to complete, including taking care of the legal aspects involved in all of that. While they were talking, Yongshin, the president of the association, and Kim Shin-cheol, the Minister of Information, Communication, Science and Technology, approached. Kim Shin-cheol was impressed to see the meteor up close, barely able to hide his excitement. He introduced himself formally and asked what exactly that meteor was. Leon replied that it belonged to him since he was the one who had summoned it. The president then asked if he planned to use that meteor someday. Leon confirmed that yes, he did plan to use the meteor's material to forge swords and armor. Kim Shin-cheol commented that the material could also be useful for scientific development, but the president bowed and said, "As you wish, Your Majesty." Miss Han also spoke about the construction of the forge, and the president concluded that proper facilities and new laws would be necessary to allow the use of the meteor. To them that all legal and fiscal matters related to it would be handled. Leon then asked the president what he wanted in return. The president replied that he wished for a portion of the meteor and also an armor crafted by Sir Spinner. Leon agreed, saying he could give away a portion of the meteor as he had already intended to offer it as a gift. Minister Kim Shin-cheol became very excited by the answer. However, Leon explained that he could not give away artifacts forged with stellar iron, since even though they were not divine relics, they held equivalent value. The president then asked if Miss Han could receive one of those artifacts instead. Leon confirmed that it was possible, and the president seemed satisfied with the concession. The president asked if, when Miss Han returned to the association, she would be allowed to take a look at the meteor. Leon replied that yes, she could, as she wished. Then, the president said there was still something important to address. He handed Leon a tablet containing footage of a battle that had taken place in Vietnam. It had not occurred inside a portal, but in the real world. A man was wielding a wandering demonic sword. It was Cheon Jiho, the bearer of the demon sword and a representative of the 6th generation of demonic humans. He was currently heading to Japan, leaving a trail of destruction along the way. Meanwhile, Yongwan and Yuri were about to enter the meeting room. Yongwan was not at all pleased with the situation, but showed up anyway. The meeting was about a tax reform proposal, motivated by the actions of King Leon Lionheart. Yuri reflected that Yongwan was changing little by little, especially as he became more involved with the Pantheon Guild. She thought that if he truly wanted to show kindness, he just needed to act directly, instead of holding on to so much pride. She grew frustrated and wondered why he didn't simply merge with the guild already. Yongwan, however, insisted that would never happen, because he was responsible for his own guild and would not cross that line. The next master to arrive was from the Juwon Medical Guild, the S-rank healer Yun Sua. She commented that she had noticed Yongwan did not approve the new announcement about the medication she had prepared. Yongwan claimed he had no knowledge of it. Yuri explained that she had been the one who rejected the proposal, believing it didn't match the guild's image. Curious, Yongwan asked what it was about. Yuri replied that it was a treatment for erectile dysfunction. Right after that, they entered the meeting room where only guild masters were present. Among them were Jiangsu, leader of the Mujin Guild, Kang Jin-sung of Changsung, Huang from Golden Lion, and Qian Jiangsu, master of Divine Sword. Upon seeing Yuri, Cheon Jongsu questioned her choice of clothing. She respectfully apologized, and Yongwon immediately took off his own coat and handed it to her to cover herself. Then, in a teasing tone, Cheon Jongsu asked when the two of them were going to have children. Yongwon replied that they were not in a relationship. Cheon Jongsu retorted that this was why the world was so decadent, because two beautiful people like them should come together and have equally beautiful children. He added that at his age, he already had 6 children. The others in the room silently thought that he was really such a boomer. Cheon Jongsu then commented that he wanted to put an end to that damn Cheon Jiho. Hwang stepped in, saying he couldn't make decisions on his own, and Cheon Jongsu warned that if he kept going down that path, he might even have to face his own son. He asked what he would do in that situation. It was at that moment that Leon entered, accompanied by Yongshin. Everyone paused, realizing that deep down, Leon was also a boomer. Now there were 2 boomer elders in the same hall, one an old master and the other a king. The first to speak was Leon, demanding the seat of honor at the head of the table, as the eldest among them. They then began to explain who that man was. Cheon Jongsu, the best swordsman in Korea, a living legend, the strongest in the nation, and leader of the Divine Sword Guild. Because of everything he had done for the good of the country, no one dared to challenge him. His authority was unquestionable, and the atmosphere around him was practically impenetrable, a true paradise for a boomer, until Leon appeared to claim his place. Cheon Jongsu, surprised, asked what he had just said. Leon calmly replied that he was still young but already going deaf. Jongsu was shocked and asked how that was possible, but the president of the association explained that Leon was 300 years old. Apparently, Templar knights did not age physically. Cheon Jongsu, still skeptical, asked if that was serious. Leon, with an enigmatic expression, simply repeated the question, as if provoking him. With that, the veteran was defeated and gave up his place. Leon, now settled in, asked if there was no tea in that place. Immediately, Yongi ran off to prepare it, saying it was urgent. Sua, observing the new guest, commented that His Majesty was just as handsome as the rumor said. Yongshin, on the other hand, scolded the young woman, calling her rude for speaking without being directly authorized by His Majesty. Everyone in the room was confused, not quite understanding what was happening. Leon then said that his time was more valuable than gold, and the president decided to get straight to the point. He explained that 13 years ago, a black portal appeared in Leandres, and due to its absurd difficulty, no one had managed to complete it. The European Union, fearing a repeat of the Shanghai disaster, assembled a large squad of rank S hunters to attempt to clear the portal. 24 rank S hunters participated, along with 1,800 rank A and B hunters from 32 different European guilds. The operation was led by Cornwall Wong, Archmage of the Clock Tower. The operation lasted 2 months and was a success. It was the first time a black portal had ever been cleared. Leon then presumed the real problem started after that. The president confirmed. Inside the portal, they found an epic item, a weapon called Excessive Murder, considered the strongest ever. After a fierce dispute, the item was given to the British government. The sword was sold for 1.4 trillion and loaned to the best swordsman of that era, James Spencer, leader of the Knights Guild. However, upon wielding the sword, James was possessed by a murderous spirit and began killing everyone around him. In total, 870,000 people were killed, including 600 hunters. Leon asked how they managed to stop him. The president explained that they ended up killing the vessel, Sir James, but the sword escaped, flew into the sky, and disappeared. After that, the pattern repeated. The sword would find a new vessel who had to be eliminated. This happened in Australia, Mexico, Cambodia, Spain, and finally in Korea. 4 years ago, Cheon Jiho, who was supposed to be the successor of the Divine Sword, wielded the demonic sword once again. Everyone knew what had happened. Cheon Jiho was the son of Cheon Jongsu, the current master of the Divine Sword, and the father of Cheon Soyeon, who had been taken in by the Pantheon Guild. Right after that, the meeting continued with the selection of the guilds that would participate in the Great Raid against the demonic sword. Confirmed were Pantheon Guild, Splendor, Divine Sword, Golden Lion, Phoenix Guild, and Chung Sung, led by Jin Sung. Hwang, however, did not seem very motivated, saying he did not expect to gain anything from the situation. Leon, surprised, asked how could there be nothing. He declared that everyone there could achieve honor, glory, and fulfill their duties as true noble knights. Yongi was moved by those words, considering them worthy of a true savior. The president then brought up another important matter, the financial aid proposal from the Japanese alliance, amounting to 10 trillion. Leon stated that of course they would accept it. This created a somewhat ironic mood in the room, as if everyone had realized that in the end, they were putting honor aside. Pol asked if Japan also had a king, and requested that they get in touch with him in advance. The president confirmed that he would make the request to the Japanese government. After he left, the atmosphere in the room became tense. That was when Cheon Jongsu decided to speak personally with Leon. He said he wanted to make one final request, but wondered if he still had that right. He explained that his granddaughter, Cheon Soyeon, was currently part of the Pantheon Guild and asked that she please be left out of that raid. Meanwhile, Soyeon was suffering from terrible nightmares. She dreamed of her loved ones being murdered by her own father, possessed by the demonic sword. These nightmares kept repeating. She tried to stay awake the rest of the night, went to the kitchen to get a soda, and reflected on what was to come. Soyeon remarked to herself that maybe all of that was an opportunity. The god she had chosen at the Pantheon Temple appeared and, surprised, asked what she meant by opportunity. He considered it insolence. Aeon, who was watching from a distance, said she was talking about a negotiation. A hooded figure also manifested, confirming that it was true. Ventarsis commented that Leon had probably already taught her not to try to negotiate with the divine. He said he was the only one who responded to Soyeon's insolent request, the only one willing to grant her power despite her lack of faith. However, he warned that this did not mean she could abuse his goodwill. Soyeon, still determined, asked Ventarsis if, by offering something he desired, she could become a Knight of the Grail. Ventarsis merely chuckled softly, saying her achievements were nothing compared to those of the King of Lionheart. He said she could never replace his avenger. Soyeon then wondered if Leon had also received borrowed power from Ventarsis. The hooded god replied that, up to that moment, she was nothing. Even so, he decided to help her with her revenge. He explained that the price for that favor would not change. The moment her vengeance was fulfilled, Soyeon's soul would belong to him. Later, Leon was giving a speech in an auditorium to all members of the association, both veterans and newcomers. He said they were now part of a military force, and that those whose names were called should step forward to receive their supplies. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk asked Han if Soyeon would join the mission, as he had heard her grandfather was against it. Han replied that she had also asked Leon, but he said it was not a decision he could make alone. Soon after, Leon called Han, Suho, Jae-hyuk, and Soyeon. All of them bowed and went to receive their equipment. Leon stated that their accomplishments so far had exceeded his expectations, especially those of Han. He said the gods admired those pure of heart, and that she had proven her talent and innocence, making her worthy of praise. As recognition, she received a sword, a spear, and armor, all forged by Sir Spinner using the power of the Divine Forge. Han, amazed, thought to herself that this could only be the legendary Star Iron armor. She found it incredible. Soon, Pitos and Poma appeared, confirming that the armor was not bad at all. Pitos told her to fight with the fire that burns enemies like the Holy War, and Poma advised her to trust her body in the sea, with no limits, filling her heart with faith and confidence. With that, Han's armor was blessed with divine power. Yongxin and the other followers were moved by the divine manifestation. Now, she had a star iron sword blessed by fire and star iron armor blessed by the waves. The appraiser declared that both items were of legendary category and worth billions. Next was Jae-hyuk's turn. The god of thunder appeared by his side, declaring that the power of thunder would be with him. He said Jae-hyuk would become the judge who punished evil alongside the King of Lionheart. Suho received the blessing of the goddess Ariana, the representative of light and justice. Finally, Leon turned to Soyeon and explained that her grandfather had asked for her to be left out of the mission. Then he asked what she wanted to do. Soyeon replied that she wanted to participate. Not only did she want to, but she felt that she needed to be part of it. Leon respected her decision and authorized her participation. The Avenger god then blessed Soyeon's armament, recognizing her thirst for vengeance and granting her a gift that evoked darkness and destruction. He declared that he would be the only one to fulfill her wishes. But at that moment, Leon, the Great Avenger, intervened and stopped Ventarsis. Leon explained that he was only concerned about his disciple's future. Instead of Ventarsis' blessing, he granted her the blessing of Ariana. When she appeared, she asked what they were doing and whether they had changed their minds. Ariana answered that she was simply responding to the wish of her knight, while Ventarsis complained that Leon was far too gentle with humans, which he found disgusting. Leon, however, said that a king must take care of his people. In that moment, Ventarsis recalled the pain of losing his daughter and warned the King of Lionheart not to forget that the founder of that kingdom had found glory within darkness. He also advised Soyeon not to allow the light to distract her from her true desire. He said that vengeance could only be achieved through cold darkness, and that she should not forget this, since she was a little avenger. Meanwhile, in Japan, Kamiya Yasuo, president of the Japanese Hunters Association, received the list of hunters who would participate in the raid. Upon analyzing it, he commented that the Prime Minister seemed so desperate that he was willing to accept even survivors from abroad. His secretary replied that this made sense, since the government had recently lost its political foundation. Kamiya confirmed this, saying that he was the one who caused that downfall. He considered that nation to be his personal kingdom and asked if the Pantheon Guild was really that impressive. The secretary said they were frightening, although still not comparable to him. Even so, she recognized that they posed a problem, since she had heard that even in Japan there were Pantheon followers. Their marketing techniques were extremely effective, and Kamiya wondered if such influence would be possible without total control over the internet. He decided he would place the Pantheon Guild at the forefront of the first mission, even knowing that Korea would be against it. But he did not care. He ordered them to announce that Japan would also deploy teams formed by rank S hunters, because Korea had irritated him too much recently. For him, that raid was the perfect opportunity to take action. His kingdom would become even more perfect after that raid, and he planned to hold a grand welcome party for the Pantheon as soon as they arrived. The next day, when the guild members arrived in Japan, the reception team was extremely nervous. The president of Japan had been warned by the Korean president about who was coming, and he knew that man was not normal in any way. He kept repeating to himself in panic that Leon was not normal at all, not even a little. He told his team that if anything went wrong, they might end up receiving disastrous titles such as relations between Japan and Korea worsen. Therefore, he ordered them to treat Leon as if he were true royalty. The staff hesitated, unsure if he was serious, but soon everyone saw that Leon and his entourage were indeed dressed in noble clothing. The atmosphere surrounding them was sacred, noble, and dignified. The president of Japan was impressed, recognizing that this was the peak of status. Overwhelmed, he greeted Leon as Your Majesty, King and Queen. Leon then extended his hand and asked if that man was the king of that nation, but he was interrupted by Kamiya Yasuo, president of the Japanese Hunters Association, who stated that the man was not the king, only a representative of the government. Kamiya declared himself to be the true leader there. When he extended his hand to Leon, he was taken aback by the king's reaction. Leon, indignant, asked how he dared. He said that a mere peasant should never attempt to touch the body of someone of royal blood, and ordered them to remove that man at once. Kamiya felt deeply humiliated, and the association members questioned who Leon thought he was to speak in such a manner to their president. Leon replied that he did not care about meeting insignificant peasants like him. One of the association's hunters tried to intimidate him with his power, and Kamiya, excited by the provocation, watched the situation with a smile, even though the others were visibly nervous. They knew exactly what Leon would do next. Leon said that the man had not trained his dogs properly and that this was the owner's fault, saying this while drawing his sword. The Japanese president, worried, asked Han what they should do, but she refused to answer, visibly uncomfortable. The tension grew, and Leon was about to act when someone arrived with urgent news. The wandering sword demon had been sighted. He was crossing the ocean while standing on his own sword, showing no difficulty at all. Furthermore, he managed to open a portal and summon his own demons under his command. Japanese authorities reported that he initiated a dungeon break and then disappeared beneath the waves. According to the surveillance team's report, the break occurred right after the sword entered the portal. Kamiya Yasuo, president of the Japanese Hunters Association, questioned why a portal had appeared there. He suspected that the demon himself had created some kind of portal. Leon stated that, although difficult, creating a portal was not impossible. As it was an emergency, he decided to share confidential information. He asked Beatrice to explain the situation. With the help of Spinner, who hacked the entire Japanese system, Beatrice displayed the data on a large screen. She explained that, about 4 weeks earlier, they had invaded the Eastern Sea Gate. Since then, they began to suspect the operation of the portals and the system. They concluded that portals could be artificially created. Even so, Leon said that would not change his plans and ordered everyone to prepare for war. It was necessary to organize defenses against a possible invasion of monsters and demons, as well as to track down the demon of the Wandering Sword. The Japanese secretary questioned why Leon was giving orders, but Kamiya Yasuo replied that it was all right. He admitted that the demon of the Wandering Sword was powerful and seemed to be trying to attract the attention of the monsters that were about to arrive. For that reason, a special squad was created to deal with this threat, and Leon agreed to leave that mission to them. The operation to confront the demon of the Wandering Sword was launched. The teams were divided among the territories of Wakayama, Shikoku, and Kyushu. The Pantheon Guild was stationed in Wakayama. In Shikoku, the Divine Sword would lead the Korean Hunters Association, while Kyushu would be under the responsibility of the Japanese Hunters Association. Later, the monsters were repelled from all 3 territories. In fact, the Koreans had already completed everything 30 minutes earlier, which impressed the Japanese with their efficiency. Kamiya Yasuo asked about Team 4 of the Japanese Association. When they checked the group's signal, they realized the devices were offline. Upon investigation, they discovered that all members had been killed. The one responsible for the massacre was the demon of the Wandering Sword. Takeda reported that Team 4 had been completely annihilated. They also found signs that someone had emerged from one of the sea monsters, which explained how the demon had reached the shore undetected. News of the massacre spread. Korea was informed that that the demon of the wandering sword had reappeared. In Wakayama, Saravunisunim, several S-rank hunters had already fallen in combat against him. Takeda gathered all the Japanese teams, except for the Pantheon Guild. Jiangwan asked why the guild was not with them, and the commander replied that they had tried to join, but a monster had taken down their plane. During the attack, Leon had activated his sniper hater trait, and the situation had become even more critical. Yangwan asked if they should stay where they were, but Disso became irritated with the plane's slowness and the lack of strategy. Later, when they arrived at the combat area, they found Takeda's team still alive, but the scene around them was complete destruction. It was a true battlefield. Takeda stated that the enemy was much stronger than they had imagined. If they had been separated, they would all be dead by now. Two teams had already been completely wiped out. Huang pointed out that, in total, there were 9 S-rank hunters gathered there, which gave hope for resistance. But suddenly, everyone felt a crushing pressure. It was the presence of the demon of the wandering sword, who had finally revealed himself. The demon possessing him introduced himself with several titles: the Box, the Executioner, the Ruin of All Life. Everyone was shocked. Until then, no one had faced a presence as powerful as the king's. Even so, the Japanese already had a plan. They collapsed part of the terrain by destabilizing Rakasha's body, creating a strategic advantage. With that, Takeda advanced with all the other Japanese teams toward the final battle. Yangwan noticed the demon's smile and warned everyone to move back immediately. However, before they could react, the Japanese hunters attacked and were torn apart in seconds. The demon of the wandering sword eliminated all the S-rank hunters with a single blow. Takeda barely survived, but was nearly finished off by the demonic sword. At that moment, Yangwan fired a flaming arrow, creating an opening that allowed the Korean team to approach. Huang charged in with his hammer, but the blow was deflected with a simple tap. Rakasha himself mocked him, calling him weak. Before he could react, Jinsung used his unlimited sword ability. A storm of blades flew toward the radiant demon as he pulled Huang and Takeda out of the danger zone. Observing the enemy, Jinsung confirmed that it was the same creature he had fought before in Ulan, but now it was much stronger. Meanwhile, Takeda was being treated by a healer, but something was preventing his recovery. Everyone then realized that the system had activated a debuff called Executioner's Proclamation. Under this effect, all living beings lost 90% of their physical endurance and biological defense. Vitality was quickly drained, and wounds could not be healed. Yonchan reflected that the demon might be as strong as Archduke Hakshar, or possibly worse. Even so, Jinsung remained focused and said that all they needed to do was kill him. He approached the body of the child who now served as the demon's vessel, recognizing the connection. Rakasha noticed who he was and commented that the current vessel was related to him. Jinsung denied it, saying he had no son like that. The demon then asked about his granddaughter, wanting to know where she was. Jinsung replied that it was none of his business and that he would die soon. Meanwhile, Soyeon herself was on board a helicopter, alongside Yongshin and members of the Splendor Guild. She declared that she was ready for battle and asked if he wanted to say anything. Yongshin answered that he was simply asking for forgiveness and trusting that His Majesty would take care of everyone with mercy. To him, that was salvation. Soyeon thought that man had truly become a devout follower. Suddenly, the helicopter was shaken by turbulence caused by the energy clashes below, the result of the fight between the wandering demon and the swordsman. At that moment, Rakasha used a technique called sword summoning, Lord of the Massacre. Watching from above, Soyeon was deeply worried about her grandfather. When the sword fell, the light blinded everyone around. Later, Yuri was getting up, helped by Yongwan, when she witnessed Jinsung being strangled by Rakasha. Yongwan was also down. The demon remarked that the old man was not bad, but the problem was that he was old. He said the attack had been weak and that he should have died. Something had interfered with his death. That was when Soyeon appeared before them, demanding that her grandfather be released. The magical sword of Ventarsis was directly interfering with Rakasha's blade, and the power of Ariana's holy sword dissipated part of the darkness. With this attack, Soyeon managed to cut off the demon's arm. She was enacting her revenge, and Ventarsis amplified her power in exchange for a portion of her soul. This power consumed 12% of her life essence. She believed that with that power, she could defeat him. However, Rakasha's next blow completely destabilized her body. The demon mocked her, saying that the divine power was somewhat strong but still not enough. He reminded her that countless warriors had died after facing him and declared that Soyeon did not even reach the level of a knight. To him, she was nothing. As she fell, the Splendor Guild rushed to assist her. However, they were all knocked down at once by the waves of blood unleashed by the demon. After the attack, Rakasha declared that even a stray dog tucks its tail before a tiger. He called them fools for thinking they could defeat him, for he was immortal. But Yongwan began to laugh, saying that the real immortal was not that demon. Before them stood someone even greater. All eyes turned to Leon, who was walking toward the wandering sword demon filled with rage. A long time ago, there was a world where the kingdoms were protected by gods. These kingdoms had knights blessed by those deities, and together they posed a constant threat to the immortal demons. These knights were capable of annihilating evil, so the demons decided it was time to destroy them all. 4 of the 7 demon lords were summoned, accompanied by 6 archdukes and 87 great demons. Leading an army of 10 million demonic troops, they invaded that world. The result was a success for the forces of darkness. They managed to destroy much of the civilization. Only 2 forces remained. The army of knights gathered for one last battle, and the army of orcs, who took advantage of the war like a festival of carnage and devastated the east. During the war, Han was sent to another world. That is why she could not witness the end. She did not see Leon destroying all the demons. Rakasha, the demon, would soon realize he was lucky not to have witnessed it. He himself admitted that Leon had the right to proclaim himself immortal in that world. Leon appeared before him, and upon hearing him speak, asked how a filthy demon dared to address him. In the blink of an eye, Leon punched Rakasha's face, slamming him into the ground with a single blow. Jinsung could hardly believe it. He had taken down an archduke with one punch. Even while injured, Rakasha mocked them, saying it was all useless. He cast upon Leon every negative demonic effect he knew: Executioner's Proclamation, Soul Corruption, Mark of Agony, Restraint, and many other debuffs. However, Leon resisted them all. He possessed a level so high that he could withstand any curse. When he took a single step forward, that movement became a historic moment. His power as the terror of evil species immediately weakened the Archduke demon. It was something no human demon or living creature could even dream of achieving. He was a living legend, a one-man army, the greatest demon slayer of all time. Jinsung realized that Leon was nullifying all debuffs by applying even stronger blessings upon himself. Rakasha declared himself the ruin of all life, but Leon corrected him, saying he was the destruction of evil itself. The two began trading blows, and the brightness of their attacks overwhelmed the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, ordinary people were stuck in traffic due to the fight between Leon and the wandering demon. Suddenly, several cars were thrown in the air. Everyone looked to the sky and saw the intense flashes of the battle between the archdemon and Leon. Rakasha's next blow was strong enough to temporarily knock Leon down. The demon tried to take advantage of the opening to use his blood sword. However, Leon Dragonia Lionheart awakened his divine sword, wrapped in supreme radiance, and declared he would not tolerate such disrespect. It was explained that when a Templar knight completes their mission and is chosen by a god, they receive 3 sacred items: armor, a spear, and a sword. The holy sword of the Grail Guardian is given only to those who inherit the Lionheart and become demigods, with the purpose of protecting the Holy Grail. The Kingdom of Lionheart is known for fulfilling the will of the gods. The holy sword Leon wielded was forged by Hito, polished with the flames of Pitos, and infused with the light of Ariana. Many other blessings were bestowed upon that weapon. It was the pinnacle of light. Faced with Rakasha's blood sword, even the demon was surprised by the strength of so many gods helping Leon at once. He concluded that he needed to kill that man before he became even stronger. But Leon declared that his glory was eternal. His strike was so powerful, it could be seen from space. With a single slash, he purified everything around him. However, Rakasha was still alive. Leon, surprised, commented that he truly was a cockroach hard to kill. Rakasha admitted he had weakened, but said Leon was also much weaker than during the Great War. That was because the New World did not have enough faith to sustain the gods. Leon noticed a cut on his own face. He said it was fine. Rakasha deserved, after all, the title of King of Cockroaches. Even weaker, Rakasha was still not stronger than him. The demon launched his demonic spheres at Leon, but he dodged them with ease and charged forward with a single strike of his holy sword. Even if they exchanged blows as if they were equals, the truth was that Leon was infinitely superior. In a gap during the battle, Leon stomped hard and crushed Rakasha's head, treating him like the miserable cockroach he was. However, the enemy reacted by unleashing a powerful wave of blood. Rakasha was frightened by Leon's strength and recognized that this man was a true monster. He thought he would not be able to defeat him alone. Meanwhile, Leon wondered why there was no one else around. As he looked at the ocean, he saw monsters approaching and questioned Rakasha if he truly believed he could stop him using such foolish creatures. Rakasha admitted that those beasts would not be enough to defeat Leon, but they could at least buy some time. He had summoned an entire horde of demons to distract him and at the same time began to open a portal to escape. Leon, enraged, shouted in fury, accusing him of trying to escape again. He called him a damn coward and made it clear he would not allow him to run. Rakasha, in turn, said he only needed a little more time to complete his demonic transformation. He ordered his demons to hold Leon back while he finished the escape ritual. But Leon was not alone. Sir Spinner appeared with his powerful charged particle cannon and began eliminating the demons emerging on the battlefield. At the same time, Beatrice already had a lightning strike prepared, aiming directly at Rakasha's head. She stated that she needed to conserve mana just in case, so for now she would act as support and asked Han if she was ready. Han replied that she was and said that it was finally their turn to help His Majesty. She then took command of the Pantheon Knights. Meanwhile, Rakasha recalled that the wretched hunchback had said it had been 4 months since the last appearance of the King of Lionheart on Earth. He wondered if it was really possible for him to have assembled an entire army in that time. That was when Leon gave the order for the soldiers of the kingdom to defeat all enemies without hesitation. The knights fought bravely and managed to eliminate all the monsters summoned by Rakasha. However, what everyone feared ended up happening. The wandering swordsman managed to escape once again. Despite the apprentice's determination, even with high morale and a burning desire for victory, they were not able to stop his escape. Still, they managed to tear off one of his hands again. Beatrice, observing the situation, asked if Leon had a plan. He said yes and showed the severed arm. He asked if Beatrice could use that fragment to open a portal. She confidently confirmed that she could. The two then laughed, confident in their next move. Sometime later, a great banquet was held in celebration of the supposed defeat of the wandering swordsman. During the celebration, Han had already stopped Suho from drinking wine. When Jae-hyuk showed up with his cup, Han used her water power to pull the liquid out of his glass. Suho commented that Han had probably never drunk wine before, which explained her excitement. Jae-hyuk added that the battle had truly been impressive. Suho also noted that Han had probably received several interview requests after the fight. She confirmed it, saying it was a bit scary, but she was okay. She then asked if anyone had seen His Majesty and Soyeon. Meanwhile, Soyeon was alone on the balcony, reflecting that the war was not over yet. Her father was still not free. Ventarsis appeared and said that this was not something she could face alone. He acknowledged that she had talent, but she was still lacking. Soyeon then asked if he was comparing her strength to that of His Majesty. Ventarsis replied that there was something she could do. He mentioned that her daughter had defeated the Archduke Demon of Sloth with that same power. However, Soyeon said that she had already promised her soul and had nothing left to offer. Ventarsis replied that no payment was needed. Photos, if it was to eliminate repugnant demons, he could grant her that power. At that moment, Leon appeared and interrupted the conversation, saying that it was enough. He said that Soyeon did not need to walk down a path from which she could not return. A power that strays from good always demands a high price. Soyeon asked if they were telling her not to seek revenge. Leon replied that it was not that and asked who she thought he was. After all, he was literally called the Avenger. Ventarsis confirmed it, saying it was true and suggested that Soyeon learn from him. That man had sworn to avenge his citizens, his comrades, his nation, and even his world. It was the greatest vengeance of all. He had become an entity who fought alone for 200 years just to fulfill that promise. He was the greatest avenger, someone who overcame the impossible. Leon explained that he did not despise revenge. In fact, he encouraged it. But he said that although revenge was sweet, the path to it was cold. If someone surrendered completely to that feeling, in the end, it would not be true revenge. It would be the destruction of one's own soul, and in that case, the enemy would win, not her. He warned not to take the consequences lightly. The deities, even those betrayed, preserve the souls of mortals. However, they can also punish. That was why Soyeon should not underestimate the price she was about to pay. At the end of that path, there would be nothing but emptiness. If she felt something missing inside herself, she should try to fill those gaps instead of losing herself in them. Leon stated that at the end of her revenge, Soyeon should be smiling, not worse than the enemy she had faced. He then asked if she truly wanted to take revenge on her father, who had killed her mother and friends, or if in truth she was trying to take revenge on herself for having been chosen by the demonic sword. Soyeon admitted that her revenge was against herself. She said everything had happened because she gave in to the temptation of the demonic sword. If not for her, maybe her father, her mother, and everyone on that team would still be alive. Leon considered that foolish. He explained that the victim of vengeance could not be herself. He said she did not even know who she should be fighting and asked if she wanted revenge against the Archduke Demon. Soyeon answered, "Yes, sir." Leon then guided her to revise the contract she had with the deity of darkness and vengeance and to obtain its true power. He said that was the path she should follow. 10 days later, the strike team against the Wandering Sword gathered once again. There were protests taking place, with people questioning why a black portal should be opened in Japan. However, after the revelation of corruption within the Hunters Association president's office, the population began to support the Pantheon more. Kamiya Yasuo had been arrested, as he was willing to sacrifice hunters for profit. With that, the strike team entered Japan even without without its former leader. Takeda was determined to make that damn demon pay and wanted to see how the Pantheon Guild would handle the situation. However, upon passing through the portal, the scene was bizarre. Soldiers were capturing farmers and villagers. Many people were crying and begging for help. Leon then picked up a child onto his shoulders and ordered them to save as many people as they could. He declared that those pieces of trash would be demoted. That was when the situation from a few hours earlier was explained. As soon as they entered the portal, they noticed that the atmosphere was extremely strange and lonely. They soon realized they were in the territory of the Lord of the Massacre. The warrior's stats dropped by 80%, but Leon granted his buffs to everyone, leaving all of them speechless. It was a power worthy of admiration. Han then announced that the mission had appeared. They were to help the King of Lionheart defeat the Box. That was all the mission said. Leon explained that they would do their best there, since it was the first time they were in demon territory, and they should learn everything they could. Huang questioned whether everything would really be okay, until he saw Spinner in his assassin machine form. Huang, surprised, asked if that was really the jogged Spinner form, and Leon wanted to know if that form was complete, because it looked very well constructed. Spinner reported that the original integrated armor platform of the jogged Spinner was activated, along with the combat sequence. He also detected enemy colonies nearby. Leon, alert, asked if there really were colonies close by. Shortly after, the group approached a camp, but to everyone's surprise, it was a human village, not a demon one. Leon approached and asked who was responsible for that place, making it clear that a king should not have to repeat his question. A man replied that he would bring the elder and left. Shortly after, he returned with the village elder, who introduced himself as Baron. As soon as he realized he was in the presence of the King of Lionheart, the old man bowed. However, he soon ran back to the village, clearly afraid. Spinner, noticing the suspicious behavior, fired at the village walls and destroyed part of the structures. Leon, confused, asked who those people were and why they were running away. The elder, desperate, knelt and begged for his life. Leon explained that he had come to defeat demons, not to bring destruction to humans. Then Pitos whispered in Leon's ear, revealing the truth. That man was actually a sergeant in the Empire's army, a worshipper of demons who had collaborated with the great demons during the massacre. Upon learning this, Leon asked if he was truly a demonic worshipper and ordered his army to capture them all. Back in the present, everyone was tied up before the king. Leon asked if they had gained immortality in exchange for becoming experiments of Rakasha. The elder claimed they had been deceived, that they were practically enslaved by the demons, and begged the king to save them. Some soldiers even felt pity. However, Leon remained firm. He said those people were insignificant and demanded that the elder answer clearly. He wanted to know how many innocents had been killed by his hands. He said he would ask only one final question. The elder tried to justify himself, saying they had no choice and would not have done it if Leon had been there. But the king replied that he would not accept being blamed for their actions. He explained that the judgment he was making was only the direct consequence of the choices they themselves had made. He also said that, in the past, even people like them believed in merciful gods. Therefore, their souls would remain intact, but only if they agreed to serve in his army. That way, they could at least seek redemption for their sins. Everyone gave heartfelt thanks for the king's mercy. Everyone except Elder Baron. He refused to become a servant of the King of Lionheart. He shouted that he did not want it, repeating many times that he did not want that. Outraged, the villagers themselves began to beat him, shouting angrily and saying he had gone mad. Seeing the scene, Leon ordered them to stop. He stated that from that moment on, they would all obey the Lionhearts for 50 years without question. He asked if they understood. The elder, even unwillingly, was marked along with the others. With this, they gained a large labor force, more than 5,000 people. Beatrice suggested they should search for more similar villages. Spinner warned His Majesty that a demonic army was approaching. It was presumed they were subordinates of Rakasha, the Lord of the Massacre. The group was excited by the news, as they would finally be able to fight real demons. They were eager for action. Leon then ordered his new servants to form the front line. They looked at each other, surprised and in disbelief. Leon explained coldly that even if their arms were torn off or their entrails were falling out of their bodies, they must still defeat the enemies before them. It was the only way to prove their worth in real combat. Some rebelled, asking how he could call himself a knight of justice while acting like that. However, before they could react, their bodies began to move on their own. That was the price of the punishment they had accepted. There was no freedom for them. Meanwhile, in the demonic army, some soldiers were wondering why they were being sent to the front lines. Even confused, they obeyed the orders. Leon had ordered them to advance, and they did. The demons, thinking they would be easy to eliminate, launched an attack, but soon realized it would not be so easy. Although the human villagers did not have the power to kill demons, their bodies had been strengthened. They had increased resistance, nearly infinite stamina, and did not fall easily. Their weapons and attacks did not cause much damage, but their persistence and numbers made them as irritating as a swarm of bees, completely hindering the enemy's advance. The demons did not realize that while they were fighting the reinforced villagers, their rear line had already been taken by Leon's real army. The first to fall was a minotaur, who was brutally crushed by the spear of the King of Lionheart. At the end of the battle, Elder Baron was crying with emotion. He was alive and could hardly believe it. Spinner had already completed the body count: 3,243 demons killed and 300 prisoners captured. Leon then asked Beatrice what she planned to do next. He wanted to know if she believed her contribution had been essential to the victory. Beatrice replied by asking if she could keep 30 of each type of demon, preferably the higher-ranked ones. Leon reminded her that those demons needed to be purged and asked why she wanted them, and that it would be useful to have more opportunities to open portals. Leon reflected and agreed that it made sense, his mind filled with dark thoughts about demons and future possibilities. At that moment, the Japanese squad approached, asking if they could also keep a few demons. Leon refused, explaining that he could not guarantee they would resist demonic temptation. But Beatrice gave him a suggestive look, so Leon reconsidered and allowed them to take 3 demons. However, he warned that he would educate them first. He approached the first prisoner and asked if that one was useful. Without waiting for an answer, he pulled him from the cage and slapped him violently. The demon screamed that he would kill them all, but Leon responded with a punch so brutal it seemed to cause a lobotomy. The demon became completely passive, drooling and unmoving. Leon commented that demons would always try to tempt humans, and their mistake was being too stupid. That was something he could easily identify. Takeda, who had been watching everything, was completely shocked. He could not believe that Leon had lobotomized a demon with a single strike. Then Takeda asked if the group would attack the demonic fortress next. Leon confirmed. Some people had been injured in the last battle, but only between 10 and 20 soldiers had died. Takeda was stunned. In the previous battle, more than 900 people had died. He asked how that was possible. Leon then replied with another question. He asked if Takeda had included the servants in that count. When Takeda realized that the king did not consider the servants as people, he thought silently that humanity was doomed. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Lord of the Massacre, Rakasha, a messenger reported that the deployed troops had not sent any updates. He also informed Rakasha that he no longer had permission to summon reinforcements. Rakasha blamed it all on that damned king. If they had not lost the Lord in the previous battle, the situation would be different. Besides that, his recovery was slow, and to him all of it was Leon Lionheart's fault. He also suspected that the consciousness of the vessel was still alive, awakening because of the injuries. That was terrible. Rakasha then thought that he needed a new vessel, someone with truly brilliant talent. He knew exactly who would be ideal for that. He needed the girl Soyeon. With her by his side, he would become unbeatable. Meanwhile, Soyeon was remembering the conversation she had with Leon. He had asked if she wanted to save her father, and if she desired revenge in the right way. Soyeon replied that she did, even if it cost her life. However, Leon just gave her a light tap on the head and told her to take better care of herself. Then he gave her a special earring. Beatrice explained that the earring was a piece of equipment created by the Forge Estelar, imbued with the power of the divinity of dreams. She had crafted the accessory herself as a gift for her apprentices. The item had the ability to protect the mind, essential against demons that use psychological attacks. Leon warned that if she failed, she would become a vessel for the demons, and he would have no choice but to kill her. Even so, Soyeon fully trusted his majesty. Soon after, Leon ordered all the gates behind him to be torn down and hurled his sacred spear, destroying the walls with his divine power. One of the messengers asked what they should do, but Rakasha interrupted, saying he could sense her presence there. He declared that this was his only chance to turn the battle in his favor, and ordered the demons to hold the line for 5 minutes, as he would use that time to take over the girl's body. While Soyeon was defeating demons, the true demonic sword appeared before her. She demanded they return her father, but Rakasha said that if she insisted, he would grant her wish. In an instant, he grabbed her and slammed her to the ground, pinning her down. He said that by taking her body as a vessel, he would become even more perfect. However, Soyeon's father regained control of his own body and shouted for his daughter to run. Rakasha warned it was already too late and ordered that her body be handed over. The power was then transferred directly to Soyeon, and her father saw her one last time before passing out. Now his daughter had also become a demon. Rakasha celebrated, saying that her body was perfect, exactly as he had hoped. Even though he had lost some of the essences he had gathered, he had obtained a much better new body. Now he only needed to escape in order to grow stronger. But Leon appeared and declared that he would not allow that. He then threw Rakasha's dead messenger to the ground and announced that it was time to end everything. The exchange of blows between Leon and Rakasha was brutal and intense. The demon believed that this was the best body he could have taken, barely used and full of potential. Even so, he could not land a single blow on Leon. He tried using the ancient sword technique of demonic humans, claiming to have mastered all the techniques of his previous vessels. He used the demonic art of the evil serpent, nearly striking Leon, but was countered with a slash to the leg. Rakasha questioned how a mere human could be compared to a demon, but Leon simply laughed, stating that, as expected from a parasite, even after absorbing so many techniques, Rakasha had not mastered a single one. Enraged, the demon said that Leon was just a human who had barely lived for 300 years, and Leon replied that this was precisely why Rakasha was worthless, since he had even absorbed the weaknesses of every technique he had stolen. With his own arm, Leon disarmed the demon and threw him to the ground. Rakasha, shocked, said Leon was ruthless and asked if he would really kill him, reminding him that the body he was using belonged to Leon's own knight. But Leon replied that justice is unwavering, and even though that body was Soyeon's, he used his sacred sword to strike. The blow, however, was not aimed at the body, but at the earring Soyeon was wearing. When the earring shattered, Rakasha was imprisoned in another place. There, Plu welcomed him with affection and irony, asking if his mother had never taught him not to accept gifts from strangers. Ventarsis commented that it was rude to use someone's parents as an insult, though perhaps that did not apply to demons. He added that Soyeon's avenger had kept his promise. Rakasha, confused, asked if they were gods and wanted to know how they were there and where he was. At that moment, Soyeon herself appeared and asked if that was enough. Plu smiled and answered that, of course, he could not refuse a request from his dear Leon. Ventarsis added that the soul of a demon archduke was more than enough for what they were trying to accomplish. At that moment, Soyeon asked if, in that case, she could leave that place. Plu gently replied that yes, she could go. Ventarsis, reflecting on the matter, commented that her generation's saint was a bit strange for using dreams in that way. Meanwhile, Rakasha, angry at being ignored, shouted, asking how they dared to do this. He tried to persuade Soyeon, saying that if she accepted him, he would give her the power to destroy and kill anything. But Soyeon approached not to accept him, but to land a punch right in the middle of his forehead. The gods, seeing this, approved of the young woman's attitude. Rakasha, enraged, insulted her, saying she was worthless and that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be good enough. But Soyeon responded with another blow, smashing her knee into the head of that parasite. The next day, Soyeon woke up to wonderful news. She was in a hospital room next to her father, Cheon Jiho, who was finally recovering. When he opened his eyes, the two of them embraced tightly. They told each other that everything was over, and now they were together again. Cheon Jiho declared that he had recovered his greatest treasure. Later, she asked what he planned to do now. Reflecting, Cheon Jiho replied that he would look for ways to atone for everything he had done. Even though he had not been in full control of his actions while possessed, he still remembered all the terrible things. He said that the first step would be to visit the Pantheon Guild to see if he could be of help in any way. However, Soyeon disagreed with the idea. She explained that she had already been chosen by a divinity and had received permission to use divine authority in exchange for the soul of the Archduke Demon. She said she wanted her father to return and inherit the position of Divine Sword, because she herself would remain with the Pantheon. Cheon Jiho was surprised by the request, but upon realizing his daughter's determination, he asked if that was truly what she wanted. Seeing that it was, he understood that she had grown up and felt deeply proud of her. Meanwhile, Leon was also in the hospital. He was drinking coffee, waiting until Jong-soo arrived to visit his son and, of course, to personally thank His Majesty. Leon explained that there were still important matters unresolved. He was certain that the soul marks and techniques of the ancient demonic humans were still present in that body, and that purifying Cheon Jiho's soul would not be an easy task. He stated that there was no apostle in this world capable of properly guiding souls. Jong-soo bowed before Leon, showing immense gratitude for everything he had done for his son, his granddaughter, and his entire family. He said they would be eternally in his debt and that he would do anything to help. Leon then asked for just one thing, that he fight against the forces of evil. Jong-soo, in a lighter tone, asked what Leon would think of them becoming brothers. He said that in this world, there was a concept called sworn brotherhood, in which two people could form a bond as brothers. He joked that, if that were the case, Leon could even be the older brother. But Leon replied that he did not have enough social standing to be his brother. Jong-soo, in turn, revealed that he was a descendant of the Cheon family, an ancient upper class. Upon hearing that, Leon said that in that case, Jong-soo should convert to his faith. He asked if Jong-soo truly believed in it and explained that anyone who accepted his faith could be his brother or sister. Jong-soo replied that would be very easy for him. Leon then commented that he would also think about the matter of brotherhood. Jong-soo remarked that Leon was very stubborn and asked if he was already leaving. Leon replied that Jong-soo himself had said he had not spoken to his son in 4 years, so he preferred to leave and not interfere with that important reunion. However, as soon as he left the hospital, Leon already had another dark plan in mind. It was time to put into action the instructions from the ancient manual on how to use servants to kill giants. A few days later, everyone was standing before one of those giants. Han observed the creature and estimated it to be about 9 meters tall. This happened right after the mission in which they had defeated Rakasha. As a result, Han and the other students had been promoted to official knights of the kingdom and were assigned this new mission. From now on, they would begin using servants to fight giants. Jae-hyuk asked if the plan was to use the slaves only to distract the giant while they closed in for a stealth attack. But Leon said no. According to him, the plan was to use the servants directly. The book left behind by Sir Gratis already contained records of such strategies, and Leon warned them not to rely too much on the logic of that world. He said he would demonstrate how it was done, and that was why they were inside that portal. Suho asked if Leon truly believed the servants could kill a giant. One of the servants also stepped forward and asked how exactly they were supposed to do that. Leon explained that, according to the theories of Sir Gratis, if a giant's life could reach 3,000 points, then a servant's attack only needed to deal at least 1 point of damage. So, if the servants attacked 1,000 times, the giant would be wounded. If they attacked 2,000 times, it would die from blood loss. And if they attacked 3,000 times, defeat was certain. According to that logic, if each servant stabbed the giant at least 6 times, it would fall. That would require 500 people. He considered the plan perfectly viable. A servant, outraged, asked if he would have to keep doing that kind of work for the next 50 years. Tired of everything, he refused and ran away, shouting that he would no longer be anyone's puppet. Jae-hyuk remarked that the servants had received a 20% attribute boost, but before anyone could react, that rebellious servant was crushed by a single blow from the giant. The monster analyzed his blood and then calmly sat down as if nothing had happened. Everyone was shocked by the brutality of what had occurred. Leon, cold and indifferent, simply commented that the man had been a fool for not even managing to stab the enemy. At that moment, the system updated the servant's attack power, reducing it from 20% to just 0.001%. Leon then understood everything. If the boost had been 20%, it meant that the book had already absorbed the blood of 200,000 slaves. He concluded that this was wonderful. For him, Sir Gratis had left behind a true treasure. After explaining all this, Leon told the servants that if they did not charge the giant immediately, they would all die. After a long period of combat, the giant was eventually killed. The system displayed that the servants' power against giants had increased to 20.0144%. The boost was permanent, but around 143 servants had died for that to happen. Even so, Leon considered it incredible. Sir Gratis's so-called Bible was truly extraordinary to him. However, Han approached and confronted him, asking if he had not promised to give the servants a chance to redeem themselves for their sins. Leading them to die like that with no real purpose was not just wrong, it was a complete disaster. Leon replied that she had a point. He said the gods admired her innocence, but that in that world, the servants were not considered people. Han, upon hearing that, did not respond, but thought to herself that Leon was the most prejudiced person she had ever met. Leon noticed that Han was still not fully convinced and mentioned it. To prove his point, he called the village elder, who was one of the servants, and ordered him to confess the sins he had committed while still human. To pressure him, he almost burned his head with magic. Faced with the threat, the elder finally confessed. He said he had committed a murder, killed a man, and then abused the victim's wife and daughter. After that, he ate their flesh and offered the corpses as a sacrifice to the demons. Leon asked how he felt while doing all of that, and the elder continued confessing. He said he chose children as sacrifices to please the demons of the massacre. He threw them all into a pit and forced them to kill each other. Those who survived, he killed himself later. At that moment, Jae-hyuk, filled with disgust and rage, kicked the old man in the face. Leon then looked at Han and asked if she understood now. He told her never to forget the terrible actions those servants had committed in life. He stated that they were evil itself, that they did not deserve to live. He explained that the only reason they still had a chance at redemption was the fact that they were not demons. If they were, they would already be dead. Then, Leon turned to his knights and declared that now that he had set an example, it was their turn to do the same. Each would receive 500 servants. The knight who managed to defeat a giant with the fewest possible servant casualties would earn the title of Knight Captain. At the end of the mission, the results were revealing. Han finished with 88 servants remaining. She had tried to guide her servants with care and strategy. Jae-hyuk, on the other hand, ended with only 32. He gave many confusing orders and caused total disorganization during the fight. As for Suho, poor guy, he managed to finish with only 2 servants alive. They even got emotional together when they managed to win. It became clear that his blessing was not effective for commanding servants, even though it was powerful in other ways. ways. On the other hand, Soyeon had an impressive performance. She managed to finish with 154 servants alive. She used a different tactic, speaking directly to her servants and awakening feelings of vengeance in them. She would ask, for example, if the servant in front of them had died, and if they did not want to get revenge for it. With that kind of motivation, she guided the servants effectively. Ventarsis, her god, also empowered the servants with his power, making everyone fight with even more determination. Upon returning to the guild, Soyeon was officially named Knight Captain for her efficient methods and correct use of the divine authority tied to vengeance. Ventarsis declared that he was proud of her. As for Suho, Leon was not pleased at all. He said that in the past, Sir Gratis had created that challenge specifically to reduce the number of servants, and that Suho simply was not suited for that kind of mission. He commented that the Blessing of Light was not meant to lead servants, but even so, he acknowledged, Suho had a special talent for killing them. Because of that, ironically, Leon decided to give him even more servants. On another day, a new problem arose. Leon realized that the seedling he had received from a forest sage was not growing properly inside the Pantheon Guild. Demira, in her small doll form, explained that cultivating a tree-man seedling in foreign land was not easy. Even with her blessing, there was a difference in the type of divine power. Leon tried using his own divine power to help the seedling grow, and he even managed to make it grow a little, but it was not enough. Demira commented that the issue seemed to be of a patrimonial nature. Leon's divine power was the strongest among humans, but it was not completely pure, since it combined the energy of several deities at once. Maybe it would be easier if a Templar devoted exclusively to Demira were present. Faced with that, Leon said he needed to visit his old comrades in paradise. He believed he could learn something useful there. However, Demira asked him not to go. According to her, it was not healthy for the living to stay in the realm of the dead for too long. Even so, Leon stated that he could endure that place. Then Demira asked if he could really handle facing such intense memories, like if Castilla asked to spend a night with him if Zarea wanted to have a drink, if Gillingham challenged him to a duel, or if Roxley decided to settle an old score. She warned that although the stay might seem brief at first, that short period could turn into something much longer. For her, entering paradise should only happen when absolutely necessary. Leon, reflecting on it, admitted that she was right. Later, while walking through the garden, Beatrice commented that Leon had been visiting that seedling a lot lately. Curious, she asked what kind of power existed in that little plant to justify so much effort. Leon replied that it was the seedling of an old friend, the forest sage named Gunhar. He explained that sages prepare these seedlings throughout their entire lives. They are the foundation for the birth of a sacred tree, considered the living essence of the forest. It was also the only form of reproduction for tree men. Beatrice then asked if Leon wanted that friend's family to prosper in that land. He confirmed that he did, but added that the importance of the tree went beyond that. The sacred tree was the foundation of the temple of Urm, the deity of the forest and trees. Without it, Urm could not be awakened. When the deity descended to Earth, a divine power too strong for most demons would spread throughout the world. Surprised, Beatrice commented that she thought the power of the gods came only from faith. Leon explained that it depended on which god it was. The lion heart that resided inside him, for example, was the result of the power of a sacred tree. This heart had the ability to purify any corrupted being, which made demons unable to approach the tree. Upon hearing this, Beatrice finally understood the true value of that power, especially because demons like to hide among humans. She then had an idea. Later, under her guidance, they began to build a magic circle using many mana crystals. Leon was instructed to place the seedling right in the center of that circle. When Beatrice activated the power of the ritual, a portal appeared with a completely new color to everyone. It was a silver portal, bright and shining. Leon, feeling the intense energy emanating from it, warned everyone to be very careful. Only the elite squad should go through the portal. The others, whose level was lower than that of a knight, should remain on standby. Leon entered the portal with his elite squad. However, just a few seconds later, the portal became unstable and threw Leon back out. He was violently expelled and immediately realized something was wrong. The system revealed that he was not allowed to cross the portal because there was already an identical individual to him inside. Only at that moment did everyone realize that Leon was no longer with the group. Beatrice, confused, commented that Leon apparently was not authorized to enter, although she did not yet know the reason. She suggested that everyone fall back for now. At that moment, an evil voice took over the environment, showing surprise at discovering that others could also manipulate portals. With its dark power, this entity began to close the portal created by Beatrice. She tried to prevent the portal from being consumed by that evil force, doing everything she could to protect it. But her magic broke, and from so much effort, she ended up spitting blood. The mana flow inside her body had reversed due to the excess power. Even so, she tried to ask if Spinner had managed to detect anything. However, he replied that there was no reaction. The portal closed right afterward, and Jaehyuk thought they were doomed. Later, they were already on the battlefield, facing an army of demons. The approximate number was 5,354 creatures. Jaehyuk asked if the queen was alright, and Beatrice replied that she had used all her mana to open the portal. She ended up sending everyone to a terrible place. Meanwhile, Suho noticed there were enemies ahead. Soyeon warned that there were also enemies coming from behind. They were completely surrounded. If His Majesty were there, everyone would be fine. But he was not. Spinner used his electric cannon to eliminate a good portion of the demons, but the enemies quickly recovered in number. It was a full army. Then a Templar appeared, wielding the power of the Wrath of the Thunder King. His storm of fury scorched the demons around the squad. Mounted on his steed and wielding his divine spear, he charged forward with his army, using the technique known as the divine military code of the sharp charge. All the demons in his path were annihilated. The Templar explained that he had sensed a great divine power, but he did not recognize any of them. He introduced himself as Templar of the Degree of Ultima, servant of the god of the sky and thunder known as Gillingham, and ordered everyone to leave immediately. Later, at the military camp, Gillingham asked who exactly they were, especially the one among them who carried an unmatched power, something only a knight of the deity of steel and blacksmithing could perceive. Beatrice replied that they came from the kingdom's border because they were concerned about the situation, but ended up arriving late because of the demons. She asked what exactly was going on. Gillingham said he believed he could trust them. He explained that after Sir Volcanis and the Archduke of Greed disappeared during the battle on the plain, the enemy began launching constant attacks against the kingdom. The King of Lionheart then gathered elves, dwarves, tree men, and other species of the world to fight the demons. Beatrice thought that this was Leon's world and that the demonic invasion was still ongoing. The knights were recruiting the surviving citizens of the kingdom. Han commented that the situation seemed more serious than they had imagined. Beatrice agreed and asked to check the mission, but the system window did not display the information correctly. The letters were incomplete. Gillingham acknowledged that he had not been attentive to his brothers and sisters, even after the long journey. He asked everyone to rest as much as possible because they would depart at dawn. They continued their journey early in the morning, even before the sun rose, and arrived before a massive castle inhabited by various species. Gillingham explained that this place was the last wall of humanity. This was the Pantheon. The group realized that this was the true Pantheon, where His Majesty, the King of Lionheart, resided, a figure they had not yet met. 63 years had passed since the beginning of the reign of the Lionheart. During that time, Malice, a demon of Lord Rank, had been summoned. 3 years later, Malice, the Lord of Chaos, was defeated. The demonic army of Chaos had around 1.33 million soldiers. The 13 electors of the Empire exterminated more than 980,000 demon worshippers. Manon, the Templar of the deity of the sea and waves, died. Killian, Templar of life and fertility, also died. Approximately 3,000 knights perished, along with 270,000 soldiers and over 10,000 wandering knights. As for the people, around 22 million lives were lost. In the winter of the 66th year, the second great incursion against the demonic army began. The empire fell. The elven forest was burned. The mountain dwarves were brutally massacred. The eastern kingdom of the heavens was destroyed. 9 out of 10 territories of the kingdom of Lionheart were completely desolated. In the 5th year of Leon's reign, the kingdom was already facing its downfall. It was at that moment that he returned to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, the elite team was helping at one of the war camps. Beatrice told Han that Gillingham had informed them that Leon would return after the battle, so they should follow the plan as expected. She herself would meet with the forest sages to learn more about Gunhar's seeds, while Spinner would patrol the area to gather information. Han, on the other hand, found herself a bit without a role. Shortly afterwards, she was dismissed from her assignment. Being a lady and a saint, she was not allowed to perform manual labor. The title of saint might truly have been more important than she imagined. Taking advantage of her free time, she decided to visit the temple. As soon as she arrived at the staircase, she noticed it was enormous. Han wondered how she would climb all of it alone and if she would get scolded for trying to ride up on horseback. But on one of the slopes, she saw a carriage ascending. That meant it was not forbidden. Inside the carriage, a woman asked why she was climbing on foot. Han immediately sensed that the woman radiated as much divine power as His Majesty. When the woman asked if she wanted a ride, Han accepted without hesitation. The lady explained that people usually got confused on their first visit to the Pantheon and that the carriage was designed for the staircase. She introduced herself as Anjak, Lady of Ariana. Han introduced herself as a saint of Petos and Poma. Anjak found that quite unique. Being a saint of 2 gods must be difficult. Han was happy happy to meet someone who understood her. After some time, they arrived at the official temple. The two entered together, as they had matters to discuss. The knights guarding the place greeted Anjak as Grand Saint, and Han realized, surprised, that she had been speaking informally with someone so important. She immediately bowed and apologized, but Anjak said that before the gods, everyone was equal, calling her sister. Han wondered if they were really equal, because whenever she said that near someone of higher status, Leon would always scold her. He strongly believed in the importance of social positions. Anjak then asked if she knew Leon. She supposed Han must be a saint from the Grand Temple, which explained the strong divine presence she carried. Then she asked for a small favor. As they walked through the beautiful temple corridors, the nuns and sisters bowed to Anjak as the Grand Saint, and Han became sure that she was someone of the highest rank. Anjak commented that Isabel was absorbing the energy of the moon in her quarters, but it would be better to prepare for the ritual first. She asked the sisters to summon her. The nuns were excited about the ritual. At that moment, His Majesty was returning from battle. Anjak said he was probably exhausted after the fight against those wicked creatures. She asked everyone to hurry. Han was thoughtful. She believed that this king must be a version from the past. Brought through some kind of portal, and she was curious to see what he was like back then. Then the King of Lionheart finally appeared. He entered the temple still wearing his armor, completely covered in blood, exuding an aura of pure brutality. The figure before her was nothing like the Leon Han knew. He was terror in human form, the embodiment of fear, a messenger of death. At that moment, Isabel appeared behind Han, nearly making the young woman faint from fright. She said Leon was scaring the girl. Some of the nuns were shocked by the tone Isabel used with the king, but she casually explained that she was his sister-in-law and the first hunter of Dina, then asked His Majesty to stop being so serious. She reminded him that the saints had prepared a bath with holy water and divine power for him. Leon removed his armor in front of everyone, revealing a body completely wounded, covered in scars and deep marks. He explained that those wounds were the result of destroying the demon of persecution. The screams and suffering of the monster had become trapped in his flesh, turning into a curse. However, he assured everyone that it would not harm those around him. Isabel commented that it looked very painful, and His Majesty simply accepted it with a tired look. One of the other saints tried to scold Isabel, but Leon said it was fine, as she had always been rude anyway. He then confessed that he had sinned many times against the goddess of purity. Before he could continue the ritual, someone interrupted. It was Karina Dragonia, Duchess of Dragonia, commander of the Northern Army and daughter of Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Even so, Leon addressed her only as Duchess Dragonia and asked the reason for her arrival. Karina announced that the military forces of the Northern region had officially declared their withdrawal from the alliance, and that the decision would take effect immediately. Leon firmly disagreed. He said that the Northern Army was an essential part of the alliance, and that they could not face the enemy if each group acted on its own. But Karina replied that there was no longer any reason to stay. The capital had already fallen. The continent was in ruins. Even counting the servants, they had no more than 30,000 men. On the other side, the demonic army numbered over 10 million and grew larger each day. As a war knight who governed the other commanders, she asked if Leon truly believed they could win that war. Leon then wanted to know what her proposal was. Karina explained that the duchy had been burned down after the collapse of the empire. 30,000 soldiers had lost everything. They were the only survivors from the northern region. They did not want to survive. They wanted revenge. She swore she would kill all the demons, execute those who insulted the dead, and turn that destroyed land into a new home. Leon then asked if she was disappointed in him. He wanted to know if she thought it had been wrong of him to strike at the heart of the enemy forces instead of protecting the duchy. Karina answered no. He had done what was necessary. It was the best choice, considering the kingdom was more important than the duchy. What she desired now was only her personal vengeance, and that mark on her neck was the proof of it. When Leon saw the mark, he became serious and asked what she had done. Karina revealed that she was not alone. All the soldiers of the north had signed a contract with the god of vengeance, Ventarsis. From that moment on, she was a Templar knight of Ventarsis and commander of 30,000 Avengers. Her mission was no longer survival. Leon, shocked, ordered her to leave immediately. He did not want to see her face again. As soon as Karina left the hall, Isabel approached and asked if he was sure everything was all right. Leon replied that it was already too late. The contract with Ventarsis had been sealed, but he questioned whether he had made a mistake. Isabel stated that as a king, he had never made a wrong choice. She also said he should not act as if it had been his fault, because it was not him who ordered the North to follow that path. Leon said fine, but then immediately asked who the hell that red-haired girl was. Meanwhile, Spinner was in one of the traditional forges of the Old Kingdom, listening in on conversations about star iron and other interesting matters. He even recorded a video and backed it up. However, when he infiltrated deeper into the forge, he was easily detected by the owner owner of the place, who pulled him as if with magnetic power and demanded to know who he was. Spinner, surprised, responded sarcastically, calling the man organic matter, and used his whip. The blacksmith was impressed by the weapon. He thought it was an intruder, but realized it was just a small priest. Spinner even tried to escape, behaving like a cat with raised fur, but the blacksmith calmed him down, saying there was no reason for them to be enemies, since they served the same deity. He introduced himself as Antok, Templar of Ethos and Guardian of the Mines. He asked if Spinner really did not know who he was. Meanwhile, at the temporary shelter of the apprentices, Han returned with a small basket of items she had received for her service at the temple. She told the others that she had met the majesty of that portal and asked if they had found anything that could help them move forward. Jaehyuk commented that it had already been some time since the capital was taken. The other regions had also been destroyed by demons. That was basically the last remaining human city. Soyeon said she had heard about the final battle through Ventarsis, and that perhaps that portal was connected to the event. Jaehyuk replied that it would be useful if they could read the system. That was when Suho asked if anyone there could still connect with their deities. He explained that, although he could still use divine laws, the connection was extremely weak, and everyone confirmed they felt the same. Jaehyuk said he could use them, but the abilities did not work properly. Soyeon told everyone to be quiet. She asked them to pay attention because something was wrong. The environment, which had been noisy before, was now completely silent. Suddenly, a huge tree man appeared and threw the tent where they were staying, causing them to be surrounded by knights of the kingdom. Leading that group was Roxley, Templar of the deity of sun and judgment, Tatar, as well as judge of the Kingdom of Lionheart. He announced that he was there to punish the sinners. Later, all the young people were imprisoned, being transported inside a carriage with sacks covering their heads. Jaehyuk muttered that they would probably die there, and Roxley ordered everyone to be quiet. Suho asked where they thought they were being taken. Han wondered if they were going to an execution site. Jaehyuk remembered that they usually gave a chance to become servants, and that they were not even demon worshippers. Soyeon replied that she would rather die than become a servant of the Kingdom of Lionheart. Han, while observing the path of the carriage, realized that they were going straight up the slope that led to the Pantheon. When they arrived, they found themselves before several Templars and saints, as well as King Leonhardt himself, Leon, in the same hall where he had previously stood with the bathtub filled with holy water. Leon ordered Roxley to throw holy water on them. The judge commanded everyone to immediately dive into the bathtub, calling them sinners. Jaehyuk wondered if they were going to be drowned as part of an interrogation, since he had seen Spinner do that to others before, but they had no other choice, so they submerged. While they swam in the holy water, Isabel watched closely and commented that they did not seem to be demons. Anjak explained that everyone there possessed divine power and therefore could not be demons. Gillingham agreed, saying that was why he had never doubted them until that moment. Roxley, however, said that demons always use dirty tricks and that Leon, being the man closest to the gods, would never be affected by such things. The group was truly afraid of dying in that water. Leon asked Gillingham if there were 2 more suspects. He confirmed, explaining that there was a woman with divine power connected to dreams and death, and also a supernatural being with the power of blacksmithing. Both possessed enough divine power to be considered saints. Leon ordered everyone to step back, as he had questions to ask directly to them. Roxley grew concerned, but obeyed, along with the others, leaving the king alone with his knights. Leon asked if the first one's name was Han Hari, and she bowed with her face in the water as a sign of respect. He asked each of them to introduce themselves. After hearing those strange names, he asked where they were from. The 3 replied that they were from South Korea, a very, very distant nation. Leon said he understood, but then used his divine form to summon the gods of the Pantheon. Ariana said she did not recognize those children. Palma wondered how they could have received divine blessings. Pato said it must be the work of some wicked species. The god of thunder declared that he remembered everyone he had ever blessed, and that if they were imposters, he would shatter their souls. Sia was in shock when she realized that Leon had truly summoned all the gods. She remembered that when he named Spinner, he even coughed up blood, which only confirmed that this was the peak of the king's power. Leon explained that he had ordered the 3 to be arrested because he sensed divine power in them, but no god recognized them. Han Hari said the story was very long, and the king ordered her to tell it in full. She said she clearly remembered the day she met Leon, and began to recount everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Beatrice was speaking with the sage Gunhar, who explained that the seedling she carried came from the realm of the dead and could only grow in that place. Beatrice found that troubling, but the other sages debated whether they could leave behind a gift. According to the woman who accompanied them, those seedlings were copies of their own past, and for that reason, she deserved some help. Gunnar said the gift was originally meant for the King of Lionheart, but he probably would not mind if it were given to her. However, for it to work, a sacrifice involving a god and a saint would be necessary. Meanwhile, Spinner was demonstrating his exceptional skills at Antok's forge, using his computational calculations and multitasking abilities to optimize every process. He polished, processed, and efficiently finished the basic chestplate number 157 for the Lionheart army. All the blacksmiths were impressed. They never imagined that a creature capable of such a feat existed. Antok watched everything and commented that it was truly impressive. To him, it was like watching Leon train when he was still young. Then he asked Spinner if he knew the king. The small priest replied that he did, as they were partners in demon hunting. Antok said he would love to be part of all that and explained that he was an old traveling companion of Leon. The two had gone on a pilgrimage together when Antok was only 30 years old. He remembered well the day he met the king. He had been in a small village on the outskirts of the kingdom, on the verge of being wiped out. The place had suffered an orc ambush, and in that critical moment, they asked for help. Only Antok and a knight were nearby. It was an isolated and distant village, and the battle that followed was extremely difficult. There were far more orcs than expected, and many of them were skilled warriors. It was then that Leon appeared, destroying all the orcs with overwhelming force. Antok was stunned. He thought it was impossible for someone so young to be so powerful. On that occasion, he merely watched as the king annihilated the enemies as if they were nothing. Antok commented that he saw the same talent in Spinner and asked if the small blacksmith would like to be his disciple. However, Spinner's attitude remained the same. He didn't seem to care about humans. Spinner asked what Antok meant by mentor. The blacksmith asked if he knew who Leon was. Spinner said yes, but even so claimed that Leon was still immortal and therefore would never reach his level of production. Antok then asked if he had been a machine all this time. Since Spinner did not deny it, the blacksmith decided to show him what he was capable of. Later, Antok was demonstrating his skills while hammering another plate armor. He said he liked Spinner's work, which was flawless, but stated that he would never be able to produce items at the same rhythm. When he gave the next hammer blow, Spinner detected an error. The armor was unstable. Antok said he wasn't just making weapons, he was creating art. For him, that was the art of steel, sculpted directly from the soul, and it could only be achieved with perfect technique. He was convinced that this was superior to any calculation. After cooling the piece, he showed it to Spinner, who analyzed it carefully. Antok's techniques seemed to be something the small priest could only reach after many years of training. Spinner acknowledged that he had insufficient data and wanted more insight. That was when Antok asked if he would accept becoming his disciple. He declared that it would be a pleasure to take him in. However, at that moment, Gillingham appeared, informing them that His Majesty had summoned Lord Antok. Later, during an important meeting convened by the king himself, Isabel asked if they were about to begin the final crusade. Gillingham replied that the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Isabel asked if he would march against the Demon Legion if His Majesty ordered it. He confirmed that he would, and she said she felt the same. Isabel then told the king that she would make the necessary sacrifice to open a new path for the future. She added that before that, she would commit every sin she could. With the decision made, the final crusade would begin, and Isabel would make the sacrifice. Later that night, under the moonlight, she appeared with her great hunting bow. Leon apologized, but she said there was no need. She told him that he might be the man who took her sister's innocence, but he was still a worthy king. After losing a territory to the demons, they were unable to perform the required ritual to achieve the final ending. The only remaining alternative to reach that was to use Isabelle as the medium to summon the star metal needed for the last grail. It was explained that the goddess of purity and the moon was not oriented toward battle, but she granted power to followers who had lived a solitary life. Isabel possessed that special talent. She could hit any target. Holding her bow with an arrow imbued with the power of the moon, she made her final plea for forgiveness. The moon saint shot an arrow at the moon itself, thus committing the greatest sin the goddess allowed. Ironically, the arrow pierced the moon and transformed Via Lactea, making her even more beautiful than she already was. When the moon was pierced, the celestial ore finally fell. Leon declared that it was now the task of the great saint to capture that fragment. Using the power of light and justice, Isabel managed to complete the feat, but collapsed shortly afterward, completely drained. She was crying, coughing up blood, and even so, she remarked that her goddess had reduced the recoil by half. It was a very kind gesture from Isabel. However, Beatrice, sensing the mana in the air, recognized that it was the same energy that had closed the portal when they first arrived in that world. The great saint then explained that the fragment's trajectory had veered far from them. Realizing the opportunity, Leon ordered a squad to be assembled immediately. They could not lose the chance that Isabel had created with her sacrifice. Sometime later, the group was already at the crash site. The fragment had fallen like a meteor. Antok remarked that it had definitely been worth it, and Spinner released his escort drone. Antok once again praised his disciple, saying he knew what he was doing, but Spinner asked them to stop calling him that. He claimed he was no one's disciple, just a technology provider. Even so, Antok said he envied his intelligence. Then something caught their attention. Antok asked if Beatrice had also sensed it, and she said yes. Everything was far too calm. It was strange that no demons were trying to take advantage of the situation. Antok was certain the enemies were preparing an ambush and that it would begin as soon as they started working with the ore. But they also knew there was no time to waste. Antok and Spinner went to the lunar ore fragment and, together with the other soldiers, began working immediately. Hours later, everyone was involved in the extraction, breaking the fragment into smaller pieces to make transport easier. It was at that moment that Spinner detected rapid movement. Enemies were approaching at high speed. A massive horde of demonic beasts was charging directly toward the ore. Beatrice, upon noticing, confirmed that it made sense. They would not let that opportunity go. She warned Antok, but he replied that there was still much work to do and that they could not stop. Someone needed to hold them off. Spinner activated his defense system and fired an energy cannon that caused such an intense explosion that even Antok, an experienced Templar, was impressed. Beatrice ordered everyone to speed up their work. She could hold the front line for a while, but enemy reinforcements would soon arrive. Everyone rushed, hammering the lunar ore as fast as they could, including Spinner. Suddenly, a massive fireball fell from the sky, hitting the mining area directly. Spinner immediately identified the presence of a destructive entity. It was Kalakail, the demon lord of wisdom and seeking. In fact, he had been the one responsible for the destruction of Spinner's original world. Beatrice requested a damage report, and Spinner replied that 30 knights had died due to the late activation of the divine law. The entire cavalry had been wiped out, and the number of wounded could not be calculated. Kalakail then appeared and stated that they were all just mortals. He said there was no reason to keep resisting. They were immortal, and it would be better to accept death now to avoid further suffering. Antok approached Beatrice and asked if she had a plan. She responded that they could use a spell to connect the group to a distant realm, but Spinner immediately rejected the idea's viability. According to his calculations, the probability of success was 0%. Beatrice agreed, saying that Kalakail would certainly prevent any attempt to escape. Antok then concluded that, in that case, there was only one solution. They needed to eliminate that bastard. He raised his hammer and addressed his companions, thanking them for everything they had done for the kingdom and for the gods. He recalled the oath everyone had taken there, to protect the kingdom with their own lives. At that moment, Antok led the remaining army, all the warriors still standing, with the conviction that it was time to stand by their words. Everyone understood the meaning of his order. It was simple and impossible to refuse: die for the kingdom. Faced with such an irrational decision, the soldiers made an equally irrational choice. They obeyed. That's what Spinner thought. Antok, recognizing his disciple's intelligence, assumed he was right about logic and probability, but reminded him that some things were more important than numbers. Even Hidos asked his blacksmith not to proceed. He said that most mortals would not be able to bear the consequence of making him descend. But Antok, looking at the god who had pulled him out of the darkest depths of life, stated that he would have done it even if no one else was present. Hitos then accepted it, saying that was why they loved him so much. Antok's burning faith, his flames of life, his determination forged in steel, were beautiful. Antok, Templar Knight of Steel and Forge, the greatest warrior in the kingdom and guardian of the mines, swore upon his own steel. The hammer that advanced toward the future stopped at that moment, for there was no future left for a blacksmith who had turned his death into a certainty. Even so, the sound of the forge did not cease. The future was being forged there by him, with the divine legacy of steel in the forge. Then Kalakail asked if he had succeeded. Antok responded with authority, commanding the demons to fall. Pillars of flames and pure life crashed down upon the demonic armies. Even Kalakail fell to his knees, weakened. He ordered his demons to switch their artifacts to materials not made of steel. All steel was now under Antok's dominion. Kalakail tried to use alchemy to alter the form of the artifacts. Antok acknowledged the reaction was quick, but still raised his hammer. The rain of blows destroyed all the demons' shields and defenses. Kalakail admitted that it was impressive. Even without living 1,000 years, that Templar already possessed tremendous power. Antok, mocking him, asked if he could still stand. He said it would be a shame if he was already done. But Kalakail replied that the real battle was only just beginning. The true war had not yet started. Meanwhile, Beatrice was preparing a powerful spell with Spinner's help, but the progress was at 86%. She knew that once the spell was activated, the demons would detect it. Spinner said he had an idea, even if the success probability was only 2.714%. Beatrice, as a rational mage, should have refused, but she admitted it was better than zero and said that this time she would pray for a miracle. During the battle, Kalikyle recognized Antok's strength. Every spell he cast was advanced, but the Templar shattered them all with his hammer. The Demon Lord thought that he truly could not expect less from such a resilient species. Even a lower-level Templar like Antok was strong. He imagined the power of someone ranked above him. He admitted that the strongest among them was probably capable of defeating a lord. But that was not the case with Antok. Even so, the Templar was blocking all of Kalakyle's magical missiles with Hedos's sacred anvil. The Demon Lord showed signs of exhaustion, but did not notice the attack from above. It was Ankh wielding a colossal hammer of Hedos, descending with brutal force. Kalakale thought he would not be hit like that, but he did not expect what came next. Spinner, activating all his systems, initiated a self-destruction sequence. He detonated himself like a colossal bomb in a desperate attempt to ensure Kalakale's defeat. Meanwhile, the demonic armies were still advancing, accompanied by the traitors of the Empire. Among the survivors was the commander of the Silver Knights, Walter, who held vivid memories of those who had caused the fall of the benevolent Empire. They remembered the vile beings who had crossed dimensional barriers and invaded their world. The soldiers of the old empire were not on the side of the demons. On the contrary, many had resisted in secret. Commander Walter confirmed with sorrow that this was indeed the end of the world. He recalled that 23 years earlier, the emperor had made an unforgivable mistake by summoning a demon monarch. This act caused the empire's downfall in a short time. The demons seized control and took over all neighboring territories almost instantly. Meanwhile, the king of the Kingdom of Lionheart was fighting for good, facing the demonic forces and resisting the advance of that dark monarch. The people of the empire who were against that cursed alliance believed there was still hope. But now, in the face of a sea of demons marching against them, that hope seemed to have been nothing more than an illusion. At that moment, a tremor shook the battlefield. A violent mana storm erupted, immediately followed by a massive explosion. It was the result of Spinner's self-destruction. Kalakyle, still standing, could not believe what he was seeing. He mocked them, yet asking if they really thought a nuclear explosion, a primitive weapon, would be enough to defeat him. But in truth, that was never Spinner's real plan. As Kalakyle was recovering, they realized the portal had already been opened. During the escape attempt, Kalakyle tried to stop them, but he was held back by soldiers who sacrificed themselves to protect the others. The Demon Lord's final spell, cast after killing the defenders, came too late. The survivors had already crossed the portal. Even so, Kalakyle claimed that the original objective had been fulfilled, as if that sacrifice meant nothing. Spinner survived the explosion and was beside Beatrice, but the situation was dire. Antok had been mortally wounded, his chest pierced by one of Kalakale's spells. Beatrice immediately called for help, but Antok insisted they take him to the forge. Even with a hole in his chest, he calmly walked to his home, his smithy. His final wish was to begin working with star metal. Yes, he sat at his workbench, and Spinner, monitoring his vital signs, informed him that the end was near. Antok thanked him for the warning and said he already expected it. He explained to Spinner that, as a knight of steel made of iron, and the time he had was not enough. He had only been able to train one apprentice, but even so, he wanted to teach his first and last lesson. He raised his hammer one last time. As he struck the metal, he explained his technique, describing the path that had led him there. He said that to fulfill a mission, he set out on a journey, and along the way, he met the King of Lionheart. From that meeting, he began a life of honor. During his travels, he had been trained by a great blacksmith who challenged him, though he was never able to defeat him. He told how knights who wielded swords would defeat the kingdom's enemies, while those who carried spears would defend its borders. Even when his arm could no longer lift the hammer, even when his vision failed and he couldn't see an inch ahead, he continued hammering. Each strike left a mark on the world, as if he were imbuing that material with his divinity, his faith, and his will. Antok declared that it had always been an honor to serve the King of Lionheart. That was why he received so much love from his god, Hedos, and from the people around him. He poured his will into the steel, drawing with the hammer the future he wished to build. The sword he forged would be the one to strike down their enemies. The armor he created would be the one to protect their allies. He said weapons are made to kill, and therefore must be given only to the right people. They must become shields to protect the world. Leon asked Spinner never to forget that moment. He was certain Antok hoped that the swords and shields he forged would someday be used as tools to protect the world. When Antok collapsed to the ground, it was Sir Leon who caught him. Antok even joked that he was in the arms of another man, something Gildas would definitely comment on if he saw it. Leon then asked who would dare suspect a man with children. He turned to Antok and asked if he had any last words. Antok, also known as Anthon, replied that ever since Leon had taught him about love and respect, there was nothing more he needed to say. He only asked to be raised up. Leon granted the request, carrying the knight to the people. Antok stood one final time before everyone, declared that everything he had done was for the kingdom, and asked them to protect the king. Leon said goodbye, promising to see him again soon. When Antok's hair turned completely white and his life faded, he still had enough strength to say that Leon could take as long as he wanted. All honored the death of a true Templar knight, while Leon expressed his hope that his friend's final journey would be a peaceful one. In the 85th year of Leon's reign, the Grail Knight, Lord of Steel and Iron, passed away. The next morning, at the military camp, Leon received Gildas and his nephew, who greeted him by calling him Your Majesty. But Leon quickly asked him to just call him Uncle, reminding him that he had taken care of him since he was in diapers. He even said he was his godfather. He then asked Gildas about Sir Aaron. Gildas explained that Aaron was fulfilling his duties as a sentinel and had already been informed of Antok's death, but had refused to abandon his post. Leon remarked that he was just like his father, and at that moment, the ground of the camp began to shake. It was the arrival of the final guest, Gunrar, in his giant tree form. While Gunrar and Gildas chatted about old man matters, Leon reflected. He remembered how they met back in their training days, and now they were here. He realized that long-lasting friendships were a blessing, and there was no reason to be sad about Antok's death. He was an old friend, and Leon confessed he had always imagined that Gildas would be the first to go. Gildas laughed, asking if they were mocking him just because he never became a Templar. They filled their wine cups, and Leon declared that Antok's final moments had been filled with honor and glory. It was undeniable that his passing had been a blessing. For that reason, they should bid him farewell with love and respect. They toasted in Antok's name. After the toast, Leon said they would uphold their friend's legacy and asked Gunrar about the item. Gunrar replied that it was perfect. The divinity of the forge had blessed the artifact, and all the sages were in agreement. The only thing left was to capture the necessary essence. Leon concluded that everything was ready and said he would always be grateful to the sages for all they had done. Upon leaving, he went directly to the lined-up army. He approached Sir Walter for a briefing. Walter reported that the demons were marching toward the king. Additionally, survivors of the demon of sloth had been detected, as well as groups of pagans. Leon asked for an estimate of enemy numbers. Walter replied that there were around 10 million, essentially the entire army. Faced with that, Leon declared that the final battle was about to begin. He ordered everyone to prepare, as the enemies would arrive soon. Later, as the front line was being organized at the castle, the elite team approached and said they also wanted to help His Majesty. However, Leon refused. He ordered them to remain on standby and not get directly involved. It was better that they not be injured. Soyeon insisted, saying that everyone there was strong enough to fight. But Leon stood by his decision. Leon's choice was logical. He himself was just a reconstruction of the past. But Han and the others in the team were real people. If they died inside the portal, there would be no way to return. For that reason, Leon could not sacrifice them. He explained that the team had another mission to fulfill. Later, they went to visit Isabel, who at that moment was wearing a blindfold. The nuns accompanying her said she needed rest. In fact, Isabel was now blind. Even so, she asked the nun not to worry so much. If the king had sent that team, it was because he trusted that they would be able to fulfill their duty. Isabel spoke directly to the elite team, saying that they surely knew why they were there. She explained that among the many gods of the pantheon, there was one principal deity, and that, with a few exceptions, 7 gods were considered the most powerful. She then pulled several treasure chests from her subspace. The first item was a shield, a gift from the goddess of light and justice, Ariana, the most renowned in the kingdom and revered by all knights. The gift from Pama was a bracelet. Petos had left a flaming jewel, and from the god of thunder came a spear. Isabel explained that since ancient times, the elements of water, fire, and lightning had always been considered manifestations of nature's wrath. Han asked if all those items were divine relics. Isabel confirmed. They were relics left by ancient saints and Templar knights. Jaehyuk asked why she was showing them all that. Isabel replied that they were her official heirs, but they still did not have the right to use the artifacts. The relics had not yet accepted them as their owners. Even so, she believed the future should be placed in their hands. Leon seemed to believe that all of them would survive the war no matter what happened. Isabel stated that she would also die soon, but the recognition of the relics depended solely on them. Han was shaken and asked how she could speak of her own death so casually. Isabel then turned to Soyeon, the girl who possessed dark energy, and said she might ask her for a favor later. It was something only she could do. Soyeon replied that she would accept, as long as it was within her abilities. With that, Isabel began the succession of the artifacts. Everyone started making their own preparations for the Great War. The soldiers said farewell to their families, mounted their horses, and departed. The final battle was approaching quickly. Meanwhile, all the forest sages gathered, and the great saint welcomed them to the site of the extraction ritual. The eldest of the sages remarked that the Templar knight had fulfilled his mission well. Gunrar added that he wielded steel better than anyone else. He said that man's duty was complete, and now it was their turn. The elder concluded by saying that the rest of the sages also needed to fulfill their roles. Beatrice declared that she and Spinner would do their best to buy time on the front line. Han and the others were to inherit the divine relics. Spinner said everyone should regroup at the rendezvous point once everything was over. He would arrive later, bringing the Grail and the necessary essence. Beatrice reminded Han of the role she had to fulfill there and said goodbye, telling Miss Anjak she would leave the place so they could be alone for the ritual. The elder asked if she was aware of how it would all end. The saint replied that she was. She explained that the deity had to descend to them in order for the ritual to be completed. Since Leon was on the battlefield, he could not fulfill that role. Therefore, the burden would fall on her. Anjak accepted. She said it was only natural that she do it, since she was the great saint of light and justice. If her sacrifice could prepare the future, she was willing to give her life. Throughout her life, Anjak lived in the temple, reading and teaching doctrines. She kept this way of life even after the great war against the demons. The only difference was that now her prayers were for the dead, not the living. She consoled lost souls. For a long time, she felt sad for not being able to do as much as the knights. However, now she was grateful for finally being able to help in this war. Anjak prayed with joy for the king and wished that the divine blessing would be upon them all. Meanwhile, in the highest towers of the last wall of humanity's castle, the sentries noticed that the enemy forces were beyond count. The demon army stretched as far as the eye could see. The demons had built a temple upon the ashes as a mockery. Even the kingdom of Lionheart, the land of the guardians, now had only one fortress still standing. One of the knights was overwhelmed with nervousness, but another tried to calm him, saying that not even long-range weapons had affected the enemies. Suddenly, corpses began to be thrown over the wall like a rain of poisoned bodies. Upon hitting the stones, the bodies exploded, releasing poison into the air. All the soldiers had to cover their faces to avoid dying from the toxic fumes. One of the commanders ordered everyone to form ranks. A rookie, cornered and trembling, shook with fear. That was when Leon appeared, purifying all the poison with his sacred flames. He declared that Sir Aaron should be proud. His father Antok had bravely sacrificed himself and now rested in the banquet hall of the gods. Now it was their duty. Leon reflected on how tragic that moment was. It seemed like the final moments of the kingdom. As would be said by their descendants in the future, it was just another repetition of the inevitable downfall. Even so, he spoke to all those who considered themselves honorable, asking them to cling to the goddess's power. He begged those flawed creations to carry the will of Lionheart. He wished for the trembling young soldiers to find courage, for the women to hold back their tears to comfort their children, for the men to keep the embers of war burning. Leon asked if the soldiers could hear the sound of those damned demons. They answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." He asked if they heard the voices of those who had taken the lives of their brothers and sisters. They confirmed again. Then Leon prayed to the goddess and to his first knight. He admitted that he could not stop the evil forces alone and questioned what he should do. That was when Ariana manifested. She embraced him with warmth and promised she would be with him until the end. Upon that, Leon rose. He drew his sword and ordered everyone to be filled with fury. He told Sir Aaron, son of Antok, brave knight of steel, to let the rage take over. Beatrice ordered everyone to speed up their work. He reminded him of his victory against the great horned giant of the dark forest. He summoned the heroic Gildos from the flower plains, along with his son Galveron, so they too would awaken their fury. He called upon the noble elves, guardians of the forests, and the dwarves who carved through the mountains. All those who still carried honor in their hearts were to rise. The hour had come. It was time to fight against the demons who mocked them. It was time to feel endless fury. Leon looked at Gilengin and asked who he was. The demigod replied that he was the messenger of the Pantheon. He then asked Roxley, who declared himself King of Lionheart, the slayer of malice. Leon introduced himself as the first knight of the goddess, the King of Lionheart, the sword and shield of humanity's last fortress. He told his brothers that winter was coming, but they should not fear it. Their swords and shields would be the firewood that kept the heat of resistance alive. From that day on, they would fight. They would turn those lands into a graveyard for demons. All accepted to fight alongside the king one last time. Leon ordered them to battle until the end, as the honorable heroes they were. The final battle had begun. The system's mission was simple: survive. As the battle started, Kalakale presented himself as the Lord of Magic, the origin of all evil, older than any deity. He declared that all would die, none would be spared. Then he launched a meteor storm upon the kingdom. But Leon asked Roxley to take care of it. Together, they channeled the flames of war and divine punishment, activating the manifestation of the sun to counter the celestial terror. The great sphere of fire, channeling the power of the judge of pagans, punished all evil it encountered. Beams of divine light descended from the heavens, destroying the meteors and crushing the approaching demons. None of them managed to scale the main wall. However, at the eastern gate, enemy forces were advancing. A powerful minotaur broke through the defenses and mocked them, asking if that was all they had. At that moment, Sir Aaron, son of Antok, appeared, clashing swords with him. The Minotaur introduced himself as Doomgore, the demon of massacre. Arn promised to kill him, calling him a wicked creature, and charged forward with the power of iron and fire. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, the elite squad had completed the sacred relic inheritance ritual. Jaehyuk tried to wield the sacred spear but lacked the full power to master it. Han, already equipped with her relics, said that even with all of that, they might still be useless in the war. Jaehyuk replied that they should not worry, because that war was not theirs. He believed that only Leon and Spinner would survive that battlefield. Jaehyuk commented that, technically, Leon had already won. He had defeated 3 demon lords, which matched the version of the story they knew. Leon killed each of the demons, and in the end, found the group from the Korean Hunters Association, who had entered a black portal. But Han felt things were different now. Everything had changed. The last Grail plan had been abandoned. Perhaps it had something to do with the absence of 3 Grail Knights from the battle. She wondered if they could still win that war. While they thought about it, hooded figures passed by. Han ordered them to remove their hoods immediately. One of them responded with sarcasm, praising her sharp eyes. Han launched a divine explosion combining fire and water, but the demon blocked both her attack and Jaehyuk's lightning. The enemy then introduced himself as the Archdemon of Pleasure and declared that the time of their deaths had arrived. He attacked directly, aiming at Han's neck, but Jaehyuk jumped in front to protect her. At the last moment, Gillingham appeared to defend them. Saint Isabel also appeared, saying it was fortunate His Majesty had instructed them to prepare in advance. Kwai was surprised to see them there and asked why they were not on the front lines. Isabel explained that she was sorry, but they could not allow lesser demons to roam freely through the sacred temple. Gillingham assessed the situation. There was 1 archdemon and 3 greater demons. It was a difficult scenario. He asked Isabel for her final blessing. She once again invoked divine descent, calling upon the power of the moon, asked if it would cost them their lifespan. Even so, Gillingham summoned the power of the Thunder King, while Isabel channeled the power of the Moon Huntress. She warned that the demons had likely already infiltrated and that they needed to protect the elite squad. Gillingham warned that the Holy Grail was in danger and ordered them to go immediately. Once they left, only Isabel and Gillingham remained before the demons. Key commented that the girl was visibly weakened and questioned if they truly believed they could face him. Isabel calmly replied that even in that state, she could crush him with just 1 finger. She told him not to worry because she would handle it. Gillingham said the same. Quay laughed, saying they were always so confident, but would soon pay the price for such arrogance. Meanwhile, inside the Pantheon, the demons had indeed invaded. Soyeon and Suho were fighting bravely, but the number of enemies was far too great. Despite their efforts, Suho began showing signs of exhaustion, saying he was already reaching his limit. Soyeon was distracted and didn't notice an attack coming from behind. Luckily, Han appeared at that moment using the divine law of flames. She incinerated the demon and expressed her anger at someone daring to touch her younger siblings. However, Jaehyuk warned that more demons were approaching, and Han quickly realized one of them was a greater demon. He looked like a bull and demanded they get out of his way. Han knew they needed to hold him off at least until Beatrice and Spinner arrived, but suddenly several branches from the forest sages pulled them all into the temple. At first, they panicked, thinking it might be a demon trap, but soon saw that it was only the great saint, called Anjak. She thanked them for protecting the sacred chamber and informed them that the extraction was complete. The sages sealed the door with their branches as Gunrar warned that the demons would soon reach them. Anjak explained that the Holy Grail contained an essence formed from the wisdom and knowledge of the forest sages. Han immediately felt the power radiating from the chalice, which seemed more sacred than any other relic she had ever seen. Meanwhile, outside, the great demon pounded the door with force, and the sages would not hold out much longer. Han asked what would happen to everyone there once the Holy Grail was ready. Anjak explained that the project was actually an old plan that had been abandoned, but Leon had changed his mind once they arrived. The chalice was a symbol that His Majesty had not given up on the future. The sages themselves reinforced that Leon would never give up. With tears in her eyes, Han apologized to everyone for not being able to do more. She was furious to see so many good people getting hurt and dying while she felt powerless. Anjak, however, thanked her. She said that Leon, His Majesty, had left the future in their hands. If Han could do anything, even something small, that would already be enough. Anjak even admitted feeling a bit envious of her. Then, Anjak concentrated her divine power one last time into the Holy Grail. She wished her goddess absolute justice and a light that would never fade. The glow produced by the divine essence was so intense it would blind any demon. Originally, this power was to be delivered to the King of Lionheart, uniting the powers of the deities into one man. But Leon had changed that destiny. Now the chalice had become a seed of hope for the future. Anjak placed the chalice in Han's hands. At that moment, Beatrice appeared to announce that the portal was ready. It was time to leave. Spinner warned that much of the Pantheon structure would collapse soon, so there was no time to waste. Han agreed. She said that was the best moment to go and promised never to forget everyone's sacrifice. The great saint thanked them and offered a prayer that everyone would be safe. Then, they said their goodbyes and passed through the portal. Exhausted, Anjak collapsed to the ground. As the Pantheon crumbled, she asked Gunrar if His Majesty would still fight until the end. He replied firmly that yes, and that he would surely win as well. Anjak smiled and passed from this world in peace. By the end of the battle between Isabel and Gillingham, the demon had been defeated. Both were extremely weakened, but at least in that moment, they were finally able to rest. Meanwhile, the final battle was nearing its end. There was a brief calm on the battlefield, but the demonic army had finally broken through the castle walls. In response, Walter asked His Majesty Leon if he still intended to keep fighting in that seemingly hopeless battle. Leon answered that even under that setting sun, there were still people fighting, people who had not given up and who were burning the last embers within themselves to keep the flames of hope alive. Walter, however, questioned what was the point of it at that moment, but Leon simply asked him to fight at his side, not for victory, but for pride, for the old empire, for all the citizens they once tried to protect, for all the honored souls still wandering that land, and for all those who sacrificed themselves for that war. Leon wanted them to fight together so that those flames would not be extinguished. That world was destined to end, as it had long been foretold. It was a predetermined fate. That battle was nothing more than a repetition of a past recorded within a portal, but that did not make it meaningless. Leon believed that because of those strangers who came from afar, and because of the future, he had made a different choice. Even if destruction was inevitable, a seed of hope had already been planted. Then Leon declared that the world would remember his final charge. He knew that even a simple repetition still carried a purpose. He mounted his steed, determined to ride forward for the honor and glory of Lionheart, and with him all marched against the demon army. The lion trampled and pierced every enemy in his path. Meanwhile, Kalakail watched the humans advance and said they were only running to their own deaths. To him, they were cornered and had no way out, so he used all his mana to announce that the era of evil was about to begin. However, a new army appeared on the horizon. It was the Army of the North, the cavalry of Dragonia. Karina declared that the king had not yet given up. In that moment, she remembered the reason that brought her there. It was Suho who had detached her soul from her body using the power of Ventarsis to send a message to the Duchess. The message said that the enemies would regret everything. Karina believed in those words, and with that faith, she advanced with her army determined to wipe out all the demons for the vengeance of the kingdoms of Lionheart and Dragonia. Kalakail was not prepared for that unexpected reinforcement. He called the humans despicable and ignorant mortals who clung to values he considered weak and useless. He said that in the end, all would be buried regardless of their ideals. He was tired of the human race and declared that before anything else, he would kill that little girl. But what he did not expect was for Leon to appear right above him, enveloped by the divine descent of Ariana. The divine power gathered in the knight's body was so intense that even the demon could hardly believe it. Leon was ready to eliminate all evil from that world. His strike was so powerful that it not only cut through Kalakail, but also tore the skies. The slash crossed the horizon. After destroying the great archdemon, Leon fell in the middle of the battlefield. As he stood back up, he reflected on his life. He thought it had been a long one, whether he liked it or not, and he said a prayer to his goddess, the one who had guided him with honor, glory, and love. He asked if she believed his life, even amidst ruin, still had meaning. Ariana answered that yes, it did. She said he was the proof. All those who fell with honor and glory had placed their loyalty above their lives because of him, the knight who remained standing, carrying all their wills. She told him that he had to keep living, resist, and win. But the demons around him mocked Leon's efforts, calling them pathetic. They claimed he would die and that everyone would die with him. The demon who mocked Leon did not get the chance to say anything more. His head exploded instantly, struck by a rock thrown by Leon himself, who already had several others ready to kill the next enemies. He shouted for everyone to advance. He was still there, standing strong, and would never be defeated. He vowed that this humiliation would be remembered by demons forever. Even the demons were now afraid, calling him insane. Leon leapt into the air with his sword and declared that he would kill every last one of them. That was how his massacre began. Meanwhile, Han and her companions returned to Earth. No words could describe what they had experienced. Han could not stop crying. They finally released the emotions they had been holding back until that moment. Some clung to the memory of the sacrifice as something precious. The king, who was waiting for those who returned alive, smiled in silence. Spinner, on the other hand, was analyzing the recordings he had made of Anthor, including the moment he was called a disciple. In fact, he recorded everything, even Anthor's final moments, and saved all the footage in a folder called Accomplishment. After the return of the elite team, nothing particularly extraordinary happened. Han recovered quickly and went back to being the group's mascot. The other recruits also seemed less immature after what they had experienced in the portal. Leon commented that, honestly, he had not expected things to escalate like that. The original intent was just to figure out how to nurture the seed. He never imagined that it would lead them to the Last Grail project. This project had been proposed by Gunrar and the Sages of the Forest. It was an ark, a sort of time capsule, created to protect the future of the world. When the world suffers irreversible damage, the time comes to decide what should be preserved. The first priority would be the Temple of the Gods, not only for reasons of faith, but because it is directly linked to the world's survival. If the temple is destroyed, the divine powers that sustain paradise will also disappear, and Leon's afterlife would cease to exist. For this reason, the gods chose to take refuge inside Leon's heart, since his divine power is self-sustaining. This made survival possible. Now, with the Grail in hand, Leon remembered that when the founder of the kingdom received it, he also obtained the solar mantle and the celestial lantern. It is said that Ariana unified all those lights and completed the work. That is why the Grail became a symbol of the kingdom's foundation, and the holy water inside it is essential for granting titles to knights. At that moment, using his divine power, Leon did what Ariana once did and fused the two holy grails into a final grail. He explained that the moon grail was actually a relic created to refine the incomplete parts of the other chalice. It functioned as a key to forge the final one. Earlier, Beatrice had wondered why he called it an ark. Leon then explained that the purpose of the last grail was to preserve species and knowledge, giving rise to a power capable of rebuilding a kingdom. She found it amazing, but he said that none of it would be possible until Gunrar's seed blossomed. Leon looked at Beatrice and confessed that he had a request to make. He admitted it was a bit shameless on his part, but still he begged. Beatrice replied that she would always obey his orders, but Leon corrected her, saying that a king does not give orders to another king. He did not want to come across as an impolite man. He explained that he needed to find two people. He asked if Beatrice believed they were still alive. She said she knew that one of them was Volcanos, and Leon confirmed that the other was Karina Dragonia. He also did not know where his daughter was. He admitted that he could not pretend to be a good father now, but even so, he begged Beatrice to find her. She replied that it would be difficult, but she promised to carry out the mission. Leon then said he honestly did not know what he would do without her and Spinner, and he thanked her deeply. Beatrice, in turn, said that all of this was possible thanks to the good relationships His Majesty had built with people. Leon, moved, said that if she wanted something, anything, he would give it. He just asked that she not reject his gratitude. Beatrice even blushed a little at Leon's words. She said that if he spoke like that, then, well, she would tell him later what she wanted. Meanwhile, at the official residence of the President of Korea, tension was rising. The President commented that those bastards had completely lost their minds. A portal had opened, and people just stood there watching. Still, he acknowledged that the decision of the President of the Association was not wrong. With national security at stake, he no longer needed to worry about the 9 major guilds. The appearance of the Pantheon Guild was extremely well received by government agencies. Unlike the 10 major guilds that hold wealth, power, and control the government behind the scenes, the temple was operated independently. As long as the government did not make an enemy of Leon, there would be no reason to worry about politics. The President commented that the Pantheon's blessed harvests had become a national product, exported all over the world. He called the Pantheon a true golden goose, but he soon realized the problem. That goose was growing too fast. The military power and religious influence of the Pantheon were increasing at an alarming rate. The side effects had already begun to show even in routine meetings. One of the advisors commented to His Excellency that public opinion was starting to suggest that government officials themselves should become followers of Ariana, the goddess of justice. The President replied that public servants must remain absolutely neutral regarding any religion. However, that statement ended up drawing a wave of negative criticism against him on social media. The situation escalated when a messenger arrived with an urgent message from the UN. After reading it with his own eyes, the President was shocked. A United Nations inspector had been sent to investigate the Temple of all gods of the Pantheon for possible human rights violations. The President then ordered immediate contact with the Pantheon. Meanwhile, at the Star Iron mine operated by the temple, many workers had been mining non-stop for a long time. They just wanted to stop and rest for a bit. Han informed Spinner that the government had reached out. They were accusing the temple of violating human rights. While whipping some servants, Spinner responded without understanding the reason for the accusation. He said that no rules had been broken and that he would personally answer to the commission. Han then pointed at the workers and asked what he had to say about them. Spinner replied that they had been caught drinking salted water without authorization. Behind them, there was a sign that read, 15 days without accidents. Beware of falling rocks. But everyone knew that was not true. Accidents were frequent, and the site was far from safe. The so-called slaves of the Empire were still there, mining star iron. Spinner arrived with the daily meal, a simple bowl of water with salt and sugar. The first to take the bowl was a former servant named Barahur, who in his glory days offered the flesh of young humans to demons and ate as much as he pleased. But that was in the past. Since he was demoted to a servant of the Lionheart family, his human rights had been stripped away quickly. Spinner announced that each one was required to mine 20 kilos of ore. He ordered everyone to begin and raise the whip for anyone who hesitated. Barahur began to cry. He was exhausted. At one point, he dropped his pickaxe because of intense pain in his hand. One of the temple's giant crabs whipped him for stopping his work. He thought that, if he had not been captured by those bastards, his life would have been different. Soon after, one of his pickaxe strikes caused a large section of the mineral wall to collapse on top of him. Spinner and the crab managed to get out in time. But it was not just that part of the mine that collapsed. In fact, the entire section came down. Even so, a notice appeared among the workers. Pantheon Rare Metal Mining Team, another day without accidents, thank God. Jaehyuk commented to the trainees that this was bound to happen. Han, meanwhile, was visibly concerned about the Human Rights Commission. Another trainee remarked that the salted sugar water was truly unacceptable. The secondary group of trainees seemed completely dazed. Suho summed it all up by saying they were being treated like interns. They had their salaries cut, yet still managed to gather the Clause 19 resources through donations that, although called voluntary, were clearly forced. Jaehyuk explained that the salted sugar water only had to be endured during training. Clause 19, according to him, was not even that bad compared to the benefits. Han agreed, saying that the equipment alone was worth tens of billions. But Jaehyuk pointed out that the real issue was not in the contract, but in the servants. So-yeon stated that demon worshippers should not be treated as humans. Han said she also felt that way, but reminded everyone that the Human Rights Commission did not see it like that. To them, the servants were nothing more than slaves being tortured by Leon. Jaehyuk remarked that, given that, they might really be in serious trouble. Later, at Incheon International Airport, the UN Survivors Human Rights Commission arrived. The first to receive them was the president of the Korean Hunters Association. The blonde officer leading the commission introduced herself as Louise, representative of the Survivors Human Rights Commission. As she observed the surroundings, she reflected that it was true. The Korean government and the association had a close relationship with the Pantheon, but she would not allow any silent pressure to influence her judgment. She had already defended the rights of survivors against many powerful and dictatorial nations. At that moment, Han appeared with her little lion mascot and introduced herself as the visitor's guide. She informed Louise that the first stop of the visit would be the autonomous district of Mokpo, where about 18,000 Chrysatrians currently lived. Louise thanked her and said she would be in Han's care, but reflected that the Chrysatrians came from a world with values very different from Earth's. And for that reason, she would protect their basic rights as they deserved. The group went straight to Chrysatria Mokpo, the autonomous district where the giant crabs lived. Upon arrival, Louise noticed that the members of that race were actually blending very well with human civilians. There were no signs of isolation or hostility. She even saw a traditional statue representing crab culture. She commented that she had heard crabs lived near the sea and asked if there were any conflicts with local fishermen. Han replied that there were not. She explained that fishing had greatly declined in the city of Mokpo and that the economy was now based on consumption and shipbuilding. A few fishing boats still operated, but the fishermen and crabs worked together. Louise then asked if, even so, there was no shortage of jobs, as that was directly related to basic survival rights. Han assured her that everything was fine. Many Chrysatrians were involved in government-led ocean cleanup projects. They recovered trash from the sea and also excelled in agriculture, using highly efficient farming techniques. Louise was pleased to hear that and said it was great news. But before they could move on to the next region, a sudden explosion interrupted the visit. Louise asked, alarmed, what had happened. Han replied that it was probably the sound of Chrysatrians training. Louise was confused and wanted to know what that meant. Han explained that over 3,000 of them belonged to the warrior class. Leon had ordered the start of marine training, so they were all repeating the drills. Louise commented that she finally understood how that type of training could be useful in rapid portal scenarios. Later, during the bus ride to the next destination, one of the staff members observed that everyone was adapting very well to the new pace. She explained that the racial strengths and weaknesses were being used efficiently, demonstrating a logical and rational operation. Louise agreed and reflected that it was strange to see such a positive influence being associated with rumors of cruel abuse against prisoners. She thought that maybe it was all just a misunderstanding. The group then traveled from Mokpo to Naju, where the Pantheon's headquarters was located. Upon arrival, they were received by a welcoming committee organized by the servants themselves. Many of them were crying and saying they were doing very well, assuring that there was no abuse or forced labor. They claimed to be there of their own free will. Louise recognized the sincerity in those words, something she usually only witnessed in war-torn regions where human rights had collapsed. In that moment, even she could not hold back her tears. As a UN officer, Louise Foster was known for her sense of justice and her sincere commitment to protecting human rights. Her work had already contributed significantly to guiding the world toward a fairer path. For her, restoring the smiles of those who had suffered was the greatest possible reward. However, on that occasion, something felt off. Her instincts began to alert her that something was wrong. She felt that the smiles in front of her were fake and hid some dark truth. Curious, she asked one of the servants whether he was being unjustly oppressed. The servant replied with a forced smile, claiming that he was very happy and had volunteered to be there. He even said he enjoyed the work. Louise noticed suspiciously that not even the denial sounded convincing. What she did not know was that, by making a pact with Tatar, the god of the sun and judgment, the servants had completely lost their free will. It was then that Spinner appeared, announcing lunchtime. He would personally escort the group to the cafeteria. Behind him there was a small sign that read, "Smile," and everyone kept their smiles on their faces. Later, in the main hall of the Pantheon village, the UN representatives were welcomed with a banquet. The table was filled with traditional Korean dishes, prepared with great care. Louise was impressed by the quality of the food and asked if it was the famous blessed food. Han confirmed, explaining that everything had been brought directly from Naju. Louise thought that the food was so miraculous that it could cure any disease because of its purity. She felt moved when she realized they were offering something so valuable even to ordinary workers. However, some UN staff members did not adapt to the taste and ate very little. Some even refused the meal, saying it did not match their palate. Thus, the lunch ended without major incidents. Louise thanked them for the experience and commented that it had been an incredible meal. Because she was satisfied, she did not notice that the grains considered blessed were actually poison to wicked people. The demon worshippers present began to suffer severe symptoms, many reaching the brink of a stroke. Later, one of the UN staff members who had refused the food revealed his true loyalty. He was secretly working for Ronald Sherman and a demonic entity. He explained that, as ordered, the Human Rights Inspection Team had been sent to the Pantheon, and he mocked the unexpected success of expanding the rights of the orcs. The person responsible for the initial report had been Denise, also from the UN. The demons had already infiltrated their vassals throughout the world. They were present not only in the civil sector, but also in key governmental positions. Their ultimate goal was clear: to destroy Earth. The first step of the plan was to expand the rights of the orcs. Since they already made up more than half of the world's population, the world would no longer function in the traditional way if nothing changed. During a secret meeting, a UN employee spoke to the great demonic entity with reverence, stating that although he had no intention of questioning the being's plans, he seriously doubted that the Korean government would enforce any sanctions. The truth was that the Pantheon was strongly united with the government at that moment. Even so, the demonic entity made it clear that this did not matter. It said that as long as it could manipulate public opinion enough to cause delays, the plan could still move forward. The employee, however, responded that this would not be effective. He was visibly frustrated, saying that everyone's fate was at stake and that it was hell. He demanded that the entity look at a screen. As soon as the video began, even the entity fell silent. It was a recording from inside the Star Iron mine. The footage showed rocks collapsing onto Baraher, crushing him completely and leaving no trace. Several servants had also died in the accident, but instead of allowing the survivors to mourn their dead or provide any kind of help, the crab overseers began whipping them, forcing them back to work. The cruelty was so extreme that even the demon worshipper watching the recording was shocked. He murmured that those wretches deserved 1,000 years of punishment. The demonic entity agreed, but said that was not all. It then displayed a recording from the Divine Tower. The demon worshippers who had been captured were being brutally tortured to reveal information. One of them, even contaminated by sacred energy and already collapsed on the ground, was still being whipped. Even while bleeding, he was forced to work and respond to the interrogations. The employee commented that it was monstrous, and the entity replied that seeing such a thing broke its heart. But there was more. The next recording showed Leon, the king of Lionheart, whipping prisoners and forcing them to climb onto ballistae. They were launched like human ammunition. Their screams, cries, and pleas for help were ignored. All of them ended up being thrown to their deaths. The demonic entity then declared that this was the future promised by Leon, a future where everyone would be used and discarded without mercy. The plan needed to succeed. There was no other alternative. The UN employee declared that he would never forgive them for that. However, he also acknowledged that if they interfered too much, they might end up being discovered. The demonic entity assured him that this would not happen. The artifacts it had distributed would protect everyone during the inspection. The man nodded with confidence. He said he would bring punishment upon that elitist and evil king. But shortly afterward, that same employee was tied to a wooden stake, about to be burned, as in the time of the Inquisitions. The faithful of the Pantheon shouted with hatred, accusing him of being a demon, demanding his death. Louise cried desperately before that brutal scene. She was powerless. Spinner approached calmly, ready to begin the judgment. And how did all of that happen? The explanation begins with a farmer native to Nadiu named Choi, a priest of life and abundance who works for the Pantheon. He embraced this faith the moment Leon visited his home for the first time. Before that, he had spent years staring at his land, ruined by demonic pollution. Many families had lost the homes where they were born and raised, while others went into debt trying to hire purification agents. There was hope in a purifier named Sonic, who was supposedly capable of cleansing the contaminated land. Then Leon appeared, seen by everyone as a savior. He purified a region that even the tower's magicians had abandoned and brought the blessing of life and abundance back to the soil. The joy of tasting the blessed harvest for the first time was indescribable. Various pains and illnesses that afflicted the elderly disappeared. They regained youth, health, and a strength they had never felt before. It was only natural that they became favorable toward the Pantheon. One day, Farmer Choi was called over by a friend, who asked what Mr. Park was doing. Park replied that he was adjusting the tractor, and with the arrival of Mr. Spinner, mentioned that he had left the machine in perfect condition. Choi observed that it really did look different. Park then asked whether he was working on his own garden, since everyone had one lately. He offered him a stained tool and a blessed sickle. Tending small gardens had become a trend among the elderly of the Naju Plains. Unlike vegetable patches or farms, these gardens were exempt from taxes because Leon had declared that personal gardens were merely a hobby and should not be taxed. The Pantheon's doctrine appeared less rigid than many had imagined. Choi said he too would like a similar tool, since he planned to set up a small garden and needed tomatoes for a baby. At that moment, Dennis, a UN inspector, approached. Park and Choi remarked that the village had been receiving many visitors lately. Dennis replied that he only had a few questions and noted that most of the people working there seemed to be of foreign origin, asking whether they were all workers from outside. Choi said no. He explained that His Majesty had granted those people to help with the work, nothing more. Dennis then asked how they were paid and whether they could talk about their working conditions. Park reacted with indignation, asking what kind of tone Dennis thought he was using, calling him rude and questioning why he was so interested. He leaned his face close to the inspector's neck and demanded to know whether he was implying exploitation just because they were countryside farmers. Dennis tried to clarify, saying that wasn't what he meant, but asked why a farmer possessed a weapon imbued with divine power. Choi stepped in, saying that was enough, and warned Park that if he didn't control his temper, he would end up embarrassing His Majesty. He then suggested that the UN inspector talk with them another time, and Dennis decided to withdraw. As soon as Dennis walked away, Choi told Park to send the children to fetch their tools, because the issue would be resolved through a fight. And that was how everything escalated to the point where the entire UN inspection team found themselves tied to pillars, about to be burned by the enraged farmers of the Naju Plains. Louise thought the whole thing was completely insane and wondered why they were being called demons. At that moment, God Piner appeared to begin the judgment regarding the accusations. The first witness was Park Chang-ho, who pointed at Dennis, calling him a blue-eyed bastard. He said the inspector had suddenly shown up asking whether His Majesty was abusing innocents, questioning how he dared speak that way about the one who had saved the village when everyone was on the brink of collapse and starvation. The people present supported Park, demanding that the supposed demons be burned. Dennis protested, saying none of it made any sense, but Spinner accepted the testimony. The next witness was Park, who introduced himself as a servant of Demira and pointed at Dennis, claiming those people were demons because his divine instinct told him so. Dennis asked for clarity, and Park explained that there was another reason to doubt them: the inspector's sleepy eyes, just like a demon's eyes. Dennis thought that, although the observation might sound reasonable at first glance, the argument had absolutely no basis. Even so, Park's statement was accepted as valid. Other villagers also gave testimonies based on vague and unfounded impressions. Dennis concluded they were completely lost. Spinner then asked whether the defense had any counter-arguments. Louise stated that the situation was unfair because they were not demons. Spinner replied that she was right about the unfairness of deciding based solely on verbal arguments, and therefore ordered the bonfires to be lit. According to him, if they burned, they were demons. If they did not burn, they were human. That was the context that led everyone to that extreme situation. For some reason, Poor Louise was also present in that place. When she realized what was happening, she commented that something was wrong. According to her, those people were not demons. She questioned what kind of law would condemn someone to be burned at the stake simply on suspicion of demonic possession. The real demon, disguised among the accused, merely confirmed it with sarcasm, as if that absurdity actually made sense. Spinner, however, calmly explained that there was indeed a law that allowed such actions. He said the Templars, who served the ancestress of the deities of the sun and judgment, had implemented an appropriate method for hunting demons. In response, Louise asked if that was really an appropriate method. Spinner replied that, according to the law, if more than 3 people accuse someone of being a worshipper of demons, the punishment should be death at the stake. Louise, shocked, said that behavior sounded like that of a savage cult, but Spinner insisted that the method was supported by data and that there was proof of its effectiveness. Amid the discussions, one of the UN workers stated that he served the goddess Ariana, but was immediately accused of lying by several people who began shouting "liar" over and over. Spinner asked for silence, saying it was not his role to decide, but the crowd insisted it was obvious they were lying. At that point, Spinner declared that it was fine, then they should burn them. Louise was horrified to realize that nothing had changed. They were really going to burn all those people alive. Spinner, however, said there was a difference. According to him, if they had enough faith, they would not burn. That was a fact that had already been proven. In that moment, Louise thought she was standing in front of insane fanatics. Spinner then ordered the fire to be lit immediately. Poor Louise had already accepted her death, but the one truly desperate was the real demon among the accused, who ended up being completely burned to ashes. The crowd cheered, saying they had killed a demon, while Louise remained in absolute shock. Spinner then said she would be next. Louise, even terrified, declared that the UN would not let this go and that everyone there would pay for what they were doing. She thought to herself that they were all completely insane and that this Leon must be just like them. She believed the world needed to know about these racist fanatics. She questioned mentally what the difference was between those people and the demons themselves. However, when the fire reached her, Louise did not burn. This proved she was not a demon. Spinner then declared that Louise was innocent and moved on to the next person. The one beside her, on the other hand, was immediately burned to ashes, as they were a demon. Louise, in shock, watched her companions being consumed by the flames, unable to do anything. One of her companions, however, also was not burned, just like her. He deeply thanked the goddess Ariana for that. Later that same day, after being untied, Louise wanted to understand what had happened. She asked why only some people had been burned. Spinner explained that 4 of the 8 accused had died, just as expected. She asked what that meant. Spinner replied that during the previous meal, those 4 had refused the sacred grains blessed by the deity, grains that are lethal to demons and worshippers. That was why they could not withstand the fire of Pedos. Louise became thoughtful, wondering if that meant there were innocents among the accused, but surrounded by demons. Spinner only said, "Until next time," and flew away. Later, Louise attended a meeting with Leon himself, who mentioned he had heard she went through difficult moments. She replied discreetly, saying it was nothing much, Your Majesty. Leon asked if she had also visited the Queen's workshop. Louise confirmed, saying yes. She added that she realized only the worshippers had truly been burned by the flames. After the incident that night, Spinner took Louise to Beatrice's workshop, where the stake trials were reenacted. There, the screams of souls she thought she had imagined were repeated in a terrifying way. Even as a human rights defender, even Louise understood it made no sense to argue for those kinds of rights when it came to demons. She then commented to Leon that, whether she liked it or not, she would need to write a report about the events with the demons once she returned. Leon said he could already imagine the content of the document. He remarked that some would say even demons deserve rights and salvation. Louise said that was an important ideal, but Leon disagreed. He advised her to be careful with anyone who fights for foolish ideals like that. He explained that humans hate evil, no matter what world they live in, and that only weak people tolerate that kind of thing. Then Leon blessed a necklace and gave it to Louise as a gift, explaining that it would work for a while. He asked her to keep it safe and said that Louise Foster was a very intelligent woman. He knew that. Leon was certain that Louise already knew how to use the necklace she had received from him. Therefore, he ordered Spinner to escort her safely to the exit. When Louise returned to the UN headquarters, it was inevitable that everyone would be furious about the events in Pantheon. The Human Rights Committee had sent 8 representatives for the inspection, and out of the 8, only 4 came back. The others had died. During the meeting, someone in the room asked in shock if it was true that the 4 had been burned alive. Louise, remaining calm, explained that those 4 were demon worshippers. Even so, Another person in the room quickly warned not to spread rumors without proof. Once again, Pantheon was heavily criticized and all of its actions condemned. Louise was then summoned to provide detailed clarification to the UN executives. After hearing so many accusations and whispers, she stood up firmly, determined to reveal the truth. She took the necklace blessed by Leon, held it up before everyone, and shouted with conviction for it to shine. The entire room was blinded by an intense light. But more directly, the divine light struck the deputy director himself. That was the moment he was exposed. The holy light of Ariana forced him to reveal his true form. He was a demon infiltrated among the executives. Enraged, he screamed, asking if Louise had brought that artifact from Lionheart. He called her a wretch and, realizing he could no longer hide, ordered one of his demon subordinates to eliminate Louise and all other witnesses present. However, before the attack could happen, Spinner appeared with his MK-01 exoskeleton, firing at the enemy and saving Louise at the last second. With that, the real escort operation began. Harrison, who was nearby, asked what Spinner was doing there, but Spinner only replied that the world was truly turning into hell. With a swift move, Spinner activated his enhanced combat sequence. He used the techniques he had learned from Antok, the former guardian of the mine. Harrison, incredulous, asked if he really thought he could handle all of that alone. He wanted to know how many allies he had, but Spinner replied that it was irrelevant. He was starting the massacre of demons right there. While all this was happening, Jae-hyuk and Suho were enjoying their day off, eating burgers and drinking soda. Suddenly, they were surprised by the news showing Spinner fighting and capturing several demons infiltrated within the UN itself. He had stacked the bodies of the defeated enemies right in the middle of the street. Suho, watching the broadcast, commented that over 300 demons and worshippers had been identified and neutralized. He said it was very concerning. If that many were already infiltrated, who could guarantee they were not everywhere? Jae-hyuk, however, showed indifference. He said it did not matter. That was their day off, and he intended to rest. Soon after, the reason for their calm was explained. It was a special date. A national holiday had been declared because of Chuseok, the autumn festival, along with a celebration ordered by Leon, called the Festival of Demera. After a hard rural life in the portal, Jae-hyuk and Suho were finally enjoying their well-deserved break. Jae-hyuk, relaxed, commented that he would eat only pizza that day. For lunch, pizza. For dinner, pizza. And afterward, more pizza. But while they were in complete peace, the other Knights of Lionheart continued training hard. They marched through the square in military formation, right in front of the two. Jae-hyuk, still in a good mood, waved and said, "Hey, Uncle Daesung." They asked if they were doing a march, and the old man explained that he was just training together with Lord Daesung. Daesung himself commented that he was not even an official knight yet. Technically, he was just a recruit in training, so he did not need to be treated like a real knight. Jae-hyuk acknowledged that this was true, but everyone knew that Han, Soyeon, and Suho held a special status within the temple. Soyeon had already served as commander of the knights. Han was ranked 4th among the temple knights and was a rank S hunter. Both Jae-hyuk and Suho, after inheriting their relics, had progressed rapidly to become rank S hunters. Daesung, however, had not yet become a legitimate knight. Even so, Daesung decided he would not let himself get discouraged, because he knew he had not started from the same line as the other two. They continued on their way, and some people wished the group's strength. Once they were farther away, Suho commented that Daesung tried so hard, but things never seemed to go the way he wanted. Jae-hyuk replied that it could not be helped, and reminded him that Daesung was still just someone at the top of rank C. Then Jae-hyuk asked when they thought they would be able to lift the hammer of Geovric. Suho said that not even the relics they had inherited recognized them yet. The hammer of Geovric had the power to instantly turn anyone capable of lifting it into a Templar. Jae-hyuk admitted he had no idea what level of skill was needed to achieve something like that. He only knew that at least 4 people in the temple understood the true meaning of that title, Templar Knight. A Templar Knight was considered a divine warrior who had survived the final war of the gods. Only legendary beings reached that level, like the Queen of Mages who reached the peak of her world, or a noble machine that carried out a mission for 1,000 years. Only figures of that kind received such glory. Jae-hyuk concluded that honestly no one on Earth seemed to have that level of honor. Then he also asked what King Leon was doing, since he seemed very busy with the Queen lately. Suho said that Han had said the king was actually handling stress quite well. Jae-hyuk wondered if they were not doing indecent things, like torturing demons just for fun. Suho replied that whatever it was, no one really knew what was going on in the temple's underground. Meanwhile, Hildur was in the lower floors of the temple, working in Beatrice's workshop, since she was an employee there. After hearing another scream, she commented to herself that another demon had died that day. Suddenly, His Majesty Leon appeared, and Hildur bowed to him. Beatrice then said that he had finally arrived. Leon commented that the place still stank as always, and said it was not suitable for someone as noble as Beatrice. but she replied that her workshop was well ventilated. Thank you very much. Leon asked if it was still necessary to pass through there to reach the desired location. Beatrice explained that she could not make the monsters' lives more comfortable just to make someone else's path easier. Leon said with irony that her spirit of sacrifice was touching. Hildir, upon hearing this, became outraged. She thought it was absurd. According to her, those degenerate fanatics suffering there acted like they were the victims. Hildir concluded that Beatrice's workshop was already connected to the first floor by an elevator, so she only passed through there because she wanted to. Suddenly, Leon approached and kicked Hildir's thigh, telling her to stop having depraved thoughts and calling her a demon. Hildir fell to the ground with pain in her leg, thinking he was completely insane. She had been scolded just for thinking. Leon then asked Beatrice why she had summoned him there. She replied that she had news that would please him. They had discovered a way to locate the Templar knight, Sir Volcanos. Later, while having tea, Beatrice explained that it was still only a hypothesis, but she believed that Sir Volcanos was in the domain of the Archduke of Glaciers. Leon questioned why they had not yet managed to open a portal there using the dagger ritual. The queen explained that she believed the demons had their own security system. For example, when they entered the territory of the Archduke of Carnage, they only succeeded because they used his arm as a key. It made sense that the dagger ritual was not working. Leon commented that if Sir Volcanos had disappeared through an unknown portal, the dagger should be able to open it, right? But if he had entered a demonic domain, then the dagger really would not work. Leon then asked why Volcanos would be in a demonic domain. Beatrice reflected and suggested that even he, Sir Volcanos, must have seen some demons open portals to escape him during the Great Battle 200 years ago. She believes the Archduke of Glaciers, who had fought Volcanos, felt threatened and retreated to his own domain. When Leon asked if Volcanos might have followed him there, Beatrice confirmed. She said yes, exactly. For some reason, however, Volcanos seemed to be incapacitated at the moment. To understand everything that had happened, they would need to locate the domain where he was. Leon suggested they could use the arm of the Archduke of Carnage as a key, just like they had done before. Then, he asked Beatrice if she wanted to join him on this mission. She replied that of course she would accept. Just imagining the demons in shock made her heart race. They laughed together with that elegant and wicked air at the same time. Rakasha's domain had been completely destroyed by Leon and his companions. With Leon present, destruction was inevitable. However, someone among the demons would have to clean up the mess left behind. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the demonic council, one of the demons of pleasure reported that he had witnessed everything with his own eyes. A single scream had burst the eardrums of hundreds of demons. They were all seated around the same table, clearly traumatized, commenting on that damned King of Lionheart with his blue eyes. The demon of pleasure also mentioned the presence of the insane mage queen. Even Gob, the archdemon of wisdom, the one guiding Reynold, seemed quite nervous about the situation. He thought someone would have to take care of the contaminated territory of the Archduke of Carnage, but no one wanted to return there. In the end, since he was the newest member of the Great Demon Council, he was chosen. The other members simply said it was his turn and that he could handle it. He had to accept it. They remarked that Gob had survived once, so maybe he could endure it again. Later, the demons were literally cleaning the Dungeon of Carnage. They were trying to decontaminate the place from the sacred power that had been left there. It was almost the opposite of what Leon usually did. Gob ordered that the sector be restored that same day. During the operation, one of the demons was exposed to an 85% contamination of sacred energy. For demons, sacred power was an absolute countermeasure. The spells cast by Leon and his knights had literally polluted the demonic territory. One of the demons noticed that grass was growing on the ground. For him, that was unbearable. He could not stand the presence of that vegetation. He thought it was unbelievable. Then Gob wondered what Leon was trying to do. Was he terraforming the underworld? Gob ordered all the contaminated soil to be gathered in one place. He said that everything would be put to use. After gathering a small pile of sacred soil that glowed intensely, the other demons became frightened. They said no one should go near it because it was terrifying. Gob told everyone to back off, saying it was dangerous. He then raised his staff and began to accumulate sacred power. He said there were already 250 years of energy stored in it. He thought demons feared sacred power because they did not understand its value. That was exactly why they remained fifth-rate demons. After observing everything, he told them to continue the operation, but still felt something strange. A bad feeling disturbed his spirit. He also realized he had forgotten to check the situation on Earth. As soon as the mission there was completed, he would contact Reynold. Then night fell, and there was Gob. Gob's sleep was interrupted by a noise coming from inside his castle. He realized he could no longer see any of his slaves and understood that something was truly wrong. There was an intruder inside the castle. An assassin had infiltrated. It was a blonde man with blue eyes. Gob's suspicion was correct. The demon realm, although it seemed united at first glance, was actually chaos filled with internal conflicts. It was a brutal world where origin, race, and power defined everyone's fate. Despite being an archdemon, Gob was a goblin, and for that reason had always been despised by the taller and stronger demons. He commented to himself that this was not the first demon who had tried to kill him, so he used his staff charged with sacred power, thinking the invader was just another one of them. However, the attack had no effect. Faced with that, he realized who was there. It was Leon. Gob was paralyzed and thought in shock if that was really the damned Leon Lionheart. He wondered what that son of misery was doing there. He thought he was going to die, that Leon was dead, that there was no way to escape. But Leon, noticing the attack, asked if Gob was using sacred power and commented that if he was, then he could not be a goblin. Gob, surprised, did not know what to say. He explained to himself that he had only used sacred power because he thought it was another demon trying to kill him. But now, Leon was starting to doubt even his species because of it. Seeing the confusion grow, Gob decided to pretend. He knelt and bowed to Leon, calling him his savior. The archdemon of wisdom then began to think frantically. He said out loud that there was an ancient legend passed down from generation to generation within his tribe. The legend said that one day a knight of the goddess would appear to free their people from suffering. Leon crossed his arms, suspicious, and told him to continue the story. Gob then said that a long time ago, his tribe lived a simple life. They served their god and lived peacefully. However, one day they were conquered by the orcs, who crushed them and forced them to obey cruel orders. Even so, they endured everything, hoping to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But in the end, they were sold by the orcs themselves to the demons in exchange for a few kilos of meat. While enslaved, they received a prophecy that one day a savior would appear to free them. The story moved Leon, who was visibly touched by such a tragic tale. Gob watched and wondered if he had really fallen for the story. Leon then asked what the name of Gob's tribe god was. He answered that it was Magtak and Jak Heothik. Leon tried to repeat the name, somewhat suspicious, thinking it was strange, but accepted it. He said it was an unusual name. Gob explained that the language of his tribe was very confusing. Leon, surprised to find another believer in such a profane world, completely believed Gob's performance. And as expected, he fell for the trick like a duck. After that, Leon said Gob's castle was too dangerous for someone so pure and dragged him out by force, saying the place was not safe for his new protege. Gob thought he was completely lost now. While being dragged away, he cried in despair, but Leon interpreted the crying as relief. He said Gob could let out his feelings and cry as much as he wanted. After that, he said Gob could return to his home later. As they walked away from the castle, Leon commented that Gob reminded him of someone he once knew. He remembered a goblin from the past, one who was nearly sliced in half. It was an evil creature with a sharp tongue and an annoying personality. He tried to recall the name, something like Gob or Go or something similar. Gob, nervous, replied that he was not very good with names. Leon then apologized for comparing him to such a terrible beast. Gob thought Leon was starting to remember him, and that was a problem. After all, the two had already met before. About 230 years ago, Gob had just achieved the rank of archdemon when he ran into Leon. Sensing his life was in danger, he immediately fled and survived. Later, during the invasion of the Lionheart Kingdom, Gob did not even want to hear Leon's name and asked to be transferred to the furthest location from the main battle. As soon as he heard about the death of the former Lord of Wisdom, he escaped again by entering a demonic portal, and once more he survived. Now there he was, walking beside Leon. He thought that by now he might be more the demon of survival than of wisdom. The most important thing, however, was that his disguise was still working. The magic-blocking artifact he had created for Reynald was truly functioning. Leon guided him and said the path was that way. They arrived at the cave where Beatrice was. Upon seeing Gob, she asked who that guy was. Leon replied that he presented himself as a priest of Magtak and Jak Heothik. Beatrice tried to repeat the strange name, finding everything weird, but Gob quickly introduced himself politely, saying it was an honor to meet her. She noticed that he had sacred power and said she would count on him. From that moment on, Gob began his perfect performance, doing everything not to raise suspicion. He prepared beds, hunted, served meals, and even joined afternoon tea, all with impeccable posture. Leon commented that it was impressive to see someone from such a distant dimension with such manners. He said he would never have imagined that studying the customs of the Lionheart Kingdom could be useful to become the king of goblins. Internally, Gob thought it was all ridiculous. The archdemon of wisdom, with infinite knowledge, was now being praised for behaving like a servant, but he thought he did not not care, because the most important thing was to stay alive. 3 days had passed. During that time, Gob managed to maintain his disguise. Although he got nervous with some of Leon's questions, he always improvised clever answers. But then, looking toward the horizon, he saw his personal guard approaching. They were the biker goblins, his elite unit, loyal to the end. He realized they were searching for him. Gob knew that if his soldiers got too close, Leon might wipe them out. Soon after, Leon called him to the entrance of the cave. A large portal had been opened. Gob asked if they were going somewhere. Leon replied that they were. He said he had found an important lead and wanted Gob to go with him. Terrified, Gob refused. He said he would stay right there. Leon replied that one day he would return to destroy all those filthy beings. None of them would live to tell the story. Gob thought he could not go back. He knew that if he did, he would be dead. But Leon insisted on giving him a gift. He took Gob's staff and blessed it with the power of Ariana. As he did so, he noticed the staff was full of demonic energy and commented with disgust about such filth. Then he completely purified the staff with divine power. Seeing that, Gob thought sadly, "Goodbye, my dear staff." Leon said that should be enough. He believed it could be useful even in that tainted land. Then, he handed the staff directly to Gob, but Gob could not even touch the object, as it was completely radioactive. Gob said that the staff would draw too much attention in that place, and asked Leon to take it with him. Leon admitted that was true, recognized that he had made a serious mistake, and apologized. He said he should have blessed Gob directly instead and asked what he thought about that. Then Leon placed his hand on Gob's demonic head and began to bless him with divine power. For Gob, it was practically torture. His brain felt like it was melting like instant noodles, and he had to force himself to swallow the bile rising in his throat, trying not to vomit on the king. While screaming inside, Leon said that this was not necessary because Gob was very happy, was he not? After the king and queen left, the bikers found their leader in a pitiful state. Even so, Gob thought that somehow he had survived once again. Meanwhile, Leon and Beatrice crossed a portal and arrived in a territory completely covered in ice. Beatrice was not cold, as she could raise her body temperature using magic. However, she soon realized there was a restriction on mana control in that place. Energy consumption was very high, but the effects of magic were weak. Leon noticed the same. The divine arts were not working as they should. Beatrice said the restriction was strong enough to suppress even divine arts, which was a serious problem. Leon replied that even so, it was still possible to use them. Beatrice suggested that if they combined their mana reserves, they might be able to open another portal. But Leon refused. He said that even if they returned, nothing would change. The freezing power of that space was as intense as the divine arts themselves. So he asked Beatrice to preserve her mana as much as possible. They needed to guarantee an emergency escape if something went wrong. Suddenly, Volcanis' dagger began to glow. Leon explained that it meant they were getting closer to him. The dagger would guide them. Since Beatrice was using little mana, she began to feel cold and said she hoped it would not take too long. Later, like a true gentleman, Leon gave his coat to Beatrice, even though he himself was very cold. They had already come a long way and still had much ahead. Farther ahead, a massive ice storm appeared. Leon suggested they take a detour, going around it. He apologized for being forward and picked up Beatrice in his arms, saying it was an emergency and asking her to bear with it for a bit. Beatrice was embarrassed and asked if he would be okay. Leon replied that she was as light as a feather and she did not need to worry. She said that was the obvious thing to say to a lady, and Leon agreed, saying it was a cliche. He apologized. Even so, Beatrice said that the most important thing was that it was the first time she had been carried by a man like that, and she was actually enjoying it. Leon replied that he felt honored, but noticed that Beatrice was getting weaker, almost falling asleep. He knew they had to hurry because of the intense cold. He thought that if he had known it would be like this, he would have brought Han with them. Meanwhile, on Earth, several portals were opening simultaneously across the world. The president of the association ordered an emergency summons to be sent to the 10 largest guilds and asked Han to contact the Pantheon Guild immediately. When the major guilds arrived, Huang asked Yongwan if all those dots appearing on the map were red portals. They realized they were in serious trouble. From the Pantheon Guild, only Han and Spinner showed up. The king and queen were apparently absent. Kim Jin-cheol, master of the Shark Guild, mocked the situation, asking if they were treating machines as people now. The others present were shocked to hear this, as they knew very well what the Pantheon was capable of. However, Spinner did not care at all. In fact, he simply ignored the comment. While everyone was tense because of Kim Jin-cheol's provocation, Spinner calmly turned to Han and asked if she was nervous about something. Han replied that she was not. Spinner then told her to sit properly and adjust her posture. Han asked if she could not sit however she wanted, since she was a saint serving 2 gods. However, Spinner replied that as a Templar knight, he was above the law in that place. Moreover, His Majesty was not present to give orders at that moment. Kim Jin-cheol became irritated by the attitude and questioned how Spinner dared to ignore him. Yongwan, noticing the tension, quietly stepped away, saying he had a stomachache, as always happened in those situations. The president of the association did not intervene, knowing that Kim Jin-cheol would soon learn for himself who he was dealing with. Kim Jin-cheol leader of the Shark Guild, stepped forward and said he did not care whether Spinner was a war machine or anything like that. He told him to stop acting superior among old tin humans and demanded that a real human be brought in to solve the situation. Han, however, stated that she was human. Confused, Kim Jin-cheol replied that she was just a subordinate. He turned to the president and asked if he thought it was normal for a machine to set foot in a place like that. The president responded that Yogd Spinner was fully qualified to be there, and that his presence had been ensured by His Majesty of Lionheart himself. Even so, Kim Jin-cheol dismissed the situation and said that a portal chief should not be such a big deal. At that moment, Spinner just stared at him in silence. Kim Jin-cheol asked what he was looking at. Spinner then began a rapid analysis, compiling appropriate responses for the intellectual capacity of a primitive ancestral organism. After completing the analysis, he responded coldly, asking if Kim Jin-cheol wanted to die. He used offensive and improper language, and Han immediately scolded him, asking him not to use swear words. Spinner explained that he was only using language appropriate for a being of lower intelligence. Naturally, this made Kim Jin-cheol furious, and he charged forward to attack. The situation became critical, but Spinner called for Mortal, who intervened with great fear. Even so, she managed to stop one of Kim Jin-cheol's punches with just the palm of her hand. Everyone was surprised and commented that she must have finally reached rank S. Han, nervous, said she did not even know what she had done and that it had not been on purpose. Kim Jin-cheol insisted that he only wanted to solve everything through brute force, and some people began to feel sorry for Mortal, who was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Spinner tried to calm her, saying that she could easily defeat Kim Jin-cheol, but Han asked them to stop. That was only making the situation worse. Kim Jin-cheol shouted that those people just did not know when to quit. It was then that Jiangsu, irritated, told everyone to shut up. He asked where they thought they were, shouting like that in front of an elder. He criticized Kim Jin-cheol, saying he must have crap in his head and calling him rude. Then he turned to Han and Yogd Spinner to scold them as well. Trying to ease the mood, the president informed them that Spinner was 132 years old. Upon hearing that, Jiangsu realized he had even lost the age competition and left without saying another word. With the situation under control, the president declared that Spinner had every right to be there. He said any complaints about it would not be accepted. With everyone gathered, the president announced that there was no need to go into detail about the global portal incidents. All hunters around the world were busy helping their own nations, and the association would be in charge of leading the mission. He stated that, to ensure efficiency, they would ignore any treasure or auction related to the portals. Sua asked if even mana stones would not be collected. Kim Jin-cheol disagreed with the decision, saying they needed money to pay their people. Sua agreed, saying that members of her guild were very expensive. Jinsung also voiced opposition. He said his guild was made up of civilians and that there was no reason to follow government orders. He believed that each guild should have the right to conduct its own operations within the portals. Jiangsu, one of the oldest, lamented and commented that young people today only cared about money. He reminded everyone that this was a national emergency. Johnson replied that the issue was not money itself, but rather the fact that the government had wasted many hunters at the beginning of the Great Cataclysm. Jiangsu confirmed this, saying he remembered that time because he had been there. Yangshin commented that in times of crisis, heroes should take the lead, and for that reason, they would follow the government's orders. He wanted to confirm if that was what everyone truly wanted. Huang agreed and reminded them they were facing a global crisis, so it would be better for everyone to work together to overcome it. Jinsung, on the other hand, said that the past was about to repeat itself. He told the president that no one had the right to force them to do something against their will. The president acknowledged this and explained that because he knew that, he had decided to offer something in exchange for everyone's cooperation. He then revealed high-quality weaponry. Jin-cheol noted that they looked like mere unique rank items, saying he had plenty of those stored in his own warehouse. However, the president denied it. He explained that those were star iron armors, crafted by Spinner's workshop, and asked how many had been produced that month. Spinner replied that 1,300 full sets had been made, including the swords, though production had dropped due to the death of some servants. Jin-cheol immediately accused the statement of being false. He said that unique rank items had that classification for a reason and could not be mass-produced so easily. Even so, Spinner confirmed that was exactly what had happened, and the president reinforced that the Hunters Association and the Pantheon Guild had already signed a contract. The president also explained that guilds participating in government-led missions would have purchase priority for the star iron armors, as well as the right to request unique customizations. He also mentioned that the Japan Hunters Association and the Maverick Guild from the United States had already offered 10 trillion for each armor. Everyone was shocked by this information. Youngwon could not hold back and called it absurd, saying that unique rank items normally took months to manufacture, even in large-scale workshops. Spinner, quite quite proud, said that no one was obligated to follow orders if they did not want to. There were many other humans who would gladly accept such equipment. In his view, humanity's era was ending, and soon machines would take over everything. Meanwhile, Beatrice, still trapped inside the ice portal, remembered her past. At that moment, as the enemy approached, her commander had stepped in front of her to protect her, sacrificing himself. The demons of that time sang about pleasure, but only desired corruption. Even when killed, they did not truly die. They mocked the living and defiled innocence with blood. In the end, Queen Beatrice was forced to relive it all. She endured within her body 100 years of history marked by the essence of corruption. Her kingdom had been destroyed, her most loyal knights died for her, and the harsh reality repeated itself like an endless nightmare. It was only when she gave up resisting that Leon appeared. He awakened her from that nightmare. When Beatrice opened her eyes, she found herself inside a cave, with Leon and a lit campfire. He explained that he had dug a hole and that they needed to rest. Beatrice tried to convince him to save his divine power, but he said that the expenditure had been necessary, and that he would have done it sooner if he had known she was suffering so much. While drinking some very hot water, Beatrice asked if she had said anything strange in her sleep. Leon replied that she was probably remembering the past, and remarked that such memories were beautiful, like dreams we always wish to return to. Beatrice then asked if he was okay. Leon said he was, because he needed to remain strong. She also wanted to know if all knights were like that, hiding their feelings. Leon answered yes, because they had been taught to do so. Then, Beatrice looked at him discreetly and suggested there was enough room under her cloak, asking why he did not snuggle in with her. It was a teasing gesture. Later, Leon was indeed lying beside her, but remained composed, like a true knight. When Beatrice rested her head on his shoulder, she asked him to allow at least that. She said she would not ask for anything more, nor expect anything beyond it. At that moment, Ariana spoke to Leon, her knight, and the other gods were also watching everything very closely. Ariana spoke firmly, saying that this was the greatest wish of his goddess. She called Leon her son and asked when he would open his heart to a new love. Leon replied that it still was not the right time. Palma questioned why not consider the red-haired girl with the pure heart, saying she would be the best queen of all. Plu interrupted, telling Oceano to be quiet, stating that anyone could see this was the moment of dreams and death, and that woman clearly had the right to become the next queen. Paitis, however, said he agreed with Oceano. Plu asked what war had to do with all of this, but Ventarsis claimed that Avengers should be with Avenger companions. According to him, that was the true motivation, and asked if there was any better match than that girl. Paitis replied by asking if Soyeon was not just a rookie, a teenager, but Ventarsis explained that it was not quite like that. He said Paitis was only 1 year older than the girl's priestess. Ariana, seeing the discussion, spoke with authority, saying that this was a pointless debate. She reminded everyone that Leon was her knight, the son of the goddess speaking there, and that it was therefore up to her to choose his spouse. Leon respectfully replied that he already had 2 mothers. Ariana laughed and said it was true, referring to the mother who gave birth to him and the Duchess. That was why she declared herself his 3rd mother. Leon said he felt deeply honored, but Ariana asked if he was refusing because of Karina. Leon repeated that it still was not the time. He asked everyone for patience. Later, they resumed the difficult walk through the ice storm. The reaction from the dagger was getting stronger. Leon commented that it was strange there were no other glacier demons nearby. Beatrice then reminded him that those were the demons of laziness and stupidity, and Leon confirmed it. He said they were all too cold, but still none of them compared to the divine flame burning within her. As he watched the horizon, Leon noticed something that looked like a frozen lake. He commented that it made sense for Volcanis and his knights to have disappeared in such a place. That blizzard was comparable to the power of a divine law. Maybe it was the frozen sleep Spinner had mentioned. Suddenly, Petros contacted him and asked if he could feel it. He remarked that they had to get that close to finally locate him. Paitis added that in front of that barrier just ahead, he could clearly feel the power of his knight. They were standing before a massive wall of ice, more like a cliff. Leon asked the queen to step back a little, then summoned his divine sword, infused with the power of Pitos, and melted part of the ice. With that, he revealed the frozen bodies of Volcanis' knights, known as the Flaming Sword Knights. Meanwhile, in the territory of Kardsha, the archdemon of laziness and stupidity was in her observatory, located on the 1st continent. A messenger appeared before her, saying there was a major problem. Belotas, the great demon of laziness and stupidity, was receiving the message. The messenger reported that sacred energy had been detected within the glacier continent. It was a power linked to the divine element. Belotas found it strange. The previous investigation stated that the seal would last 1,000 years. The messenger informed them that they still had not received any response from Lord Kardsha, and that there was no more time. If that monster awakened, the result would be a terrible massacre. Belotas agreed that it was indeed a bad situation, so she ordered that the demon lead a special team to go ahead, while she would gather all the legions she could and catch up with them later. Meanwhile, Leon, upon observing the frozen bodies, confirmed that he recognized those warriors. They were, without a doubt, the knights who had served the mighty Volcanis. Now that they had been found, the rescue could finally begin. Leon used more of his flames and called out to his brothers, asking them to return. He declared that the king they had once served was now standing before them. When the first knight managed to break free from the ice, he was completely enraged and charged at Leon, ready to kill him. Leon became slightly nervous, and Beatrice asked His Majesty to block the attack. The knight was surprised to hear that title and asked if he had heard correctly. Leon calmly held the knight's sword with the tips of his fingers and said he was happy to see him well. The knight then removed his helmet and bowed, addressing him as Your Majesty, and introduced himself as Rehar Deaver, third sword of the Flaming Sword, Knights of Valten. Leon ordered him to rise, reminding him that they were in enemy territory. Beatrice took the opportunity and addressed Sir Rehar, saying that although it might seem sudden, she needed to ask him a question. Rehar immediately sensed the immense divine power of dreams and death that she carried and asked how he should address her. She introduced herself as Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow, Queen of the Kingdom of Sparrow and current priestess of dreams and death. Rehar was confused upon hearing that name and asked about that so-called Kingdom of Sparrow. Leon replied that it was a long story and that they would explain it later. Beatrice kindly admitted that the situation might seem confusing, but asked whether, when he arrived on that continent, it was already covered in snow and ice. Rehar looked around, thoughtful, and said that it was actually a desolate land, but not frozen like it was now. Beatrice suspected that the continent had been artificially transformed by a demon, and suggested that Volcanis and his knights had been frozen in the process. Leon explained that, with the Archduke of the Glaciers cornered, he had likely frozen the space and time of the entire continent. Beatrice agreed, but warned of another problem. If they kept melting the ice that trapped the knights, they might end up awakening the Archduke himself. At that moment, a powerful tremor spread across the glacier. Leon realized they had been detected. Demons emerged through a portal, bringing beasts and servants of the Archduke of Sloth. Beatrice became worried. She could not use her magic. She needed to preserve her mana. Leon, on the other hand, used his power to keep melting the ice, as the only one they could rely on at that moment was Sir Rehar. Leon asked him to hold them off for a while, as he freed the other knights. Rehar responded firmly, addressing him as Your Majesty, and said he understood. Leon asked him to have faith and watch Beatrice, to witness what that knight was capable of. He explained that Templar knights were hand-picked to become the pinnacle of martial strength, and among them, there was an even more elite group formed by the most experienced and skilled veterans. Rehar, third sword of the Flaming Sword of Valten, drew his blade infused with the power of Petus and began to single-handedly destroy the demons with ease. Leon wondered if he could melt the entire glacier at once, but he knew that would cause a wave even he might not be able to contain. Perhaps he could control it with sacred magic, but he needed to preserve it. However, seeing Rehar annihilate the enemies made Leon realize his worry was unnecessary. The reinforcements were right in front of him. He then decided to use all his power. He activated the Sacred Sword of Dawn and asked that blade to cut through the winter before him. His slash of light and fire was intense, but it did not melt everything. So Leon used the divine art of Pama, known as Wave Break. Beatrice thought that, to sustain a divine art on that scale, he must have been consuming an immense amount of power. Manipulating the ice through the power of water, Leon announced that the others were on their way. Then the Knights of the Sword of Valten charged into battle at full speed. They were ready to annihilate their enemies. Their strikes were filled with brutality, cruelty, and savagery. They would show no mercy to demons. These were knights of war, forged in flames, thirsty for a battle that had been interrupted 200 years ago. Beatrice, watching the scene unfold, thought that this could not be called a battle. It was a massacre. The Flaming Sword Knights were slaughtering the demons with savage intensity. Their blades offered no mercy, and each strike was driven by pure brutality. Amid the chaos, Belotas appeared, surprised by the awakening of the knights. She recognized they were in serious trouble and, in panic, asked where the real monster was. When she felt Volcanis's gaze, she was overtaken by fear. Terrified, she repeated that everyone was going to die. In a desperate attempt to prevent the worst, she summoned a massive ice crystal, intending to eliminate the enemies all at once. Beatrice was alarmed by the sight, but Leon calmly reassured her. He said there was no reason to worry, because her companion had finally awakened from his long slumber. Then Volcanis fully broke free, unleashing a wave of lava that shattered the ice crystal Belotas had created. With his overwhelming power, he ruptured the entire glacier. The demon army collapsed, overcome by fear in the presence of the one they called a monster. Introducing himself as Volcanis, Templar Knight of Petos, he invoked the divine divine descent of the god of war. Then it was revealed that over 200 years ago, during the battle on the plains of Han, the demon army led by Archduke Kardsha had faced the Knights of Volcanis. At that time, the demons had a 10-to-1 numerical advantage, and everyone believed victory was theirs. But what they encountered was the embodiment of violence, a Templar knight so overwhelming that he wielded two sacred swords. His name was feared by all, Volcanis. Even Archduke Kardsha recognized the strength of that opponent, admitting that among humans, only the King of Lionheart could surpass him. For that reason, he retreated with his forces in a strategic withdrawal. However, rationality was something that did not align with Volcanis. He and his knights pursued the demons through a portal, entering directly into Archduke Kardsha's domain within the demon realm. When confronted with the intruders, Kardsha declared that it was his domain, but Volcanis responded confidently that all places belonged to God. The Archduke, irritated, called him insane and ordered his demons to annihilate the knights. The battle stretched to the farthest reaches of the demon realm. No one could tell if it was truly war or simply the crushing force of Volcanis, but the result was the same. Even the most powerful archdemons were easily defeated. At the height of the confrontation, Volcanis' sword nearly reached Kardsha. At the last moment, the Archduke used all his energy to freeze space and time, sealing himself together with Volcanis. Both remained frozen for 200 years. In the present, Kardsha began to feel heat around him, which was abnormal for his frozen domain. Sensing that something was wrong, he suspected the Templar Knight had awakened, though he believed it impossible. Leon, however, confirmed that Volcanis had indeed awakened. Confused, Kardsha questioned what the King of Lionheart was doing there, but Leon answered firmly, implying that he dared to show hostility. He emphasized that it had been a long time since he felt such a strong demonic presence, and that in modern times, his mere presence already caused demons to tremble in fear. Since Kardsha had remained sealed, he probably did not know what had transpired over the last 2 centuries. Still, he tried to argue, stating that the Lord of Wisdom commanded an army of 10 million soldiers. Volcanis, with no patience, ordered him to be silent and not poison the king's ears with vile and useless words. Kardsha insisted that it was his territory and declared that his kin would soon notice what was happening and come to destroy all invaders. Leon ignored the threat and asked whose side he truly wanted to be on. Volcanis responded that he would deal with his personal resentment. Then Leon, with a slight smile, said he would take care of the small fry and gladly accept the supporting role. Finally, he ordered Volcanis to end it all right there, once and for all. Volcanis responded with respect and readiness, invoking the power of Pitos, prepared to put a definitive end to the threat before them. Evil had to be eliminated, and nothing but death seemed capable of fulfilling that role. The battle, which had been interrupted for more than 200 years, was finally resumed. Meanwhile, the Hunters of Earth were facing a critical situation with the mass collapse of portals. 10 days had already passed since the initial portal openings, and some had begun to break down. On the beach, several soldiers were discussing the recent incidents. During those 10 days, Spinner's precise orders had allowed teams to act with extreme efficiency. Most Koreans, including the 10 largest guilds, were cooperating to close the portals. However, due to the overwhelming number of them, not all breakdowns could be avoided. While the soldiers spoke, a massive sea beast emerged, ready to devour them. At that moment, Han appeared, using her divine art of water flow manipulation to restrain the creature. The Pantheon Guild was on the way. The next attack came from Jaehyuk, who invoked the Fury of the Heavens, a powerful divine art that unleashed a lightning bolt strong enough to incinerate the monstrous alligator. Everyone cheered in the name of Lionheart. Even so, the horde of creatures continued to appear. The combatants had been fighting for a long time, but the beasts kept coming. Jaehyuk commented to Han that they were running out of firepower. Even weakened, Han managed to summon her flames once more. Over the past 10 days, the Knights of the Pantheon had closed more than a dozen portals in succession. This march was only possible thanks to the 4 knights who bore divine relics. Among them, Han stood out for possessing the Bracelet of the Waves and the Heart of Fire. She supported the other knights, with a power greater than any rank S. It would have been even better if the relics had officially acknowledged her dominion. Soon after, Jaehyuk warned that the portal boss had appeared. It was a colossal sea serpent, leading even more oceanic monsters. Han knew they had to defeat that creature somehow. She prayed desperately, asking Pitos for help and begging for more divine power. Pitos, however, responded by questioning how much power she wanted, but quickly became irritated. He said he had worked hard to gather that divine power and began to complain. Suddenly, the connection with Han was severed. All her power vanished and the sacred flame was extinguished. The fire of Pitos disappeared across the entire world, affecting all his followers. Confused, Han wondered what had just happened. At the same time, in the the Temple of the Gods, Pitos himself was on the verge of collapse, practically suffering a stroke. The cause of his distress was a certain knight who was using, without restraint, all the divine power he had accumulated. The more Volcanis drew from that power, the more pain Pitos felt. Frustrated, Pitos asked Volcanis to be more moderate, but Juventaris, another god, intervened, saying that he had personally chosen his Templar knight and that he should endure with wickedness and brute force. Pitos protested, saying that gathering that power had been extremely difficult, and that Volcanis was incapable of understanding the meaning of moderation. Meanwhile, Volcanis, in the midst of battle, shouted that the demons must die. He effortlessly sliced through the ice conjured by a demon archer, as if cutting through butter. Kardsha, watching from afar, thought that brute was wasting all the power absurdly, unaware that there was a limit to what a human body could contain. It was clear he had no concept of restraint. Even when they tried to freeze him, the ice melted before it could even reach Volcanis. Then he used his divine art known as the Meteor of Prosperity and launched into the sky like a jet. Volcanis descended from the heavens like a nuclear bomb. However, Kardsha used all his power to contain the impact, stating that he would not fall for the same trick twice. He activated his technique called Absolute Zero, and his ice spikes managed to freeze Volcanis mid-air. Observing the scene, Kardsha declared that the victory was his. He called Volcanis a foolish human and said he needed to kill him before the King of Lionheart returned. However, even with his body frozen, Volcanis' sword had not been affected. He had prepared for this in advance, keeping the blade free precisely to break free at the right moment. Using the radiant sacred sword, which held the flames of the god of war, he shattered his own armor with the impact of the strike. But that did not matter to him. All he wanted was to eliminate the enemy. With a decisive attack, he sliced the archdemon's head in two, thus ending a battle that had remained unresolved for over 200 years. With Leon's return to Earth, another S-rank portal was defeated. The portal crisis had finally come to an end. Yongshin confirmed that the Archlight was dead and declared that everyone was now safe. Long live the king. With the support of the king, the queen, and Volcanis alongside his 50 knights, the portals were destroyed with ease, especially those directly faced by Volcanis, whose attacks resembled nuclear bombardments. As a survivor from the same world as Leon, Volcanis mercilessly massacred all demons, etching his overwhelming power into public memory. After yet another portal breach was defeated by him, Pitos asked Leon to control his subordinate, but Volcanis questioned whether he was not the best knight of that god. Pitos replied that although Volcanis was powerful, he wasted energy absurdly. He would release all his divine power at once, as if it were a tsunami of lava. Volcanis replied that he was simply imitating Lord Pitos himself, to which Pitos responded by calling him stubborn. He regretted not having realized this earlier, ever since someone said they would turn that barbarian into a civilized man. According to him, it was all Leon's fault. Leon calmly replied that Pitos did not need to act that way. Even the most barbaric gods had recognized the young knight's potential. He then addressed Sir Volcanis, saying it was time to return. It was necessary to offer proper praise to Sir Spinner and his subordinates. Volcanis, curious, asked if that was the mechanical knight, the successor of Antok. Leon confirmed, saying it was indeed him, and that he would surely be glad to meet them. With the arrival of autumn, the global crisis finally came to an end. After all the chaos, Beatrice was finally able to rest. She commented that, fortunately, countries with high population density had managed to defend themselves with ease. The real problem lay in the rural regions. Spinner had sent a unit of armed men to carry out damage control, but it probably was not enough. Even Sir Volcanis would struggle to be sent to every region, as there were too many orcs surviving throughout the continent. That was when Beatrice saw a disturbing piece of news. The report contained allegations of improper sexual acts involving orcs. According to the article, an orc had shouted, "Come to me," and several women had run toward him, jumping on him in extremely revealing clothing. Beatrice concluded that depravity and corruption among the elite were the same everywhere. Although she was not surprised, something about that method seemed ritualistic. However, when she looked at the photo in the report, she noticed a strange symbol stamped on the image. That symbol Beatrice saw in the report was the mark of Quay, the archdemon of pleasure. She did not know that there was magic linked to the simple act of pronouncing certain names, especially the true names of demons. Saying one of those names aloud acted like a summons. And so, Quay answered immediately, appearing before her and asking if she had been there the whole time. Beatrice was horrified. She wondered how he dared to appear before her again with that repulsive face. Quay, the vile being who had destroyed a beautiful kingdom in the past, once again stood before his queen, arrogantly saying it had been a long time since they last met. He stated that he could clearly see her downfall, watching her desperate effort to change a destiny that would never shift. To him, all of it was delightful. Beatrice called him filthy, but Quay replied that there was no need for excitement. He said that for today he would leave. Before vanishing, he declared that destiny never changes and that she should remember that, as the queen of a fallen nation. Meanwhile, under the command of Yogg Spinner, the Pantheon Guild sent troops to various nations. The official justification was to protect the Pantheon's followers, and since many of those nations had few hunters, they immediately opened their airspace. Thus, Spinner deployed armed men to defend rural areas. One of these groups was under the leadership of Daesung, who had been doing an excellent job eliminating large demons. The soldiers praised Daesung, saying he was a great knight, even though he insisted he had not yet officially received that title. A week passed, and the deployed teams completed their sixth and final operation in the Republic of Kazan. 2 days before returning to the Pantheon, still in Kazan, Daesung was enjoying some time off with Doan, commenting that the beer went down smoothly and at least the local food was tasty. Doan said it was his first time there since the October 31st incident and noted that the country remained underdeveloped. They had closed a portal without even seeing a single hunter from the local army. And as always, it was the civilian population who suffered. Doan tried to lighten the mood, saying they should enjoy the break. But Daesung asked where the others were. At that moment, they both felt a sudden surge of magic coming from the streets. They went out to investigate and found monsters attacking the city. A woman was almost captured by a giant snake, but Daesung intervened. He used a motorcycle to strike the creature's head and then finished it off with his sword, slicing it in half. He wondered if they were facing a portal break right in the middle of the city. Doan informed him that he had already contacted the others, but the situation was critical. Several powerful demons were ahead of them. Even so, they advanced without hesitation, for they would never retreat before demons. 3 hours later, all the monsters were eliminated thanks to reinforcements and the appearance of a local hunter. This hunter explained that more than half of Kazan's magical sensors were defective. They could not even rely on satellites, so most responses were based on delayed civilian reports. The fact that no one had died in that attack was nearly a miracle. Still, urban areas had the advantage of monsters appearing in open spaces. Daesung asked if rural areas were in even greater danger. The hunter replied that there was nothing they could do, only try to survive. Doan then said that everyone had done their best and praised Daesung's performance. Even so, Daesung felt a weight on his chest. He looked around and wondered if it was truly right to leave that place in its current condition. Moved by that feeling, he activated his communication device and contacted Spinner directly, saying he wanted to stay. The others were surprised by the sudden declaration, commenting that the country was a lost cause. Then Leon himself appeared, asking if Daesung truly wanted to stay behind. Alone, he would not be able to offer any meaningful help. After all, he had barely reached the bottom of rank B. But Daesung knew that monsters in that place appeared even outside the city, on roads, in mountains, and rural areas. He thought that if he hunted them, he could help, even if just a little. However, his voice lacked confidence. He was fully aware that he was only a rank B hunter, and by staying there, he would hardly be able to help anyone. Leon then asked if he wanted to prove himself, but he made it clear that this was not a judgment coming from him, nor from the gods. Daesung, in turn, thought that His Majesty probably believed he was just making excuses, although that was not the case. In that moment, Daesung remembered a man, the Templar of dreams and death. That man had failed, fallen repeatedly, and yet kept getting back up. He defied everything, without a single drop of hesitation. Daesung declared that he did not need His Majesty's judgment to follow his path, and Leon acknowledged that as worthy. If Daesung was looking for a place where he could prove his courage, then this was his path. If that was his choice, then he should go forward. Not even the gods can forbid someone from training. Therefore, he wished that faith, courage, and blessings would guide Daesung on this journey. Leon concluded by saying he expected great things from him. With that, Daesung declared that the king had given him his blessing. He told the others that he would stay, and they asked what he meant. They said they would stay too. If they returned, they would be in debt for 19 trillion, and in that place, they could not save anything. If they killed a few monsters, they might even get a bonus. Daesung remarked that Spinner would never abandon them and would continue to support them. Because of that, 50 soldiers decided to stay with him. No one would have ever expected such a decision. And so began the trial of a knight. The whole situation reminded Leon of Zarea, who had also chosen to follow a new path, a path of training. In fact, both he and Daesung had said the same thing, that they did not need His Majesty's judgment. Leon was pleased by that and even realized something. He commented that it all reminded him of an old friend and said that Daesung was very much like him, both in foolishness and stubbornness. He asked Han if she knew that. He said that those who shake the world are usually fools. Han replied that if he said so, then it must be true. Leon then asked if she had finally learned to serve as a true servant of the king. She answered ironically, saying she was a loyal servant, but only said that to try to free herself from the post she was tied to again. After all, they were on a ship, and and Han mentioned that he had already done that to her twice. She found it far too cruel. Beatrice was a bit shocked to see that, and asked if that was Palma's offering. She found it fascinating that a ritual like that was supposedly meant to drive away misfortune. Leon explained that it was said the sacrifice protected against bad omens. At that moment, Han asked the queen for help, pleading for rescue, and Beatrice, with a look of pity, simply said she was a poor thing. But then Beatrice asked if that offering could not be replaced with a statue of a woman. Han supported the suggestion and asked if that was allowed. Leon replied that an ordinary statue might not be as effective, but Beatrice reminded him that they were on vacation and pointed out that poor Han had been tied up for quite a while. She suggested replacing the offering using magic. Leon accepted the suggestion, allowing it just briefly, and as soon as she was freed, Han ran off to put on her bikini. Leon commented that she was a grown woman with no sense at all, while Beatrice thanked him for accompanying her that far. He replied that it was only natural and told her she should also enjoy the rare chance to relax. The group was heading to the nation of Haman, and the real reason behind Leon's sudden trip was due to suspicions raised by Beatrice. She had sensed the presence of the demon of pleasure, Kwai, in that region. When he had appeared previously, she had identified exactly where he came from. As an experienced demon hunter, Leon chose to trust her instincts and led his army to Haman. However, they had no diplomatic justification to bring troops into that nation, so they came up with a clever plan to make the trip under the guise of a vacation. With that, everyone was relaxing by the pool in beachwear. Even Leon appeared wearing a floral outfit, and Soyeon, in new clothes, handed a cocktail to His Majesty. He thanked her, complimented her outfit, and told everyone to enjoy the occasion. He asked them to rest and take advantage of the moment. He sat down with his drink in hand and remarked that it was not bad at all. He also intended to take the opportunity to rest a little. At that moment, Han came running and jumped hard into the water, making a huge splash that threw water directly into Leon's face and into his drink. Han said the water was nice and warm, and Suho commented that it was good to see His Majesty there with them. When she realized what she had done, Han panicked and apologized several times. Leon said that it was fine on this occasion, but reminded her that she was a lady and should take better care of her behavior. Han tried to justify herself by saying she was just an ordinary woman, but Leon corrected her, saying she could not act like a peasant. Therefore, he announced that he would personally train her in the conduct of a noble woman. If she did not learn properly, he would break her legs. Hearing that, Han replied obediently. Meanwhile, Spinner was floating peacefully in the water. Han took the opportunity to ask if he had been the one responsible for providing swimwear for everyone. She wanted to know how he knew everyone's sizes and preferences. Spinner replied that it had been very easy. Without hacking any systems, he had predicted everything based on behavioral observation data. Everyone was terrified. Spinner explained that Han usually preferred short clothes, like shorts and crop tops that exposed the belly and armpits. According to him, this indicated a primitive indifference to bodily exposure. Han countered by saying that she wore those clothes because they were cool and comfortable. Then Spinner commented that Jae-hyuk had a flashy taste for ripped jeans and senseless Hawaiian shirts, probably the result of distorted experiences from a poor childhood, a possible post-traumatic stress linked to the memory of poverty. Jae-hyuk, a bit uncomfortable, said that those clothes were stylish. Spinner also commented on Suho, saying that based on his card transactions, he often bought clothes from street vendors. Despite his current wealth, he still maintained frugal habits, as he had spent much of his life in an orphanage. Suho simply replied that it was practical and functional. Finally, Spinner spoke about Soyeon. He claimed she displayed traits typical of the male frigate bird, a bird known for puffing up its chest dramatically to attract mates. Because of that, he nearly bought her the wrong type of bikini. At that moment, Soyeon, irritated, drew her sword, ready to kill that damn robot. But Spinner quickly corrected the term, calling her merely a pervert. While trying to beat Spinner with slaps and punches, Han realized she had not seen the queen in a while and decided to go look for her. She headed to the VIP suite where Beatrice usually stayed, and as she approached the door, asked if she was inside. However, she heard some strange noises, got worried, and asked if everything was all right. Since the door was locked, she found that odd and announced that she was going to enter. Without hesitation, she burst through the door with her shoulder. Inside, she found Beatrice all dolled up, wearing a tight swimsuit. Beatrice, embarrassed, said she could not just walk out dressed like that. But Han was so stunned that she did not even know what to say. Meanwhile, outside, the rest of the group was enjoying a big barbecue. Spinner was guiding Suho to make the perfect grill, and Jae-hyuk, noticing that Leon was drinking wine, commented on his taste for alcohol. Curious, he went to the bar and was amazed to see several expensive and sophisticated drinks. So Yeon, seeing this, reminded him that he was still underage and called him an idiot. Jae-hyuk shot back, asking her not to be so stingy, since they were all about to graduate anyway. Still, Han, using her divine power from Palma, snatched the bottle from his hand and scolded him, saying it was disgraceful to to drink while underage. In response, he tried to accuse Suho as well, but Suho said he had not moved from the grill the entire time. Han agreed and reinforced that they were all too young to drink, explaining that only adults like herself had permission. The group found that funny, since she was only 1 year older. Jae-hyuk, a bit confused, asked where she had gone, and Han replied that, since the queen had vanished, she went to call her. Soon after, Beatrice appeared. She had gone to the pool and stood watching everyone. She thought it was a pitiful sight, half-naked men and women splashing around together in a communal bath. Even His Majesty was there. Leon then noticed her and invited her to swim too. However, Beatrice was dying of embarrassment to appear dressed like that. So, she covered her entire body with a sheet and discreetly entered the water. Inside the pool, Beatrice asked Leon if he was not bothered by that situation. He replied, of course not, and explained that there were cultural differences between their two kingdoms. While the Kingdom of Sparrow valued austerity and a more restrained sense of splendor, the Kingdom of Lionheart had a more romantic, vivid, and liberal culture, especially centered around knights. There, romance and courtship were highly valued. As an example, Leon said that in his youth, he had kidnapped the priestess of the Temple of Purity to win her heart. According to him, that kind of act was simply part of the old royal culture. At banquets, there were even designated areas where couples could get more intimate. Beatrice, unsure whether to be shocked or amused, asked what exactly he meant by all that. She thought he was teasing her, but Leon chose to end the subject, saying they should leave that conversation for later. At that moment, they should enjoy the food, the drinks, and the rare moment of leisure. Even the waves of the ocean had a certain elegance, he said. With a hint of irony, Beatrice commented that Leon was not very familiar with technology, yet he knew a lot about Earth's customs. Leon, in turn, complained that the damn smartphone still confused him. It was then secretly revealed that Leon had been an Earthling in his past life, and was probably born around 1980. Shortly afterward, Leon approached the group carrying a bottle of royal wine from Lionheart. He asked everyone to grab a glass. Beatrice mentioned that she had tasted that wine before, and that it was quite sweet. Leon explained that the wine was made only once a year using special grapes cultivated by the Knight of the Grail of Life in Abundance. The royal wine of Lionheart was traditionally used to celebrate the knight's achievements, but Han quickly confiscated the bottle. She said no one there should be drinking since they were all still too young. Without hesitation, she drank it all at once. Leon watched with some dismay and remarked that she was completely lacking in elegance. He also noticed that she got drunk after just one glass and still asked for more, pleading insistently. Beatrice, excited, encouraged her by saying she should just seduce the king already. Palma, inside her mind, was screaming for the two of them to be together. She screamed non-stop. Leon, with a headache, commented on all the mental noise, and Suho, along with Soyeon, decided to take Han away to let her rest on one of the chairs. Beatrice and Palma were upset that Han had been taken away, but Ariana intervened, ordering everyone to be quiet. At that moment, Han got so excited that she was possessed by Palma. She punched Suho in the face and fell straight into the pool, almost drowning. She literally passed out. Even with her head underwater, she activated a sacred technique called Wave Strike, which boiled the water around her. The explosion of hot water hit everyone nearby. That explosion ended up tearing off the towel Beatrice was using to cover herself, revealing her swimwear. Obviously, she was extremely embarrassed, but Leon quickly wrapped her with his cloak and said that one day she would get used to Earth's customs. He advised her to take it step by step. Soyeon, in turn, told everyone to stop staring at the Queen of Rook. Meanwhile, in the true pantheon, Plu was watching everything as if she were watching a romance anime. She commented that, for the first time, she was enjoying what she saw. Beatrice sent a warning to Han, who was unconscious. It was not the time to be napping. Demira wondered if maybe one of her daughters should be sent to help. Ariana joked, asking if even the goddess of abundance wanted to meddle in this now. And Leon, listening to that mess of thoughts, mentally complained about all those perverts talking at the same time. Beatrice was also extremely embarrassed because Plu had whispered embarrassing comments in her ear. 2 days later, they finally arrived in the Kingdom of Haman, docking at the port of Benji. The first to greet them was the nation's president, Zhe. Leon introduced himself formally, shook his hand, but politely asked that they keep a certain distance. He explained that one of his knights had serious issues with seasickness, and therefore chose not to travel by ship. It was at that moment that Volcanis literally fell from the sky next to the president, like a meteor. His presence radiated an intimidating aura. Even so, he extended his hand and asked if that man was the king of the country. The president replied that he was not a king, but a democratically elected leader. Even so, he welcomed him cordially. Volcanis then thanked him, respectfully calling him Mr. President. Right after that, all of Leon's personal guards appeared. He explained that the knights had stayed in Korea, and only his bodyguards were with him in Hammond. The president, curious, asked the reason for the visit. Leon, keeping his cover, said they were just there for tourism. Later on, Han was having having coffee with Volcanis and said she still could not get used to all that. Volcanis, on the other hand, was completely addicted to social media. That was when they explained how the two of them first met. On that occasion, Volcanis asked Petus if that tiny little girl was really his saint. Petus replied that, from his point of view, anyone looked small next to Volcanis, and he agreed, saying it was true. Still, he turned to Han and said she needed to work on her height, her bust, and also her butt. Han was speechless, completely shocked. He destroyed her with words. Volcanis said that a good warrior needed posture, a strong chest, and firm glutes. The comment was so direct that no one knew what to say. Those were the three core traits the knights considered essential for training, and Han should train them too. In the present, Han saw Volcanis as an overly manly and rather barbaric gentleman. He spent hours browsing the internet watching videos of brutal scenes, cruelty, and even atrocities. Still, Han admitted he was even better than His Majesty when it came to using a smartphone. Volcanis explained that he had created that online account to spread the teachings of the Pantheon, and mentioned that he even followed the Queen herself. At that moment, Petus whispered in Han's ear, saying that it was great, but asked her to tell the brute to tone down the amount of divine power he was releasing. Volcanis' gaze always made Han feel afraid. He replied that it was all Petus' fault. Just a bit of divine descent was enough to drain the god's power. He called him weak, then asked Han if she knew what he was talking about. He wanted to know if His Majesty had mentioned anything about it. Han replied that she had seen someone perform a divine descent before. She asked if he was all right, knowing that this type of technique could harm the body. Volcanis said that of course he was fine. After all, he was the strongest man alive. He stated that divine descent depended solely on talent. Before Leon, only 3 kings in history had ever managed to perform such a miracle. It was something practically impossible for a human body to endure, but both he and His Majesty were beyond those limitations. He said that Leon had 1,000 times more talent than he did, and that Han, in fact, also possessed the required gift. She should already know this, since she carried the divine power of 2 gods without showing any side effects. That proved she was born to be a divine vessel. In addition, Han had received the Heart of Fire from Isabel, a sacred relic that generated divine energy on its own, just like Leon's lion heart. That relic symbolized the worship of the Order of the Flaming Sword Knights. Han, surprised, said she didn't know it was that valuable. Volcanis, excited, declared that maybe it was his duty to train her as a Templar Knight, but he reminded her that there could only be one Templar Knight. Then he had an idea. He asked if he could be the Templar Duke. Petus, outraged, replied that such a title did not even exist. Volcanis insisted, saying that he knew that, but his true ambition was to become the Grail King, while His Majesty would take the title of Emperor of the Reign. He asked Han how big that nation was, and she showed him the map. Volcanis looked and said it was way too small. He got excited when he saw how small the territory was to bear the weight of the Lionheart name. He said the world was vast, and they could start with Haman. He planned to conquer that nation located west of the Sea River. When they rebuilt the great kingdom of Lionheart, then he would have the right to proclaim himself king, and that nation over there would simply be his beach house. Han, desperate, thought he was finally showing his true personality. She turned to Petus and asked for help, saying he was about to start a war. Petus replied that he saw no problem with that because he loved wars. He said yes, they should start right away. Han panicked. She thought she needed to change the subject before things spiraled completely out of control. Trying to get back on track, she asked why he thought His Majesty had left the two of them there together. Volcanis answered that Leon surely had some plan in mind. Then he asked if Han had not yet met Leon's other side. According to him, His Majesty was more honorable and just than any other knight, the true symbol of victory. However, Yongxin was also unimaginably cunning and cruel. He was willing to do absolutely anything to win a war. At that moment, he was speaking to his 138,000 followers of the faith, declaring that the high indulgence of the Heredes had reached its peak. According to him, it was time for everyone to fulfill their duty as God's chosen. Before the crowd watching him with devotion, Yongxin revealed the first steps to initiate the Holy War. His goal was clear: eliminate all other religions, because to him, only the Pantheon should prevail. Meanwhile, in the office of the Secretary of State, it was revealed that the president of that country had allied himself with the demons. Amid the tension, he questioned the Duke of Corruption, asking what it meant for the King of Lionheart to have arrived personally with his knights. The president feared that if that lunatic lost control, they would all be doomed. The Duke of Corruption, however, replied coldly, saying that they should not discriminate against someone just for being a foreigner or having different values. The president, visibly irritated, asked if he really dared to make jokes in such a serious moment. Suddenly, the entire space around them was filled with dark energy, and the Duke grabbed the president by the neck, saying that the useless worm was talking too much. The Duke made it clear that he had formed a contract with him, and therefore the president should know his place. He said that the title of president did not increase his value at all. In his eyes, the man was nothing more than a sack of flesh that breathed and defecated. The president, terrified, begged for mercy. The Duke then released him and left him collapsed on the floor of his own office. He then revealed that he already had a plan to deal with the King of Lionheart. The president commented that the king was only sightseeing during the visit, except for Spinner and Park Yong-shin, who still did not know exactly where the king was. The Duke, however, assured him that the king had already discovered his location. He said that the king had probably sensed the presence of demonic power and was now simply waiting for the next move. He stated that no one would be able to defeat him, for he was like victory itself incarnate. Only a true demon lord could defeat him. Even so, the Duke believed he could drag at least one person from the royal entourage into the abyss. In his view, the king had made a fatal mistake by going there. Meanwhile, inside a tour bus, the elite entourage commented on how busy the city was. Leon asked everyone to remain calm, reminding them that it was only a simple banquet. He said that as Knights of Lionheart, they should enjoy the event peacefully. Han noticed that there was a Pantheon temple nearby. Jae-hyuk commented that there were also many followers of Demera around. Beatrice, in turn, noticed that the banquet seemed to gather several other guests besides them. Leon interpreted the festival as a major national event and thought it was natural for people from all over the world to have been invited. Beatrice, however, suspected a possible trap and suggested it could be an attempt to limit their movements. Leon, determined, replied that he would not hesitate even in the face of a hostage threat and asked about the preparations. Beatrice lamented, explaining that unfortunately she had not found any important information. She said that days earlier she heard rumors that President Zhao liked women and nightlife, so Beatrice disguised herself and entered one of the nightclubs frequented by the president. From there, she managed to make direct contact with Zhao. At first, everything seemed to be going well, but it did not take long before the president's dream turned into a true nightmare. Even so, Beatrice explained that she had not found any vital information about Kwai in his mind. Leon commented that he knew that name. He had heard of Kwai several times. According to him, it was that same demon who helped corrupt the ancient empire alongside the demons of wisdom. Kwai was the only surviving demonic duke who had taken part in the war. Beatrice confirmed it. She said that after leaving his world, Kwai went to hers accompanied by the archdemon Androgen, and together they destroyed her kingdom. She warned everyone, explaining that Kwai was a specialist in discovering people's weaknesses and exploiting them with cruelty. Countless generals, kings, and nobles had fallen into corruption because of him. She asked everyone to be careful. The demon called Kwai could show a person exactly what they desired most and offer it in a way that was impossible to refuse. Later, during the important banquet held in the ballroom of a five-star hotel, Suho commented that the suit he was wearing was really comfortable. Soyeon, wearing an elegant gown, said he had better get used to this kind of event. Leon, meanwhile, kept his usual clothing with only a few refined details. Beatrice was also well dressed in a beautiful dress, while the other members of the entourage served themselves at the table with enthusiasm. Leon took a moment to remind them that although they were on a demon hunting mission, it was still a formal national event, and they should behave like true knights. It was then that President Zhao approached. Leon immediately noticed that he was not doing well. The president justified it by saying that he had not been sleeping well due to internal political problems. But Leon suspected that Zhao's exhausted appearance was caused by deep regret. He imagined that the president had been facing constant nightmares. And even without knowing all the details, Leon had already used the information he extracted from Zhao's mind to position martyrs in strategic locations throughout the nation. The president, thoughtful, commented that upon closer analysis, he noticed the absence of Volcanis. That was when a sudden explosion struck one of the ballroom walls. Several hooded knights stormed the place and took the banquet guests hostage. They approached in silence and, in a ceremonial tone, greeted those present, saying they were there in the name of honor. When the first knight removed his cloak, he revealed that his body was covered in explosives. The guests, in shock, screamed that they were terrorists. At the same time, the martyrs Leon had positioned were already spread throughout the nation of Haman, prepared to act at strategic points. Terrorists were spread everywhere, including in the city mall of Haman. When the population panicked and asked the reason for the attack, one of the knights explained directly that it was all done in the name of the will of the gods. He then activated the bomb he was carrying, but instead of a destructive explosion, only a dense smoke spread. It was actually a poisonous gas bomb infused with divine energy. Not everyone reacted to the gas, but among the few who did was a demon in disguise. The divine power of the gas broke his illusion, revealing his true form. Realizing that his identity had been exposed in front of a mother and her daughter, the demon charged forward to kill them and eliminate the witnesses. However, before he could strike, the knight stopped him with a powerful punch to the face and told the woman and child to leave the area immediately. Still frightened, the mother asked if those men were not also terrorists. Another knight explained that the enemy had inhaled the sacred gas and still remained alive. That meant he was a high-ranking demon. demon. Upon hearing this, all the knights present joined forces to defeat him. The demon, identified as the demon of pleasure, activated his curse of corruption, ready to destroy everyone there. However, he was once again interrupted by a precise blow. The fanatical knights, protected by their faith, resisted the effects of the curse. Thus, the demon ended up being brutally beaten by all of them. One of the knights even grabbed a chair to hit him. Meanwhile, another knight called out to the woman, asking her to join the group. She hesitated, thinking that what they were doing was an atrocity, but quickly remembered that the demon had tried to attack her daughter. Filled with anger and a sense of justice, she decided to join the knights and began kicking the demon as well. Following her example, religious fanatics from various places started to unite and beat up revealed demons. It was an intense and chaotic scene. Meanwhile, at the great banquet of Haman, the guests were being taken as hostages back to the hotel rooms. Among them was Leon, who was handcuffed by one of his own knights. Even so, he did not resist. The president of the nation watched closely, expecting Leon to take action, as he knew Leon was a powerful man with zero tolerance for dishonor. However, Leon remained calm and merely commented that taking hostages was a cowardly act. Beatrice then asked everyone to stay calm and follow orders. Even so, many people still did not understand what was happening. The president of Haman began to wonder if not even the Pantheon could do anything. It was only when the group reached a more secluded area that the knight responsible for the handcuffs, Yongxin, revealed his identity and freed Leon. He confessed that he knew it was a direct order, but still felt bad about following it. Leon reassured the knight, saying he had done the right thing. Han asked if the terrorist had been Yongxin the whole time. Suho commented that she was the only one who had not noticed, but Yongxin explained that in fact, most allies did not know the full details. He then went on to explain the whole situation. After arriving in Haman, he worked with Spinner to visit the local branch of the Church of Radiance in the city. There, they distributed explosive vests to 138,000 followers with the intention of launching the terrorist plan. Shocked, Han asked if they had really handed out bombs to civilians for attacks. Yongxin explained that the vests were not ordinary bombs, but rather sacred gas release devices, effective only against demons. Leon commented that this was just one of the many methods they had planned. Yongxin added that a high-ranking demon could still resist even the sacred gas. Beatrice then decided to check how the others were acting. She used various holograms as security cameras to monitor several areas. The president of Haman had been restrained, and Leon declared it was time to begin. He warned that the situation might become violent, as it was the moment of the true hunt. Meanwhile, the secretary, who was actually a demon in disguise, realized they had been exposed. He had not expected hostages to be taken so soon, and the most troubling part was that the terrorist attacks had revealed the identities of several demons. He asked his subordinate which authorities were still on their side. The messenger informed him that the vice president, the commander, and the military police were still active, and that the navy, being largely composed of corrupt individuals, could provide reinforcements. Even so, the demon concluded that they had lost the advantage due to the terrorist incident. However, he stated that they were still in their own territory. For him, that nation remained the perfect swamp to drown Lionheart. Even if everything went wrong, the Allies still had one last resort. The subordinate reported that there was an urgent message also involving the knight known as the Beheader, who was present in the operation. The demon said he would not miss the chance to kill demons, but noted that at that moment, he was acting alone. If the enemies used innocent soldiers or police officers as shields, not even a fanatic like him would be able to act freely. While one of the soldiers tried to block his path, the knight Volcanis coldly replied that he did not take orders from someone weaker than him. Later, at the Haman headquarters, one of the demons attempted to escape amid the chaos caused by the terrorist attacks. The city was in a state of complete panic due to the release of the sacred gas and the exposure of several infiltrated demons. Everyone present in the banquet hall had been taken hostage. During his escape attempt, the demon entered an elevator and began questioning the sudden appearance of a Templar knight, wondering if his identity had been discovered. He ordered the terrorists to retreat immediately and instructed them to prioritize the rescue of the VIPs. However, before he could leave the elevator, someone forced open the door while it was still in motion. Volcanis appeared and, without hesitation, grabbed the demon by the face and violently threw him against the elevator wall. He declared that no one could escape death. Later that night, Leon clearly explained the situation. Among the state guests, there could be other demons in disguise. Therefore, a full inspection would be conducted. If they found any demons, they were to be killed immediately. The demons were handcuffed and had no access to their powers, so eliminating them would not be difficult. Leon authorized the teams to choose their own methods. The teams Teams were then organized. Suho and Jae-hyuk would work together. Han would operate alone, as she was capable of handling the mission on her own. Soyeon was assigned to protect Queen Beatrice. Meanwhile, Lin instructed Yongshin and the other knights to maintain their post in the hall as a precaution. With that, the purification operation began. Later on, one of the demons was revealed during the screening and was electrocuted by Jae-hyuk. He remarked that the demon Suho had just killed was actually the Minister of France, now corrupted. Jae-hyuk and Suho worked together to expose the hidden enemies among the hostages. Using the power of the absolute barrier, they separated the innocent from the true enemies and executed the demons one by one. It was a time-consuming method, but fully effective. Suho reassured the civilians, explaining that the process only harmed demons. They then proceeded to the next room in the corridor. Along the way, Suho commented that many of the demons had taken on roles of major political influence, which could lead to diplomatic issues. Further ahead, Jae-hyuk recalled that Spinner had ordered the installation of body cameras to ensure everything was being recorded. That would serve as proof for any future developments. As they continued the mission, they encountered Han, who had already completed her part. She said she would take care of the last remaining room. Upon opening the door, some people shouted in relief when they saw Han, calling her a hunter and believing they were saved. However, without responding, she incinerated the entire room in an instant. At that moment, the duo realized how she had finished her part so quickly. When Han asked if it was fast, Suho responded, clearly impressed. Then Leon appeared, completely covered in demon blood, praising the method for being simple and efficient. He commented that, personally, he still preferred to rip off heads with his bare hands. No one there seemed surprised by such a comment coming from him anymore. Han asked whether all of that would not end up causing even more trouble. She feared that continuing to kill demons in such an aggressive way would attract the attention of the archdemon. Maybe the whole thing was a trap. Leon acknowledged that her concern was valid. The demons of pleasure and corruption were known for their outrageous schemes, as were the demons of wisdom. Without a doubt, they were planning something bigger. Jae-hyuk asked what they would do if they ended up encountering the archdemon inside the facility. Leon replied that it was unlikely. These creatures always prioritized escape routes over direct confrontation. They would probably use clones and illusions to disorient the group. However, he emphasized that if they did encounter the real one, they should report it immediately, as it was still an extremely dangerous arcane-level demonic entity. Coincidentally, the archdemon was now standing directly in front of Beatrice and Soyeon. The queen instructed Soyeon to advance first and create a vanguard. With determination, Soyeon planted both of her swords into the ground and charged at the enemy with great speed. The archdemon Kwai watched her attack and commented that this was the power of those who seek vengeance. He admitted it was irritating but not dangerous. With only one hand, he blocked her strike and countered with a blast of demonic energy. Soyeon managed to dodge at the last moment. Kwai noticed the magic being conjured and recognized that, even without a catalyst, Beatrice was still incredibly powerful. He stated that with such skill and insight, she should have surpassed even the legendary Caracal. He said it was a shame she had lowered herself to the point of becoming a lady of pleasure and called it a terrible choice. Beatrice, however, responded firmly. She said she had no interest whatsoever in attaining demonic power and ordered Ki to shut his filthy mouth. He laughed with disdain and said it was ridiculous that a fallen queen and an ordinary knight believed they could defeat him. But Beatrice asked who had said it would be only the two of them. At that moment, Leon appeared with his divine spear, invoking the name of Lionheart, and pierced the demon with the tip of his weapon. Kwai recognized the name immediately and said he had already predicted that Leon would take action in the banquet hall. It was exactly what one would expect from the so-called King of War. Leon replied that everything was part of his own plans. He asked Kwai if he truly believed that even with intelligence, a cockroach would stop being a cockroach. The archdemon in turn declared that he had also been expecting this confrontation. Then he activated the essence of corruption that had been implanted inside Beatrice. The explosion of energy was not Ki's final attack, but his first. It was only a signal to his entire army. With that command, all the infiltrated demonic bait was activated and immediately eliminated. One of the demons commented that it had been a mistake to disregard the leaked information, but another said the loss was acceptable since their organization had been declining since the last war. Although their grand plan of the century had failed, they did not need a major victory now. Isolating the Lionheart group in that location was enough. With that, they could declare total dominance by summoning the Temple of Pleasure and Corruption. Soon after, another demon opened a demonic portal from which his personal horde emerged, a true legion of demons. The war was about to begin in earnest. A demon mage looked at Leon Lionheart and mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could stop a force of that magnitude. Suddenly, Leon found himself transported to an isolated desert, completely disconnected from the world. He could no longer feel the presence of any god within him. The lion heart, which once beat with divine power, was silent. Leon was entirely alone, and his connection to the divine had been severed. Meanwhile, in the 1st Division of the Armed Forces, the commander was in a state of shock. Demons in disguise were revealing themselves throughout the entire country. They also learned that a demonic portal had opened in the very center of the capital. At that moment, Spinner appeared, hacking into the entire communication system to transmit an emergency message. He informed them that the leadership of Haman had already been completely overtaken by demons and had become useless. He said it was time to choose a side. They would either be allies of the Pantheon or become accomplices of the enemy. The decision belonged to the commander. The commander stood up with firmness and declared that he would unite his division with the forces of the Pantheon. One of the soldiers warned him that this could be considered treason, but the commander replied that even if they ignored the legitimacy of the so-called demon hater, it was still a fact that demons were direct enemies of humanity. And at least in that matter, they could fully trust the Pantheon because there was no one better to fight them. When the commander looked out the window, he saw dozens of giant crabs in flying armor soaring through the skies. It was complete domination of the nation's airspace by a single guild. Faced with that, the commander questioned whether a guild should truly hold such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, at the Haman Navy base, one of the infiltrated demons reported that Leon Lionheart had been isolated in the hotel and would no longer be able to interfere. Another demon, after carrying out a brutal massacre, announced that the Navy would march toward the capital. The new plan was simple. They would block the Pantheon's path and prevent them from arriving in time. While the demons were discussing the situation, one of them remarked that Volcanis' whereabouts were still unknown. Another replied that, compared to Leon Lionheart, Volcanis was nothing special. However, he said that just seconds before being struck by a direct blast from a highly accelerated particle cannon. Right after that, Raihar, who had appeared next to Spinner, commented that it looked like the demon was still alive. Spinner noted that high-ranked demons truly seemed capable of surviving an attack of that magnitude. Then he gave the order for Captain Crab to emerge. The captain was a crab wearing a small officer's hat and spoke in his own language. He introduced himself as Captain Rudolf Seigreymon and announced his command: deactivate submersion mode. Immediately afterward, a massive state-of-the-art aircraft carrier rose from the sea, built using cutting-edge technology developed by Spinner himself. Just after the warehouse, where the demon was hiding, was completely destroyed by the particle cannon, the enemy was still standing. However, his subordinate had been completely incinerated. The demon acknowledged that it was incredibly high-level magic, but became confused upon seeing the aircraft carrier rising from the ocean and wondered what exactly that structure was. From within the aircraft carrier, several heavily armed crabs emerged, forming the 3rd Amphibious Aerial Support Battalion. They launched an aerial bombardment against the surviving demons. The demon tried to call for reinforcements, but realized that his troops were also under attack and being forced to retreat. The operation had turned into a massacre. Spinner had developed true war machines piloted by crabs, and the small warriors were now winning at full force. The Flaming Sword Squadron, led by Volcanis, marched in sync alongside Spinner's battalion of 4 tanks. The small robot in charge of coordinating the front line ordered the troops to keep advancing. Their primary objective was the central area of the capital. He then activated the prototype for ground combat. Climbing aboard his armored tank, he synchronized all units in the system as if they were parts of one great mechanism. The vehicles merged together to form a colossal machine. This was the ultimate land-based weapon, Marquez. When Spinner saw the complete formation of the giant robot, he exclaimed in excitement that it was amazing. According to him, now no one could stop them. Meanwhile, Leon was wandering alone through a desert. Even though he possessed the legendary Lionheart, was the guardian of the Holy Grail, and a demigod capable of generating holy power on his own, surpassing even the saints, he was exhausted. After walking many kilometers through that desolate land, he acknowledged that he had been feeling that way for a long time. There was not a single living creature around. If he could hunt something, he might satisfy his hunger and thirst and recover some strength, but there was nothing. Even so, Leon kept walking in silence, for he knew that a true knight never waits sitting down. The illusion of Kwai appeared before him, watching him with curiosity. He said it was impressive to see him walking for 40 days without food or water, and asked if that was truly a knight's virtue. Leon then destroyed the illusion with a single sword strike and replied that yes, that was his virtue as a knight. Kwai, still in illusionary form, explained that in this place Leon would not be able to harm him, as the dimension they were in was far beyond what Leon could imagine. Leon, however, stated that he would keep attacking until he could succeed. He said that was the legend of the knights, to keep moving forward without hesitation until victory is achieved. Kuei, trying to persuade him, offered food and water. He asked if Leon was not starving. He said that Leon's gods could not fulfill that request, but Kui could. However, in order to receive the nourishment, Leon would need to kneel. According to the demon, it was not submission nor a denial of faith, just a necessary gesture to survive. Leon, without hesitation, simply walked past him, saying that the demon race had always been too talkative. Kuei, confused, insisted. He said that if Leon just knelt down, he would be free from hunger and thirst. So why refuse? Leon answered firmly. He said Kuei was pathetic and asked if he really believed that man lives on bread and water alone. He declared that the human body is not made only of flesh and blood, but also of faith and conviction. Kui shifted the illusion. Leon was taken out of the vast desert and placed in a massive throne room, standing face to face with his daughter. The girl, in tears, asked why he had not saved her mother. She wanted to understand why his duty had been more important than the queen herself. She said he could have saved her, but chose not to. Kay intensified the suffering, asking if Leon could hear his daughter's anguished cries. He said Leon could have untied that painful knot in her heart and could have brought the queen back. According to the demon, all he needed to do was go to the paradise of the gods and retrieve her. He had every qualification to do so, but Leon grabbed Key by the collar and looked into the eyes of that cursed being. He asked if he was truly suggesting that he should defy the natural order of things. He said doing so would dishonor the nobility of life and the sanctity of death. He reminded him that he was a knight of the gods, the guardian of order and balance. It was not weakness, but unshakable principle. Even so, Kuei continued testing Leon. He led him across an endless sea of gold and precious stones. But Leon did not take a single coin. They passed by luxurious banquets, yet he ignored all the food. They saw beautiful dancers offering pleasure and beauty, but he did not waver. Not even the possibility of ruling over all living creatures made him hesitate. He rejected everything. In the end, Key asked why Leon refused to give in. He said that here he was not a king, only a human trapped within an illusory domain. He emphasized that he could fulfill any primitive desire a living being possessed, for in that place he was omnipotent. Leon calmly returned the question. He asked whether Key truly believed that, because so far he had only shown a tongue larger than his mouth. He said that Key's futile hope of seeing him corrupted was pointless, and revealed the reason he remained steadfast. He was a Lionheart, and that was enough. Leon then sat on Kay's throne. The demon became furious and ordered him not to speak nonsense. He questioned the meaning of empty ideals and unreachable values. He shouted for Leon to surrender to indulgence and drown in pleasure. Finally, Kay conjured another illusion, a closed room with a canopy bed. On it rested the beautiful and sensual form of Beatrice Allegeria Sparrow. At the same time, Beatrice was trapped in her own illusion. She was reliving the days of her youth, back when she was still a princess. She was awakened by her maid and, confused, asked if Sion was still alive. The maid gently replied that she had probably had a nightmare, perhaps caused by exhaustion from studying too much. The maid asked what she had dreamed. Beatrice said she had dreamed of the end of the world. The maid reassured her, saying it was only a strange dream and would never come true. Beatrice smiled and agreed. It was just a strange dream. There was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Leon, still inside the illusion, approached the sleeping Beatrice in the bed, not as a lover, but as a warrior. He called her attention and asked her to wake up. He told her she was not a slave to that dream. She was its master. After awakening within the illusion, Beatrice went to the dining hall, where she sat with her family, including her mother, the queen. Her mother asked if she had had a nightmare. Smiling, Beatrice said yes, but insisted it was nothing to worry about. Beatrice's siblings asked if she was feeling well. Her father, the king, said it was a relief to see her recovered. He remarked that, at least nowadays, when she had nightmares, she no longer ran to their room. The queen gently asked him to stop teasing her. It was then made clear who Beatrice Allegeria Sparrow truly was, the first princess of the magical Kingdom of Sparrow and rightful heir to the throne. Even though the kingdoms were constantly fighting for power and territory, at home she had always lived in peace, surrounded by her family's love. From birth, her life seemed calm and bright. At least that was what everyone believed. One of the messengers came to inform Beatrice and the queen that the king had once again summoned a maid to his chambers. It was also mentioned that he had been using forbidden drugs. Rumors began to spread that the king was involved with women and intoxicants. This shocked everyone, as he had always been known for his wisdom, harmony with the queen, and talent as a mage. Betraying his companion and falling into vice was something no one could understand. Upon hearing this, the queen decided to put an end to the matter. She said it would be best to make sure everyone remained silent. At that moment, she chose to ignore the situation, but the darkness hanging over the court grew even heavier. Sometime later, news came that the king himself had set the capital on fire and massacred the people. Rebellion had broken out, and the city had turned into a living hell. Mothers and fathers had even burned their own children. Everything seemed like the work network of demons. These beings looked human, but could only be described as demonic forces. Not even the dark mages who made pacts with evil entities were capable of such destruction. Now, demons were no longer corrupting individuals. They were devouring entire kingdoms. The queen understood that the time had come to make a decision. The evil that had been silently consuming the world had finally revealed its true form. A few days later, when she departed on an expedition with her knights, the king, already corrupted, committed a massacre within the palace itself. Possessed by dark forces, he murdered his own children and loyal subjects, then advanced toward Beatrice. Before she could even feel fear, Beatrice felt disgust. Her father's gaze, filled with impure intent, shattered the world she once knew. The man who had given her life insinuated that every man in the palace had probably fantasized about her. He added cruelly that the queen was likely already dead. She never imagined he would be the one waiting for her at the end. Stunned, Beatrice asked if he knew what had happened during the tragic massacre of the Kingdom of Romana. The demon inhabiting her father's body replied that none of it mattered anymore and asked if the guards had already chosen who would be the first victim. But as he spoke those revolting words, Beatrice cut him in half with her magical power. That same day, the queen died in battle against the demons, and Beatrice's entire family was exterminated. But it was in that moment of tragedy that she awakened her true power. At only 13 years old, she created spears of mana and annihilated every demon in her path. From that moment on, a never-ending war began in her life. Years later, stronger than ever, Beatrice led a crusade, a true inquisition against the demons. She ordered them to be hunted, killed, and burned. Those who still had the strength to fight and had lost everything remained standing. What drove them was no longer hope, it was vengeance. Princess Beatrice, once the most beautiful and respected flower of the kingdom, had become a living nightmare for the demons. She fought countless times, lost, began again, fell, and rose once more, repeating this endless cycle. The Kingdom of Sparrow remained the only one still standing in that devastated world. Then, an archdemon appeared before her and offered a contract. Beatrice, exhausted and broken, could not resist the temptation laid before her. In that moment, she saw the image of her family, telling her it was time to rest. However, Beatrice responded that she did not deserve to be called a queen after failing them all. It was then that the voice of Plu echoed in her mind, asking if that was truly what she believed and questioning who she thought she really was. Beatrice replied that she was the mage queen of the Kingdom of Sparrow, priestess of dreams and death. Plu then asked who stood before her at that moment. Beatrice answered that it was the King of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Plu confirmed, reminding her that she was the mage queen, the demon's nightmare, a chosen saint, and Leon's closest ally, his perfect partner when it came to exterminating demons. For that reason, Plu commanded her to lift her head and awaken from that nightmare. Beatrice finally grasped Leon's hand, and he pulled her out of that terrible illusion. In his arms, she heard her commander tell her that she should not allow herself to be trapped by nightmares in the past, because she had been a ruler worthy of devotion. Beatrice decided that from that moment on, she would honor that trust and prove that everyone had been right about her. Meanwhile, reality around them began to break apart. The illusion shattered into fragments. Kui, realizing it was collapsing, declared that it made no sense and asked how she had escaped the essence of corruption. According to him, that was the inevitable fate of a fallen kingdom. Beatrice replied that in the past, she had accepted that predetermined fate and allowed herself to sink into the abyss, but now she was certain that no destiny should be dictated by something as vile as him. Then, invoking the great sacred law of Plu, she delivered judgment. Before being consumed by the power of dreams, Kui's clone declared that this would not be his final defeat. He was then dissolved by divine power. Leon commented that the result had been impressive, almost as if the enemy had never really been there at all, though he had clearly taken damage from the holy attack. Beatrice apologized for having been captured earlier, but Leon told her she should not blame herself. He said it was wrong to direct hatred toward herself or others, and that it should be focused on the evil they needed to defeat. At that moment, the rest of the group arrived, asking what had happened. Han noticed that Soyeon had been lying on the ground the entire time. Soyeon tried to explain herself, saying that she had not deceived anyone and had simply trusted Spinner's words. Leon then picked her up in his arms to rescue her and asked Han to take care of the commander. He then declared that they would begin moving to stop the demons. Meanwhile, the streets of Haman were completely overrun by a legion of corrupted and depraved demons. Sir Spinner's Steel Legion advanced at the front lines alongside the Order of the Flaming Sword. The demons were being held back with difficulty until a gigantic creature appeared in the distance. The Flaming Sword tried to charge forward, but it was unnecessary because Marquez, Spinner's massive megasuit, arrived, knocking the monster to the ground, stomping on its head and obliterating the other demons with guided missiles. After the sweep, Spinner calculated that hostile presence had been reduced by 2.3%. Spinner launched an extremely efficient attack with his war machine, but one of the great demons managed to climb onto his giant armor and expressed interest, saying it truly was intriguing. Surprised, Spinner asked where he had come from, as he had not appeared on any radar. The demon replied that outdated detection tools could not pick up on his presence easily. Before the enemy could strike, Spinner activated the reactive emergency armor, detonating the demon and hurling him away. At that moment, the demonic mage remarked that humans had reinforced all their weapons with star steel and holy water. Even so, he prepared to enter the battle, confident in his victory. Spinner, observing the growing threat, assessed that the enemy was high level and activated response protocols. He then asked Volcanis what he was doing at that moment. Coincidentally, Volcanis arrived on the battlefield like a meteor, activating the divine descent of Pitos. The god Pitos himself cried out in despair, saying Volcanis was not supposed to use that technique again. Volcanis replied sarcastically, asking if Pitos was really that stingy. The god said he had not even recovered from the last time and had been forced to tap into his emergency reserves. At that point, Ariana intervened, saying that if the war was truly necessary, she could offer a loan, obviously with interest, and teased that the beloved Knight of War was refusing to pursue glory. She made herself available to help if he desired. Frustrated, Pitos called Ariana devious. Even so, Volcanis unleashed all his power, ignoring the warnings and consequences. Some demons mocked him, saying that the presence of a Knight of the God of War would not change the course of the battle. But Volcanis responded in outrage, asking how demons dared feel comfortable in his presence. Using his full strength, he once again invoked the divine descent of the God of War. Of course, Volcanis was not the kind of knight concerned with repaying divine loans. Pitos had already given up trying to control the situation, while Poma, observing from afar, feared that this wild knight might end up influencing Han. She also learned, in that moment, that loans should be taken responsibly. Wielding his two brutal blades, Volcanis began exchanging violent blows with the demon of depravity and the demonic mage. At the same time, the last of the great demons, wielding a twin blade, charged towards Sir Spinner. He realized his weapon had been damaged after colliding with the metallic structure of the Marquise, and recognized that, despite the size of that machine, a significant amount of stellar steel reinforced its construction. However, he noticed it was not made entirely of that material, and decided to strike. The demon dodged the attacks and managed to tear off a piece of the machine, hitting precisely a section not made of stellar steel. Spinner had painted the more fragile parts with the same metallic tone to disguise them, trying to make them go unnoticed. But the enemy still located all the weak spots and destroyed them. Despite the damage, Spinner continued the battle, offering real-time support to the other warriors. He analyzed the battlefield in real time, processing every detail through hundreds of thousands of frames. His advanced artificial intelligence instantly deduced causes and effects. During this process, Spinner concluded that the demon possessed an extremely sharp sense of smell and had likely detected the difference by the scent of the paint over the stellar steel and adamantine. In response, he released a sacred gas to try to block the opponent's sense of smell. However, the demon dispersed the gas with a single swing of his enormous sword, calling it pure insolence. He also dodged the next attacks and mocked Spinner's attempt, stating that this was not the first time he had fought a machine controlled by artificial intelligence. He then summoned his domain declaration, Corrupted Temple, positioning it above the Marx's head. This ability directly interfered with the machine's command systems, disabling its controls. The demon explained that although machines were useful, they were still just machines, easily manipulated. Forced by the situation, Spinner executed an emergency shutdown, completely disabling all functions of the armor. The great demon acknowledged that the decision had been intelligent. Spinner had frozen his unit's system before it reached an irreversible point. Even though it was made of stellar steel, he still wondered how something of that size could move so smoothly. The secret lay in this use of anti-gravity devices that allowed intelligent weight balancing. Still, that was the limit of what he could do. At the decisive moment, Spinner ejected from the machine's cockpit, trampling several demons along the way. He then activated the divine art of the celestial net trap, releasing cutting wires that sliced through enemies and created a vast deadly web. He also used divine art 3417, resurrection of steel, manipulating the remaining wires to form an orbit, a pseudo-planetary structure made of metallic scraps. The great demon, in shock, asked how he had resurrected fragments of a dead star. Spinner coldly responded with only 2 words, "Die, demon." He then launched the steel star like a true Death Star, but the enemy activated the corrupted temple, grabbing Spinner and threatening to throw him into his own creation, and then at his allies. During the clash, the control system of Spinner's unit began to fail. The demon mocked him, saying he was nothing more than a machine. However, Spinner activated the emergency ejection once again, abandoning another mechanical shell and escaping the enemy's domain. Now free, he pointed a laser sight directly at the demon's head, who scoffed, laughed at the small weapon. The real trouble for the demon began when the Megazord moved. The external weaponry was fully prepared, and synchronization had reached 100%. The enemy, surprised, asked when that had happened. Spinner answered only with a smirk and 2 raised middle fingers, activating the total attack systems and obliterating the demon. The enemy horde fell into panic. Many screamed in terror upon seeing even an ancient great demon annihilated. Volcanis, towering and commanding, declared that no insignificant vermin would escape that island now. The demons tried to flee toward the portal, but the warriors of the Flaming Sword blocked the paths. Then Leon appeared, cutting off the escape routes with divine lightning. With authority, he asked how they dared attempt such a shameful retreat before him. He then called on Beatrice to act. She conjured the powerful Evil Eye spell, followed by the divine art of illusory body dominion. That combination formed the terrifying Dance of Death. Meanwhile, Kay was fleeing the island of Haman on a speedboat. From afar, he witnessed the massive explosion caused by divine power. Watching the chaos unfold, he remarked that the other elders had been defeated and admitted the situation was becoming unsustainable. He wondered how Leon had resisted the corruption. If he had not used the essence of destruction as an intermediary, he might have died. Still, Key believed he had a plan. He reflected that Leon's only regret was his daughter, and if he could use that against him, perhaps he might win. However, his escape route was blocked by a colossal sea creature. The putrid stench gave away its identity. It was the Archduke of Chaos and Misery, Hakshar. Key recognized that he had grown stronger and suspected that he might have already inherited the title of Lord. He said the wound left by Leon had already healed. Hakshar replied coldly, saying he had been feasting on some snacks from the portals he himself had opened. With contempt, he mocked the failure of the corruption operation and asked if Quay had really discovered another way to destroy the king. Before Quay could react, one of Hakshar's tentacles pierced through his heart. The Archduke declared that he had already thought of his own methods and, without hesitation, devoured the demon of depravity and corruption right there. Meanwhile, in South Korea, inside the Blue House, an emergency meeting was underway. At the center of the table, the president was eating instant noodles, surrounded by top ministers. The agenda was to discuss what to do about the Pantheon Guild. One of the legislative members warned that the food had too much sodium. The president replied simply that he would just avoid drinking the broth. After finishing his instant noodles, Dong-gil said he was already feeling much better. The president of Korea, as everyone could see, was a simple man. He had only the bare minimum qualifications and background needed to hold office, far from the stereotype of an authoritarian or malicious leader. In truth, he was surprisingly competent, sensitive, and possessed a hidden strength that he rarely showed. As a politician, he was moderately corrupt. Nothing too serious, just the usual level of corruption expected from anyone who had taken a slice of the national political cake. While savoring the last of his noodles, Dong-gil reflected that a great force was threatening his fragile sense of normalcy. That force was the Pantheon Guild. One of the attending staff members commented that, this time, even the opposition had a point. The situation was out of control. Dong-gil immediately agreed. To him, both the government and the opposition were being hit equally by the same Pantheon lightning bolt. The guild had grown to become the largest in Korea, not only in military power, but also in public and political influence. Many citizens now revered the goddess of justice more than they trusted their own government. Dong-gil thought that if they ever faced divine judgment, probably everyone in that room would be condemned. After all, no one there was clean. But even so, he had made a decision. As soon as his term ended, he would retire. He planned to live a peaceful life as a farmer and trust in Demira's law for the rest of his days. That was his wish. At that moment, his bodyguard approached with an urgent message regarding the Pantheon Guild. Dong-gil asked casually whether they were not just sightseeing in Haman. The bodyguard replied that they were not, and reported that King Leon had invaded Haman and was taking over the territory. Dong-gil, shocked, said that was impossible. As impulsive as Leon could be, he would not use his vacation as an excuse to invade a country. Meanwhile, in Haman, the members of the Pantheon were celebrating their victory with a grand banquet. After taking the territory under the pretense of tourism, they had won the war and transformed the government building into a party hall. There was food, drink, and music everywhere. Rehar raised a toast and congratulated Leon on the great victory. The king asked if everything had gone well on the other side, and Rehar confirmed that it had. The citizens of Haman themselves were helping to locate the remaining demons, who would soon be eliminated. Leon instructed that the divine flame be distributed responsibly, so that no innocent person would be punished unjustly. The first action taken by the Pantheon Guild after assuming control was to carry out a purge, cleansing the region of demonic influences. While a new administration was being organized, the guild maintained local order by teaching the doctrine of the gods. Even so, Beatrice expressed concern that the demonic Archduke had not yet been captured. Plu, confident, assured her that she would handle it personally. Illusions were her domain, and she could now use her powers at their fullest potential. She claimed that not even that wretched creature would be able to escape her eyes. According to her, all of this was only possible thanks to His Majesty. Leon, however, responded that the merit belonged to the willpower of each of them. Shortly after, Leon turned to Spinner, asking for his help in setting up the new local administration. Spinner responded affirmatively, informing that administrative protocols and security systems had already been prepared, in coordination with the Crab Tribe. Satisfied, Leon said he would leave the rest in his hands. Then Leon raised his grail and proposed a toast. He declared that on that day, they had defeated 3 archdukes, slaughtered 10,000 demons, and shown the world the light of justice. For that reason, he ordered everyone to eat and drink until their hearts were satisfied. Cheers of celebration echoed across that foreign land as everyone shouted, "Long live the Lionheart," without suspecting what was about to happen next. A hearing was called to judge the crimes committed by the leader of the Pantheon Guild, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. During the session, the acting minister accused Leon of imposing a specific religion on a secular nation, using private forces to invade another country, manufacturing illegal weapons and enslaving people, and evading taxes in the tens of trillions. She demanded that he take responsibility and step down from his position, which stirred a strong feeling of defiance in Leon. It was then explained what had taken place earlier in the meeting room of the first group of executives and ministers. The main topics of discussion were whether it was still acceptable to allow the Pantheon to act as it did, and whether the civilians of the nation could also be held accountable for the guild's actions. Everyone had seen the recent news, and it became clear President Dong Gil was exporting technologies produced by the Pantheon, in addition to giving the guild special and unfair treatment. At that moment, the heart of politics was to drag the opponent into the mud. And in that sense, the Pantheon was a difficult adversary. Some members of the group considered focusing criticism on the agricultural sector, but others reminded them that Leon already had about 3 million followers in the country. Worldwide, the Pantheon's followers had surpassed 10 million. There were indeed many reasons to criticize the Pantheon, such as the illegal invasion of other countries and the assassination of numerous politicians. One of the executives commented that there were many ways to handle the situation. The recent incident in Haman was extremely serious, and the human rights violations were already well known. Therefore, they decided to remove Leon, the human from another world, from the guild's leadership. The minister announced they would pretend to cooperate with the opposition and interrogate the Pantheon during the press conference. From a legal standpoint, there would be no issue, and they would win in the court of public opinion. At least, that was the plan. While watching the hearing, President Dong Gil became confused and asked what that woman was doing. The bodyguard informed him that it was Hui Uk, an extremely stubborn person. Dong Gil seemed irritated, as they had agreed not to attack the Pantheon, and had even held an etiquette lesson for those involved. He ordered the broadcast to be stopped immediately, but was informed that it was airing live. The situation worsened when everyone witnessed Leon's reaction after Hui Uk pointed her finger at him. The gesture caused fear and tension. Leon demanded that she state her name, which led Rukuk to intervene, saying that Leon had no right to treat her that way, and that he should apologize immediately. He ordered Leon to stand up from his chair, accusing him of ignoring the basic etiquette of a public hearing. The audience agreed, saying Leon needed to show good sense and follow the rules of the place, since he was the representative of the Pantheon. At that moment, Leon reflected on the situation. He had been recognized by Dong Gil, the president of the nation, who validated his authority. The government respected Leon's power and treated him as a true leader. For that reason, Leon was cooperating with the current administration, trusting that they knew the most efficient route. However, he began to suspect that this was not the work of a single person. Perhaps it was a third group, independent, or a new political faction trying to bring down Dong Gil. If that were the case, he understood why they would seize this opportunity to attack him. Even so, Leon warned Huyuk never to speak to him in that tone again, reminding her that she was addressing a king, not arguing in a marketplace. But Huyuk replied that they were in a democracy and demanded that he answer the questions. At that moment, a thunderbolt sent by Ultima, the god of supreme punishment, struck the ceiling of the hearing room. Han, surprised, asked what Ultima was doing there. Then the roof began to melt, creating an opening that allowed the divine descent of the gods of punishment, justice, and judgment. At that moment, Ultima, the god of final punishment, spoke and questioned how they dared insult the king of Lionheart, the one who shared the crown of thunder with him. The god of judgment then declared that they had committed a grave sin in that place, one that could not simply be forgiven. Huyuk, standing firm, asked if they were being threatened, but Leon ordered her to be silent. He had already shown all the respect his patience could afford, acknowledging the fact that they were in a democracy and that the group represented the people. However, the man standing before them was not just any king who sat on a throne and wore a crown. He was an emissary of the gods, someone respected by the divine. He declared that all those with any connection, no matter how small, to that insolence, would no longer receive any blessings from the pantheon. After that, he called Han so they could leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yongxin was extremely irritated. Yongwan, observing the situation, asked why he was there. Yuri replied that the reason was obvious. He needed help. Yongin confirmed it, saying that was exactly it. He mentioned hearing that Yongxin was the true powerhouse of the Phoenix Guild. Yongwan, surprised, questioned that claim, reminding them that he was the guild's leader. Yongshan then brought up rumors that Yongwan had sent encouragement letters to a certain political group. Yongwan pretended not to know what they were talking about, but Yuri confirmed the story, saying there had indeed been a small bribe. He claimed, however, that all guilds had done something similar at some point. Changing the subject, Yongin suggested they join the Pantheon, noting that the guild had not been attending recent meetings on fiscal reform and had been entering portals with increasing frequency. He said all of that was written in Yongwan's eyes, like a young goat thirsting for a drop of faith from its shepherd. Yongwan, hearing this, thought that man sounded like a cult fanatic. Yongshin said that he inevitably encountered Pantheon inside portals and knew how strong that group was. He knew the power of the gods. Yongwan, however, said he had already made too many mistakes. Yongshin replied that everyone deserved a second chance, even those who had been possessed by evil, and assured him that he would see the light if he asked for forgiveness. He also said that if Yongwan preferred, he knew someone who could help him repent for his sins. It was at that moment that Spinner himself appeared in the room, and Yongwan, no longer resisting, said he was willing to listen and asked how he could help. Meanwhile, back in the meeting room of the political opposition group, the representatives were facing intense backlash due to the Resign campaign. Criticism was coming from all sides, which did not surprise them. Politicians being criticized was nothing new. Still, they held firmly to their goal of bringing down the Pantheon. But then, an urgent message reached the group. One of the representatives, confused, asked why they were no longer going to publish the article. Another explained that whenever they released something negative about the Pantheon, things started to go wrong, as if the technologies were mysteriously manipulated. A third reported that the Guild of the Divine Sword had pulled all political donations and declared they would no longer cover any campaign costs. In addition, both the Phoenix Guild and the Golden Lion Guild had begun publicly criticizing the opposition group. One of the representatives, bewildered, questioned what was happening, saying he had no idea the situation had gotten so far out of control. The confusion deepened when he received a call from the president himself. As soon as he answered, he was nearly deafened by the shouting he heard on the other end of the line. President Dong Gil watched in disbelief as the situation unfolded and remarked that Leon probably had no idea what he had just triggered. He ordered the television to be turned on to any news channel. At that exact moment, representatives of the Japanese Hunters Association were making an official statement. They declared that if Pantheon relocated its headquarters to Japanese territory, Japan would offer financial support of 10 trillion, along with the approval of an exclusive constitutional amendment for the organization. Dong Gil, visibly irritated, asked if Leon had any idea what he had done. He shouted that he had clearly warned not to meddle with Pantheon, but now it was too late. On the other side, the opposition representative still seemed confused about the full impact of what had been set in motion. Meanwhile, the situation was escalating rapidly. Princess Elizabeth Diane herself, from the British royal family, was arriving in Korea. The Japanese delegation also appeared very confident. After Japan's announcement, special envoys from various countries around the world began landing on Korean soil. They all had the same objective: to compete for Pantheon's attention. Each nation presented more tempting offers than the last. When Princess Diane arrived, she commented that the air there really did feel different. Her secretary, Davidson, replied that he had heard there were more than 10 epic-grade items present in that region. The princess remarked that they were probably the equipment of the Templar Knights. It was a known fact that not even the powerful Maverick Guild could compare to Pantheon in terms of power and numbers. And at the very top of it all stood that one legendary being, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Diane said that this topic had been discussed for a long time. As a member of royalty, she knew that there had always been one unbeatable diplomatic card: political marriage. Although it felt strange to say it out loud, she wondered if there was any woman more suitable to marry Leon. She was convinced that His Majesty Leonhart was still unmarried. Davidson confirmed that despite appearing close to the Mage Queen Beatrice, nothing had ever been officially declared. Diane believed she still had a chance. Confidently, she said that Leon would surely prefer a fresh young woman like her. But upon arriving and facing Queen Beatrice herself, she was stunned. Beatrice had an imposing presence, striking beauty, and a commanding figure that was impossible to ignore. The princess and her secretary fell completely silent in front of that woman. She was simply breathtaking. Diane respectfully greeted Her Majesty, introducing herself as Elizabeth Diane from the British royal family, family, Davidson also presented himself formally. With elegance, Beatrice invited them to follow her, saying that His Majesty was expecting them. The princess remained deeply impressed, and Davidson commented that the competition seemed a bit complicated. Diane agreed and quietly admitted to herself that it all felt unfair. Beatrice was far more than just beautiful. Her presence was overwhelming. Despite the efforts of the emissaries, none of them received a favorable response from Leon. He outright refused to engage in any political marriage discussions, and even rejected Japan's massive investment proposal. The only remaining offer came from the United States. The American president made his proposal directly. He said they could help rebuild the Kingdom of Lionheart for His Majesty by offering a complete package. Leon considered it and realized it truly seemed like a concrete proposal. The president stated that the two main pillars of the agreement would be land and religion. Regarding territory, they would allow Leon to freely choose a region rich in resources, even coastal areas inhabited by the Crab tribe. As for religion, the United States was willing to let Pantheon's doctrine take root throughout the country. The symbol of the bald eagle echoed in the background, as if the nation itself was ready to declare its faith. Leon, however, made it clear that he was not a pope. His main mission was indeed to spread the doctrine of the gods, but above all, he was an absolute sovereign. His power and authority did not come from men, but from the gods themselves. The President of the United States acknowledged this. He said he understood perfectly, but emphasized that the kingdom His Majesty planned to build would depend entirely on American support. He assured that this support would be complete, both financially and politically. Leon admitted that the proposal was indeed interesting, but he explained that he could rebuild his kingdom on his own. Even so, he asked them not to worry, as he might consider that offer as a valid option in the near future. The president was surprised to see that not even such an overwhelming proposal had caught Leon's attention. With that kind of response, he realized he would not be able to stand out among the other world leaders. Changing the subject, the president asked if Leon believed the only gods with power in that world were the ones from Pantheon. Leon asked if he was referring to the Christian God, to Allah, or to Buddha, but the president denied it, saying that even in the United States, there was a deity from another world, just like Leon and the gods of Pantheon. Sensing that something was off, Leon decided to check the situation personally. Later, while staying in a 5-star hotel in the United States, he was informed by the president that something was being kept secret, especially for him in his room. Leon then asked how many people knew about that goddess. The president explained that her name was Mariel, the goddess of destiny, and that she had appeared after a great cataclysm when a black-level portal opened in the United States. That portal was extremely dangerous, as whenever one of that kind appeared, thousands of people died. They gathered elite forces to face it, but in the end, only one person survived. That woman introduced herself as Mariel, the goddess of destiny. From that moment on, thanks to her intervention, the United States managed to combat other portals and accumulated a great deal of power. According to the president, she was truly impressive, even if her powers were not as physical and direct as Leon's. Suddenly, a miniature version of Ariana appeared and asked what her son thought about all that. Leon replied that, at the very least, he would agree to meet her, as he knew the possibility of gods from other worlds appearing on Earth was real. When they arrived at the goddess's room, they were received by Mistral and Minute Man, 2 rank S hunters from the Maverick Guild. Leon asked how they were doing, and both replied that they were doing great. Mistral commented that he had been working hard to spread the word of the Pantheon Guild. Both he and Minute Man had witnessed the battle against Archduke Hakshar of Chaos during the incursion into the underwater palace, and since then, they had dedicated themselves to promoting the group's actions. Leon also noticed that if those two were serving as guards, that woman must truly be someone important. Upon entering the room, Leon found a woman who looked very ordinary. Still, he bowed to her as a goddess from another world. He recognized that, although she appeared human, she radiated a powerful divine energy. Mariel confirmed that she was indeed a goddess and said she would be pleased if he did not see her as an enemy. Leon explained that his only enemies were demons and that he held no hatred toward other religions. Mariel then looked directly at Ariana, who was resting on Leon's shoulder, and said that he was a very wise human. Ariana remarked that she had thought Mariel had lost part of her divine powers by taking on a human body, but she realized that was not the case. The goddess replied by saying she had never met anyone like King Leon before, and that it was a pleasure to meet a follower like him. Ariana then asked what the true reason was for their invitation. Mariel said she simply wanted to meet them. However, noticing the president's slight nervousness, she asked if he could make the formal introductions. He agreed and presented Mariel as his goddess, the goddess of destiny from another world. He said that thanks to her prophecies, they had managed to prevent major catastrophes. According to him, Mariel had the power to foresee the future, and because of that, the United States was prepared for many disasters. Leon, curious, said that it was truly interesting, but asked what the connection was between her powers and the fact that he needed to move to the United States. The president explained that this was not her only talent. Mariel also had the ability to guarantee someone's desired destiny. She could seal a person's future. Mariel stated that the future could always be changed. Then she approached Leon, intending to offer him a gift. She said she would like to seal one of his possible futures, though she warned that using this power could leave her slightly weakened. Since Leon remained silent, she decided to continue. Unleashing the power of her great divine wings, Mariel tried to perform the sealing. However, Leon's destiny was not sealed. He simply walked out the door without saying a single word. The president, confused, asked the goddess what had happened. He wanted to know if she had failed to see Leon's fate. Mariel replied that, yes, she had seen both his future and his past. She said Leon's life was marked by suffering and trials. The countless battles he had faced shaped who he had become. And because of that, she was certain that Leon would continue down that same path. Sealing his destiny, therefore, was something impossible. She explained that she had even tried to choose the best possible future. She evaluated what Leon desired the most, what he most regretted not doing, and even the enemies he would face in the future. Yet even so, she was unable to seal anything. For that reason, she told the president they should cooperate with Pantheon, no matter the circumstances. The president, intrigued, asked if this was because Leon was a demigod, but Mariel corrected him, saying that in fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was very close to being a god. To her, Leon seemed like the very incarnation of victory, a god born to win. For that reason, she could not interfere. One god cannot intervene in the destiny of another god. The president could hardly believe what he was hearing. Mariel then emphasized that they must never make Leon an enemy. That could determine the very fate of the United States. Meanwhile, the story returned to Daesung's pilgrimage. He and his companions were standing before a massive river, and Daesung asked if they were sure they needed to cross it. He answered himself, saying he was still reflecting on it, but that they truly needed to save someone. In that same region, a boy was being attacked. He was running as fast as he could to escape the demonic beasts. All he wanted at that moment was to find the knights. Shortly before that, while helping gather firewood with other workers, a man had mentioned the presence of knights in the area. He said that some of them were slaying monsters without asking for anything in return. These stories about selfless heroes had left the boy inspired and full of hope. Now, while fleeing in desperation, he wished those rumors were true, but he was struck in the leg by a demonic blast and fell to the ground, too weak to stand. The beasts approached. They were predators from another world, lurking in the forests. The boy tried to crawl, still hoping for a chance to escape. Just as he was about to be devoured, a spear was thrown at one of the creatures. A knight appeared riding toward him. It was Daesung, who commanded everyone to engage the enemy. The soldiers quickly organized, raising their shields and firing their weapons. The boy, scared and amazed, asked if they were really the knights. Daesung, hearing the innocent question, simply smiled and replied that he was still trying to become a knight. Later, he took the boy back to his father. The knights were pleased with the successful rescue and said they had arrived just in time. Then Spinner appeared through a communication device and asked how the new weapon had performed. One of the soldiers replied that the weapon was impressive, much more powerful and stable than the old magical bows. What they were using now was a rifle made of star steel, energized with divine power. They commented that all soldiers could be armed with that new technology, but Spinner explained that the weapon did not work against high-level monsters. The group agreed, saying it made sense, since an archduke probably would not even get scratched by it. Suddenly, Daesung returned with a gift he had received from the boy's father. It was a generous portion of hot buttered corn. While eating, Daesung remarked that many monsters had been appearing in that region lately. Another hunter agreed and explained that portal management was in chaos. The Yanbian region, a Korean autonomous administrative area in China, was so busy trying to survive that it could not deal with the portals. Even so, he believed that with December arriving, monster activity would decrease. Daesung confirmed this, saying they would do more patrols before setting up a shelter for the winter. While eating the corn, Daesung paused for a moment and realized something. His companions asked if the corn was bad, but he replied that it was actually delicious. However, he remembered hearing that the local community had been losing their crops due to contamination. The group confirmed that this was a common problem in the area. Reflecting on the situation, Daesung thought that if Demara's blessing were present in that place, those people would not be going hungry. He wondered if that goddess might be especially needed by the poor in that region. However, he concluded that he was not there to judge any god. For now, he would simply do what was within his power. Daesung then contacted Spinner, asking if it would be possible for Pantheon to send a priestess or priest of the goddess of abundance to help that region. He believed Demara's doctrine could be very well received there. Spinner explained that, at the moment, all the priests were occupied and there was no one available. At that moment, Leon himself appeared on the communication device, surprising Daesung, who was visibly shocked and bowed with respect. Leon said it was something he could take care of personally. Daesung asked how that would be possible. Leon replied that he himself could teach the doctrine of Demera and the divine cultivation method associated with her. Daesung asked if Leon could simply write the doctrine and give it to him so he could pass it on to others. Leon agreed, saying that would be more than enough. Daesung promptly accepted the order, showing his obedience. Watching the scene, Demera commented that the boy was truly growing. Leon replied that he was, and that for now what he was doing was already enough. Later, Leon truly wrote out the doctrine of the goddess. The guidelines included using the first harvest to create an image of Demera and offering it on an altar, not urinating in the fields, building a scarecrow with a hat and clothing, singing while planting and harvesting as a form of gratitude to the goddess, and even on the busiest days, ensuring that no one went hungry. Based on these teachings, Daesung began instructing the local population. Though not a great teacher, he taught in the way he could, and the people followed his guidance willingly. Naturally, Daesung helped with everything he could. His efforts bore fruit, and he was even mentioned in local news. His reputation grew significantly in Kazan. Sometime later, an unexpected visitor appeared at the inn where they were staying. A ragged, visibly worn-out man arrived, asking if that group was made up of knights. He had come directly from North Korea, determined to find his South Korean comrades in that area. Meanwhile, Leon had returned to Korea alongside the president, who felt betrayed by the fact that Leon had traveled with the President of the United States. He wondered if Leon intended to become an American citizen. With a touch of humor, Leon told the President that he had tried something new during the trip, something called pizza. In a teasing tone, he asked if the President by any chance put pineapple on his pizza. The President confessed that, from time to time, he set his pride aside and thought that, if necessary, he would kneel before His Majesty to save his country. He apologized to his father and grandfather for feeling so unworthy in that situation. Meanwhile, Leon, who once feared being the one to destroy South Korea's democracy, had never imagined becoming something so grand. This had been his official visit to the United States, and so he had brought a gift for the president, a beautifully adorned sword made of star steel and blessed by Ariana. The president wondered if it was a farewell gift. Desperate, he knelt down, clung to Leon's leg, and begged him not to leave Korea, blaming the opposition for everything and pleading with him not to become an immigrant. Leon, moved, asked how he could say something like that. He was crying, and even the bodyguard was also crying. Leon assured them he had no intention of leaving Korea. The president asked about the proposals from other countries. Leon replied that he would never forget those who had been loyal and that he could not abandon them. The president, relieved, told him not to worry about the opposition, as he would give full support from that point on. The bodyguard, still emotional, could barely hold back his tears. Later, they said their goodbyes, and Leon went on his way. Ariana commented that it was truly a shame he had refused the offer from the United States. Hito stated that the country was a land full of natural blessings. Leon agreed, saying that a place with so many resources was rare even across the entire planet. Ariana suggested that maybe they should build their nation there, preventing the invasion of inferior beings, and asked if he already had a location in mind. Leon replied that Spinner had already suggested one, located to the north of that area. Ariana then asked if leaving Daesung behind was part of that plan. Leon reflected that, before being a knight, he was a king, and therefore all of his actions always served a greater purpose. Meanwhile, Daesung was listening to the account of a man who had come from North Korea. The man asked if the knights were nearby and began to explain that monsters had taken control of the detention camps. He said that North Korea no longer had soldiers or an army. One of the soldiers asked if he was sure they were not demi-humans or orcs. The man insisted that they were real monsters. He said he had seen orcs and goblins before, but these were different. Daesung asked how he had managed to escape. The man explained that he had suffered for a long time, but eventually remembered a secret path. He managed to escape alone and cross the river. Daesung then asked if Spinner could confirm this information. Spinner replied that, according to reconnaissance data, the camp was operating normally. The man, in disbelief, asked if they were saying that everything he had seen was a hallucination. Daesung reflected that Spinner had no reason to lie, and that Pantheon's intelligence had never been wrong. So why was the survivor saying something so different? He questioned whether anyone would actually go and check it out in person. The soldier Do-won asked if he was planning to go to North Korea. Spinner responded that such a decision was irrational, and that if he wanted to carry out that kind of mission, he could suggest another location. Even so, Daesung said that something was bothering it. The satellite had shown that everything was fine in North Korea, but he asked where the monsters they had fought in the nearby forests had come from. Not even Spinner could answer. Then Daesung stated that they would find out the truth. He said they would cross the border and deploy some kind of secret drone, one of Spinner's robots, to check the situation. Spinner said they needed His Majesty's authorization for that, and reminded Daesung that he was still acting in the name of Pantheon, and also that he was in need of a minor upgrade. Later, in the Hwoeryong fields, near the Alpha launch point, they were preparing with new equipment. A small jet would be used for reconnaissance of the territory beyond the border. Everyone had new suits, much superior to the previous ones, and Daesung stood out, looking radiant. Do-won commented that he looked like a true Black Knight, but Daesung corrected him, once again saying that he was not officially a knight yet. Finally, he asked Mr. Malsoon, the man from North Korea, to guide them along the way. Malsoon explained that if they used the route he knew, no one would get caught. It was a safe path, with no risk of being noticed. Based on that information, Daesung instructed his squad to move carefully, avoiding the lights from enemy headlights and spotlights. In this way, they successfully deployed the drone. The soldier responsible for analyzing the images was shocked by what he saw. Inside the enemy camp, there were people being devoured. He said that to deal with creatures like that, at least an A-rank hunter would be needed. Daesung replied that receiving support from the Pantheon Guild at that moment was extremely difficult. The estimated time for reinforcements to arrive was 2 days, and in that time, many lives would be lost. He then asked Spinner if they could count on support from the orbital weapon. Spinner explained that the military satellite system was inactive in that region of North Korea, and it would take approximately 4 hours to reposition it. Despite that, Daesung stated that they could not remain idle. They needed to act on their own, just as they always had. They decided to create a decoy using Spinner's robots and technologies, luring the monsters into an ambush. During this plan, Daesung volunteered to face the giant directly. Do-won said they trusted him, and the squad proceeded with Daesung in the lead. The drone successfully attracted the beasts, which chased after it, leaving the path clear. Upon entering the first military camp, they encountered a horrific scene. A massacre had taken place, and a massive giant was devouring the bodies scattered across the area. Daesung remarked that the creature resembled a black troll from the Kingdom of Sparrow. However, the giant immediately noticed their approach. As the creature charged with its beasts, the squad's front line formed a shield barrier. Meanwhile, Daesung, mounted on his horse and wielding a spear, tried to distract the troll. However, the creature was too intelligent to fall for traps and ignored the provocation, focusing directly on the soldiers. Daesung took advantage of the distraction to launch a direct attack, but was struck before he could land a blow. A blast of demonic energy fired by the giant itself shattered his armor and pierced his left shoulder. It was clear that the enemy was capable of using magic. At that moment, Daesung recalled a lesson from Leon. A knight, once drawing his sword, must not hesitate, for his only option is to seek victory. He had a brief flashback to when he once asked His Majesty what to do if they were weaker and slower than the enemy, but he awoke from the thought before hearing the answer. Do-won was rescuing Daesung, who had fallen from his horse. As he regained consciousness, he asked if he had passed out for a moment. He realized that if he had not been wearing that armor, he would be dead. His left arm was now completely vulnerable. Even though it had not been a direct hit, the concern was evident. The armor, although not made of star-forged iron, was still high quality, but had been easily destroyed by the enemy. Daesung blamed himself for that. He had not reinforced the armor with any divine art from a god, and now the giant was advancing once more toward the front line. He thought that if things continued like this, everyone would end up dead. He needed to act. He needed to think about what a true knight would do in such a desperate situation. At that moment, he remembered the words of His Majesty. When defeat seems inevitable, one must abandon trivial thoughts. Hesitation has no place in battle. A true knight does not rely on luck, and regardless of the enemy's strength, he never retreats. If the sword has been drawn, it is to attack. That is the meaning of being a knight. Daesung then recalled the teachings of his king. He decided he would not retreat. He would have faith, make quick decisions, and trust both himself and the gods he served. With incredible speed, faster than he had ever reached before, Daesung closed the distance between himself and the enemy, blocking the giant's strike. He not only dodged the creature's massive club, but also climbed onto the weapon itself and landed a direct blow to the monster's chest. The impact was so powerful that it brought the giant down. Everyone around was extremely concerned, but in the end, Daesung managed to slay the creature with a precise strike to its heart. It was in that moment that he took a step forward in his journey as a knight, in his faith and in his strength. Soon after, the group began rescuing the prisoners held in that military camp. The people, emotional, thanked them deeply for the salvation. Daesung, with humility, said it was not necessary to thank them so much and asked them to move on with their lives. Do-won, watching everything, smiled and commented that he had become a true giant slayer. He called him Kid and said that was his new title. But Daesung, embarrassed, and asked not to be called that, thinking it was too much. With the situation apparently under control, they decided to simply finish rescuing the people and retreat. However, the wild beasts returned faster than expected, since they had lost the distraction of the drone. But this time, the group was not alone. A flying machine sent by Spinner appeared to help. Suddenly, it initiated a self-destruct sequence. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. The people nearby asked what was happening, not understanding the situation. As the rescued individuals watched in astonishment, a massive explosion occurred, creating a giant crater in the military field. Shortly after, Spinner informed Leon that the mission had been successfully completed. Leon congratulated the team on their work and said he would send them the finest liquor and the most expensive meat as a reward. He then asked Spinner what he thought about all of it. Spinner replied that presumably it was the result of poor government management and noted that there were many similarities to previous cases. Even so, Leon said he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He ordered Spinner to send drones to North Korea and announced that the next step would be to deal with the United States of America. At that moment, he had received a letter from the goddess Marielle. She mentioned that she would like to meet him again in the future because there was something important to tell him. Perhaps what he had been searching for was about to be revealed. Leon then asked Spinner to send a unit directly to the United States. Spinner asked if he would also be involved in a negotiation, and Leon replied yes. He felt that the goddess was not lying. He read a name he never thought he would see again: Karina, the daughter of Leon and the symbol of Dragonia's greatness. He then remembered a moment from the past, still in his former world. On that occasion, he had asked what was the reason for the Grand Duchess of Dragonia's visit. Karina explained that she was delivering a request for supplies for the Grand Duke's army. She placed the letter on the table and was already leaving when Leon asked, almost shyly, if she would like to have coffee with him the next morning. But Karina ignored the question and left the tent, saying she would be too busy the next day. Leon, resigned, simply replied that it was fine. Karina, for some reason, still held deep resentment toward her father. Meanwhile, Leon was waking up aboard the private jet heading to the United States, sweating and murmuring words as if trapped in a nightmare. Han, worried, asked if he was all right, respectfully calling him Majesty. He was visibly shaken, and Spinner observed that Leon was emitting low-temperature sweat, which seemed to indicate apnea caused by tension. Han then asked if that meant he was nervous, but Leon, trying to reassure her, gently patted her head and explained it was nothing serious, just a bad dream. He took the chance to ask how much time was left before they arrived at their destination. Han replied that they would arrive in Washington, D.C. in about 4 hours and asked if those recurring nightmares were bothering him so much that they should call the Queen to help. Leon, with a soft smile, said that it was not actually a nightmare. On the contrary, he would even like to dream about it more often. As they approached the American capital, a delegation was already prepared to receive them. Unlike the previous visit, they were now being greeted by the real president of the United States, since the blonde young man from before was just the president of the Hunters Association. President Anthony Robson admitted he was more nervous than expected. Leon's visit was official, representing the Pantheon Guild, following the appearance of a black portal right in the heart of the nation. The American government, desperate, had turned to Pantheon, and it was thanks to the goddess Marielle, who sent a letter directly to Leon, that he agreed to answer the call. Anthony remarked that he imagined certain individuals would also appear for the mission, at least those two, and the president of the association replied that most likely, yes, because eliminating a black portal required great power, and this was an official operation. The real question was whether Spinner and the being Volcanis would participate, as they displayed power comparable to that of the Queen herself. Furthermore, the first generation of Pantheon Knights, especially the two women Han and Soyeon, was also incredibly powerful. Curiosity grew about who exactly was inside that private jet. Fortunately for the Americans, the knight apprentices had also come. Juk, Sur, Soyeon, Han, Spinner himself, the Flamesword team, all accompanied by the being known as Volcanis. Volcanis, who was considered almost like a living star, made a grand entrance. People even grabbed a camera to capture the moment he stepped out of the aircraft. He commented, satisfied, that he was finally being received as he deserved in these lands, and asked why the king had not accepted the offer from the United States. He said the people there actually seemed fun. Leon, maintaining his composure, replied that he had his own thoughts on the matter and asked Volcanis not to interfere too much. Volcanis, in turn, was accompanied by the Queen. President Anthony, relieved by the presence of everyone, thought to himself that the goddess Marielle truly could perform miracles for the United States, and that now they were saved. With all that power gathered, the Black Portal would be an easy problem to solve. He welcomed the group with hospitality, shook Leon's hand firmly, and introduced himself respectfully. However, Leon gripped the president's hand harder than usual. He leaned closer, and in a whisper asked if he was a demon, while releasing all of his divine flame power. Although the president was visibly frightened, he did not burn. That indicated he was human. However, one of the people in the American delegation began to catch fire. Leon explained that, just as he suspected, some demons were hiding among high-ranking officials. Now that the imposter had been incinerated, they could proceed with the mission. He then turned to President Robson and declared that he had not come only to subdue the portal, but also needed to find the goddess Mariel. He asked directly where she was, as he wished to see her as soon as possible. Later that day, already settled in a 5-star hotel, Leon finally reunited with Mariel. She welcomed him warmly and asked how the trip had been, admitting that she did not expect to see him so soon. Leon, maintaining his elegance, bowed to the goddess and kissed her hand, treating her as the divine lady she was. He said he felt relieved to see her in good health and that it was good to know she was safe as well. Mariel said she was always impressed by the etiquette and respect with which Leon treated her. She said the gods of the Pantheon were truly lucky to have found someone like him, and mentioned that Ariana was dying of jealousy. Shortly after, Ariana herself appeared, bringing with her an air of tension and urgency. She said that, first of all, she wanted to explain why she had written that letter to Leon. She asked if he had heard about the matter involving the daughter of his knight. Mariel confirmed that she had, and added that she believed Karina Dragonia was currently in danger. Leon, upon hearing that, became visibly nervous. He asked if they knew where she was. Mariel explained that, in fact, Karina was inside the black portal that had appeared in Washington, D.C., but there was a serious problem. Only Leon could save her. He was the only one capable of crossing that type of dimension and bringing his daughter back alive. And so, at that point in the story, the revelation was made. The danger was real. Leon's daughter, the heir of Dragonia, was imprisoned in the heart of darkness. A new chapter was about to begin. That was today's episode. If you made it this far, congratulations. The story of the King of Knights is just beginning. Stay tuned for the upcoming chapters because what is coming next will shake the kingdoms, the portals, and the gods themselves.